The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
Good evening, and welcome to Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. I'm your host, Matt from the past. It is January the 29th, 2025, and here is what happened on this day in history. In 474 AD, Zeno is crowned as co-emperor of the Byzantine Empire together with his son Leo II, age 6 or 7. Although it should be noted that they never referred to themselves as the Byzantine Empire. They always referred to themselves as the Roman Empire, or later on, the Eastern Roman Empire. Byzantine Empire is a modern nomenclature. In 661 AD, Rashidun Caliphate, then the largest empire in history, ends with the death of its leader, Ali, succeeded by the Umayyad Caliphate. In 1595, William Shakespeare's play Romeo and Juliet is thought to have been first performed, officially published early 1597. In 1850, Senator Henry Clay drafts the Compromise of 1850 to diffuse tensions between the slave states and free states over territories won during the Mexican-American War. In 1886, Carl Benz patents patent motor wagon in Karlsruhe, Germany, the world's first automobile with a burning motor. In 1892, the Coca-Cola Company is incorporated in Atlanta, Georgia. In 1896, American Emil Grubb is the first doctor to use radiation as treatment for breast cancer. In 2002, U.S. President George W. Bush, in his State of the Union address, describes the regimes that sponsor terror as an axis of evil, which includes Iraq, Iran, and North Korea. In 1964, Dr. Strangelove, directed by Stanley Kubrick and starring Peter Sellers and George C. Scott, premieres. You gotta watch that one. You just got to. In 1996, 6,138 performance of Cats is held in London, surpassing record of Broadway's longest-running musical, A Chorus Line. In 1936, first players elected to the Baseball Hall of Fame: Ty Cobb, Babe Ruth, Hannes Wagner, Christy Mathewson, and Walter Johnson. Born on this day, Frederick Henry, Thomas Paine, William McKinley, who just got his mountain back, Anton Chekhov, John D. Rockefeller Jr., Asmail Hania, John Forsythe, Tom Selleck, Oprah Winfrey, R. Norris Williams, Donna Capone, Greg Louganis, and dying on this day, George III, Douglas Haig, H.L. Mencken, Robert Frost, Jimmy Durante, Tom Brookshire. And that was This Day in History, and now let's get on with the show. Calling all cars, be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
Calling all cars, a copyrighted program created for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars, broadcast 138 regarding a man wanted for murder. Describes 5 feet 7 inches, weight about 150 pounds. This man is very noticeably cross-eyed. That's all. Rose and quit.
In gathering the material for tonight's broadcast, the writer interviewed officers of the police department. One of the oldest police car drivers volunteered this story.
Sure, I'm glad to tell you all I know about this case. I owe a lot to Rio Grande. Of course, you know we use your cracked gasoline in our police cars. No fooling, you've got a great gasoline. We've tried them all, but you can't beat Rio Grande cracked when you got to start your engine and get going in a hurry. Now, let me tell you a little experience. One night we were cruising around as slow as possible in high gear when all of a sudden the car comes tearing around the corner at top speed and headed right for us. Driver couldn't stop. Looked like a smash-up, sure. But I slammed down the throttle and our car shot ahead so fast, well, we kept in front of the speeding car by inches for half a block. Then the fella turned down a side street and tried to make a getaway. We had to go clear around the block. But we counted on the power and speed in our Rio Grande cracked gasoline. And sure enough, we caught up with the speeder in 2 blocks. Rio Grande cracked gets the credit for emergency performance in saving us from a smash-up and for outspeeding a dangerous speeder.
Is it any wonder that more police cars, fire engines, ambulances, and other emergency equipment are powered by Rio Grande cracked gasoline wherever it is sold than any other brand? Try it in your own car. Once more, it is our pleasure to present Captain Bert Wallace, head of the homicide squad of the Los Angeles Police Department. Captain Wallace.
Good evening, friends. One of the most fascinating aspects of police work is the motive for crimes committed by non-professional criminals. These range all the way from insane jealousies of crimes of passion to murder where fear pulled the trigger of the gun. To this category of non-professional crimes belongs the case you are about to hear. The motive lay hidden in the delusions of grandeur upon which the circumscribed ego of the murderer fed. The murder he committed was not premeditated, but he was, nevertheless, a dangerous man, for when his carefully nurtured ego became the object of ridicule, he murdered. It is all the too frequent cases of this type which demand that your police officer be a practical psychologist as well as a good shot and fingerprint expert.
Early one February evening in 1930, a Chrysler coupe pulls up in front of an old whitewash store at the corner of Clinton Street and Griffith Avenue in Los Angeles. 3 men climb out, stand in huddled conversation at the curb.
Boy, have I got the jitters. This business has got me all covered with goose pimples.
Yeah, you're looking.
Well, if it's all the same to you fellows, I'll be on my way. Thanks for the lift.
Don't mention it. Sorry you won't come along with us.
Yeah, why don't you? I'd like to, but I've got things to do. Thanks anyway.
Okay. Take care of yourself.
So long.
So long. Seems like a nice guy. Too bad he didn't want to play. Well, let's get going.
You think it's all right?
Sure it's all right. Say, to hear you go on, you'd think we were a couple of mugs out to rob a bank or something.
Well, you know how tough the law is about speakeasies and crap games in this town. I'd sure hate to get picked up.
Don't worry. You won't get into any trouble. I've been here lots of times. I know the joint. Come on, let's go.
Okay. Every time we feel like a little drink of beer or something, we got to sneak around in dark alleys and hold our breath.
All right. Lay off the philosophy. Here's the alleyway that leads up to the joint. Follow me.
Lead on, MacDuff. What's up?
There's a guy standing in that shadow. Maybe it's the law.
And what are we waiting for? Let's go back.
No good. He's seen us. Here he comes.
I knew something was going to happen.
Oh, shut up. If he asks what we're doing, well, we're looking for Mr. Jones or something.
Yeah, an original thought.
Hold it. You'll know in a second.
Hello, fellas. Mind if I talk to you a minute?
Why, no. Of course not. What's on your mind?
I want to talk to Murphy. Which one of you's Murphy?
He knows your name, Jim.
Yeah, that's funny.
Are you Murphy?
That's my name. What do you want?
I want you to put your hands up.
What?
I said put up your hands. I've got a gun.
You don't say. Well, of all the... Will you look at this guy's eyes, Bob? Oh, they're so crossed he couldn't hit the side of a barn with a shotgun.
Now, listen. Don't you fellas make me shoot. I got a gun, and I'll sure use it if you don't put your hands up.
Oh, put that toy away and beat it before I slap your wrist.
Watch it, Jim. He might mean it.
Why, he's nothing but a silly-looking kid. He wouldn't shoot a...
Why, you shot him. You shot Jim, and he didn't do anything.
I told you to do it. I told you not to laugh at me. What's going on? Don't you come over here. I don't want to have to shoot you, too, so stay away. I shot them, and I'll shoot you, too, if you don't go away. I'll shoot you, too.
Shouting at the top of his lungs, the cross-eyed gunman runs down the alley and disappears into the darkness, a still smoking gun in his hand. The stranger, who had said goodbye to Murphy and Leslie just a few minutes before, rushes across the street to find the two men sitting on the running board of their car, blood pouring from wounds in their stomachs. Murphy dispatches him to call for an ambulance and then lapses into a coma, from which he emerges several moments later. He turns to Leslie.
Bob, are you all right?
I don't know. My stomach's on fire. I don't feel so good.
Wish that guy'd hurry with an ambulance.
So do I.
I can't stand this much longer. It's burning.
Listen, maybe that's it now.
Hang on, Bob. You gotta hang on.
Can't stand it, Jim. It's burning too much.
Here he is. Come on, boys. Hey, where's that guy that called, I wonder? Probably scared to come back. Here they are.
Get us to a hospital. Hurry.
All right, fellow. You'll be okay in a jiffy. Who plugged you?
Don't know. Please, hurry.
Get him over to Georgia, Bill. They hit bad. Right. All right, Slim. You can bring that stretcher over here. Better make it two. We got a full house.
Rushed to Georgia Street Receiving Hospital, the two men are operated on and the bullets removed from their bodies. And a few minutes later, Lieutenant Lefty James, head of the gangster squad, in company with Captain Blaine Steed, questions them.
Now, how do you feel?
How'd you feel with a slug in your stomach?
Not so good, I guess. Who did it?
I don't know.
How about you? Can you tell who shot you?
I never saw the fellow before in my life.
Now, listen, boys. There's no use in your trying to clam up on us. We coppers are your friends. All we want to do is find out who's behind this.
Honest, I don't know who it was. He just stepped up and told us to put our hands up.
Did you do it?
No,
He's telling the straight goods, Cap. Neither one of us knew the guy.
I can't figure you fellows out. What have you got to hide? This probably means the finish for both of you, and that you won't talk.
Listen, officer. That kid lying there is a butcher. He's been out of work, but he's no hijacker. Neither am I. I run a rooming house over at 1625 Juanita Street. If you don't believe me, go over there and check up on me.
All right, Murphy. Supposing we believe. Can you tell us anything about the guy that did it?
Well, all I know is he's so cockeyed that nobody'd take him seriously. I didn't, and look what happened. But I'll tell you this much. I'd know him in a million if I ever saw him again. You get the cockeyedest looking guy you can find, and he's it.
And while the search for a cockeyed gunman begins, two officers combing the Griffith and Clinton district find the Chevrolet coupe parked a block away from the scene of the shooting, bearing the registration of a Mrs. Vera Smith of 734 Stanford Avenue. Upon repeated inquiries in the vicinity, it is discovered that no Mrs. Smith is known. And following up this lead, the two officers arrive at the address on Stanford Avenue.
Here we are.
Yeah, hit the buzzer.
Okay. It isn't a buzzer, it's a bell.
All right, same thing in the long run.
Yes?
Are you Mrs. Vera Smith?
I am. And you look like police officers.
That's right, lady, we are.
Have you any news about my car?
Yes. That's what we came to see you about.
Then you found it. Oh, I'm so glad. I was sure I'd never see my little car again, and it's the pride and joy of my life. I've had
Yes,
it.
of course. If you'll pardon my interrupting you, I'd like to ask you a few questions.
Oh, of course.
We have your car in our possession, Mrs. Smith. What we want to know is how did it get to the corner of Clinton and Griffith, and what was it doing there?
Well, I don't know. It was stolen, you know, and so naturally I reported it.
Pardon
and
me,
then...
you say your car had been stolen?
Why, yes. Isn't that what you came to see me about?
No, ma'am. We came to find out what your car was doing over by the scene of a shooting tonight. found it parked a block away.
Well, I don't know. I only know that it was stolen.
When was
and
it stolen, Mrs. Smith?
Why, tonight sometime.
How did you know it had been stolen?
Well, perhaps I'd better tell you the whole story.
That's a good idea, ma'am.
Well, last night, an acquaintance of mine, a man I've known for some time, came to the house.
What's his name?
Fulton. Red Fulton. I don't see what difference that can possibly make.
It may. Go on with your story.
Well, as I was saying, this friend came over last night and asked if he could borrow my car. He said his was in a garage and he had to go somewhere, so I said, I guess so.
And?
Well, he had a man with him, and I've got to admit I didn't like his look.
What do you mean by that?
Well, there wasn't really anything wrong with him, but, well, I just didn't like his look. And the two of them drank some beer here, and then they left, and...
With your car?
Yes.
And how do you figure it was stolen?
Well, I'm coming to that if you'll give me time. Anyway, about an hour ago, Red called me and said that my car had been stolen, so naturally that's what I thought you were here for.
Where does this Red Fulton live, Mrs. Smith?
Well, I don't see why I should tell you that. He had nothing to do with this, I'm sure.
You're probably right, but suppose you tell us his address anyway.
Well, of course, if you say it that way, what else can I do?
Exactly.
Well, he runs a rooming house at 721 8th Street. You'll find him there.
Thanks, Mrs. Smith. Come on, Ed. Let's talk to Fulton.
At headquarters, the two officers report their findings, and a search is immediately started for the missing Red Fulton. And then, less than an hour later, the phone in the homicide office is answered by a sleepy officer.
Hello. Homicide detail. Hart speaking.
This is Attorney Ray Reams, Hart. I'm over at my office, and I've got a fellow over here that you want to see.
Who's that?
Red Fulton.
What?
Yes. He says he's willing to come over and talk, but he says he doesn't know much.
Send him over right away, will you? I'll tell the captain. He'll be glad to hear this.
Okay. He'll be over in about 15 minutes. Goodbye.
Come in, Mr. Fulton. Sit down.
Thanks.
Smoke?
Oh, no, thanks. Maybe I would, thanks.
Sure. Help yourself.
Thanks.
Well, Fulton, what's this all about?
I don't know. All I know is that when I stopped in at Vera's tonight, she said you fellas were looking for me, and I knew I hadn't done nothing, so I came over.
That was a smart thing to do, Fulton. What's all this about Mrs. Smith's car being stolen from you?
Well, like I told her, I parked it over by my place, and a little while later, when I came out, it was gone. That's all I know, honest.
Who was the fellow that you had over at Vera's last night?
Oh, he was a young fellow that used to room at my place. He's been out of work, and I was sorry for him, so I took him up for a bottle of beer and a bite to eat, that's all.
He doesn't happen to be cross-eyed, does he?
No, his eyes are all right.
Mrs. Smith tells us that he wore heavy glasses. Why?
Well, he has a piece of steel in his eye, and he's been wearing them for that.
I see.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Fulton, I can't list you as a suspect very well. Your eyes are certainly good enough.
You said it, Cap.
Yeah, I guess you might as well run along. If I want you for anything, I can reach you at your rooming house.
Yeah, any time, Cap.
All right. Thanks for coming in. Oh, pardon me. Hello. Yeah, Steve talking. Yes. I see. All right, thanks. Well, Fulton, it's a lucky thing you're in the clear on this deal.
How's that, Cap?
The younger of those two fellows, Bob Leslie, just died, which makes this a murder.
Broadcast to all points. Be on the lookout for a cross-eyed man about 5 feet 7 inches tall, weighing 150 pounds. He is wanted for murder.
Calling all cars, attention all cars. Wanted for murder. Man, 5 feet 7, 150 pounds. Very cross-eyed. This man is armed. Pick up all suspects answering this description. That is all.
Yeah, that's a hot one, Frank. A cross-eyed gunman. And boy, I'd sure hate to be near him when he started shooting.
Well, if you could figure out where he was looking, it might not be so bad.
Yeah, if. Now, you know, the more I think about it, the more I realize you cops ain't in the softest ranking in the world. And I used to think maybe I'd join the force. That is, if they'd let me, of course. The more I read about these killers and stuff, the less I like the idea.
Oh, it's not so bad, Eddie. Free rides on trolley cars, apples from the fruit peddlers. It's only when you get in a tough spot that you sometimes wish you were a drug clerk or something like you.
Oh, wait a minute, Frank. I got a customer.
Oh, yes, sir. Give me a chocolate soda, not too much chocolate in it.
Yes, sir, with you in a minute. Hey, Frank, take a look at that guy. He's got cross eyes.
Thanks, Eddie. Go ahead with your business. I'll look him over.
Hey, are you making me a soda or have a little social gab fest? How about it?
Right away, sir. I'm sorry.
What's the matter, buddy? In a hurry?
Sure, I'm in a hurry. I'm not used to sitting around soda fountains waiting all day for a little service.
What's your name?
What's that to you?
Well, maybe nothing, maybe plenty. I'd advise you not to play tough boy, though. What's your name?
Now, looky here. You may be a cop or an officer, but that doesn't give you any right to go around bulldozing taxpayers. I got nothing to hide, but I don't see any reason for
Save that soda, Eddie. I'm taking your customer for a little trip.
Huh?
You and I are going down to headquarters and have a talk with the lieutenant.
I don't want to talk to the lieutenant.
I know, but maybe he wants to talk to you. Come on.
Now, if you'll just relax for a moment, we'll get this over with. I only want to ask you a few questions. In the first place, what's your name?
He doesn't feel like telling us, Lieutenant Cantor. That's the main reason I brought him in. That and the eyes.
I see. Now, look, mister, whoever you are. You may not know it, but you're breaking the law right now.
How?
By refusing to answer questions.
Well, of course, it's not that I care whether you know my name or not, but, well, there's another party who'd like to know it, and if they did, it would be terrible for me.
I see. Well, I can assure you that we're not in the private detective business, if that's what you're afraid of.
Well, in that case, my name's Joe. Joe Griddle.
And where were you last night, Mr. Griddle, about 9 o'clock?
Do I have to tell you that?
Well, it would help.
Well, looky here, fellas. I'll tell you the truth if you'll promise not to give me away.
That depends on what you tell us.
Well, of course. But you see, it's like this. Now, my ex-wife's in town, and she's looking for me. And when she's on the warpath, well, I can't tell you how bad she is, but she's something awful. So, naturally, I'm not anxious to have her find me.
How about last night?
Well, I guess it won't matter. I was over at a friend's house most of the evening.
A girlfriend, Mr. Griddle?
Yeah. Oh, and she'd be sore as the devil if anyone was to know, because, well, you see, she's sort of married like.
I think I understand. Would your friend have any objection to verifying the fact that you were there last night? That is, between the hours of 8 and 10:30.
Well, I guess if it's necessary, she might do it. Only she'll be sore.
Suppose you give us the telephone number and we'll check your story. If it fits, off you go. That all right?
Yeah, I guess so. Only she's sure going to be sore at me, man. Is she going to be sore?
A call to the frightened Lothario's girlfriend results in complete corroboration of his whereabouts at the time of the shooting. And this, together with the fact that aside from the cross eyes, the soda-drinking Mr. Griddle fits none of the other descriptions as to weight and height, leads to his release and the end of clue number 1. But Officer Smith is not to be discouraged by this. During the next 6 hours, 4 more cross-eyed men have been dragged to Condapper's office, questioned, only to be released again. And late that evening, it becomes apparent to Smith that a cross-eyed man is no novelty in the city of Los Angeles. Leaving Condapper's office for the 5th time that day, he starts once again on his search. It is in front of an employment agency on East 5th Street that he spots his 6th pair of cross eyes standing in line waiting his turn at the window. Moving past the line, Officer Smith continues to a spot down the street where he can watch its progression. And as his quarry at last stands before the agency window, he is directly behind him.
Next. That's me. What do you do? Well, anything, mister. I'm what you might call a handyman. Do anything.
Sort of jack of all trades, huh?
Yeah, that's the idea. I want to get work outside of California. I got to leave Los Angeles right away.
Well, there might be something up in the valley for you, but that's in California. I don't know exactly what I can do with you.
That's all right, buddy. I've got a spot for him right here in Los Angeles. Come on, you.
Say, what is this?
This is what you might call an arrest. Hello, Lieutenant.
What? Are you back again, Smith?
Yes, sir. This time I think we've got something.
Yeah, like the last time and the time before.
No, sir. This fellow fits the description down to the letter. And he was trying to get work out of the state.
All right. Bring him in.
Yes, sir. Come on in. The lieutenant wants to talk to you.
Well, I don't see what... Oh, all right, I'm coming.
That's right. Lieutenant Condapper, this is Mr. Huntington.
What do you mean, Huntington? My name's Herring, Joe Herring.
That's fine, Mr. Herring. Just wanted to get it right.
Well, you got it right. Cockeye Herring, they call me back in Georgia.
Well, suppose you just sit down here, Cockeye. I've got a few questions to ask you, and then I'm going to let a couple of men look you over.
Well, for what?
I have an idea you know for what, Herring. What was your big hurry to get out of the state?
Well, I don't like California. It ain't treated me right.
Well, now that's too bad, Mr. Herring, but we'll have to take that up with the Chamber of Commerce.
Yeah, I'm an actor, see, and a good one, too. And back in Georgia, they know how good I am, but Hollywood wouldn't give me a break.
Thought maybe you'd be another Ben Turpin, is that it?
Listen, I'm better than Turpin. I'm funny, see, plenty funny.
Well, I'm going to give you a chance to prove just how funny you are. Smith, get that Carson fella in here, will you?
Yes, sir.
I want to see what he has to say.
Yes, sir.
Who's Carson, huh?
Oh, he's a gentleman who happened to witness a little fracas the other night. A couple of men who were shot up. One of them's dead now.
Yeah? And what's that got to do with me?
I don't know yet, Cockeye.
Hey, gee, Captain, you're not trying to pin something on me, are you?
Lieutenant is a rank, Herring, and we're not in the habit of pinning things on people in this department. It's all up to the people themselves.
I don't get you.
You will.
Right in here, Mr. Carson.
Yes, sir.
Come in, Mr. Carson. I want to introduce you to...
That's the bird that did it. Sure as I'm alive. He's the guy, all right.
What do you say to that, Cockeye?
Oh, this guy must be crazy, Cap. I never saw him before in my life. He's nuts.
No good, Herring. No good at all. As an actor, you're pretty lousy.
The following morning, a considerably milder Cockeye Herring is removed from his cell and escorted once again into Condapper's office, where he is greeted by an ominous silence.
Say, what is this? A funeral or something? Why don't you guys say something?
We were waiting for you to talk first, Herring.
Well, what do you expect me to say? I suppose I should thank you for putting me up for the night or something.
Oh, no need of that. You still don't remember anything about a shooting?
No.
You don't remember standing in a little alleyway down near Griffith and Clinton and shooting a couple of fellows?
No.
You must be pretty hungry by now, aren't you, Cockeye?
Hey, now you're really talking. Hey, that's one thing about me I can sure eat.
A couple of nice sandwiches and some hot coffee would taste pretty good right now, wouldn't it?
Boy, would it? Hey, wait a minute. Well, what are you leading up to?
Nothing, Cockeye, nothing at all. Just thought if you were hungry, we might fix you up. There's a plate of sandwiches and a whole pot of coffee in the next room there. Go on, help yourself.
You mean that?
Sure.
You mean in here?
That's right. Just open the door and go on in.
Boy, just watch me. Hey, I don't see no sandwiches. Red, hey, what are you doing here? Why'd you run on me the other night?
Well, Fulton, you look kind of sick. What's the matter? Have you seen a ghost?
Yeah.
So you boys know each other, eh?
Hey, what are you talking about, huh? What are you trying to do?
We've done it, Cockeye. I suppose you spill the whole story. We know all about your pal, Red Fulton, here. All we need now is your story. How about it?
Well, I guess I pulled a boner, didn't I?
Yeah, that's about it.
Well, all right. I'll tell you about it. I guess you guys got enough of me to hang me anyway. Guess it doesn't matter much what I say.
Take us down, Eddie.
But it's like I told you. I come here from Georgia to get in the moving pictures. And it wasn't because I wasn't a good actor that I didn't make it either.
Yeah, sure. We know, Cocky. Now, go ahead with your story.
Well, anyway, I didn't get anywhere at the studios, and at last I went broke. I only had a couple of dollars left. So I thought maybe some pictures of myself would help, and I went down to Venice Pier and had some made. I was dressed in a cowboy outfit with a big gun in my hand and leaning against a big wooden horse.
Well, what's all this got to do with your shooting those men?
Well, I got the pictures, and boy, I looked tough. Really tough. So I sent a couple back to some friends in Georgia, and I told them I was a real hard guy now.
Have you ever been confined in any institution, Harry?
Institution? You mean bug house?
More or less, yes.
Well, of course not. Say, what do you think I am, crazy?
Well, your story sounds a little, far-fetched.
Well, it's true, and I'm not crazy.
All right, Cockeye. Suppose you go on with it.
Well, anyway, after I sent the pictures, I began thinking I was a hard guy. You know how you can kid yourself about those things. So I went around town here boasting how I'd killed a couple of guys and a lot of stuff like that, and...
Had you?
No. I'd never hurt anyone. Well, anyway, finally I was picked up and thrown in the can as a vag, and while I was in there, I met a guy named Delaney. He and I used to talk a lot, and I told him what a hard guy I was, and he believed me. So we both got out of the can finally, and, well, he suggested we go up and see an old friend of his, Red Fulton. We went over to Red's place and knocked on his door.
Hello, Red. How's the trick?
Well, for the love... When'd they let you out?
A couple hours ago. Yeah, meet a pal, Red. This is Cockeye Herring, Red Fulton. Cockey's a pretty tough lad.
Yeah? Well, come on in and park yourself somewhere.
Yeah, sure, thanks. Now, Red, what's new?
Nothing much. Only I'm plenty sore right at this moment.
Yeah? About what?
I got into a beef with a couple of guys the other day, and it's left me feeling that way. I'd like to bust their necks, both of them.
Well, why don't you?
They're pretty big, if you want to know the truth.
Oh, I get it.
And now that you got it, keep it.
Sure. Don't get sore at me, Red. I wouldn't say anything.
Why don't you get someone to get them for you?
Huh? Say, that's an idea at that.
Sure, and I know just a boy to do it. Cockeye here. He's plenty tough, ain't you, Cockeye?
Why, sure, I'm tough.
All right. I'll tell you what I'll do. You go out and give those guys a real beating. Black their eyes and break a couple of bones, and I'll pay you $50. That's how sore I am.
Well, you see,
How about it? You want to go?
Well, I don't know.
I thought you said this guy's tough, Delaney.
Sure I'm tough.
Well, then, how about it?
Well, okay, go on.
Here's the dope. These guys are going to a little beer joint I know about tomorrow night. You go over there, and when you see them, you ask if one of their names...
I was kind of a spot, not one to admit I wasn't tough and still being scared to death.
And then what happened?
Well, I figured that in case something went wrong, I'd better take a gun, so I got hold of one, and the next night Fulton gave me Mrs. Smith's car and told me where to go and what these guys looked like. He said if I didn't black this Murphy guy's eyes, I wouldn't get the $50. So I drove over there, and when they showed up, I told them to stick up their hands. I thought that way I could smack them both and beat it.
So?
Well, so Murphy wouldn't stick up his hands, and they laughed at me. So I let him have it in the stomach. And the other guy came after me. I let him have it, too. You see, I was scared.
You realize what this means for you, don't you, Herring?
Yeah, I guess so. Only, gosh, I didn't really want to shoot anyone. Well, it was just because I'd been boasting about being a hard guy. That's the reason I did it. I couldn't back down.
Acting upon this confession, Fulton and Herring are both charged with murder. But after hearing the state's case, Judge Marshall F. McComb dismisses the charge against Fulton, declaring that the prosecution has failed to show that he is linked to any conspiracy to kill either Leslie or Murphy. And one morning, Cockeye Herring, Georgia Bad Man, stands quietly before Judge McComb to receive sentence.
Joseph Herring, you have been found guilty of the murder of one Robert Leslie. Therefore, it is the sentence of this court that you be confined in the state penitentiary for the remainder of your life.
Holy smoke.
Furthermore, for the attempted murder of James Murphy, you must serve an additional sentence of from 1 to 14 years in the state penitentiary.
Well, gee, Judge, ain't life enough? What's the 14 years for? Interest?
The drivers of police cars, ambulances, fire engines are boosters for Rio Grande cracked gasoline. For more emergency cars are powered with Rio Grande cracked than any other gasoline everywhere it is sold. No one knows better than these veteran drivers how important it is to use a gasoline that meets emergencies with lightning-like action. You can enjoy the same advantages and the extra thrills of police car performance in your own car with Rio Grande cracked gasoline. For exactly the same gasoline that these emergency cars use is sold by your neighborhood Rio Grande dealer. Drive in and get a free copy of the Calling All Cars News, that fascinating publication with true detective stories, movie and radio news. Learn how you can supply every boy and girl of your acquaintance with the 14 free gifts that comprise the Rio Grande Junior Detective outfit at no cost to you. And learn about the Sinclair law of lubrication that enables your Rio Grande dealer to know exactly what grade of Sinclair motor oil your motor needs and exactly what grade of the 120 different Sinclair lubricants is needed for every part of your car. Sinclair Scientific Lubrication Service, applied according to your car manufacturer's specification, is now available at all 100% Rio Grande stations.
Los Angeles Police calling all cars, attention all cars, to cancellation of broadcast 138. Suspect in this case now in prison. That's all. Rolls in prison.
This is your narrator, Frederick Lindsley, bidding you good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company. Good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company. Good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company. Good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
An evil force is waiting to attack.
They're coming.
In a deadly plot to possess the crew.
Everyone, get down on the floor.
Now, trusted allies threaten a savage takeover of the Enterprise.
I have no fear of death.
And I have no fear of killing you. Who will survive this shocking act of mutiny? Next time on Star Trek: The Next Generation.
From the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
Someone waits for me.
Welcome you to the Bing Crosby Show, presented by Chesterfield. The Bing Crosby Show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood with John Scott Trotter and his orchestra, Judd Collins with the Mares, and Bing's guests, Lum and Abner. Now, with the Halloween season upon us, it is our pleasure to bring you direct from the farmer's market, Pumpkinhead Crosby.
Pumpkinhead? Well, Ken, Halloween is about here.
Bing, you can let your kids go out by themselves on Halloween night?
Ken, I wouldn't wish that mob on any peaceful, law-abiding community.
Oh, don't be such a fuddy-duddy.
Am I a fuddy-duddy about it?
Yes,
well,
you're
it's not
being a
that so much.
fuddy-duddy.
Well, I'm sorry, but it's really not that so much, Ken. It's just that if my boys are going to play trick-or-treat, I'm going out with them. We really cleaned up last year. What loot we grabbed.
Came up with
Oh, yes.
big mess of loot, huh?
Loot. We stopped at Dr. Stevens' house for trick-or-treat. You know Doc Stevens?
Yes, I know.
Well, he couldn't do a trick, so he had to bring us in and treat us all to tonsillectomies. Everybody got that.
You mean he took all your tonsils out for nothing?
Well, not exactly, Ken, but we did the handsome thing. We paid for the anesthetic.
Well, that's big
At
of
least we
you,
could do,
yes. But you were lucky to get all that surgery for nothing.
Yeah, I hope we can trick him again and do a little treat this year.
How come?
Well, one of the twins has his head caught in a Presto cooker.
Which one?
I can't tell. It's down over his face. But I think it's Phil. He's the one that likes to experiment. He's sort of mechanical-minded. And now for kiddies everywhere, here's a tune from Walt Disney's production, Ichabod and Mr. Toad. This is also for the folks in Tarrytown, New York, who will be celebrating at the Washington Irving Festival there this week. The Headless Horseman and John Scott, let's make this real spooky. And wait till I get over there. Now. Man, that's pure spooky, yeah. Now gather round while I elucidate on what happens outside when it gets late. Long about midnight, the ghosts and banshees get together for their nightly jamborees. There's ghosts with horns and saucer eyes, and some with fangs about this size. Some short and fat, some tall and thin, and there's some don't even bother to wear their skin. Oh, I'm telling you, brother, frightful sight. See what goes on in the night. When the spooks have a midnight jamboree, they break it up with fiendish glee. Ghosts are bad, but the one that's cursed, that's the Headless Horseman. He's the worst when he goes jogging across the land, holding his noggin in his hand. Demons take one look and groan and hit the road for parts unknown, 'cause there's no spook like a spook that's burned.
They don't like him and he's really burned.
He swears to the longest day he's dead, he'll show them that he can get ahead. So close all the windows, lock the doors, unless you're careful, he'll get yours. Don't think he'll hesitate a bit, 'cause he'll clip your top if it'll fit. Like some little, like some big, part in the middle or a Westmore wig. Black or white or even red, the Headless Horseman needs a head.
With a hip, hip, and a clippity clop, he's out looking for a cotton chop.
So don't stop to figure out a plan.
You can't reason with a headless man.
So after dark now, you kids be good. Better stay at home the way you should. 'Cause right outside and waiting there is the Headless Horseman.
Beware!
Man, I'm getting out of here.
was real Halloweeny, Bing.
Halloweeny? You've coined a word, I think, then, Ken.
I don't think, though, that the Headless Horseman is a good tune for the Chesterfield program.
Why, as if I didn't know, not?
Well, a Headless Horseman can't smoke Chesterfield.
I know that, Ken, but our sponsor's broad-minded about things like that. He doesn't insist that we sell cigarettes to mythical characters who have no heads.
Oh.
Anyway, friends, next time you buy cigarettes, buy the best cigarette, Chesterfields. Chesterfields are A, always milder than other cigarettes.
Yes, and they're B, better tasting. Taste better than other cigarettes.
And C, cooler smoking. Smoke cooler than other cigarettes.
Yes, friends, ABC means smoking satisfaction. The right combination of everything you want in a cigarette. Smoke Chesterfields. They satisfy.
Chesterfields satisfy women and men. Chesterfields over and over again. Milder, much milder, all smokers agree. Always buy Chesterfields ABC. Frank Lesser's great new tune, Now That I Need You. Where are you, now that I want you, now that I want you so badly I could cry? Where are you, where did fate lead you? Funny how I dream you'd still be standing by. I had you at my beck and call. I called you any time at all. I guess I took too much for granted. I never thought I'd lie awake inside. Where are you? Now that I need you, now that I love you so madly, I could die. You at my beck and call, called you any time at all. I guess I took too much for granted. I never thought I'd lie awake inside. Where are you, now that I need you, now that I love you so madly I could die? Where are you, baby, now that I need you so madly that I could die? Hanging in Chesterfield's hall closet this evening are the hats of two lovable old codgers who have delighted radio audiences for many years. These gentlemen have come all the way from Pine Ridge, Arkansas, to pay us a visit. And their names are as much a part of the American scene as Sears and Roebuck, Baltimore, and Ohio, or getting right to the point, Lemon Avenue. Welcome, fellas.
Howdy, Bing.
Yeah, howdy, Bing.
Well, it's sure nice to have you out here in California, fellas. Is this your first trip?
No, we was out here in 1921 to attend the Arkansas picnic in Long Beach.
I
Dogies, that was the best potato salad I ever ate, too. I can still taste it.
Yeah, it was pretty cucumbery.
Well, they do set a nice table at those Long Beach picnics, though. I remember one where they must have had a quarter of a mile of apple pie alone. Gosh, there was cheese clear to La Jolla.
Yeah, and the nice part of having a picnic in Long Beach is that you don't have to wash the dishes.
Paper plates?
No, high tide.
Yes, I guess that's the only seacoast town in the world where the halibut have heartburn.
Hey, he's pretty fast on his feet, Long.
Kid's sharp for a singer.
Yeah, he's clicking.
Yes, But boys, while you're out here, who's taking care of your store in Pine Ridge?
Nobody. We're running the store on the honor system while we're gone.
Honor system?
Yeah. We locked it up.
You lock a store up? You call that the honor system?
Why, sure. Everybody in town's got a key.
Everybody's got a key. I don't see why you lock it up, fellas.
It keeps the cattle out.
Yeah, a stray cow in a prune bin can chomp you right into bankruptcy. And you take brooms. Why, they can chew a broom down to a cake testing straw.
Never mind, Abner. Bing understands. He's a businessman.
Yeah, I'm wise.
Say, Bing, did any mail come for us? We told the postmaster to forward our mail in care of you because we didn't know where we'd stay out here.
We wasn't sure if the Pine Ridge YMCA had a branch out here.
Oh, the YMCA's got branches everywhere.
They ain't got one in Pine Ridge.
Abner, they just picked out the site in 1912. Give them time. Bing, the reason we come out here is on account of we're having a big Halloween party down Pine Ridge, and we'd like to get a singer to come on and sing a couple of songs in between the entertainment.
In between the entertainment?
Yeah, we don't want too much singing on account of we don't want the crowd to get fidgety. You see, the big thing is we're holding a hog raffle.
Oh. Well, now, a hog raffle, that's real entertainment.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you've hit it there.
Bing, we have got the prettiest little pig you ever seen. All scrubbed up pink with a big yellow ribbon around his neck and ivy twining through his tail.
Now, there's a hog that's living.
Living a hog.
Yeah, very few people at the raffle be dolled up as much as that pig.
Sounds like a divine swine, really. But with a fancy hog raffle like that, I don't see where you need a singer at all, fellas.
Well, we figured we could use some groans in between the grunts.
Now, see...
You know, Bing, we got a wonderful singer there at home, Opie Case. That Opie is a real crooner. But he took sick.
What happened to Opie?
Well, he come down with that fancy new disease, penicillin.
Yeah, a lot of it going around now, yeah.
Folks gets it from eating moldy bread.
Yeah. Fellas, I think you're a little mistaken about that penicillin.
That's what Opie's got. That's it. But it's nothing to worry about. They got a cure for penicillin now.
What might that be?
Well, it's a new medicine called Virus X.
Maybe you read about it, Bing. They're putting it in toothpaste now. It prevents tooth decay, too.
Putting everything in there now.
No, Abner, you're thinking of Oxydol.
Oh, that Oxydol sparkle.
You see, Bing, this Virus X is a secret formula that the doctors figured out.
I'm certain the American Medical Association will be glad to hear of it.
Oh, they more than likely got wind of it by now. It was wrote up in Reader's Digest.
Oh, well,
You know, Lum, I bet you a country doctor figured out how to cure that penicillin.
Oh, sure, that goes without saying.
Looks to me like you boys are pretty proud of your country doctors, huh?
Well, we ought to be. Now, you take the one we got at home there, old Doc Jones.
Yeah, well, how about his boy, old Doc Jones Jr.?
Yeah, I was coming to him. Now, old Doc Jones Jr., he come home from college, and the first thing he done is put in his office was one of them fluoroscopes.
Oh, great machine.
Oh, yeah. You know, the minute old Doc Jones Jr. put that fluoroscope in his office, everything in town stopped for a week. Everybody rushed up to get their scores floored. Scores floored.
Scores floored.
Yeah, rack him up and
Take
break
your
it.
choice.
Gone. No, sir, I'll tell you, Bing, that was the most excitement in that town since we got a bulb for the stoplight.
It's understandable, but boys, I want to tell you something. You know, in your praise of country doctors, you were implying that the rural practitioner is superior to the metropolitan physician.
Huh?
We're on the same subject, Abner.
Oh, go ahead.
You see, Lum, the city doctor, he goes in more for specialization.
Well, now, that's the whole thing right there. A city feller can just work on one part of you. But our country doctors, they're smart enough to take care of the whole body.
Yeah.
And can generally beat anyone in town pitching horseshoes.
Yeah. Lom's right, Bing. See, in the city, you stub your toe, well, you go to a stubby toe doctor. You get a general rundown condition, well, you go to a general rundown doctor.
If you ever get a Presto cooker caught in your head, go to my doctor. But I really do know a doctor here in Los Angeles. He's such a specialist, it only works on the right nostril. Oh, that's all.
Say, Bing,
no other territory. Right spectrum.
Talking about nostrils, that's the reason we're here. See, we need a singer for our big Halloween party.
I think I might be able to arrange something for you. Who'd you have in mind? Now, Brother Bob's in New York. Were you thinking of anyone else?
Well, we figure you're a pretty important singer, Bing.
Uh-huh.
And we figured an important singer like you would know where to get a hold of Burl Ives.
Burl Ives?
Yeah, we wrote to Burl, but we never got no answer.
Well, maybe Burl's on a concert tour now. Why don't you try to get somebody else?
Well, we was wondering about that feller that was in one of them first talking pictures. What was his name, Abner?
You mean Al Johnson?
Yeah, that's the feller, Al Johnson. I recollect the way he sung, all crouched up on the floor, yapping for his old lady.
Ah, you mean Al Jolson. He's still around. In fact, more than ever. Jolson sings again, you know. Say, maybe I could help you fellas out. You thought about me?
Well, no, we hadn't.
Yes, we did, Lum.
Abner.
Well, Bing ought to fit in pretty good on a program, Lum. He can hold his own again a hog anytime.
I guess so. Besides, it's a Halloween party, and he's all dressed for it.
He's ready to go.
Well, I can't think of a single reason why I shouldn't go now, except maybe the money. Now, the money.
Well, Bing, the money ain't important. You're an outdoor man.
Well, you can pay me outdoors. I don't care.
Well, it ain't going to cost you nothing while you're there, Bing.
No, and you can stay right over at my place. You won't be no bother.
Abner's woman, Elizabeth, is an uncommonly good cook.
Oh, Lord, yes. She'll lay an extra plate for you. She'll have cornbread, chitlins, black-eyed peas, turnip greens, cold coon, and collards. Everything is good.
I've heard Phil Harris sing about that stuff. I didn't know anybody ever ate it.
Well, there ain't no finer victuals in the whole world.
Make you lay down on the floor and cry like a baby.
Oh, yeah.
And, Big, did you ever taste any fried catfish?
Love it.
Oh, Elizabeth fries her catfish so good. It's approved by the world's outstanding authority on fish, the Good Housekeeping Seal.
You sold me. I'll go phone the house and tell them to pack my knife and fork, and we'll leave for Pine Ridge right after the show, huh?
Well, we got knives and forks at home.
Oh, I got a special fork with built-in radar. Nothing's going to get by me. Be right back. Black-eyed peas.
Granny's Admiral, that'll be the last entertainment committee we'll ever be put on, I'll tell you that.
Why?
Well, we were sent out to get Burl Ives for the hog raffle, and here we are showing up with Bing Crosby.
Yeah, well, folks will understand we did our best. We tried, Lum.
Say, fellas, here's a telegram for you.
Oh, well, thank you, sir.
Doggies, the Pine Ridge Western Union must have a branch out here.
No, this telegram's from New York City.
Great day in the morning, New York City. What does it say, Lum?
Says, we'll be very happy to sing at raffle in Pine Ridge. Signed, Burl Ives. P.S. Save me ticket on Hog.
Hot dog, as we wanted Burl, now we got him.
Yeah, but we got Bing, too.
Uh-oh.
Now the program's unbalanced. Granny's, we got 2 singers and only 1 hog.
Well, we just have to get another hog.
Be cheaper to get rid of one of the singers.
Yeah. Dog, as long you always did have a head for figures. But how are we going to break the news to Bing?
Well, we could tell him the truth, that we've heard from Burl and he's accepted.
Well, that'd be kind of insulting, though, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Yeah.
Say, maybe we could flash this telegram so Bing can't read it and then tell him it's bad news from home. We'll tell him the party's been called off because the hog died.
Oh, that's terrible. What happened to the poor critter? Long penicillin get him?
No. I just made that up. Oh. But we got to think of something to tell Bing to let him down easy.
We got to be tactful, huh?
Exactly.
Yeah.
We got to say something to make Bing back out of his own accord. Make him feel that he's turning us down.
Yeah, sure, I understand. We can't afford to hurt Bing's feelings, can we?
Well, fellas, everything's all set, ready to go. Bag's all packed, got my knife and fork and everything.
Well, unpacked because we got Burl Ives.
Abner.
Well, either that or the hog died, maybe.
Well, if you got Burl Ives, there's no need of me going clear to Pine Ridge, huh?
Yeah. See, Lum, everything worked out fine. He backed out of his own accord.
Thank you, Lum and Abner. Thanks, fellas. It was great. Now, please stand by while I have one more go at Maybe It's Because, written by Harry Ruby and John Scott. Mr. Ruby is the only fellow I know who can write smash tunes, go to his left for a ground ball, take 2, and hit to right, all simultaneously.
Maybe it's because the kiss you gave me touched my heart and went right through. I can't tell you why, I only know that I fell helplessly in love with you. Maybe it's because the song we danced to told a story old and new. I can't figure out just why it came about or how I fell in love with you. I could say you're grand and therefore I care for you so. But there is a why and a wherefore, and I'd like to know. Supposing, baby, that maybe it's because the star I wished on made a certain wish come true. Or it just could be that you were meant for me. And maybe I was meant for you.
Ken Carpenter with a special message for all cigarette dealers. Of course, I imagine cigarette smokers will be interested in this, too.
Well, I just want to remind the dealers to be sure to get in on the biggest birthday idea that ever hit the country. Here's how to get your supply of Chesterfield birthday slip-over cartons and get them quick. Just send a penny postcard with your name and business address to Chesterfield, Box 21, New York City. You will receive free by return mail, postage prepaid, a supply of these Chesterfield birthday slip-over cartons that everybody wants. All you have to do is send a penny postcard with your name and business address to Chesterfield, Box 21, New York City. Do it now.
The meadows of heaven.
Listen, my loved ones, listen to me. There's more than the earth and its beauty to see. There are green acres where dreamers can go. Sure, it may sound like fancy, but somehow I know the meadows of heaven are always in sight. The stars are the flowers that bloom in the night. And sure as there's heaven, you'll find that it's true. When you're in love, those stars above are blooming just for you.
The meadows of heaven.
As there's heaven, you'll find that it's true. When you're in love, those stars above are blooming just for
the meadows of heaven.
Stars are blooming just for you.
Thank you, and thanks to Lum and Abner for a very enjoyable visit. Incidentally, folks, Lum and Abner return to the air right here on CBS next Wednesday night.
Bing, who's going to be your guest next week?
A fellow named Hope, Bob Hope. No applause, please. No.
Bob Hope. Well, say, that ought to be a good show. If you sang enough.
Bless you. Bless you. Good night, Chet and Tuffy. See you next week for Chesterfield. The best cigarette for you to smoke. And thanks very much, folks.
The Bing Crosby Chesterfield Show is produced and transcribed in Hollywood by Bill Morrow and Murdo McKenzie. Tune in next week when Chesterfield presents Bing Crosby and his guest, Bob Hope. Stay tuned for George Burns and Gracie Allen, who follow immediately.
one of old-time radio's longest-running and most popular programs, CBS Mystery Theater, is up next.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to our world of mystery and the macabre. How much do you know about rats? About as much as I did, I suppose, before I heard of the strange crimes at the Meriwether Research Institute. It all began with certain experiments on a strain of rat known in scientific circles as Rattus novicicus, and ended with death.
Gray.
What?
The rat. The rat get out of that cage.
And?
Unrun.
Whether Wayne told the truth about Atticus being able to slip the latch on the cage.
If he did, what happens to us? Gray.
Don't think about it, Doris. Don't think about it. Our mystery drama, The Rat, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by George Lothar and stars Michael Wager. Still there? Good. I admire your nerve. All right, then. Come along with me to the laboratory of Dr. Grayson Carter, behavioral scientist at the Meriwether Research Institute. As you see, in that cage there, which covers one wall of the laboratory, are about 150 rats. Big, too, aren't they? That handsome, dark-haired man in the white coat is Dr. Carter. And as you can hear, he's dictating a report. Report to Dr. Christopher Morton from Dr. Grayson Carter concerning experiment number 17 on Rattus novicicus. As you know, my entire theory is based on my conviction that of the 2,000 rat species in the world, the Muridae rat, especially the brown rat of Norway, Rattus novicicus, is the most intelligent. Although they originated in Asia Minor, they have spread throughout the world. As you know,
Sorry, Gray, you're dictating.
Oh, it's okay, darling. Come on in.
I can't stay long. I'm going to the hospital to bring Wayne home.
Oh, so soon. Quick recovery, I'd say.
It wasn't really a bad attack this time.
Oh? Doris, he couldn't move. He was absolutely paralyzed with pain.
When his back goes out like that and the muscle spasms, he is helpless, yes, and sometimes it takes weeks in traction for him to recover, but sometimes only a few days.
Doris, you are going to go through with this.
Tell him I want a divorce so I can marry you. Yes. But I'm sure he'll refuse.
I want you for my wife. And I want the world to know it. If Wayne refuses to give you a divorce...
Gray?
Oh, it's Attila again.
Attila?
That big fellow there, the one bigger than the rest.
Oh, good heavens, he is Gray. He's killing that other rat.
Attila! Stop! Here. There. That'll calm him down.
What is that stuff you threw into the cage?
Blood feed.
Blood feed?
Kind of rough animal feed mixed with blood.
Oh.
The rats love it. I use it as a reward. When a rat learns to do something, perform some little task or trick, I reward him with a pan of food.
Are they as intelligent as you thought?
No, I'm not sure intelligence is the word. Cunning. Yeah, I see. Resourceful. Cunning and resourceful. At this point in my experiments, I'm inclined to think that a rat can figure out a way to do anything. Well, within reason, of course. If there's something to be gained by it.
I'm not sure I understand.
Well, for example, you see that billiard ball in the cage?
Yes.
Attila has learned And so some of the others, but he's the smartest. He's learned to push that ball up that trough and then to maneuver it into that hole at the top. When it goes through the hole, it drops to the bottom of the tube and triggers the opening of that trapdoor. And what do you suppose is behind that trapdoor?
Don't tell me. They're thieves.
You learn fast, too. Yeah. Let me see if I can teach you something you enjoy learning.
Oh, Gray. Gray, darling. You're a wonderful teacher.
I'm sorry to interfere with lovemaking. You look surprised, my dear.
I was coming to the hospital to pick you up. You knew that.
Wayne, let me make one thing clear.
Oh, don't bother, Gray. What's been going on between you and my wife is very clear.
Wayne.
You really think you've managed to cover up your little game of illicit love?
There is nothing illicit.
Oh, isn't there? You steal my wife just as you stole the Schuyler Award for research away from me.
Award? What are you talking about?
Oh, you don't know? Well, I suppose that's scarcely surprising.
Oh, now look, Wayne.
Now get your hands off. Oh.
Wayne.
My back. That's okay. Oh, just a sudden twinge, thanks to you, Gray.
I'm sorry if I caused you any pain. I just want to tell you that...
Oh, you'll tell me nothing. I'll tell you. You stole my wife. You stole the award. But there's something you're not going to steal because I've got the inside track. The directorship of this institute.
Wayne, I have no interest in becoming director of this institute.
Good. Because you won't get it. I will. I'm going to our apartment, Doris. I'll expect you there in 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Or else.
What does he mean, or else?
Nothing. He's just upset.
He meant something. I want to know what. That bruise on your cheek a few weeks ago, you didn't get it from a fall.
No.
Well, that's dirty.
Gray, please.
You're going to leave me. Divorce or no divorce.
We'll see, darling. We'll see. Wayne, we can't go on like this.
I'm not going on with anything. I'm entirely happy with things as they are. Or will be once I get rid of Dr. Grayson Carter.
Get rid of him?
Oh, I don't mean kill him. Morton has promised me I'll take his place as director once he retires. That'll be soon. As director of the Institute, my first action will be to fire Grayson Carter.
You can't do that.
Oh, I'll do more than that. I'll not only bounce him, but I'll so dirty his reputation it'll end his career.
How could you possibly dirty Gray's reputation?
Well, that's very simple, by spreading the word that he's a wife-stealer. But he turned a loving wife, my loving wife, into a cheap, lying... Don't you ever do that again, Doris, or you'll regret that. A lot worse than you did the last time.
You lay a hand on me.
I'll lay more than a hand on you, and you'd better keep that in mind. Now, there will be no divorce. You don't love me? I couldn't care less. But you're not going to love anyone else either, and that means beginning now you're to stop seeing Grayson Carter.
I will not stop seeing Gray.
Oh, I think you will. For his sake, if not yours. I've told you what I intend to do to him once I become director. But I could do even more than that.
I don't see how you could...
I don't intend to tell you. But there is one way you can find out. Just keep seeing him. Just keep letting him take you in his arms, fondling you, kissing you.
You're hurting me.
I could kill you and him along with you. I could... You filthy little fraud. Dr. Cheney here.
Miss Morton, Wayne.
Oh, yes, Chris.
I heard you were coming home from the hospital today, and I'm anxious to talk to you. Would it be convenient to come right over to my office?
Oh, it certainly would. I'll be there in 5 minutes.
See you then.
Well, it's come quicker than I thought. Morton wants to see me in his office, and right now. Unless I miss my guess, the next time you see me, I'll be the director of Meriwether Institute. And your love will be on his way down the drain.
Tom? Oh, good to see you, Wayne. Come in.
Thank you, Chris.
Sit down. How are you feeling?
Oh, couldn't be better.
Back okay?
Oh, yes. A few days in traction always does the trick.
Not always. There have been times when it took 2, sometimes 3 weeks.
No, never that long.
Well, now, what I wanted to see you about.
I think I know.
If anyone deserves promotion, you do. And we have talked about your becoming director.
As I made clear to you, Chris, I'm your man.
Yes, you are. Or to put it more accurately, you were.
Were?
I'm as sorry as I can be, but the board turned you down.
How could they? When you say you recommended, I was your first choice.
That's true.
Well, nobody carries more weight than you.
The board does, I'm afraid. I'm also afraid that your record was against you.
My back problem?
Yes.
And what the hell has my back problem got to do with my ability as director?
Not your ability, but your disability, you might say.
To kick me aside just because I've got a trick back?
There was another reason.
Oh, what other reason?
Well, they felt, and really, Wayne, I've got to go along with this. They felt it would be useful to the Institute, helpful in a political and social way, fundraising and all that, to have a man in the director's chair with as much prestige as possible.
Prestige? I've got any number of doctorates, books I've written, discoveries.
True, very true. But you don't have the Schuyler Award for research. Grayson Carter does. What is it, Wayne? Wayne, you've gone as white as a sheet. Are you ill?
Grayson Carter. They chose Grayson Carter?
Yes.
And you agreed?
It wouldn't have served any purpose to disagree.
But you agreed. After assuring me that I'd replace you, after promising me the job.
Oh, now, I don't remember promising.
You did. Right here in this office you promised me.
Wayne, my dear fellow.
You'll regret this. I promise you'll regret it. And I'll keep my promise. You wait and see. You wait and see.
Wayne. Morton?
Grayson Carter, Chris.
Oh, yes, Gray.
Man, didn't wake you up or something tonight.
Oh, no, gracious man, it's only 9 o'clock. But I have been lying here in my bedroom with the lights off. I've got a splitting headache.
Rough day?
Oh, I broke the news to Wayne this afternoon. He took it badly.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, he'll get over it. What can I do for you, Gray?
Well, I was wondering if you'd listened to that last report of mine on Russ's Leviticus.
No, but I was just about to, actually. I got the tape recorder right here on my bedside table and was just about to turn it off.
Oh, fine. Listen, I'm anxious to get your reaction. Could you call me when you finish?
Of course. How long is the tape?
20 minutes, thereabouts.
I'll call you back, Gray.
Report to Dr. Christopher Morton from Dr. Grayson Carter on experiment number 17 for Russ's Leviticus. Chris, as you know, my entire theory is based on my conviction that of a 2,000 rats.
What in the world is that?
Especially the brown
something in the room. Turn on the light.
is the most intelligent.
Good Lord.
Originated
It's a rat. The biggest I've ever... No!
Even as Dr. Christopher Morton listens to Dr. Grayson Carter's report on his experiment with rats, Attila, the largest and most cunning of all, flings himself at Morton's throat. Trouble lies ahead, and stark terror. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Suppose it was Dr. Wayne Cheney who put Attila the Rat in Dr. Morton's bedroom? Almost bet on it myself. He certainly had the motive. His insane jealousy of Dr. Grayson Carter, plus Carter being appointed director of the Meriwether Institute instead of himself. But how could he have transported the rat to Dr. Morton's bedroom? Seems to be a question that bothers Lieutenant Enright of the police, too.
Sit down, gentlemen. And thank you for coming here to headquarters. I'd have come to the Institute, but frankly, I'm up to my ears in emergency police work.
I'm happy to cooperate, Lieutenant.
Of course. I asked both of you here because the two of you were closer to Dr. Morton than anyone else. But I especially asked you, Dr. Carter, because, well, it was one of your rats that killed Dr. Morton.
A tragedy I don't expect to get over, Lieutenant.
Mm-hmm. Now, according to a report here made out by Sergeant James of Homicide, when he and his squad arrived at the Institute last night, you had apparently captured the rat and returned it to its cage. Is that so?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
Well, there isn't much to tell. Wait. Dr. Cheney heard Dr. Morton's screams and...
Now, hold it a second. How did you hear the screams, Dr. Cheney? Were you in Dr. Morton's house?
No. I happened to be passing it on my way to the Institute library. I want to tell you, or maybe you know, Morton lived alone except for a housekeeper, and she was out for the evening.
Mm-hmm.
I found that out later, of course. Well, anyhow, I was passing the house, heard the screams, rushed in, and up to his bedroom.
Go on, please.
And it's all so horrible. The rat, that monster of a rat, was on him, tearing at his throat. I can't go on, I'm sorry.
What did you do?
Well, the only thing I could do is phone me. I rushed over, of course, and captured Attila.
How did you manage to do that?
I've been working with these rats for months now, studying their behavioral patterns, their emotional reactions and so on. My experiments have included rewards for certain actions I've taught them to perform.
Actions? You mean tricks?
Well, yes, you could call them tricks, I guess, but they're really experiments in Rodentia IQ, the intelligence quotient of rats.
Pretty smart, I understand, rats.
I'm discovering they're even smarter than I thought.
Have you any idea how this Attila got into Dr. Morton's bedroom? Well, do you?
Yes. He was put there. He couldn't have gotten there any other way.
Mind explaining?
My laboratory is in the Institute building, and the building is across the square from Dr. Morton's house. Someone must have opened the big rat cage, lured Attila into a portable cage, carried him to Dr. Morton's house, and released him in Morton's bedroom.
For the purpose of killing Dr. Morton?
Yes.
Have you any idea as to who wanted to kill Dr. Morton?
Well, yes, I do.
Who?
I can't tell you that. It's only a suspicion I have, and he suspects me. Oh, you needn't look so surprised. Morton promised me the directorship of the Institute and broke his promise by giving it to you. So who'd have a better motive than me, The whole Institute knows you seduced my wife, stole her affection. We're making love to her while...
Hold it, both of you. I'm sorry. If I'd known things were like this between you, I'd have interviewed you separately. You've told me all you can at this point. Thank you for coming. And Dr. Carter?
Yes?
I'd take special security measures with those rats of yours from now on.
Dr. Carter. Oh, hello, Mr. Berkowitz. Okay. Aaron, then. Guess I'm not used to calling board chairmen by their first names. Yes? Well, I hate to wash up the experiment when it's only a few weeks short of completion. Well, yes, I know it's been a month since Dr. Morton's death, but... Well, you know, I have spent as much time as possible doing my job as director. Come in, Doris. Aaron, I couldn't agree more. Well, look, let me think about it, will you? I'll get back to you later today, right? Doris, sweetheart.
Gray, dear.
That was Aaron Berkowitz, chairman of the Board of Trustees. The board feels I'm not giving enough time to my duties as director.
You're knocking yourself out. And you look tired and worried.
Worried? No.
Yes, you are, I can tell. What is it?
Well, to be honest, there's nothing going on here in the lab. It puzzles me. I don't understand it.
What?
I think someone's getting in here at night and tampering with the rats.
Tampering?
Doing something I don't know. The rats seem to be keyed up on edge, especially Attila.
Any rats give me the shakes, but Attila... How could anyone except you get in here? You had that special lock put on the door after Dr. Morton's death.
I know, but... Someone could have a key made, I suppose.
But why? Who would want to come in here? Secretly, I mean. For what reason?
Wayne.
Gray. I know you think he killed Dr. Morton.
I am sure he did, Doris. Trouble is, I can't prove it. I can't prove he's the one who's prowling around in here when I'm gone either. But I'm pretty sure it is him.
Oh, Gray, why don't you give up this whole thing? This whole experiment, these rats. Suppose they got out of that cage while you were here. 150.
Oh, hey, darling, cool it. 150 rats aren't getting out of any cage. Not while I'm here.
One of them did. Attila did.
He did not get out. He was taken out. Look here, let me show you why it's impossible.
Gray, please,
I want you to stop worrying. Now, see this bolt?
Yes.
Well, it's on the outside of the cage. The only way to open this door is for someone to slide the bolt back, like so.
Well, couldn't a rat... You say they're so clever.
A rat reach through the bars and slide the bolt. Well, I guess so.
Well?
But he'd have to be taught to do it, just the way I've taught him to do other things. Honey, I am not teaching a rat how to slide the bolt back.
Well, I'll be glad when this whole experiment is over and done with and you're safe behind your desk in the director's office.
Oh, stop worrying, Doris. About the rats, anyway. We've got other things to worry about. Did you ask Wayne for a divorce again?
Yes. And he just laughed at me.
I guess I'm just going to have this out with him.
But there's nothing you can do. He is my husband.
He's got to give you a divorce.
He won't. No, he won't.
Is he at home now?
Yes, at least he was when I left. Why?
Come on. We'll see him together.
Wait a minute.
I am not waiting another second. This thing has dragged on long enough. Drop dead, Gray. Oh, Wayne, be reasonable.
Reasonable? You ask me to be reasonable?
Wayne, I don't love you anymore. I love Gray, so what's the use of our
No
being...
use. No use at all. I'd be happy to be rid of you. Happy to give you a divorce, except that would make you happy. If there's one thing in this world, I'll do everything to prevent it, your happiness.
What kind of a man are you?
I detest you. I say it calmly because I have to. My doctor has made it very clear to me that extreme emotion, especially anger, can bring on another back seizure.
And what about hate?
Oh, I find hating you decidedly comforting, my dear. It gives me greater pleasure than you'll ever know. In fact, I hate you so much... Well, yes, why not? I might even give you a divorce.
Oh, don't play games.
I'm not playing games. I might just give Doris her freedom.
All right. Why?
Why? Because I know what her life with you will be like. I know you for what you are, Gray. A self-centered character who has only one interest in life, himself.
And once she married you, once you got what you wanted, she'd find out what you're really like. No better than those rats of yours.
I ignore your insults for what they are. To me, nothing. Are you serious about giving Doris her freedom?
I'll think about it. Now, if you don't mind, I'll ask you to leave.
I'll see you to the door. Gray, can he possibly mean it?
I don't trust him. One way of making us miserable would be to raise our hopes and then dash them to the ground. Don't get your hopes too high. Goodbye, dear.
How can you bear to leave him out of your sight?
Wayne, did you mean it? Will you give me a divorce?
I said I'd think about it, didn't I?
But did you mean it?
Did I mean it? Why, yes, I meant it. It is possible that were I to give you your freedom to marry him, you'd come to loathe each other in very little time.
I'd take my chances.
Of course, because you're in love. So madly in love. But now another thought strikes me. And it's a thought I don't relish at all.
What thought? Wayne, what thought?
The thought that you might be right and I wrong. That if you married Gray, you might spend the rest of your life deliriously happy. I couldn't have that. Could I?
Wayne, are you all right? Wayne.
I'm thinking. You asked me if I would think it over, and that's what I'm doing, thinking it over.
Oh.
I'm not only thinking it over, I've come to a decision.
And what is your decision?
No.
What do you want?
Your death.
My
death.
Wayne, what are you saying?
You didn't see Dr. Morton when that rat Attila was finished with him.
Oh, no.
You didn't see the throat.
Stop it.
And all done by one rat. Think what 2 rats could do. Or 10. Or 150.
What are you saying? Oh. You're the one. You've been in Gray's lab at night.
Yes. Yes, of course.
What were you doing there?
Well, what do you do with rats? If the celebrated behavioral scientist Dr. Grayson Carter is to be taken seriously, you teach them tricks. I have been teaching them tricks. Correction. I have been teaching one of them a trick.
What kind of trick?
Oh, I hate to admit this, but Gray is absolutely right. Rats are clever. One of them is, anyhow.
What?
The one I lured into a portable cage with the special feed and transported to the bedroom of our late Dr. Morton.
You...
Well, who else? You know it. Gray knows it. I'm quite sure that even Lieutenant Enright knows it. But none of you can prove it.
Oh. What are you going to do?
Kill you. Or rather, they are.
They?
The rats.
Clearly, the warped and twisted brain of Dr. Wayne Chaney has devised a horrible death for his estranged wife, Doris. In a few moments, we'll learn how he plans to use those rats. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. You're still with me? Good. Well, now, I'd say that Dr. Wayne Chaney has come unhinged, wouldn't you? No man in his right mind would plan to murder his wife by using rats. Excuse me, one rat. Attila. Now, just how he intends to use Attila, I don't know. You? Well, let's find out together.
Midnight, Doris. The time has come. More properly, your time has come.
Wayne, please, come to your senses.
Move.
No.
I have ways of making you, you know that.
All too well. You can twist my arm, bend my fingers, use any of those sadistic grips you have. I will... Ow.
Change your mind, my darling?
Oh.
Does it?
Oh, please. Yes, please, stop.
That's better. There's a coil of rope in the closet. Get it.
Yes.
Very good. Bring it along. I warn you, if you try anything on your way to the laboratory, I'll make you wish for death. Surprised I have a key to this new lock? Well, I won't keep it a secret from you, Doris. Husbands and wives should have no secrets from each other. I forgot. You don't go along with that. You believe in keeping secrets from your husband. Secrets of illicit love.
Wayne, you're wrong. You're so wrong.
You deny the two of you were meeting secretly?
Not secretly.
Making love secretly?
No.
Did you enjoy being crushed in his arms?
Stop it. It was nothing like that. You've let your imagination invent things that never happened. Wait, what are you doing?
Oh, just tying you up.
No.
Why do you think you brought the rope?
Wait. What are you going to do?
I am going to do nothing. The rats will do it all. Now, hold still. I want to be sure your wrists are securely tied behind your back. Oh, I almost forgot. I promised to tell you how I got a key to the lock.
I don't care how you managed to get
but you should. Without a key, I never could have done the remarkable thing. Yes, the very remarkable thing I've done. All right, now to tie your feet together at the ankles. See, all I did was simple. All I did was call in a locksmith the day Gray went to a Board of Trustees meeting. I merely said I'd lost a key and needed another. Simple as that. Oh, sorry. But I must bind you tightly. There we go. That should hold you.
Wait.
Now, we'll just place you on the floor.
Oh, no, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, my dear. The floor is cold. But you won't be chilly long. Not very long, anyhow.
Wait. Listen to me. I beg you, please.
What the hell's going on in here?
Gray! Help me, Gray!
What are you doing here at this hour?
Checking the lab at odd hours to catch whoever's been prowling around here.
Hey, what are you... Are you sorry for me? You... Now, you try to get up, Gray, and I'll brain you with this chair.
You...
I hope not.
You killed him.
I don't want to be done out of the pleasure. No. He's not dead. He's breathing. Got to get him tied up, too, before he comes around.
You're going to kill us both.
Oh, hardly an opportunity to be missed, my darling. Maybe there is some justice.
Oh.
There now. His wrists tied behind his back. Now for his ankles. I better hurry. He's coming, too. Now you move, and I'll belt you again. What? There we go. Neatly tied up, the two of you. Now, isn't this a pretty sight? The lover and the unfaithful wife trapped.
Horace, he's out of his mind. He brought me here to kill me. He intends to have the rats killed.
You are crazy. There's no sense trying to free yourself. You're tied securely, and so is my unfaithful wife.
You wish to be parted from me, my dear? You wish to dissolve our union so you could be united with your lover? You shall be united. In death. Beginning now. Something I learned from you, Doctor. Your experiments gave me the weapons with which to kill you both. You claimed that rats are animals of superior intelligence, and to prove it, and you did prove it, you experimented with these monsters in the cage for months, true? Go on. Well, you proved that rats do think. You proved that a rat can be taught, within reason, to figure out a problem for himself, if it resulted in a reward. I know all that. Go on. Oh? Are you in a hurry to die? I'm sorry, that doesn't fit into my plan. Oh, no. I'm going to make you suffer. You're going to be torn apart by rats. Those rats. All of them.
Gray. Oh, Gray.
Wayne, you seem to have forgotten something, Wayne. Oh, have I? Let those rats out of the cage and they'll attack you, too. Now, why didn't I think of that? Wouldn't I have said to myself, Wayne, the moment you slip the bolt on that door and the rats come pouring out, they'll attack you, too. But I did think of it. Would you believe it? I solved the problem. No. Give credit where credit is due. You solved it, Ray. You proved what remarkable things a rat can do if spurred to do them for a reward. Clever. Very clever. Rats. Especially your friends. And mine. Attila. You've been breaking into the lab secretly to conduct an experiment of my own. And following your methods, Gray, I succeeded in teaching Attila to perform a little trick. On command. What little trick? I taught him to slide back the bolt and open the door of the cage. Easy, darling. You're not making sense, Wayne. You don't believe Attila can do it? He's smart enough to be taught to do it, but you couldn't have taught him because once he'd learned he could open the cage anytime he wanted to. No. You're forgetting your own theory. A rat performs only for a reward. Always there must be that reward. Attila will slide the bolt back only after it has been smeared with feed. And I give him the command. Shall I demonstrate?
Wait, don't do this. Listen, let us go. I promise you. Wait, I promise you.
Promise what?
Anything. Anything you want. Anything. Wait.
I want your death. And his. And I want it to be so terrifying that you'll die 1,000 deaths before the final one. A blood feed. Wayne, let Doris go. Kill me, but let her go. First, I smear this feed on the bolt of the door. What do you see? You see, Gray? Your friend Attila knows what it's all about. You see how he runs back and forth, pawing at the door? But he won't touch that bolt. Oh, no, not till I give the command.
Ray, I can't stand this. I can't stand it.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, may I draw your attention to that large sack of feed there on the shelf. You know what I'm going to do with that? Do you? I'm going to get that sack and pour the feed it contains. Over you. Over both of you. The sack's heavy. You may be interested to know that once I give the command to open the bolt, it takes Attila about 5 minutes to get it open, and that my back. My back.
Great. He's had one of his seizures. He's brought on the floor.
Through the sack. My feet is all over him. I can't move. I'm paralyzed. I can't move.
Oh, thank Lord, he didn't give Attila the command.
He did. The food did. Why? I didn't give any command. Why is it killer point at the boat. Why is he trying to slide it back?
No, I didn't give a command. I couldn't have.
What was the command, Wayne? What was it? Something as simple as open the boat?
You fool! You said it! You said it!
Once I give the command to open the boat, you said it'll take it till about 5 minutes to get it open.
Oh, Lord. I did say it. I did. Here. Help me. Help me. Help me.
How can we? We can't even help ourselves.
Can you roll over on your side?
On my side.
Try to maneuver with back. Maybe I can move my fingers enough to open and not your wrist.
Can you do it?
You have to try. We've got to.
The rats. Listen to them. Listen to them.
Great.
They know what's happening. They'll come for me. For me. I'm covered with thieves. They'll tear me to bits.
Doris, don't move. Keep your hands still. What? That's not.
He's sliding that boat. And the rats, they'll fall at the front of the gate near the door. They can't wait to get out. To get at us.
Another miss.
Help me.
Doris, try to move your hand. Can you?
No.
Well, hold still then.
Great.
You.
It's too late. It's too late. The cage is over.
And that's it, Lieutenant. That's about all there is to tell.
I'm amazed you got out at all.
The rats, every one of them went for the feed Wayne was covered with. And, of course, Wayne.
If only we could have done something to save him.
What could you have done? If you'd wasted any time once you got untied, you'd never made it out of there alive.
That is for sure.
Well, it's over now. I'm not a vengeful man, but I must say your husband got what he deserved. He used a rat to murder Dr. Morton and was murdered himself in the same way. One thing, Dr. Carter.
Yes?
I hope you're finished with your experiments.
I am. No time for experiments now. I'm going to be much too busy as director of the Institute and...
And what?
And as your husband, sweetheart.
And surely they deserved happiness, those two. The fates had thrown them a pretty horrible and terrifying curve. The kind few of us are ever called on to face. At least I hope we aren't. But you never know, do you? I'll be back shortly. You'll be glad to know that Doris and Gray are happily married now, and the parents of twins. Doris is kept very busy being a mother, and Gray has his hands full as director of the Institute. He keeps hoping he'll find time one of these days to continue with some research. But rest assured, it won't be with rats. Our cast included Michael Wager, Joan Loring, Ralph Bell, and Bob Caliban. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Up next in our prolific parade of programming, it is Eddie Cantor.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the Small Craft Training Center, Roosevelt Base, Terminal Island, California,
Bristol-Myers, makers of Sal Hepatica for the smile of health, and Truchet, the beforehand lotion, present The Eddie Cantor Show, with the star of MGM's bathing beauty, Esther Williams. Nora Martin, Bert Gordon, our Russian friend, Leonard Seuss's orchestra, yours truly, Harry Von Zell, and starring Eddie Cantor. Eddie and Nora Martin open the show with Dance with a Dolly. Let her go.
I was walking down the street.
Down the street, down the street.
I met somebody who was mighty sweet.
Mighty fair to see.
I asked her, would she like to have a talk?
Have a talk?
Make with some talk. All the fellas standing on the walk, wishing they were me. Mama, mama, let me dress up tonight.
Dress up tonight, dress up tonight.
I've got a secret, gonna fess up tonight. Gonna dance by the light of the moon. Gonna dance with the dolly with the hole in the stocking while her knees keep a knocking and her toes keep a rocking. Gonna dance with the dolly with the hole in the stocking. Dance by the light of the moon. Got more kisses than a candy store.
Candy store, candy store.
Sweeter than I've ever had before. Still I keep on crying for more. And now the young man with his horn, Leonard Seuss. Gonna dance by the light of the moon. Dance by the light of the moon. By the light of the moon. Thank you, good evening. Harry?
Yes, Eddie?
It's thrilling broadcasting before the Navy personnel here at Roosevelt Base.
Yeah, well, Eddie, you know, there's not just the men here. There are 300 waves stationed here.
Well, Harry, the waves aren't stationed. With so many sailors around, they're on the go all the time. Really. Dining and dancing and...
Well, now, wait just a minute, Eddie. Do you mean to say that these fellas here are girl-conscious?
Are they? Listen, Harry, you know the main thought on the minds of these able-bodied men?
What?
Grable-bodied women.
No. Oh, no, Eddie, you're kidding.
Yeah, but Harry, I had a wonderful trip down here. On the highway, a sailor and a soldier both wanted a lift in my car, and they only had room for one of them. They settled it like perfect gentlemen. The sailor tossed the soldier to see who would get the lift.
The sailor tossed the soldier, huh? Who won?
The sailor? Yeah. The soldier came down tails. Don't laugh, fellas. I told the story at an army camp last week, and the sailor came down tails. But no kidding, Harry. If you ever see these boys on the highway, you should always offer them a ride.
Oh, I know.
You know, these sailors aren't allowed to use their thumbs to get a lift. It's not dignified, you know.
Well, I know, but if they're not allowed to use their thumbs, how do they point out which way they want to go?
It's amazing some of the tricks these guys have learned to do with their nose. And Harry Von Zell,
yeah?
with that San Pedro fish market so close, they have to do tricks with their nose.
Well, I don't understand in the first place, Eddie, why these boys have to hitchhike. Can't they take a bus?
Sure, but they can't get on it. Harry, that bus is so packed, every time it passes that fish cannery in San Pedro, the sardines lean out of the window and laugh. You know, Harry, on the way down, the bus pulled away before one fella could get on it. So he rushed over to me and said, "Catch that bus. I got to catch that bus before it gets to Roosevelt Base." I said, "Wait a minute. I'll take you to Roosevelt Base. Why do you have to catch that bus?" He said, "I'm the guy that's driving it." Honestly, Harry, the way these boys...
telephone is...
I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Cantor. This is the San Pedro Fish Market. We've just been listening to your program.
Yeah?
You close your windows and we'll close ours.
do you like that guy? Harry,
Yeah,
before I forget, I'd like to announce that due to wartime difficulties, people are asked to do their Christmas shopping earlier this year than ever before, you know.
Oh, yeah. Say, I'll bet with the sailors here, their favorite day will be Christmas Eve when they can hang up their stocking and go to bed.
Harry, their favorite day will be when they can hang up their whole uniform and go home. Believe me. Wait a minute, you can't leave now. Yeah, but getting back to Christmas shopping, Harry, a big department store sending over a sales lady with gift suggestions for these sailors here.
Oh. Well, now, looky there, Eddie. That must be the sales lady the department store sent over.
Oh, yes? Come in. Hello, Miss.
The name is Myrtle.
Well, Myrtle!
I was sent here by Schlumpelmeyer's department store.
Schlumpelmeyer's?
Sure, ain't you ever heard our Christmas shopping programs on the air? Schlumpelmeyer's, the Christmas rush avoid. Come ye all to Schlumpelmeyer's on Broadway next to Toy.
On Broadway next to Toy.
Yeah, we used to was on First, but ain't you we moved to Toy?
Yep. Don't look at me, I'm still on First. Harry,
Yes,
Harry,
Eddie.
you talk to her, will you?
Yeah, well, I'll try. Look, Myrtle, with Christmas coming, so many men are thinking about gifts to buy for their wives and sweethearts. What is the best advice you can give them?
Don't let your wife know what you're getting your sweetheart.
Myrtle, most of the men here want to please their girls, I'm sure. After all, I'm positive that you will be staying home Christmas Eve waiting to see if you get something nice in your stocking.
Listen, if I had something nice in my stocking, I wouldn't have to stay home Christmas Eve.
Hey! Look, Myrtle, there must be some gift you can recommend for the boys to give their girlfriends.
Yeah, tell them to come down to the store and get a bottle of Schlumpelmeyer's perfume, known the world over.
Known the world over?
Certainly. Ain't you heard it advertised? Listen. Such perfume you ain't smelled before. We'll deliver it to your door. We're glad to get it out of the store. Or would just rather have a pig.
Thank you, Myrtle. How do you like that? Or would you rather... Say, Harry,
Yeah?
you know, our guest tonight is Esther Williams, the star of that picture Bathing Beauty, you know.
Oh, yes. Say, I saw her in that picture 5 times, but I can't seem to remember her face.
Why, Harry, I'm surprised at you. These guys are way ahead of us. You mean that you couldn't take your eyes off a figure?
Oh, no. Eddie, you know I'm not that kind of a guy.
No.
No, it wasn't her figure I couldn't take my eyes off of.
What was it?
Her hands, Eddie, her hands.
Notice, fellas, he's saying that with a straight face.
No, seriously, Eddie, you can't look at a woman without noticing her hands. That's why I think every woman should know about True-Shea, the beforehand lotion.
You do?
Yes, because True-Shea can help anybody have lovely, smooth hands. And so easily, too. You simply smooth on a little True-Shea before you do daily household tasks, before you put your hands in water. True-Shea will then help protect and guard your hands from roughness and dryness. So next time, before you do the dishes, before you tub undies, or before you put your hands in hot, soapy water, smooth on a little True-Shea. Then you'll have that wonderful beforehand protection that True-Shea is famous for. And you'll find that True-Shea will really help keep your hands soft and lovely. Remember that name, True-Shea. Trushay. True-Shea.
Wait a minute, Leonard. Wait a minute. That music can wait. Fellas, we have a girl here tonight making the first radio appearance of her career. And here she is, the glamorous swimming champion and star of the MGM picture Bathing Beauty, Esther Williams. Esther, I know this is your first radio appearance. How do you feel?
Oh, I'm not nervous.
Here, let me hold your hand.
Uh-oh, now I am.
Look, Esther, you'll be all right. Now stop trembling.
Well, you'll have to forgive me if I shake. I'm a little afraid.
It's all right. We were afraid you wouldn't shake. Just try to feel at home, Esther.
Well, I'd feel more at home if this were a swimming pool instead of an auditorium.
Well, it's not a swimming pool right now, Esther, but if these guys keep drooling, who knows? But don't be nervous, Esther. The microphone won't bite you. But that guy in the third row, I don't know. Look at him, Esther.
Oh, I think they're all cute.
Yeah. You know, Esther... It's written. She has to say it. You know, Esther, when you have youth, beauty, and vitality, you have everything. Everything to please the boys.
Oh, I disagree with you, Eddie. I think when the boys go out, they prefer the intellectual type.
Maybe so. But I'd like to bet the boys here would rather have Esther Williams on their mind than Albert Einstein on their lap. Say, Esther, I know that you just co-starred in Thrill of a Romance with Van Johnson. How about making your next picture with me instead? Huh?
Oh, Eddie, Van Johnson's got what it takes.
Well, what about me?
You've lost what it took.
Well, that I resent. Van Johnson just happens to be a little taller than I am. After all in all, you know, I would say there's about a head's difference.
Oh, but what a difference between his head and yours.
Are you sure this is your first radio appearance? Sounds as if she was married to Fred Allen once.
Yes, Eddie, it's my first, and I'm still nervous.
Well, maybe you'll feel more at ease if you meet the gang. Oh, Leonard Seuss.
Yes, Mr. Cantor.
Esther, this is our young trumpet-playing maestro, Leonard Seuss. We think he's another Harry James.
Mr. Cantor says there's only a head's difference between me and Harry James.
There is?
Yes. But what a difference between my girl's head and Betty Grable's.
Isn't he cute? I could kill him. Look, you know, Esther, I saw you in Bathing Beauty with Red Skelton. Right after you made that picture, Red was taking into the Army, wasn't he?
Yes, he got a letter from his draft board.
Yeah, what did it say?
We doed it.
Esther, I'm sure that everybody enjoyed that picture. In fact, I love all the pictures about college life, and tonight, if you'll help us, Harry and I would like to show our audience why most fellas decide to go to college.
Hey, Eddie.
Yeah, Harry.
Let's us go to college.
I'd rather join the Navy.
But in college, you get to learn about fancy things we never heard about, like reading and writing.
I'd rather get to learn what you learn in the Navy.
Now, what do you learn in the Navy?
Nothing. That's why I'd like to join.
Who wants to join the Navy? What could a fellow like me get to learn about in the Navy I couldn't learn in college?
Women?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Who wants to go to college? A fellow like me should be in the Navy.
Sure, you'll have fun. And adventure, too. You'll even get to go overseas and shoot at Japs.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Hey, wait a minute. When I get to shoot at the Japs, do they get to shoot back at me?
Why, sure.
A fellow like me should go to college.
Well, I want to join the Navy. I got it. It's my family tradition. My father was in the Navy. My mother was in the Navy.
Wait, what was your mother doing in the Navy?
She was tattooed on my father's stomach.
Well, that settles it. Let's join the Navy.
Right. Who wants to go to college anyway?
Yeah.
Pardon me, gentlemen, but you're blocking the sidewalk, and I have to get past.
Well, what's the matter? Can't you squeeze between us?
No, there isn't enough room.
Boy, how about trying it just for laughs, huh, kid? Huh?
Please, I'm in a hurry to get to Wilmington College.
Oh, you a student there, huh, lady? Gee, if you're in a hurry, I'm willing to carry your books.
But I haven't got any books.
Harry, whatever she's got, she's carrying it all right herself. Leave her alone, will you? Leave her alone, will you?
Hey, Eddie.
Yeah.
Look at her walking down the street.
Yeah.
Hey, let's us go to that Wilmington College. It's co-educational.
I wouldn't let... Co-educational? What is that, co-educational?
Co-educational. That means, well, you see, that's why we ought to go to college.
It says principal on it.
Yep, we'll go ahead and open it.
What is it, gentlemen?
Holy smokes, you mean to say the principal is you? In the flesh?
I'd look pretty silly walking around without it.
We would like to enroll in college.
Oh, that's very nice. Professor Bigsby will arrange for your regular studies, and I am in charge of extracurricular activities.
Hey, Harry.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Extracurricular?
Yeah.
Means if you want any curricula, it costs you extra. I'll teach.
Boys, what I mean is, would you care to go out for any sports, like the swimming team?
The swimming team? We ain't much good at swimming.
Oh, I'll teach you. It's very simple.
Yeah?
All you have to do is lie flat in the water.
Yeah.
And I put one arm around your waist.
Yeah.
Then I draw you close
Yeah.
to me. Hold your ankles.
Look, Coach, after you get through, can I teach you how to swim, huh? Huh?
You boys have had some experience in the water, haven't you?
Oh, yeah, Teach. Me and Eddie, we used to go swimming off in the docks every afternoon.
Yeah, we was always swimming over in the ducks, did you?
That's good. Now, you boys be at the swimming pool at 4 o'clock, and bring your bathing suit.
Uh-huh. Okay. So long, Teach.
Yeah, so long, Teach. Hey, Eddie.
Yeah.
What's a bathing suit?
That must be something you put on when you come up out of the water, you know?
After 4 long years in college, these two roughnecks are now cultured and refined.
Oh, Edward.
Yes. Yes, Harrison.
My parents called today. Would you like to go to the theater with my mater and pater?
I should love to, but I have a date with a tomato. Oh.
Boys, I've come to talk to you about your graduation.
Yes, Miss Williams?
Well, now, you've been in college 4 years, and you're quite different from most of our seniors.
Well, what do you mean?
You're still freshmen.
I don't know, teacher. We just can't seem to catch on some way. I don't know.
Well, you boys should be graduating. Ever since you've been in college, 4 whole years, I've been with you every night, helping you with your studies. Now, you fellas must be very stupid.
I resent that. I can prove we're the smartest guys in the school.
How?
Listen, Teach, if you've been with us every night for 4 years, we're not so stupid. Say, Harry.
Yes, Eddie.
That was really a lot of fun having Esther Williams for a principal, wasn't it?
Yeah. I wish I'd gone to college. You know, when I left high school to go to college, I was voted the most likely to wind up being a genius.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
You know, when I left high school, I was voted the man most likely to wind up back in high school? Did you know?
You mean to say I got more education than what you got?
Certainly, Harry. Listen how nice you can talk when you want to.
Oh, you mean when I say ladies and gentlemen?
Yes, that's nice. It's educational.
Well, what's educational about it?
You can tell which is ladies and which is gentlemen. The slacks fool me.
But you know, Eddie, I once heard a guy that was real educational when he said ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah? What did he do, Har?
He just got up and said, ladies and gentlemen, whenever you wake up in the morning feeling sick and headachy due to the need of a laxative, remember Sal Hepatica and take it at once. For then Speedy Sal Hepatica brings quick, gentle relief, usually within an hour. And that means you don't have to risk feeling miserable all day. You don't have to wait until night to take the laxative you need right away. You take a glass full of sparkling Sal Hepatica when you need it. What's more, you get this additional advantage from Sal Hepatica.
This famous saline helps sweeten an upset stomach by helping to reduce excess gastric acidity.
So why not get a bottle of Sal Hepatica from your druggist? Remembering this caution, use only as directed. Keep Sal Hepatica handy in your home and in your place of business. Then, whenever you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night, see how much faster you feel better when you take gentle, speedy Sal Hepatica.
Oh, say, Esther, maybe after the show we could drive to the ocean and you teach me how to swim and dive and everything, huh?
Oh, Eddie, you're not the type fella to go in for water athletics.
I'm not.
No. The type that makes the best swimmer is tall. His body is brown from the sun. He has a massive chest and strong, bulging muscles.
But, Esther, where would you find such a man? Where?
How do you do?
Fred Gordon, the Russian. Russian.
Yes?
You? You are a swimmer?
Most of course.
Yeah.
I am the crawl, stroke, and dive champion.
The crawl, stroke, and dive champion? I don't believe it.
You should see some of the dives I crawl out of.
Oh, Russian, will you behave yourself? This is a real champion, Esther Williams.
Beautiful Miss Williams. I have your picture pinned up over my bed.
Oh, I see. She's probably the last thing you look at before you go to sleep and the first thing you see when you wake up.
That's very funny, man.
What's very funny?
With your picture hanging over my bed, who can sleep?
By the way, Russian, you ought to feel honored. You're standing next to a great swimming champion, Esther Williams. You're rubbing shoulders with Esther Williams.
Say, feels pretty good, you know.
Russian.
What do you know about swimming, Russian?
In my hometown of Minsk, I was one of 3 famous lifesavers.
Who were the other 2?
Pepperminsk and Spearminsk.
Isn't that awful? Pepperminsk. Will you do me a favor and leave?
Russian, have you ever had any thrilling experiences in the water?
She asks, so I'll tell.
Go ahead.
Once I was drowning.
Yes.
I yelled for help, and while I was yelling for help, my whole life passed in front of me. And before me, I saw the face of my wife.
What? What? What did you do then?
I stopped yelling for help.
Russian, tell me one thing.
Yes?
Can't you carry on an intelligent conversation?
Most indeed.
Yes.
Tell me, Miss Williams, which stroke do you like best?
Well, I prefer the backstroke. And you, Russian?
I prefer the backstroke, too. Miss Williams, would you mind stroking my back?
Would you behave yourself? I'm asking you in a nice way. Would you behave yourself, Russian?
Very well.
Russian, I don't think you know anything about swimming.
That remark I challenge.
Go ahead.
Miss Williams, be at my house at 9 o'clock and wear your bathing suit.
Now, wait a minute. Wait a minute, Russian.
What's the matter?
You haven't got a swimming pool. Why do you want her to wear a bathing suit?
Silly boy. But, not to deviate, I am the world's greatest driver.
What are you?
I'm the world's greatest diver.
A diver?
Yes.
Oh.
I used to dive off a diving board 100 feet in the air and land in a Dixie cup.
No.
That's it.
Wait a minute. Wasn't that dangerous, diving 100 feet into a Dixie cup?
No. First I filled it with water.
Oh, get out of here, will you? Esther, besides yourself, we have a song making its first appearance over the air. And we hope it will be received with as much enthusiasm as you are. Here it is, folks. Nora, Harry, and I bring you for the first time on the air, There'll Be a Yankee Christmas. There'll be a Yankee Christmas everywhere.
There'll be a Yankee Christmas everywhere.
From New Guinea to Nome,
From China to Rome,
a Yankee Christmas everywhere. There'll be a jubilation everywhere.
there'll be the sound of carols in the air.
There'll be snowflakes, it seems, if only in dreams.
And home, sweet home in every prayer. Every guy overseas will be sharing Christmas pie and memories. Every care will depart when those jingle bells ring out in every heart.
Wherever there's a liberated town,
There'll be a GI Santa Claus around.
Whether near or far, wherever you are,
There's a Yankee Christmas all over the world. There'll be no reindeer for St. Nick as he comes swinging down the line. He'll come jingling in a Jeep or a B-29.
He'll be loaded down with presents from folks like you and you and you, all tied up with fancy ribbons of red and white and blue.
They'll be sealed with love and kisses. They'll be addressed with care. From us over here to you over there.
From Susie and Bill, from a sweetheart or a pal.
Yes, from Peoria, Ill to Los Angeles, Cal.
To all the far-flung battlefronts, the bulletins announce. To Guadalcanal and Buna and names you can't pronounce.
Why, there'll be mistletoe in Paris.
And there'll be holly hung in Rome.
And the Yankee spirit of Christmas from the folks back home. Wherever there's a liberated town, there'll be a G.I. Santa Claus around.
He'll put under the tree a new victory
for a Yankee Christmas, a Yankee Christmas for boys all over the world. Yes, there'll be a Yankee Christmas everywhere. And here in America, the National Retail Dry Goods Association and hundreds of other department stores have joined with the American Legion, the Legion Auxiliary, and this program to help put across the world's largest Christmas party for hospitalized servicemen. With unmatched enthusiasm and cooperation, these stores have made it possible for you to buy that gift for a Yank who gave, with complete assurance that it will reach the sick or wounded veteran on Christmas Day. There's a department store in your community displaying a special window of gift suggestions for sick and wounded servicemen. Do your Christmas shopping early and make up an extra package for a boy in an Army or Navy hospital near you. Deliver that package to the local American Legion post, or if you make your purchase in the department store, just ask the clerk to deliver it to the post for you. Come on, everybody. Won't you join us in making it a Merry Christmas in those service hospitals by giving a gift to a Yank who gave? Our thanks to Commodore Heim, Captain Walker, Lieutenant Todd, and the entire staff of officers and men here at Roosevelt Base. Listen in again next week, same time. And in the meantime, don't forget the two products that make our Wednesdays together possible. Sal Hepatica for the Smile of Beauty, and Truchet, the beforehand lotion. Sal Hepatica, Truchet, and so remember, I love to spend each Wednesday with you. Ask friend to friend. I'm sorry it's true. Good night.
Say, you've really got an awful cold, haven't you? Well, look, don't you go around suffering any longer without doing something about it. Get yourself a jar of Minute Rub and get after those cold symptoms. Rub Minute Rub on your back and chest, and it will help to soothe that cold discomfort. At the same time, Minute Rub's menthol vapors will help relieve that clogged feeling in your nose and throat, too. And what's more, Minute Rub is greaseless and stainless. It won't harm your clothes or linens. What's that, madam? Oh, yes, Minute Rub. M-I-N-I-T-R-U-B. Minute Rub. Modern chest rub. Get a jar tonight.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI, Los Angeles.
My Favorite Husband is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. Please enjoy it.
And based on the delightful stories of Isabel Scott Rorick's gay, sophisticated Mr. and Mrs. Cougat. Two people who live together and like it. On the Cougars and see what they're doing. The house looks normal for this time of the morning. The breakfast table is set. The morning paper's on the table. Katie is out in the kitchen, and hey, wait a minute. There's a sign pinned to the kitchen door. It says, Katie, please don't make any noise. Say, what's going on around here? There goes Liz Cougat tiptoeing into the kitchen.
Katie, please, didn't you see the sign? Yes, Mrs. Cougat. Well, then why are you making so much noise? It's not me, Mrs. Cougat. It's the bacon. I told it to be quiet, but it just lies there in the skillet and hisses at me. Well, turn the fire off. I don't want Mr. Cougat to wake up until it's so late he has to rush to work. This is the morning he's supposed to look over my checkbook. I figured it was when I saw today marked on the calendar with a skull and crossbones. It's sort of like Blue Monday or Gloomy Sunday, isn't it, Mrs. Cougat? It's worse. If George wakes up, today will be Sickening Saturday. Oh, dear, George gets so upset when I'm overdrawn. Oh, how does he act on the months when you're not overdrawn? I don't know. I never had one. Oh, I used to have the same trouble. But my first husband, Clarence, had a wonderful system. He wrote all the checks he wanted and was never overdrawn. Really? How'd he manage that? He didn't have an account at the bank. Oh, good old Clarence. I haven't seen him in 5 years. What's he doing? 10 years. I think I hear Mr. Cougat. He's up. Oh, darn it. Never mind the bacon and eggs, Katie. After George looks at my arithmetic, all he'll want is black coffee and Alka-Seltzer. Yes, ma'am. Here he comes. Wish me luck, Katie.
Good morning, dear.
Good morning, George, darling. How's my little hubby this morning,
What's going on here? You're entirely too sweet.
Oh, well, George, you don't expect me to go through the day without a kiss from my handsome husband, do you?
No, that would be tough.
Yes. You know, George, they say the more we kiss, the better we get. We improve with age.
What did you say, Grandma?
You like the way I kiss, George?
Mm-hmm.
How do I kiss? Come on, George, tell me, how do I kiss?
Like you were way overdrawn.
Oh, George.
Come on, honey, let's get to the bad news. You know how you could make me happy, Liz?
How?
Some months say to me, George, my accounts are in perfect shape.
I can say it right now. George, my accounts are in perfect shape.
They are?
No, but I want to make you happy. I might not be overdrawn, George.
Well, let's look at your checkbook. 12 and 4, 16. Carry the balance to... Oh, you've made a mistake in your arithmetic.
No.
Yes, dear. 9 and 5 haven't made 18 in years.
Says who?
Oh, Liz. If you don't believe me, count it out on your fingers.
Oh, wait a minute. I have to take one shoe off.
Stop that.
George, I have so much trouble adding figures with 9 in them. I don't like 9.
Control yourself, Cougat. Now, tell me about it, dear.
Well, I don't like 9s, but I like 10. So I make the 9s into 5s and multiply by 2 and then subtract 1. George, stop shaking your head like that.
Liz, you won't believe this, but that's the hard way. Now, we want to add 9 and 5. Now, first, let's take 10 and 5. That's 15, right?
If you say so, dear.
I say so. Now, 10 and 5 is 15. Now, think of 9 and 5. Now, what's the difference?
That's what I say. What's the difference?
Liz, you don't even know the first thing about mathematics.
I do, too. Addition is forward and subtraction is backward.
Oh. What's multiplication? Sideways?
No, Smarty. Multiplication is when you take a lot of little things and scrunch them into a big lump.
I must be dreaming.
And division is when you take a big thing and mash it into tiny pieces.
Oh. Look, let's get back to this 9 and 5 monster and see what you can scrunch it into.
Now, think a minute. Now, what's 9 and 3?
Oh, anyone knows that. 12.
Yeah. All right. Now, what's 9 and 4?
13.
So, what's 9 and 5?
Give me a pencil and paper.
Oh. I'll skip it. Never mind. We'll go on to something else. Well, at least you've been writing down what the checks were for.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Club dues, money to Katie, grocer, hairdresser. Wait a minute. What's this DICR 3950?
DICR?
Yeah. What does that stand for?
DICR. Oh, I know. Dress I couldn't resist. And you know, you should be glad I bought that dress, too, because I made $20 by doing it.
You made $20?
Absolutely. I bought the dress on sale at Kramer's for $39.50. And the identical same dress is selling at Gordon's for $59.50. So I made $20.
But you don't have that $20.
Oh, I know I don't. I spent it on a hat to go with the dress. George. Don't just sit there and stare like that. Say something to me.
Hello, lady. What do you want?
George!
This is enough to test a man's sanity.
Well, how can I figure any answers with the vice president of the bank staring at me?
Well, I'll tell you what the answer is. You're going to take that dress back.
Oh.
Well, I hate to be harsh, but you must learn the value of money.
But it's such a cute dress.
I'm sorry.
It's navy blue with white polka dots.
No, Liz.
It's got a little white collar and a sash in the back.
You're breaking my heart. But crying won't get you anywhere.
Well, it doesn't hurt to try.
Then you'll take the dress back.
Yes, George. If I take it back, will it almost balance my books?
Yes.
Then they weren't in too bad shape, were they?
No.
What would you like for breakfast, George?
Black coffee and Alka-Seltzer.
Now let's see. Where's the... Oh, pardon me, miss. Could you tell me where the refund department is? Well, there goes somebody's commission. It's on the left, way down in front. Thank you. Oh, there's Corey Cartwright. Oh, Corey!
Say, are you talking about that big blonde fellow over there?
Yes, Corey Cartwright. He's a good friend of ours. Oh, and incidentally, quite a man with a lady. He has loads of girlfriends.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to see some of them sometime.
Why?
He spent the last half hour trying to pick up that wax model.
Oh, no. Sorry. Corey!
Don't bother me, Liz. I'm trying to scrape up an acquaintance with that blonde in the mink coat.
Well, I'm afraid even you won't get any place with her, Corey. She's a store dummy.
I thought something was funny. When I tried to hold her hand, it came off.
Cartwright, did anyone ever tell you were a complete fool?
Yes, but you can't believe anything a woman says. Say, let's go someplace cozy for lunch, Liz. Just the two of us. I might even ask you to marry me.
I'm already married.
I should hope so. I don't take chances when I ask that question.
I thought so. I'll have lunch with you if you wait a minute, Corey. I have to return a dress and get my money back.
All right. I'll go over and watch the fashion show. A model in it is crazy about me, so as long as I'm here, I'll give her a break.
Don't strain yourself.
You ought to see her, Liz. What a figure.
Hot number, huh?
Hot number. They won't let her model in a bathing suit because the automatic fire sprinklers turn on.
Well, don't get your fingers burned. I'll be right back.
All right, Liz. If I'm not here, I'll be hanging around the lingerie department.
Naturally. Is this the refund department?
Yes. Can't you see the sign on the door? If you're not satisfied with your purchase, your money will be cheerfully refunded.
Cheerfully refunded?
Yes.
Who does this cheerful refunding?
I do. My name is Quigley.
Okay, laughing boy. You asked for it. My name is Cougat, and I'd like to return...
Never mind, I know. Everybody who ever comes in here wants to return something. They hand me dress. They hand me shoes. They hand me bags. They hand me coats.
hope they hand you a handkerchief once in a while.
All day long I make out return slips. I had to go to the doctor last week. I was seeing charger plates in front of my eyes.
Well, I'll get out of your way. Just give me my money and watch me disappear quickly, Quigley.
Certainly. I'll make out the form. The dress was too large for you, huh?
No.
Too small?
No, it was just the right size.
The color didn't match the drapes in your bedroom when you got it home?
No, the color was wonderful.
The style was bad.
No, the style was excellent.
Your cat was allergic to the material.
I don't have a cat.
Mrs. Cougar, let me get this straight.
What do you want to know?
The dress was the right size. The cut was fine. The style was wonderful. The color was out of this world. It was a dream dress.
Yes, I just loved it.
Then what are you doing in here?
I want my money back. Your sign says your money is refunded if you aren't satisfied.
Well, I'm sorry, Mrs. Cougar. I can't give you the money back on that dress.
Why not?
Because you are satisfied.
Oh, dear. Well, I forgot. It has an ink spot on it.
Show it to me.
Give me your pen and turn your back.
I thought so. There's something very fishy going on here, Miss Cougar. Now, be honest with me. Just why do you want your money back?
Well, promise you won't tell anyone.
I promise.
This morning I had my accounts gone over, and there was a shortage in my books.
Uh-huh. Sticky fingers.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, this is serious, Mrs. Cougar. Tell me, this person who checked your books, could he have made a mistake?
Oh, no. He's vice president of the bank. But this time he's really mad.
This time? You mean this has happened before?
Oh, yes. And usually if I kiss him, he forgets all about it.
Uh-huh. Finagling in the highest places. Mrs. Cougar, I'll refund your money on one condition.
What is it?
Give up this life of crime.
What?
Turn to the straight and narrow. Crime does not pay.
But
You're too young for this kind of thing.
Oh, no. How'd I get into this?
Promise me and I'll refund your money.
I promise. After all, there's no future in it. Pretty soon every bank in the country will have a Dick Tracy television burglar alarm.
You made a wise choice.
Thank you.
Here's your money, Mrs. Cougar.
Thanks. You. Sorry, I hope I haven't kept you waiting too long.
No, I've been in the lingerie department. I've seen everything in this store right down to the foundation.
I get it. I got my refund, too.
Oh, good.
Let's see, 20, 30, 40, 50. Oh, wait a minute. 59.50. They gave me too much money.
That doesn't sound like Gordon's to me.
Gordon's? Isn't this Kramer's?
It was Gordon's when we came in. I presume it still is.
Oh, I brought my dress to the wrong store. I paid $39.50 for it at Kramer's, and now Gordon's has given me $59.50. Well, there's only one thing for me to do.
Sure, run like the Dickens.
No, I'll have to take the money back. It isn't fair to Gordon. Or is it?
Uh-oh. Here it comes. This ought to be good.
Well, now look. I bought the dress at Kramer's, and I paid for it, so they aren't out anything, right?
Right.
And I brought it back to Gordon's, and they'll sell the dress for the same amount they paid me, so they won't be out anything, right?
Right.
And I've got $20 extra.
Liz, you're a genius. Oh, hey, where are you going?
Back to Kramer's for more dresses. My dress, please. That navy blue one with the white polka dots.
All right. What size?
Oh, any size will do. Doesn't matter.
Any size? Well, who's it for?
A friend.
What's the matter? Don't friends come in sizes anymore?
Just give me one of those, please.
Well, could she wear a size 20, large?
Yes, that'll be fine.
How about a small size 10?
Well, that'll do just as well.
Boy, I'd like to meet that friend of yours. Say, didn't I send you one of these dresses yesterday?
Yes, and I'd like another one. You better make it 2.
2? What are you doing, operating a black market in blue dresses? How come you two want 2 more dresses when you got one just like it?
Well, do you really want to know how come I too? I'm one of the Andrews sisters.
No kidding.
No kidding.
Which one are you, Patty, Maxine, or Laverne?
Neither. I'm their brother, Dana.
I believe it.
Now, wait a minute. return them. Just charge these and... Say, how many more dresses like this do you have?
Those are the last, dearie.
Oh, that's too bad. I could have handled 20 or 30 more this afternoon. Well, goodbye.
Goodbye. Hey, Sadie, did you see that dame that just left? She's nuts.
Hi, Corey.
George, what are you doing at Gordon?
Oh, I got to thinking about a dress I made Liz return this morning. I guess I was a little rough on her, so I decided to buy her one just like it for a surprise.
Well, that's nice.
Yeah, I tried to buy the dress Liz wants over at Kramer's, but the sales girl told me she sold the last three to the Andrewses.
George, she went over something on her mind. Someone reminded her something.
Oh, Liz and her man. Honestly, Corey, she has no idea.
Well, women.
Oh, why can't they be like men? We always know just how much money we have and where it is at all times.
Mm-hmm.
Corey.
Yes, George?
Say, would you lend me $50? I don't have any money with me.
Sure. Know just how much you have and where it is at all times, huh?
Yes, I have $74 and I left my wallet home on the bureau.
Oh, miss, I'd like to return these 2 dresses and get a refund.
Didn't you ask me that once before today?
Yes.
Well, the answer hasn't changed. You go to the same office and see Mr. Quigley.
Well, that's just it. I'd rather not see Mr. Quigley. And I think he'd just as soon not see me. If he saw me with these dresses, he'd scream.
Well, the door to the left of Mr. Quigley's is Mr. Brown's, his assistant.
Thank you. I'll go in there. How do you do, Mr. Brown? I'd like to... Oh, dear.
Mr. Brown's out right now. Oh, it's you. What do you want?
Mr. Quigley, I'd like to get a refund on these. I told her you would.
Two more, Mrs. Cougar?
Yes.
The same kind?
Yes.
Oh, I can't stand it any longer. I can't stand it any longer. I should never have taken this job. I was so happy in ladies' underwear.
I'd like my money, please.
I was so happy. That was so peaceful. All you could hear was the rustle of a silk chemise, broken now and then by the soft snap of a garter.
I'd like my money, please.
Oh, the cute little screams when my tape measure was too cold.
I'm not too monotonous. I'd like my money, please.
Mrs. Cougar, I'm not one to quibble over you.
Pardon me, Mr. Quigley, but I've been checking inventory on dress number 808.
That's the very one we have under discussion here.
Yeah, well, how many did you buy?
35.
I thought so. Then how come now we got 36?
Well, goodbye, Mr. Quigley.
Down, Mrs. Cougar. I don't know where you got these dresses, but I'm not going to accept them. And what's more, I'm going to give you back the dress you brought me this morning. And Mrs. Cougar.
Yes?
I'd like my money, please.
Oh, young lady, could I see those 3 dresses you have over your arm?
Oh, were you talking to me?
Yes, I tried to buy one of those over in the department, but they didn't have my size. Oh, I do love blue and white polka dot dresses, don't you?
Love them. I collect them.
What size are these?
Oh, well, you probably think I'm the clerk. These dresses aren't for What size do you wear?
Well, I'm sort of tiny. I wear a 10.
Well, fortunately, I have a 10. And you'd better hurry. This offer is not likely to be repeated.
Oh, and I'll take it. I need it to go to a dance tonight.
You're going to a dance?
Oh, I'd fool you. You should see me dance with my partner. We get around like a couple of 65-year-olds.
What kind of dances do you dance? The Townsend Stomp or the Methuselah Wiggle?
We all went to Arthur Murray's and learned the Lindy Crawl.
You mean the Lindy Hop?
Not the way we do it.
the dress? $59.50. Well, I'll take it. Here's the money. I'll just run along. I'm in a hurry.
All right. See you around the bandstand.
Valterini. See me later, sister.
Say, maybe I can get rid of these other dresses that way.
Oh, I think I like these white polka dot. How much are they? $59.50. Hey, lady. Were you addressing me?
Yeah, step in a little closer. You're blocking traffic. Now, don't buy that dress. I'm in a position to sell you the very same thing at a sensational reduction in price.
Please, this is my customer.
Get away, kid. You bother me.
I'm going to see the manager about this.
Well, is there something wrong with this dress? Who are you?
You've heard of me, Honest Liz Cougat, the biggest used dress dealer in town.
Is this a used dress?
Oh, absolutely not. It was just worn by an elderly couple in Pasadena.
Well, I don't...
Look, give me $39.50 and I'm losing money on the deal.
Well, I can't pass up a bargain like that. Here's the money.
And here's your dress. Sure you couldn't use two of them?
No, thanks. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Come back tomorrow and give myself a hot foot and have a fire sale. What is it?
So, there you are. I've heard about people like you.
Where did you come from?
Young lady, I am the floor walker. You stole the girl's customer.
I did not. Go ahead, search me.
I don't like your shenanigans.
What's the matter with him?
I've a good mind to take you into Mr. Quigley.
Oh, no, not that, please.
Well, all right. I'll give you one more chance. Go and wait on that customer over there.
Oh, I can't wait on him. That's George.
What's that?
I said I can't wait to sell him something, by George.
Well, go ahead. I'll be watching you.
Here I go. Maybe this will hide my face.
Please, put back that hat. I was just showing it to a lady.
I need it more.
What are you putting it on for? The veil hides your face.
I'm in mourning. Gee, I hope George doesn't recognize my voice. Say, can I help you, mister?
Huh?
You want I should show you some merchandise, maybe?
Yes. Isn't it unusual for a salesgirl to wear a black hat with a veil?
Oh, that. Yeah, it is kind of unusual. You see, I'm in mourning.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right. It was a catastrophe. To say nothing of being a tragedy.
Well, if you feel up to it, I'd like to see a dress like, like the one you have over your arm.
Well, ain't that a coincidence for you, though?
I wonder if it'll fit my wife.
Yeah, it's just her size.
Huh?
I can just imagine what a fellow like you would be married to. I can just see her, probably tall with maybe red hair and a beautiful figure and a gorgeous, scintillating face.
Oh, brother, have you got a bad imagination?
Oh, yeah?
Well, you don't have to get so upset about it. What's it to you?
Well, I'm just very sensitive about my imagination, that's all.
Come on.
I'll be with you in a minute. Will you pardon me? Mr. Inner Tube has sprung a leak.
What are you doing with that ridiculous hat on? Take it off this instant.
Give me back that hat.
No. Now you get back there.
Well, any port in a storm. I hope this fits.
I want to ask you a question, Miss... Oh, no!
What's the matter? Haven't you ever seen anyone wearing a lampshade before?
This is the craziest store I've ever been in.
Now, look, do you want the dress or not?
Well, I guess so. Here's the money. Give it to me. I wish I was sure I knew whether it fit her.
Well, I'll tell you what. This dress will fit me perfectly. Does she happen to have a figure like mine, maybe?
No, she's much dumpier than you are.
Oh, she is. She is?
She wishes she had a figure like yours. And confidentially, so do I.
Well, of all the...
Oh! Grab that girl! Grab her right face! You went that way!
Did you like dinner, dear?
Yes, fine.
George, thanks for the dress.
What dress?
The one you're going to surprise me with in a minute.
Oh, you found the box in the closet?
Yes, and I think you were very sweet to buy it for me.
Oh, you should have seen the sale girl who waited on me. She was a real creep. And I'll tell you what, honey. Tomorrow I'll buy you something to wear on your head to go with the dress.
Oh, George, a hat.
No, a polka dot lampshade.
What?
You're a pretty rotten actress, Liz.
Well, how do you like that? He knew about it all the time. George, are you asleep yet?
A minute ago, I would have said yes.
I've been lying here trying to make up poems about the moon.
Congratulations.
Here's how far I got. The moon is big. The moon is yellow. You finish it, George.
And he lives alone, the lucky fellow.
Well, that's not very romantic. The moon is bright. The moon is deep.
Sleep up and go to sleep.
George. Look at the man in the moon, George. Do you suppose he ever gets lonesome?
I've never given it much thought.
The only fun he has all year is when he meets the sun and they have an eclipse.
Oh, Liz, I'm too tired to talk now.
You haven't even kissed me goodnight. Speak to me in the language of love, George.
All right. Here.
Was that the language of love, George?
Yes.
Then just don't say anything. Let's just talk.
My Favorite Husband has been presented through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
The Mysterious Traveler is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. Enjoy.
The Mysterious Traveler.
This is the Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back and get a good grip on your nerves, if you can. Where are we going? Why, today we're going to accompany Mr. Harvey Benson through a fateful 24 hours of his life in a story I call No One on the Line. Our visit with Harvey Benson begins on a Wednesday evening in summer. Harvey, a self-made businessman, is smoking a cigar and reading the paper, while his wife, Linda, reads a book. It's really quite a picture of peaceful domesticity.
Well, that's that. Nothing much in the paper tonight, dear.
It's too bad your poker game tonight fell through, darling. I know how you look forward to Wednesday evening.
Oh, well, it doesn't matter. Good book you're reading?
Oh, yes. Yes, it's very exciting. It's a new murder mystery everybody's talking about.
I would have guessed it was rather dull from the way you've been looking at the same page for 10 minutes now.
Oh, was I? I must have been wool gathering.
Well, I guess I'll go... Oh, the phone. I'll get it, Linda.
No, sit still, Harvey. You're tired. I'll answer.
No, I insist, my dear. Hello. 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 That's funny. No one on the line.
Well, how strange. Maybe the phone's out of order.
No, I heard the click as someone hung up when I answered. Oh, but it's not worth wondering about. It's getting late. What do you say we turn in?
And now we join Harvey again at breakfast the following morning. It's getting late, but Harvey lingers over his coffee as if he had the whole day ahead of him.
Good coffee, this. Pour me some more, will you, darling?
Of course, Harvey. But, shouldn't you be leaving for your office, dear?
Oh, there's plenty of time.
But it's almost 9:30.
You seem very anxious to get me to the office, Linda. You're not trying to get rid of me by any chance.
Oh, well, of course not. But you said you had an important appointment this morning, and I
yes,
just
but
thought...
the fellow will wait. Mighty good coffee, this.
Harvey, is there anything wrong?
Anything wrong?
Yes. You seemed a little odd the last day or two, and this morning...
And what's the matter with me this morning?
Oh, I don't know that anything is, but you do seem a little strange.
Strange? In what way, Linda, my dear?
Oh, I'm sorry if I've said anything to annoy you, but... Oh, I'll answer it.
Still, Linda, I'll answer it.
But, Harvey, it's probably...
I said I'll answer it. Maybe a call I've been expecting.
All right, Harvey.
Hello? 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 Strange, there's no one on the line. Same thing that happened last night.
Well, how peculiar. Oh, but that phone must be out of order.
Yes, I suppose so. Yet I could swear I heard someone hang up when I answered.
Oh, you must have been mistaken, darling.
I suppose so. You better give the company a ring, Linda.
Yes, I will, Harvey, right away.
Good. And now I do have to be going. See you tonight, darling.
So now we accompany Harvey Benson to his office. Because we're spending one complete day with him, remember? His office is large and luxurious, reflecting the success Harvey Benson has achieved in the world by hard work and constant vigilance. Once arrived there, Harvey plunges into his work until shortly before noon, the sound of the interoffice phone arouses him.
Excuse me, Mr. Benson.
Oh, yes, Miss Johnson?
Mr. Mungo is here to see you. Shall I send him in?
No, ask him to wait. I'd like to see you for a moment first, Miss Johnson.
Certainly, Mr. Benson. I'll be right in. Yes, Mr. Benson?
Sit down, please, Miss Johnson.
Yes, sir. I brought my book.
You won't need it. I just want to chat with you for a moment.
I don't understand, Mr. Benson.
I just want to talk to you, that's all. I don't believe you and I have ever talked before as person to person, have we?
No, sir, we haven't.
And you've been with me 7 years, isn't it?
7 years next month.
7 years, and we've never talked as equals. But then, I've never needed advice before. You've noticed that I never ask advice, I suppose.
Well, yes, I have, Mr. Benson.
Make your own decision and act upon it, is my motto. And yet, now I'm going to ask your advice as a woman, not as a secretary.
Well, I'll try to be helpful if I can.
Good. Now then, picture for yourself a woman who has always been very practical and, well, let's say rather cold. Suddenly this woman becomes dreamy and absent-minded. She stands for minutes at the window, looking at nothing. You speak to her. She doesn't hear you. What would you deduce from that?
Why, I'd say she was in love.
Excellent. Now, suppose this woman is married. Suppose on several occasions when her husband is in the room... You're following me, aren't you?
Oh, yes, sir.
Suppose on these occasions the phone rings and this married woman answers. And each time she tells the party calling he has a wrong number. What then?
Why, I suppose that could happen.
But now, Miss Johnson, suppose on several occasions the husband answers and the party at the other end hangs up without speaking.
Why, it sounds like someone trying to call the wife without her husband knowing about it.
Exactly. I felt sure I couldn't be wrong. But it's helpful to have your opinion and back me up. Thank you very much, Miss Johnson.
Why not at all, Mr. Benson.
And now, please send in Mr. Mungo.
Yes, sir, right away. Mr. Benson will see you now.
Okay, sister. Good morning, Mr. Benson.
Come in, Mungo, and close the door.
Sure, Mr. Benson.
Sit down.
Yeah, sure.
You have the information for me?
Everything's right here in my report.
Good, let's have it.
I checked thoroughly on the 4 names you suggested.
And which one was she meeting?
But I only witnessed one meeting, Mr. Benson. The other time, she gave me the slip.
Then you don't know your business.
Well, what she did was go to Duke and Baker's department store, take a dress into one of the fitting rooms, and then leave by another door. I couldn't very well follow her there.
You should have managed it somehow. Never mind that. What did you learn?
I'll give you the general report first before mentioning names.
All right, do so, but don't dawdle about it.
Yes, Mr. Benson. As you'll see, I've called the 4 individuals you suggested parties A, B, C, and D.
Yes.
Now, party B, Mrs. Benson knew before her marriage, but I found no evidence they have ever communicated since.
Yes, go on.
Parties C and D she also knew before she became Mrs. Benson, and from time to time she's seen both of them since. But those meetings appear to have been accidental.
Maybe so. Get on with it.
But party A, the architect one, I traced him back to Atlanta. That's his hometown.
Yeah? She comes from Atlanta, too.
Yes, they went to high school together, were sweet on each other for a year or two. He used to keep her picture in his room.
Oh, he did he?
Yeah. And since he reached New York 3 months ago, he's phoned her 4 or 5 times, according to the switchboard operator at his apartment house.
Yes, of course. I remember how excited she was when they met at the Jennings dance 2 months ago.
And 3 days ago, get this, when Mrs. Benson was downtown shopping, she dropped into Rass for lunch, and she ran into him there.
No doubt it was a planned meeting.
It was very cleverly done. Then they sat for 2 hours talking, and, well, that meeting was no accident.
No, of course it wasn't. Donald Arkwright. Yes, I was sure of it.
Yes, sir. But if you want me to keep on following him...
No. It's time for more decisive steps.
I don't understand.
You're not supposed to. But if you knew me better, you'd know that the moment my mind is made up, I act.
I see, Mr. Benson.
And I propose to act now. So send me your bill and forget the whole affair.
Very good, Mr. Benson. I'll forget the whole affair. I'm very good at that. Good day, Mr. Benson.
Goodbye.
Hello, Donald Arkwright speaking.
Oh, hello, Arkwright. This is Harvey Benson. You remember me, Linda's husband?
Yes, of course, Mr. Benson. How are you?
Fine, thanks. I'm calling because I need an architect.
Oh, and you wanted me
Yes,
to...
I'm going to put up a summer place out on Long Island, and I wanted you to draw the plans.
Well, that's great, Mr. Benson. Now, what kind of site have you?
I'll do better than tell you. I'll show it to you. That is, if you're free to drive out with me this morning.
Well, I do have an appointment.
Cancel it. This will be well worth your while, I assure you.
Well, all right, I will, Mr. Benson.
Good. Then I'll pick you up in my car. Say about 45 minutes.
All right, that'll be fine. I'll be looking for you.
Good. I'll see you shortly then. We'll have lunch on the way. Miss Johnson.
Yes, Mr. Benson?
I'm leaving for the day. Cancel any appointments I may have.
Now Harvey Benson leaves his office, and we follow him to the garage where he keeps his cars.
Well, Joe, you have my car ready?
I got it right here, Mr. Benson. But look, don't you want to take the new coupe?
No, I said I wanted the sedan.
Yeah, sure, but since that little accident Mrs. Benson had, The sedan ain't in too good a shape.
It'll do for today.
Yeah, but what I'm getting at is it ain't safe.
I'm not worried. You put in plenty of gas?
Yep. 5 gallons, Mr. Benson. But look now, don't take no chances with them brakes. They don't hold worth a cent.
I'm aware of that.
And that right-hand door, it sticks something terrible.
What of it? What do you care?
Oh, I just thought
Well,
I'd tell
don't.
you. Golly, he's certainly in a hurry. With them brakes the way they are, he'll kill somebody if he ain't careful.
At 87th Street, Harvey Benson picks up his passenger, Donald Arkwright. And several hours later, they are far out in a lonely section of Long Island.
Just a quarter of a mile more, Arkwright. Up ahead on top of those cliffs. That's where my lots are.
I surely appreciate your asking me to prepare the plans, Mr. Benson.
Linda suggested you for the job. Said you were a first-rate architect.
Well, that's swell of her. I wasn't even sure she'd remember me.
Oh, she remembers you very well. I could see how happy she was to meet you at the Jennings party.
Yeah, I was tickled that she recognized me. After all, it's 6 years since we last met.
Well, why shouldn't she recognize you? After all, you were sweethearts, weren't you?
Well, I suppose you could have called us that. We did have some good times together. Riding, hiking, and dancing.
Well, it's plain she still thinks a lot of you. Now, there's the site. Right up ahead.
Oh, yes. Smack on the edge of the cliff, huh? Well, you'll have a nice view all the way across the Sound.
80 feet sheer to the water. Not another house in miles. Look, you can see all the way down to the rocks from the bend in the road here.
Well, those waves sure are kicking up a fuss. The man wouldn't last long down there.
No. No, not long.
But you don't have to worry. I'll build you a house that'll never slide over the edge.
I'm sure you'll never give me any cause to worry. Well, here we are. Have to pull the car a bit off the road, though, to park.
Oh, pretty steep here.
Yes.
I'll have to put in a retaining wall. Terrace the ground, I guess.
There. I got her off the road. We'll leave her here, where we'll have room to turn around when we're ready to start back.
Sure hope you have good brakes. I'd hate to slide over onto those rocks down there.
I'd hate to myself. Oh, want to get out and block the wheels for me?
Oh, yes, of course. Yeah, door won't open. Seems to be stuck.
That's right, that door does open hard. Never mind. I'll get out on this side and block them.
Well, say, aren't you forgetting to set the brakes?
Not necessary.
But this slope is steep here.
I know what I'm doing.
But look, the car's moving already. It's starting to roll forward.
Yes, it is, isn't it? And it'll keep on rolling.
Mr. Benson? I can't stop your car. The brakes won't hold. Mr. Benson, it's gone over the cliff. It's gone over the cliff!
Harvey stands there, watching the car roll toward the edge, while his passenger struggles frantically to get out. It only has 10 feet to go, 5 feet, and then on the very edge, the wheels twist against a rock, and the car stops. Harvey runs down the slope and reaches the spot just as Donald Arkwright manages at last to scramble out.
Mr. Benson, you did that on purpose.
Yes, Arkwright, I did.
You tried to kill me.
Exactly, I tried to kill you.
But why? You must be crazy.
No, Arkwright, only myself. If you knew me better, you'd know that no one tries to take anything away from me without suffering for it.
What are you talking about?
You know what I'm talking about. What's mine is mine. And everything that's mine, I keep.
You are crazy. I can see it. Get away from me. Take your hands off of me.
No, Arkwright, you haven't a chance.
Let me go, I say.
You'll do nothing. In this world, a man has to be strong and ruthless to stay on top. And I'm both.
No, you're pushing me toward the edge. Let me go!
You're going over, do you hear? You're going over!
No!
For a moment, Harvey stands, glaring down at the white-capped waters that have received his victim. Then he turns to the car. A quick twist of the steering wheel, a push, and the car is gone. Then Harvey turns away back to the road. He walks a mile, 2 miles, 3, until he gets a lift from a driver who takes him to the nearest state police barracks, where State Police Sergeant Thomas hears his story.
Mr. Benson, you say you got out of the car to block the wheels, and the car started rolling forward?
Yes, Sergeant. Arkwright tried to open the door, but it stuck. The car was at the edge by the time he got it open. He jumped, but he was too late.
I see. All right, I have the details straight.
Oh, it was horrible, Sergeant. He was my friend. There was nothing I could do to help. Nothing.
Yes, I understand, Mr. Benson. You were quite alone at the time? No witnesses?
No, we were miles from the nearest house. Why do you ask?
Well, because there's a Boy Scout camp about a mile from there, Mr. Benson. I thought some of the boys might have been within sight.
Oh, no. There wasn't anyone in sight.
I see. Well, I guess that's all, Mr. Benson. It's just about dark now, so we probably won't recover the body before tomorrow. I'll notify you the minute we do, so you can identify your friend.
And so, late in the evening, Harvey returns home to find Linda waiting for him anxiously.
Is that you, Harvey?
Yes, my dear, it is.
Well, I waited in as long as I could, and then I went ahead and ate. Shall I fix you something now?
No, thank you. I've eaten. Let's sit down, Linda. I'd like to talk to you.
Why, of course, Harvey.
Did you have the phone fixed?
The phone? Oh, no, I called the company, but they said there was nothing wrong with it.
I see. Well, they were quite right. I discovered that the trouble was from another source.
I don't think I understand you, Harvey.
Linda, my dear, do you consider me a fool?
What? Well, of course not.
Don't you suppose that I've known what was going on for some days now?
Just what do you mean, Harvey?
When a woman suddenly takes to mooning around the house, staring out the window, not answering when she's spoken to, the signs are unmistakable.
Are you speaking about me, Harvey?
And when that same woman gets several phone calls while her husband is in the room and each time tells the caller, "I'm afraid you have the wrong number. There's no one here by that name." It would be a very stupid husband indeed who failed to notice.
Yes, I suppose it
But
would.
the crowning touch was those calls when there was no one on the line. One several days ago, one last night, and now one this morning.
But, Harvey,
I answer and there's no one on the line. But who's there when you answer? That's what I want to know, Linda. Well, what have you to say?
There isn't much I can say, Harvey.
Oh, then you admit it. Those calls were from someone I wasn't supposed to know about. Someone you're in love with.
Yes. Someone I'm in love with. Someone I've been trying to bring myself to tell you about.
Someone you've been meeting at Tawdry Rendezvous.
Nothing of the kind. We've met, yes. But they've been perfectly innocent meetings, lunch, and a walk in the park. Nothing worse than that.
You're a fool to expect me to believe that.
Yes, I suppose I am. And yet it's the truth.
Well, it doesn't matter. But may I inquire what your plans are?
I want a divorce, Harvey.
So that you can marry this unknown who telephones you and then hangs up when I answer.
Yes. And I'm sorry that ever happened. It was my fault. I suggested it. You see, I was afraid of you, Harvey.
Afraid? Of me? Of your loving husband?
I was. But I'm not anymore. I only want to be free of you. Free to marry the man I really love.
Very interesting, my dear, but slightly impractical. Do you really think I'd let anyone take you away from me?
I'm afraid you have no choice.
Well, you're wrong. It's you who have no choice. You're penniless, Linda. You have no family, no money, no training. You have only me.
What are you trying to say?
I'm just leading up to a story I have to tell you, Linda. A very tragic story which occurred only this afternoon.
And so Harvey tells Linda the story of the afternoon's events. Well, not the true story, of course, but she guesses the truth as he speaks and recoils in horror when he is finished.
Oh, you've killed him. You deliberately murdered him.
Nonsense. It was a tragic accident. The police have already exonerated
You
me.
killed him? Oh, no. No, I don't believe you. You're just trying to torture me.
You know me better than that. You know that what I have I keep at any cost.
Then you did kill him. You're a murderer.
Don't be hysterical, my dear. I shall be forced to discipline you.
I'm going to the police. I'm going to tell them the truth.
Linda, come back here.
No, you can't stop
Linda,
me.
come back. Come back, I say.
Linda is gone before Harvey can get to the door. Harvey pauses, irresolute. Then he shrugs, turns back, sits down, lights a cigar.
Good cigar. I must remember to order another box. And so, Linda, you've rushed off to the police. In your heart of hearts, you hope that I'm lying. Your first move will be to rush to a telephone. You put a nickel and dial with trembling fingers. You'll hear the phone at the other end ring. And with beating heart, you'll wait, hoping against hope that Donald Arkwright will answer. But he won't. And then you'll know I've told the truth. Then, will you come back first, or will you go on to the police? I rather think you'll go to the police, for you are excited just now. And you'll return with a detective or two. I shall have to explain to them, tell them of your hysterical spells. Then you and I will be left alone. And in a day or two, I think we'll leave on a little trip. Yes, up to my hunting lodge, where we can be alone there. And we'll get to know each other well again. Very well. And in the future... the bell. So you're back already, Linda. I guessed wrong. Just a moment, my dear. I'm coming.
Harvey crosses to the door, opens it, and recoils in surprise.
Good evening, Mr. Benson.
Well, if it isn't Sergeant Thomas. And I see my wife is with you.
Yes, we met in the lobby. She came back up with me. I'd like to come in.
Why, of course.
After you, Mrs. Benson. These other men will wait out here.
Thank you, Sergeant.
And now do sit down, Linda. And you too, Sergeant. Oh, cigar.
No, thanks. We might as well waste no time, Mr. Benson. We've recovered your friend's body.
Already? But surely you didn't come here to tell me that.
They know you killed him, Harvey. They know.
Please, Linda. You must forgive my wife, Sergeant. She's overwrought. I suppose she's been babbling some nonsense or other to you?
She told me a story. I don't think it's nonsense.
Of course it is. She's hysterical.
But there were witnesses, Harvey. There were witnesses.
What? That's absurd. There was no one within miles.
Except a camp of Boy Scouts. 4 of them with a scoutmaster were lying in the grass half a mile away when you drove up. They were watching for birds with field glasses.
You're lying.
And with natural curiosity, they turned their glasses on you. They saw your struggle on the cliff.
No, you're lying.
They went to another police barracks to report, or I'd have been here sooner. Here are copies of the affidavits they signed.
Affidavits?
Yeah. Look them over.
Affidavits. 5 of them. Yes, they seem to be in order. So there were witnesses. I dare say their evidence is unshakable.
You haven't a chance, Benson. Well, those men outside are city detectives. Are you going to come quietly?
Yes. Why not? What else is there to do?
You're caught, Harvey, and I'm glad. Glad.
Yes, I'm caught. But precious little good that'll do you, Linda, because he's dead. Do you hear? Donald Arkwright is dead.
Donald Arkwright?
Yes. You wonder how I knew it was he, don't you? Well, I hired a private detective.
Oh.
And he discovered that Arkwright had been phoning you, that you'd been slipping away to meet him. He managed to follow you to one of those innocent luncheons.
Oh, that luncheon. But that meeting was an accident.
A very clever accident, but not clever enough to save Arkwright, because he's dead, do you hear? And no matter what happens to me, I've beaten you.
You're insane. You always have been with your lust for power, and I never guessed it till now.
Fine words. But they won't change the fact that your beloved is dead and that I've taken him from you.
You killed Donald Arkwright because you thought I was in love with him. You've killed killed the wrong man.
No, I didn't. It was Arkwright. I know it.
Oh, no. Don Arkwright was just an old friend. The man I love is someone you've never met, whose name I see now you don't even know.
I don't believe you.
You've committed murder, and you've been caught, and all for nothing.
No.
And that knowledge is worse to you than any punishment the law can inflict.
You're lying. It was Arkwright who phoned and hung up when I answered. I tell you it was. It couldn't have been anybody else. No. No.
Better answer it, Mrs. Benson.
No, I'll answer it. Hello? Hello? Hello!
This is the mysterious traveler again. Well, that was rather a hectic 24 hours for Harvey Benson, wasn't it? He shouldn't have been quite so sure of himself. It never pays. Those phone calls now. If you get any calls and find there's no one on the line, don't be quite as hasty as he was. You might get into a bad jam. I know someone else who didn't wait to make sure of his facts, and he... Oh, you're getting off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at this time.
You've just heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. In today's cast were Maurice Tarplin, Ted Osborne, Mary Jane Higby, Jack Manning, and James Van Dyke. Original music was played by Doc Whipple. The Mysterious Traveler is written and directed by Bob Arthur and David Cogan. Listen next week over most of these mutual stations to a tale titled
Death Whispers Softly.
Another Tale of the Mysterious Traveler. The Mysterious Traveler is presented by the Mutual Network from our New York studios. Russ Dunbar speaking. What could have been in the little black box that led intelligence men, Nazi agents, and Mike Waring, the Falcon, on a chase of mystery and intrigue over 2 continents? You'll learn the answer when you hear Death Comes in Boxes, this Tuesday night's mystery on The Adventures of the Falcon. Tune in Tuesday for The Falcon. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Hey, Matt, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
Fibber, Magee, and Molly are back.
They're back again, Fibber and Molly.
Fibber, Magee, and Molly are back.
Yes, but they're leaving again, or at least she is. I saw her packing her suitcase this morning.
Somebody going away, sis? Who's leaving?
Mrs. Molly Magee. I hear she's going out of town today.
Oh, well, it does a woman good to get away from her husband once in a while. Molly Magee! Hey, that's my wife. Her husband is me. Oh, my gosh, I got to get home. My wife is me.
Yep, it's the Pet Milk Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The first evaporated milk, Pet Milk, presents Fibber, Magee, and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, Dick LeGrand, Cliff Arquette, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The show is written by Phil Leslie and Keith Fowler and directed by Max Hutto with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. Well, it's great to be back selling pet milk again. And in case some of you haven't heard the good news, now, with every tall can of pet evaporated milk, you get a famous Mary Lee Taylor recipe right on the label. A husband-tested recipe, which means you can use it and be mighty sure of pleasing the men folks in the family, because the recipe's been tried in homes like yours and given a big OK by the husbands. Of course, when you use pet milk, it's easy to fix the kind of food your family likes best, because pet milk is good, sweet country milk that's double rich, concentrated to double richness by evaporation. And believe you me, that double richness adds extra goodness to everyday foods, extra wholesomeness, too. And at such low cost, because pet milk still costs less, generally, than ordinary bottled milk or any other form of milk. So get several tall cans of pet milk at your grocer's tomorrow. Remember, there's a husband-tested recipe right on the label.
I gotta get home. My wife is leaving. I gotta get home.
And here goes a worried husband up the front steps now at 79 Wistful Vista, the home of Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Hey, Molly. Molly, where are you?
Take it easy, dearie. I'm right here packing my suitcase. I tried to phone you downtown.
Don't do it, kiddo. Please, don't go.
Don't go. Why, you haven't...
Oh, I'll straighten up, Molly. Honest, I will.
Oh, McGee, you're all...
I won't stay down at the Elks Club shooting pool all morning when I should have been home helping you dry the breakfast dishes like I promised I would last night when I skipped taking out the garbage to go bowling anymore. I'll stay home.
But, McGee, I'm going to...
I'll pick up my wet towels off the floor when I take a shower. I'll stop putting cigar butts in the potted fern, even. I'll even quit snoring so loud at night, even.
Well, now, that's the best offer I've had so far.
Gee whiz, I couldn't live with you gone, Molly.
Oh.
Why, I'd starve to death. I'll get sick. You want me to come down with something?
Yes, I do.
Oh?
I want you to come down to the Union Station with your suitcase. We are going to Omaha.
Omaha? We? You mean?
Yes. Here, read this telegram.
Oh.
It came right after you left.
Telegram? What's wrong? Somebody sick? Don't tell me Uncle Dennis needs bail money again because of that.
Now, will you read it?
Oh. Mrs. Molly Magee, chairman of the Wistful Vista Community Chess.
That is your wife.
Due to your wonderful record as community chess chairman of Wistful Vista, the citizens of Omaha urgently request your presence to assist us in organizing our campaign.
Yeah.
Gee whiz. You.
Isn't that exciting? I wired them we'd be there.
Boy, oh boy, Omaha. What a town.
Ever been there?
Nope.
Now, wait till you hear the rest of it.
Yeah?
Mayor Latrivia phoned a while ago, and he's going with us.
Oh, Latrivia, huh?
And he's paying all our expenses.
Oh, well, if he's paying all the bills, we'll take him along. He can go.
A very generous attitude.
But, hey, we can't stand here gabbing. We got a lot of things. Come in.
Oh, here's Mayor Latrivia now, McGee. Come in, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Molly.
Well, my gosh, my favorite mayor. Come in, Latrivia, old man. I'm glad to see you, old sock, old boy. I missed you all summer. Haven't I, Molly?
You told him, I see, Molly.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I
She
told
sure did, boy, and I think it'll be a great trip. We'll have a lot of fun in Omaha. The four of us.
4 of us?
Yes. I and Molly and you and the city checkbook.
The city has nothing to do with it. This trip is at my own personal expense. Understand that, please.
Oh, sure. We understand that, boy. Your dough or city dough, it all comes out the same pockets.
Whose theory?
The taxpayers. It ain't our problem if the city treasurer can balance his books.
Let's keep my brother-in-law out of this.
Okay, boy. Now, how do you want to arrange it?
Come in. Oh, hello, Mr. Oldtimer.
Hello there, kids. Hi, Johnny. Hi, daughter. Hi, Mayor.
Timer?
I ain't seen you kids all summer, kid.
Well, you better take a fast look, boy. We're leaving again. Latrivia's taking us to Omaha.
Omaha, eh?
Yep.
Great town, Omaha. Never been there myself, but my girlfriend Bessie was raised in Atlanta.
Raised in Atlanta. Georgia?
No, Bessie. Georgia was raised up north near Des Moines.
Highway?
Yep. Highway 66, just outside Little Rock.
Little Rock is in Arkansas.
Thought you were going to Nebraska.
We are.
Well, you'll never get there by way of Little Rock, daughter. If I was you kids, I'd go by way of...
Just a minute, please. We are not going through Little Rock, old-timer.
Well, you're the one that brought it up, Mayor. You drugged it in the conversation first.
No, I didn't.
Didn't he, Johnny? Didn't he?
Why, sure he didn't.
Sure. Says Bessie was raised in Atlanta, and daughter here says she's going to Omaha, and you piped up, Mayor, and says Little Rock is in Arkansas.
Yes, I know, but I was...
Let's get the facts straight here. Now, where are you going, daughter?
Omaha.
Where are you going, Johnny?
Omaha.
And where are you going, Mayor?
Home. See you at the station, Molly.
Hey, why don't you come to Omaha with us, old-timer? It's free.
Well, Johnny, that's right neighborly of you.
Now, McGee, I don't think Mayor Latrivia expected anybody else to go.
Ah, thump. It's only money. Taxpayers' money. You'll enjoy watching us handle a big deal back there, old-timer, with Molly charming the people and me standing quietly in the background pulling the strings for the whole thing.
Say, Papa used to do that years ago, kids. Very successful, too.
Your father, huh?
Yep. Papa was quite a power in our town, daughter.
Do tell.
For 20 years, he just stood quietly in the background and pulled the strings.
Politician, was he?
Nope, Papa was a corset salesman. See you at the station.
Okay, kid, we'll be there.
Billy Mills, the orchestra, and Love is the Reason.
We got everything from Kramer's drugstore. Phoned Doc Gamble, invited him to Omaha with us.
Now, McGee, I don't think you should keep inviting people on this trip. Mayor Latrivia...
Hi, Mort.
Mort Toops?
Yeah. Hey, Mort, you want to go to Omaha with me? It's free.
He answer you?
Shook his head. Twice. Well, come on, I got to stop in the Elks Club here and pick up my pool cue from Ole.
Yes, by all means do that. We don't want to forget your pool cue. Should be a handy thing to pack, too, dearie. Oh, hello there, Ole.
Oh, hi, Ole.
Well, hello, Mrs. Hi, McGee. This is quite a surprise. We don't see you here at Elf Scrub all summer.
Yeah?
Some of the boys was you saying they don't see little laughing face lately.
Is that what they call him here, Ole, laughing face?
Well, Shucklehead, to be exact.
Same thing. Well, I ain't staying but a minute, Ole. I just stopped by to pick up my pool cue. I and Molly are invited to Omaha.
You took in your pool cue to Omaha?
Yep.
What you gonna do, try to shoot your way out from behind the 8-ball?
Well, he's taking his pool cue and his tuxedo, Ole. That's in case we get invited to a formal dinner on a billiard table. Or maybe a grand ball at the pool hall.
Well, I like to be prepared. Hey, why don't you come with us, Ole? Cost you nothing. Mayor Latrevia's picking up the tab.
Oh, dear.
Well, thanks, Magee. That's very kind, but I couldn't leave my missus and kids that long. I get lonesome.
Well, bring the wife and
No,
kids. Okay. We'd love to have you, Ole.
You're mighty fond of your family, aren't you, Ole?
Oh, sure, missus. They're a fine bunch of kids. I go home from work tired last night, and then I walk up to the door of my little house, thinking about the kids. I kind of choke up.
You choke up just thinking about them?
No, little Sven, he drops cowboy rope around my neck in the roan sweater. He thinks he's jump along Cassidy, Sven does.
Heavenly day.
But little Ole, he's the one.
Oh.
He comes and he brings my bedroom slippers, and then I put them on. He stood there and laughs.
Yeah, why does he laugh?
He fills the toes full of carpet tacks. But finally, I sit down to read the paper, and then the missus, she calls Ole.
Oh, I'll bet she wants you to come and give her a kiss, huh?
No, she says her brother come by for dinner again, and I got to entertain that clobberhead while he drinks all my elderberry wine. What time you leave for Omaha, Magee? I meet you at the station.
4 o'clock, Ole, and bring my cool pew. Or pool pew. Oh, come on, Molly.
Well, now, this is going to be quite a junket, I think. This ought to teach the mayor to... Oh, look who's coming, Magee. Mr. Wimple.
Yeah. Oh, hi, Wimp.
Hello, folks.
Well, we haven't seen you all summer, Mr. Wimple. Have a nice vacation?
Oh, just dandy, Mrs. Magee. I had 2 wonderful weeks.
Yeah? Where'd you go?
I didn't go anywhere, Mr. Magee. She went.
Gee, you mean...
Yes, Sweetie Face, my big old wife. Life can be beautiful when it wants to.
Yes, but I bet after a couple of weeks without her, you were glad to see her back at that.
Oh, yes. I really was glad to have her home, Mrs. Magee. I got pretty tired sitting in that locked fruit cellar.
Well, we're just getting ready to take a little trip ourselves, Wimp.
Hey, Molly, pal.
Well, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Junior.
Hey, I hear you kids are going to Omaha.
Hello, Hilo.
Oh, hello, Molly. Hey, that's my hometown, you know, Omaha.
Say, I'd forgotten that, Mr. Wilcox. I'll bet it has a lot of happy memories for you, hasn't it?
Ah, it certainly has, Molly. It was in Omaha that I met my first love.
Oh, my. Romance. Tell us about it, Mr. Wilcox.
I met mine at a wrestling match. Somebody threw her in my lap.
Come on, Junior. Let's hear your big true confession story.
Well, I was only 3 days old at the time.
3 days?
Yes. My mother introduced me to pet evaporated milk. My first real love.
Oh, this is going to be another sneaky season.
Circumstances kept us apart for a while.
That didn't happen to me.
But we finally found each other.
Isn't that romantic?
Hey, and speaking of pet milk, kids, have you heard what Pet is doing now?
No.
Printing those terrific Mary Lee Taylor recipes right on the label.
That's a wonderful idea.
Yes, sir. Every tall can of Pet milk has a swell recipe for one of Pet's good, rich dishes printed right on the label. Housewives are crazy about the idea because it makes it so easy for them to feed their families nourishing and pleasing dishes. Every recipe is a husband-tested recipe, too.
I'm a recipe-tested husband myself, Junior. Molly tries everything.
And of course, you're always ahead when you cook your favorite family dishes with Pet because Pet milk is just good, sweet country milk evaporated to double richness.
Now, Milky.
Yes, pal.
Why don't you come along to Omaha with us and tell us the rest of this fascinating story on the way?
Now, I'd be happy to.
You might as well come too, Mr. Wimple.
Me? Oh, gracious, I'd love to, but...
Well, won't cost you a cent, fellas. Latrevia's treat, you know.
Could Sweetie Face come too?
Oh, no, I'm afraid not, Wimp. I'm sorry.
It's a deal.
I made it to the station. 4 o'clock. Come on, Molly. I got to get my tux into this tailor shop here. I hope I can get a quick job here on this tux. Oh, hi, Bud.
How do you do, sir? And I presume, madam.
What can I do for you? Well, I got a job here for you, Bud. You the head alteration man? Yes, I am. Fine. And frankly, sir, your head could stand some alteration. With a new pair of ears and a few tucks in that loose skin on the back of your neck, I believe...
No, that isn't what he means, Mr.
Yeah, right, madam. Rodney J. Wright, master tailor. Well, look, master, I got a tux here that needs fixing. We're going to Omaha this afternoon at 4 o'clock, so make it snappy. We're Russian. Russian, eh? That puss, I'd swear you were Irish. That just goes to show you said...
Well, listen now, we are Irish, sir. He simply means we're in a hurry. We want to make a train.
Well, I'll be happy to make it for you, madam. I made a train last week for the Oglesby-Dupendorf wedding that was 9 feet long with pink satin ruching and yellow bows. No. That ain't the kind of a train we're talking about. We got to catch a train before it pulls out at the Union Station.
Oh, well, the same thing happened at the Oglesby-Dupendorf wedding. Bride caught the train in her heel and her shoe, and it pulled out at the hip. Very embarrassing situation because I was...
Oh, now, for goodness sake. Let's get down to business here.
Yeah, pipe down, will you, Bud? I'll step in the booth here and put this tuxedo on so you can see what it needs.
Yes, you do that. Look, baby, while old Dad is slipping out of his pants, let you and I slip out to the ice cream parlor.
What?
I'll buy you a double Arabian Night sundae with 2 spoons. Skip it, here he comes.
Well, how's it look? A little tight, I'm afraid. How's it fit in the back, Molly?
Like the skin on a weenie.
It was let out once before, Bud, but maybe they didn't let it.
Oh, I doubt that, sir. No respectable tailor would ever let that suit out.
Oh?
It must have escaped. That is a vintage garment if I ever saw one.
Well, never mind admiring it, Bud. Let's get it fixed to fit.
Well, let me see. Well, there's nothing wrong with that tuxedo that a can of gasoline and a match won't fix.
What?
Let's face it, Dad. With these duds, you're dead.
Now, please, Mr. Wright, stop knocking the tuxedo.
Yeah.
What are you trying to do? Seamus?
Seamus, the pretty Colleen is talking to you.
Well, faith and because Dad's ratted on my name. It's Magee.
Right.
Yes, baby?
I wasn't addressing you.
No, she simply said I'm right.
No, I'm right. You're confused.
No, he's Magee.
I am not.
You are, too.
He is not.
No.
Oh, look, Magee, why don't you wrestle him for it? I'll run home and get the baggage. Meet me at the station.
The King's Men and the Wondrous Word of the Lord.
Lord, 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 oh, listen. Hear the wondrous word of the Lord.
I hear the pretty music and the singing, the wondrous word.
The
Lord is taking your measurement, and if you stand up tall, then you will all be eligible to sit in the heavenly hall.
And you listen to the music and the beautiful singing, and you listen to the wondrous
word
of the Lord, 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 the wondrous word of the Lord. Now he's watching over everyone, every night and day. So heed the wisdom of his word and never forget to pray. And listen to the music
by the heavenly choir. Listen to the wondrous word of the Lord, oh Lord,
oh the wondrous word of the Lord.
Now, brethren and sisters of the congregation, are you ready and able for the celebration?
Better listen to the words that he's going to say. You better get ready for the judgment day.
Oh, you must be ready for his call, no matter where you roam.
Oh, Lord.
So walk that straight and narrow path, and it will lead you home.
And you listen to the music and the beautiful singing, and you listen to the wondrous
word
of the Lord. Lord, Lord, oh, listen, hear the wondrous word of the Lord.
Oh, listen to the name of the wondrous word of the
up close to me. Don't go wandering all over the depot. Remember, the train leaves at 6 o'clock sharp, and the gate opens at 5:45. What time is it, Molly?
5:27, dearie.
Yeah.
Just 15 seconds later than it was when you asked me 15 seconds ago.
I did? Well, that's on account of a guy that he's an experienced traveler like I happen to be one of them, is always on my toes.
You've been on our toes since 4 o'clock when you dragged everybody down here. And may I make a suggestion?
What is it?
I still think you ought to go take off that tuxedo.
What? And stand here in my underwear? Why, my God.
No, where's the suit you wore into the tailor shop?
I had him mail that to Omaha. There was no time for me to make the... Hey, I better check the list. Make sure everybody's here.
No, Magee, not again.
Well, I can't start slipping up now. Okay, you guys, sound off when you hear your name called. Hot water bottle. Oh, whoops. Wrong list. That's the stuff we bought at Kramer's drugstore. Here, I got the right list. Molly Magee.
I'm all here, lover, except one ear that you just blasted off.
Now stand back and don't breathe down my list. Arlo Wilcox.
Here, pal.
Old timer.
Right here, Tony.
Ole Swenson.
You look at me square in the eyeballs, Magee.
Just say here now without no back talk, boy. Wallace Wimple.
Wallace Wimple reporting for duty, sir.
It ain't necessary to salute me, Wimp. Just stay where I can see you. What's the idea of hiding behind that baggage truck?
What do you think? Sweetie Face finds out I'm sneaking out of town, she'll hit the ceiling with me.
Well, you stay close. Mayor Latrivia. Latrivia. Ain't that widow and orphan Robin stuffed shirt showed up yet?
Don't get excited, dearie. The mayor will be here in time.
Oh, I ain't excited. What time is it, Molly?
5:31.
Now, take it easy, kiddo. Don't lose your head.
Sounds to me like it's your head that's coming loose, Johnny.
Oh, no, not me. No, sir, not me. I'm cute as a cool-cumber. Or calm as a cool-cooper. What time is it?
5:31 3/4.
Well, if Latrivia don't get here pretty soon...
Well, keep a stiff upper shirt on, Magee. Here comes the mayor now.
It's about time.
5:32.
I didn't ask you what time it was.
Just playing it safe, lover. Hello, Mr. Mayor.
Hello, Molly. Magee. Well, quite a group of friends here to see us off.
They ain't seeing us off. I invited all...
Magee, what in the world are you wearing?
Well, that's my tux, Latriv. Figured I'd give the social whirl a whirl in Omaha. How do I look?
Like a penguin at the end of molting season.
Well, I got no time to fiddle-faddle with you now. Hustle over and get the tickets, Latrivia.
There's no rush. I called and told them to hold tickets for the three of us.
We have news for you, Mr. Mayor.
There's 8 of us. These people are all going, too. I invited all of them, Latrivia.
You didn't.
Don't worry, I told everybody it was your treat. You said you'd pay for the party, so I thought we'd make it a real party. That makes you a big
Magee,
man.
this is preposterous.
What?
I can't afford to take half of Wistful Vista to Omaha at my expense.
Oh, stop crying, Latriv. Everybody knows you're loaded, even if Mort Toops does say you ain't got any money at all.
He says that?
Yes, he says you're the poorest mayor we ever had.
That's neither here nor there. I'm sorry to disappoint these worthy people, but you had no right to...
Latriv, you'd like to keep on being mayor, wouldn't you, boy? And it's almost election time.
5:35.
Thanks, kiddo. These guys control a lot of votes, Latriv, and if they spread the word around that you welched out on an invitation, weaseled out on your sacred obligation to the voters...
No! Stop it! This is an outrage.
But
I'll not be coerced by this threat. I'll resist it vigorously.
No,
I'll not let the loss of a few votes... I'll buy the tickets. 8 people. Omaha. 8 times. Oh.
Bring me back a bottle of orange pop, Latriv. No, make it lime.
5:36.
I said lime.
Natural mistake.
Yeah. Well, I got everything under control at last, kiddo. Latrivia's buying the tickets. Everybody's here where I can watch them.
Except Dr. Gamble.
Oh, Doc Gamble. Where is that big fat?
Did I hear my name mentioned, Marble Top?
Oh, there you are. Looking like butter wouldn't melt in your mouth, which, judging from your weight, I know plenty of it has. Now, stick close to me, because... What are you staring at?
What is that thing you're wearing?
That's his tuxedo, Doctor.
Yep. How do I look, Doc?
Well, I wouldn't advise lying down, Buster. Some careless undertaker might bury you. come to think of it, hi, La Trivia.
Hello, Dr. Gamble. I have the tickets, McGee.
Fine.
Attention, please.
Oh, here we go now.
Train number 7, the Cinder Bucket. Now loading at gate 3 for Omaha, Chicago, Kansas City, Omaha, Plattsmouth, and Omaha. Boulder.
Boy, oh boy, here we go. Did you buy all the tickets, La Triv?
I told you yes.
Okay, just checking. Come on, boy, get aboard.
I'd rather get a 2x4, McGee, and beat your block off.
That's mighty nice of you to ask us all along on this trip, La Trivia. You get my vote again this year for mayor.
I may not run this time, Doctor. I may just destroy myself.
I hope you didn't forget anything, dearie. How about the baggage?
All the baggage is okay. Checked it straight through myself.
Well, good.
I got in a real interesting conversation with the baggage man, too. I was telling him about the time I and Fred Nittany, the guy that him and me had a vaudeville act together from Starved Rock, Illinois, and we played a split week between Omaha and Hackensack, New Jersey, and that was what... Oh, my gosh.
Oh, no.
Yes. I checked all the baggage through to Hackensack.
Oh, Nicky.
Fibber and Molly return in a moment. Every mother wants the best for her baby. And when it comes to choosing between one brand of milk and another, this you can count on. There's no better milk than Pet evaporated milk. No other milk you can buy is easier for your baby to digest than Pet milk. No other milk is safer than Pet milk. And no other milk in the world can do more for your baby than Pet milk can. You see, Pet milk has a combination of milk minerals and vitamin D that a baby must have in order to make good, steady growth and have strong, straight bones and sound teeth. And every can of Pet milk has the important seal of acceptance of the Foods and Nutrition Council of the American Medical Association. Not every milk merits that important seal. So if your baby is a bottle baby, you can be sure you're doing the right thing when you give him Pet milk, the first evaporated milk, the first food for millions of happy, healthy babies.
My, this is a lovely train, McGee.
Yep. Hey, how do you spell Baron?
Spell what? What are you doing?
I'm sending a telegram. Let me read it to you. To Jack Pearl, alias the Baron Munchausen.
Oh, yes.
It says, from all of us in Wistful Vista, our sincere thanks for carrying on this summer.
Oh, the way he carries on, too.
And then I say best of luck to you and Mimi Benzel and all your gang.
Well, good. I'll sign that, dearie.
Swell. Good night.
Good night, all.
The first evaporated milk, Pet milk, brings you Fibber, McGee, and Molly each week at this time. Next week's show will come to you from Exarban Coliseum in Omaha, Nebraska, where Fibber, McGee, and Molly lend a hand to the Red Feather campaigns of America. If you were asked to stay with someone who had tried to commit suicide, what would you do? How would you help? Well, those are questions young wife Sally Carter tries to answer as she sits through the night with a young neighbor in the story of the week on Pet Milk's Mary Lee Taylor program next Saturday morning. Together with this dramatic story, you'll hear a brand new way of how to stretch a pound of meat into a delicious new kind of meatloaf. It's the husband-tested recipe of the week for tasty pork loaf. And you'll hear how to make it on Pet Milk's Mary Lee Taylor program, a Saturday morning highlight on NBC.
Steve Wilson combats crime in big towns. Tonight on NBC.
Are you brave enough to spend the night in the mystery house? Well, we will soon know.
Mystery House. Mystery House that strange publishing firm owned by Dan and Barbara Glenn, where each new novel is acted out by the Mystery House staff before it is accepted for publication. Mystery House.
The title for the story we're trying out tonight for a Mystery House novel, Barbie, Murder is an Accident. I suppose it's about a murder that's made to look like an accident?
It's a story about a murder that is an accident, Dan.
Huh? Oh, but murder's never an accident. If it's an accident, well, it just isn't murder.
Well, this is. Wait and see.
Oh, now don't tell me you're going to try to fool me with a little technicality.
Well, say, Mr. Glenn, don't sneer at little technicalities. They're very important.
Not to me, Tom.
Why, they're important to everybody, Mr. Glenn. That's why we have to be so scrupulously careful of what we say in my part of the show. Everything exactly right. Here's what I mean.
Okay, places, everybody. Set the scene, will you, Tom?
Death is an accident. Tonight's story opens in a car that's rolling along a country road at 5:30 in the morning. Hal Bennett, editor of a country weekly paper, is driving, and his wife is registering a mild protest.
I could learn to hate you, Hal. Getting me out of bed at 5 o'clock just because some guy disappeared 3 years ago.
Oh, now, Pam, I thought you were a mystery fiend. Besides, I need you as a cameraman.
Well, photography's a wonderful science, but you can't take pictures of something that happened 3 years ago. So why bother me just when I was having a wonderful dream?
Well, wake up and listen. You remember when Carl Jordan disappeared?
Clarion and moved here from Chicago.
Yeah. You remember how upset his wife was?
I might even be upset if you disappeared.
Well, she said the last time she'd seen him was the night that a stranger came to the farm and asked for some help with his car.
And Jordan went out to help the stranger, and presto, no more Jordan.
Yeah.
But what does that have to do with my beauty sleep?
Well, just this, my pet. Who do you think walked in and signed a confession last night?
You.
Yeah. Oh, now be serious. Henry Paulson.
Not Henry Paulson, the president of the Farmers State Bank.
Right. The sheriff's got him out on a farm now looking for Jordan's grave.
Grave? Ooh. You mean Henry Paulson murdered Jordan?
Well, could be. Sheriff Olson's being very mysterious about the whole business. Has some kind of a signed confession. Telephone operator tipped me off.
I thought you said murder mystery. There's only one suspect, and he's already confessed.
Listen, my love. Big operators like Henry Paulson don't sign confessions unless they have an ace up the sleeve. Extenuating circumstances to you, my dear. And we're going to find the catch.
Okay, I surrender. Only give me 2 more minutes to sleep.
Oh, no, you don't. No. We're here, the Paulson farm.
Hey, is that the sheriff over there digging?
Yeah, looks like him. And that's Paulson with him. Come on. We'll go down and see if they found the grave.
Walking through a cornfield is certainly great on nylon.
I'll make Olson get you a new pair on his expense account. Hey, Oscar. How you doing?
Bennett. Matt and on you had found out about this. Why don't you newspaper snoozers mind your own business? You will get no news till I want you to have it.
Now take it easy, Oscar. We're not here to bother you. We just want to help you out.
Excuse me, Mrs. Bennett. I don't mean to be rude, but I got to watch when your husband is around. And besides, I got a very important suspect.
Important? I don't know why you should treat Henry Paulson any different from any other criminal. You aren't afraid of him, are you?
Ain't afraid of nobody, but I got to find Carl Jordan's body, and Paulson is the only one who knows where it is. I got to be nice to him just until...
Oh, we understand, Sheriff.
He's admitted the murder, has he?
He says Carl Jordan died accidental, and he buried him secret to avoid scandal for the bank.
Oh, brother, does that sound fishy?
Accident, huh?
Well, Henry Paulson's been... Excuse me, Mrs. Bennett, sort of sweet on Carl Jordan's wife for many years.
Oh, you don't need to apologize for mentioning it, Sheriff. I remember a case like that in Chicago. Why, Mrs. Jordan has a grown son.
Yeah, that's right. He just got back from Chile.
Yo, morning, engineer. He's coming back. That is why Henry Paulson confessed. Seems like the Jordan boy made his mother tell him everything about old Carl's disappearance.
Mrs. Jordan told her son Paulson killed Carl?
She told him enough, so Paulson were afraid of the Jordan boy start talking. That is why Paulson come to me to tell his story.
He admits being responsible for Jordan's death?
He says Carl Jordan took some cattle into Omaha and his wife think he don't come back for several days. I could tell it to your husband better.
You mean Paulson was making a good thing out of the husband's absence?
Yeah. He was visiting Mrs. Jordan when Jordan come home early and found him in the living room. Of course, Jordan was plenty mad.
How unreasonable.
Yeah. He started to slug Paulson, and Paulson slug right back, and all at once Paulson say he sees Jordan fall, and on the floor beside him is a big, heavy brass vase.
A brass vase?
Paulson claimed the vase fall off the mantel and crack Jordan's skull. He swears he don't have his hands on it.
And that's supposed to make Jordan's death an accident?
Maybe.
What about Mrs. Jordan, though?
Well, I got Hannigan out there now.
Well, isn't she involved, too? I mean, hiding her husband's death?
Paulson takes all the blame for that. He says he and the lady were good friends. But I can't arrest her for that. Got to get back to my prisoner now. You better go away.
Okay, Oscar. But don't forget now,
Hey, Hal, look.
What's the matter?
Over there on the road. There's a man getting out of our car. Come on.
Yeah.
Oh, my nylon.
Hey, he's back in his own car now. We're too late. Quick, Pam, your camera. That telephoto lens will pick up the license plates.
Okay. But why? Do you think he stole something from us?
Just a hunch, sweetheart. But any guy roaming around here at this time of the morning must have something to do with the Paulson case. Now, let's go see your friend, Mrs. Jordan.
Doesn't look like much happening here.
Yeah. Now, let's go over to the house and see if Mrs. Jordan will talk.
We're not the only ones interested in the Jordan farm. That horseback rider.
Who are you? What do you want?
Well, you must be Donald Jordan.
What about it?
I'm Hal Bennett of the Clarion. This is my wife. We want to talk to you about your mother, about your father's disappearance.
Disappearance? You mean murder?
We've just talked to the sheriff, Mr. Jordan. He said Henry Paulson was helping him find the grave.
What do you mean, helping? Paulson could find it quick enough if he wanted to. He dug it, didn't he? Was he handcuffed?
You sound a little bitter.
Why wouldn't I be? Where I've just been, we don't fool around with murderers. We don't pamper them, let them make fools out of officers. We don't...
But you can't call Paulson a murderer, yet. The sheriff seems to think it was an accident.
He would. Because Paulson told him so, and Paulson's a big man. Big man. He's a madman. He stops at nothing to get what he wants. Why, he's been threatening me since the day I got back from South America.
That sounds like he figures you know something. Are you sure you didn't know anything about your father's death before you got back?
Now, look here, Bennett. I don't know anything about this, see? Nothing except that Paulson's guilty.
Mr. Jordan, please. If he's guilty, the law will take care of him.
The law? These American laws make me laugh. In South America, we know how to deal with murder. Paulson should be hanging now. Would be if it weren't for that stupid sheriff.
Now who's coming here?
Just another of your great officers of the law.
It's Hannigan. I thought Olson said he was already here questioning Mrs. Jordan. Hey! Hey, Hannigan!
Hi, Bennett. Olson told me no visitors. I'll have to throw you out of here.
Why, hello, Mr. Hannigan. We just want to talk to Mrs. Jordan a minute.
Well, you can't for two reasons. Chief of which is she ain't here.
What do you mean? I thought you were watching her.
That's like the baby watching the nurse.
If you know so much, wise guy, where's your mother? And where have you been?
How should I know where my mother is? You were supposed to be watching her. As for me, it's my business where I've been. This is a free country, isn't it?
Oh, come on. Let's find Mrs. Jordan. Olson will be plenty mad at you if she's disappeared, Hannigan.
Then he'll just have to be mad. She's gone, all right. I was talking to her, and she asked to be excused a minute. She never came back.
But she couldn't just vanish. She must still be in the house.
If she is, she's awful good at hide and seek. I looked every place.
This is enough for me. So long.
Hey, where do you think you're going?
I'm going to hire some competent men to put on this case.
Why, you...
No, let him go, Hannigan. Come on. Let's search the house.
Tain't no use. I've been all through the place.
Did you try all the doors?
Sure thing.
What's this? A bedroom?
Hey, Mrs. Jordan. Here, Hannigan, help me untie her.
This ain't right. I was right here. Nobody
Hurry
could
up with
possibly...
those ropes, Hal.
Yeah, all right.
Here, I'll get that rag out of her mouth. Mrs. Jordan, what happened to you?
I don't know, Mrs. Bennett. My wrist.
Nobody could have tried her like this while I was here.
Well, maybe not, Hannigan, but they did.
Mrs. Jordan, what happened?
I don't seem to remember. A sharp pain in the back of my head. Everything went black. And when I woke up, I was in that clothes closet with that rag in my mouth and my hands and ankles tied. Oh, it was awful.
Did you look in this closet, Hannigan?
I must have. I opened every door I come to.
Yeah, well, you must have missed this one.
Answer that, will you, Bennett?
Yeah. Hello? Yeah. He what? Oh, wait a minute. How did he... Okay. Yeah, sure. We'll be on the lookout. Yeah. Thanks, Sheriff. Yeah, I'll tell Hannigan. Goodbye.
What now?
Paulson's escaped. Somebody drove his car out there and left it with the keys in.
No. Oh, he'll blame me for everything. My son, he'll try to kill Donald.
No, don't be so upset, Mrs. Jordan. He can't hurt anybody while Hannigan's here.
But he has a gun in his car, a revolver. Donald made him go to the sheriff, and we've got to stop him some way. I'm afraid.
You got nothing to worry about, Mrs. Jordan. If he tries any funny stuff around here, I'll take care of him.
He has such a violent temper. That night when he killed Carl.
Oh, so you're admitting now that he killed your husband, are you?
What? I don't know. Can't you leave me alone? Can't you see I'm all upset? I don't know what I'm saying. Oh!
Horton, stick him up, fella.
No, wait a minute. He's hurt. Can't you see? He's bleeding. Call a doctor, Pam.
Henry. No, don't shoot, Henry, for the love of God.
Sheriff. Got me. Spark plugs. Spark.
A doctor, operator?
You
Any
said...
doctor at all?
Said...
It's a matter of...
Save it, Pam, save it.
What?
Change that call to the coroner. He's dead.
Who engineered Henry Paulson's escape from the sheriff? Was it Donald Jordan? I hardly think so. Maybe there's someone mixed up in this thing we haven't met yet. And how did Henry Paulson get shot? Was it for murdering Carl Jordan 3 years ago? Or was that murder? Well, it looks like we have a lot of questions to be answered in the second act. And they'll be answered in short order. But first... And now, Act 2 of Murder is an Accident. Hal Bennett, the Clarion editor, has just entered Sheriff Olson's office. Donald Jordan lounges insolently against the desk.
You get the photographs developed, Bennett?
Right. And the numbers check.
88 Y 783. Just like on the car Paulson drove away in. Yeah. I hollered at the blame fool to stop. He should have known I would chase him in my car.
You fired the shot?
Sure. I drove up alongside of him and yelled like anything. He wouldn't stop, so I had to shoot.
Then why did you let him make that scene at Mother's? Why didn't you take him right to jail?
Are you trying to be funny? His car went off the road down into a ditch. By the time I climbed down there, Paulson was gone.
You must be a very fast man.
Not fast, maybe, but I'm doing a lot better than Paulson.
Cut the clowning, Olson. I'm going out and get my mother right now, before something happens to her.
Just a minute, young man.
Just a minute, nothing. She's in danger.
Wait a minute, relax, Jordan. My wife's with her. And Pam can take care of any murderer in the world barehanded.
Yeah, I'll bet.
Photographed car and the one Paulson drove away in both had the same license plates. And they're yours, Jordan.
Mr. Jordan, where were you when Paulson escaped?
Why, how should I know?
You weren't on your mother's farm.
I was in town, making a call to the city, trying to hire some competent detectives.
And before, where were you when Mr. Bennett came to the farm?
Out riding. I've told you that a dozen times.
I guess I have to lock you up until you decide to talk straight.
You half-baked clown, you can't frame me. You bungled this thing from the start.
Now, look, Donald. All the sheriff wants is a reasonable explanation of your actions.
Reasonable?
Yeah.
Reason would be quite a novelty around here. I'll give him some reasoning. The kind we use in the mining camp. Oh, no, you don't, Sheriff. Give me that gun.
Bennett, grab his legs. I got the...
Oh, no. Your gun,
Yeah.
Olson. He's got your gun. Look out.
And I know how to shoot it, too, Bennett. You have any ideas of coming after me?
What's the matter with you, Jordan? Get down from that window ledge, you fool.
I've had enough of this. The man who killed my father is dead now, and that's all I'm interested in. That and getting my mother away from here.
Come away from that window. You will get hurt.
Thanks for worrying about me, Sheriff. I'm going back to South America where they're more interested in justice than in theory.
Jordan, come away from that window. Come on now, give me that gun.
You can't jump from that window, Jordan. You'll be killed.
The ivy on the wall will get me to the ground, Bennett. So long, you chumps.
Jordan, you're crazy. Come back.
Still alive, huh?
Yeah, but the doctor says most of his bones are broken. He won't live long. Have you called his mother, Hal?
Yeah, she'll be here in a minute.
She better hurry if she wants to see him before he dies. Oh, such a fool. Oh, come in, Mrs. Jordan. I'm sorry this happened.
Hey, wait a minute. Where's Pam? Didn't she come with you?
My son, where is he? My poor son.
Well, he's in pretty bad shape, Mrs. Jordan. Doctors are doing all they can.
You're trying to tell me he... Oh.
Oh, that's another one to take care of. We better call a nurse and get her into bed, Hal. Just fainted, I guess.
Yeah, she dropped her purse.
Well, pick it up while I find the nurse.
Okay. It's open. Hey, wait a minute. Look at this.
What? Money, powder, papers. Like any woman's
Yeah,
purse.
but this. A tractor wrench. I suppose women carry tractor wrenches in their purses these days, huh?
Fire. I ain't got enough troubles without there has to be fire now. And if I ain't there... Hello, operator? This is Sheriff Olson. Where's the fire? What? What? Oh, my goodness.
Well, wherever it is, I'm not going with you, Sheriff. I've got to find Pam. I don't like this business of Mrs. Jordan coming here without her.
Just a minute, Hal. The fire's at the Jordan farm.
What? Well, here, grab her, Sheriff.
But she's fainted. She's got to be put to bed.
Bed? Nothing. She's going to that fire. Come on, hurry, Sheriff. For the love of Mike, step on it.
Hey, step any harder and my foot goes through the floorboard. They're almost there. See the flames?
If anything's happened to Pam, I got her to stay with Mrs. Jordan. It'll be my fault.
Just don't get excited. She takes care of herself pretty good for a woman.
Oh, well, hurry up, will you? The place is practically burned down. If Pam's in there,
Just try to keep your shirt on. Getting excited won't do any good. All right, Thompson, get that hose over in the left corner there.
Hey, Sheriff, over there with the blanket over it. Sheriff, it's a body. Pam, maybe.
No, Hal. Come on and don't get all excited.
Excited, but Pam.
We take a look, Hal.
No, I don't want to look, Sheriff. I can't. Would you tell me?
I guess I got to if that's the way you feel. You just wait right here. Oh, I hope he's wrong. Well, I guess I got to do it.
Hi, Sheriff. Isn't it the silliest thing you ever saw? Doctor said I was suffering from shock, and he insisted on wrapping me in this blanket like an Egyptian mummy. Well, can't you say something?
Say something? Sure. Mr. Bennett. Oh, Mr. Bennett.
Oh, darling. Pam, just let me look at you, will you?
I'll bet I got smudges all over my face.
Well, you look pretty wonderful to me, baby, smudges and all. But don't you ever scare me like that again.
Scare you?
Yeah.
Well, I like that. If you think I staged this performance for your benefit... And speaking of being scared, how do you think I
It
felt?
was all my fault, baby. I'll never leave you alone again.
Alone?
Yeah.
Oh, hell, where is that awful woman? Did she get away?
Mrs. Jordan? She's in the sheriff's car, out like a light. When she saw her son,
What about her son?
Well, he got excited and tried to climb down the ivy on the courthouse wall. Maybe dead by now.
He tried to say he didn't know anything about Paulson,
Well,
but...
of course he didn't know anything about Paulson. She did it. She's the murderer.
What? What are you talking about? The sheriff shot Paulson, and Paulson killed Carl Jordan.
No, Mrs. Jordan killed both of them. She told me.
What? That shot I fired at Paulson. Hey, my car. Somebody...
It's Mrs. Jordan. She's driving away.
Come on. We'll take the fire chief's car. The fast one.
woman's insane. Hurry.
Yeah, well, don't worry. We'll catch her.
She's horrible. I can't tell you how horrible. Well, you're gaining on her, Sheriff.
Hey, catch her. Then we talk. Down, Pam. She's shooting at us. No, I'm getting mad. Hal, you hold on to the wheel.
Sure, but what are you going to do? Hey, you better duck down, Sheriff.
She ain't a very good shooter so far, but I am, and I'm aiming for the tires.
Yeah, you got him.
All right now, Mrs. Jordan.
I don't remember anything, Sheriff. After my son, everything. I'm sorry.
I'm glad you've forgotten about trying to kill me, Mrs. Jordan.
No.
What happened, Pam?
Well, after you left the farm, I tried to visit with her, just to pass the time. She began to fidget around, and she was playing with her purse.
You hated me. I could see it.
Well, you didn't do much to build up any friendship, darling. I asked her to lie down, Hal, and when I tried to take her purse...
I knew what you were after. You didn't fool me.
When she wouldn't give it to me, I was disgusted, and I started to walk away from her. Right then, something hit me on the head.
That tractor wrench?
Well, I wouldn't ever have known except she missed. The blow grazed me, and I went down stunned. Then she gave me a nice, neat crack before I could get up. When I came to, I was tied up.
And then she skipped out.
No, she sat down and talked as sweet as... Well, you know how she always talked. And she asked me over and over again how I wanted to die. She said it had to be an accident. Death is an accident, she kept saying.
All deaths are accidents.
The woman is crazy.
No, just tired. Very tired. It's been so long.
So long since what?
Since Carl disappeared. My husband.
His death, that was an accident?
I never loved him, but he never knew it. The accident was that he found out.
Well, I'm afraid you're not making sense, Mrs. Jordan.
It's so simple, though. I didn't love my husband. Henry Paulson and I were very happy because we arranged everything so carefully so that no one would ever guess we were in love.
But your husband's dead, Mrs. Jordan.
Carl came home when he wasn't supposed to. He found Henry Paulson there, and he began to strike him. It was then I knew I had to kill Henry Paulson.
You mean you tried to kill Paulson and kill your husband by accident?
Yes. Isn't it funny?
She aimed the brass vase at Paulson, but it hit Jordan.
I didn't dare let Mr. Paulson know I'd meant to kill him, of course. So he and I had to put together that story about Carl's disappearance.
Yeah, but this morning, Paulson's escape...
Oh, you men are so stupid. I tricked you, Sheriff. I told Henry I'd have a car waiting on the road and that I'd have the spark plugs disconnected on your car so you couldn't follow him. I did, of course. And I had everything all planned for Hannigan to kill him if you didn't. That's why I was talking about his gun.
Oh, yeah, I remember. You said he'd try to shoot you.
Yes. I couldn't kill him. I had to fix it so the sheriff would do it, or Hannigan. It had to be an accident.
And she tied herself up and put that gag in her mouth so nobody thinks she'd left the car for Paulson.
What about the fire?
That was no accident.
But there was an accident. The neighbors reported the fire too soon. Otherwise, Mrs. Bennett, you'd have been accidentally burned to death.
Well, there was one real accident, Mrs. Jordan. Your son.
No, don't talk about it. I've had all the accidents I can stand.
You've got one more coming, Mrs. Jordan. A trial by jury.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and into territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Stokes, quit your hiding. Come on out. We got business to take care of.
You just keep on riding, old Harker.
Well, come on out that barn, Stokes. You got to settle up.
I ain't doing no business with you, Oak.
You lost the right to be choosy when that fire burned your feed crop, and you know it.
I can't see how that fire's any affair of yours.
You borrowed money in that crop of yours, didn't you?
Sure, from your pa.
Well, you can just pay it back to me.
I ain't going to do it. Your pa's waited a long time, but he'll get his money. He ain't the kind to come riding up here a week after the fire to collect it, neither.
You don't have to. I'm doing it for him.
Well, you ain't going to get it from me.
Oh. Now, you listen here, Stokes. I took over Pa's business. Everything that's coming to him is coming to me now.
You mean you foreclosed on your own pa?
Yeah. I got a paper here, all stamped legal, says I can collect what's owing to Pa. Right now.
Not for me, you can't. I ain't got it.
Well, now, ain't that a shame. Guess I'll just take along something, make up for it.
Now, you look here,
I ain't got much around here, Stokes. Guess I'll take a look around, maybe out back, out the corral, maybe.
Now, you stay away from my horse.
You recollect you got yourself a pretty good stud horse.
Well, you miserable...
You recollect I made you an offer for him about a week back. A good fair offer.
I wouldn't sell you one of my horses if I had to starve for
You
it.
ain't going to worry about selling me nothing. I'm just going to take that horse.
You can't
and
do it.
we'll call that dead old square, Stokes. Because I don't want to have to call the law down on you and take over your land.
Well, I ain't going to allow it.
You ain't going to do nothing but go on in there and lead me out that horse.
No, but it ain't right.
It's as right as it's going to get. The law is with me, Stokes. Come on, get along now. Well, fetch me that horse. I'll go in there and fetch him myself. I've been wanting to throw a rope on it.
Yeah. All right, I'll get him.
It's more like it.
But don't let me hear about you mistreating him like you do your other horses.
What you do about it?
I'll come and get him. I'll take him back.
Not after he's mine.
You hurt him, and I'll come and get him. I'll get him if I have to kill you.
Because Elijah Cuddlestone was what you might call a grassroots politician, his support was constantly in demand. Here's part of his public reply to one such request. I will not climb aboard his bandwagon. I say his bandwagon is one I will never be on. Yeah, I mean, I won't support a man whose policies never have, that is, they have never reflected the will of the people. Well, Elijah laid it right on the line, didn't he? The phrase on or aboard the bandwagon that he used had a political origin that was literal. Politicians and local leaders actually would climb aboard the bandwagon that carried the band and various vote-for type signs used by campaigning politicos in parades and so forth. In this manner, they physically displayed their support for the individual and his cause. Even though the band, the wagon, and the practice were long familiar to pre-election politics in America, the phrase dates only from around the turn of the century.
Yes, sir, Mr. Dillon. Yes, sir, like I say, there's times when a man just sort of sinks back into himself and thinks about things, you know. Yes, sir, it comes over me ever so often. It's a time when I get to studying and figuring and don't want to talk much. Just kind of lost in thoughts, you might say.
Yeah.
I declare sometimes I go on being quiet like this for days, Mr. Dillon, days at a time. I don't hardly say nothing at all. Just sit back and think about the world and all that. Don't hardly talk at all. Do you ever get that way, Mr. Dillon? Not talking? Guess you didn't hear me, Mr. Dillon. I asked you a question. I say, do you ever get that way?
I'm sorry, Chester. I guess I was just sunk back in myself, thinking and not talking.
Well, now, you see, that's what happens to me, too. I get it. Well, somebody's sure riding up Front Street awful fast, ain't they?
Yeah. That's a runaway horse, Chester. Come on, let's catch him. Get it!
Out of town.
Yeah. I sure was. No wonder. Look.
My goodness. He's been beat. Why, somebody like to kill him.
Yeah.
Them quirt marks go right through his hide.
Those aren't quirt marks, Chester. This horse has been bull-whipped.
Oh, now, who would do a thing like that?
I don't know. But I'm sure going to find out. Come on, let's take him over to the livery stable.
Yes, sir.
Come on.
Come on, old man. We'll get you patched up good as new. Oh, my.
Hello, Matt. Chester?
Oh, Doc.
Doc?
What do you got here? Oh. Somebody did quite a job on that horse. You know who it is?
No, Doc, I don't. I just found him running.
And whoever it is, I think he'd be ashamed to claim him. Are you taking him over to the stable?
Yeah, I figured I'd leave him there and see who comes after him.
Good, I'll come along. I think I have some stuff that'll make him feel better.
Oh, you have? Oh, that's fine, Doc.
A man who'd do a thing like that ought to be whipped himself.
Yeah, and I wouldn't mind doing the job. I'll take him on over, Chester. You go down after the mail, will you?
Yes, sir.
I'll meet you back at the office, huh?
All right, sir.
Come on.
Hello, Marshal. Doc?
Hello, Moss.
Where'd you get that one?
I was hoping you'd know where he came from, Moss. He's a runaway.
I never seen him before. He's sure carved up some, though, ain't he?
Yeah. Doc's going to look him over.
I'll put him in a stall for you.
All right. I'm going to leave him here with you, Moss. I figure his owner will come and claim him.
All right, Marshal.
I want you to do something for me, if you will.
What's that?
I'm going to take his saddle and his bridle.
Why, Sure, Marshal.
And whoever claims the horse, you send him over to me to pick him up, huh? Because I want to meet that man.
You want another beer, man?
No, thanks, Kitty. Besides, at the rate you're selling it tonight, looks like you might run out.
The boys are worked up a real good thirst, all right.
Now, that doesn't exactly make you mad, does it?
No, not as long as they can pay for it.
Marshal Dillon.
Oh, hello, Dan. Kitty, you know Dan Stokes.
Oh, sure. Hello, Dan. Have a chair.
Thank you, ma'am.
You want a beer, Dan?
Oh, no thanks, Miss Kitty. Marshal, I got something to ask you.
What is it, Dan?
I want to know something, Marshal, legal-like.
Well, I'll help you if I can.
I want to know, can a man come up with a paper in his hand and take your horse? Can he do that, Marshal?
Well, that depends, Dan. Did you owe him something?
No, not him, Marshal. Not ever him. He just wanted that stud horse.
Oh? Well, you better tell me about it.
Well, it's that Oat Harker. I never owed him nothing, but I did owe his paw. He says he took over his paw's business and he come with a paper and took my horse.
Had he tried to buy your horse?
Yeah, he sure had, but I wouldn't sell. Not to him.
Oh, why not?
Because he's a mean man, Marshal. A mean man with animals. I don't sell my stock to people like him. Now I'm going to get him back. I'd like to do it legal-like, but I ain't too particular.
Yeah. Dan, what did your horse look like?
Oh, he was a real good stud horse, Marshal. A big roan with a blaze. I raised him from a foal. No man's going to harm him.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, Dan, I'll look into it. Now, Harker may be within his rights, but I'll see what I can do.
Marshal, you know Oat Harker?
You might say that we've had kind of an introduction, yeah.
Well, I'd like to stay on the right side of the law, but I don't aim to have that horse hurt, and that's for certain. Well, thanks, Marshal. Goodbye, Miss Kitty.
Goodbye, Dan.
So long, Dan.
Matt, was that the horse you told me about? The runaway you found this morning?
Yeah.
Are you going to tell Dan Stokes about it?
I'm going to wait and see if Oat Harker shows up to claim him, Kitty.
I sweep out this cussed office 40 times a day. Prairie dogs, just little grass of the...
Hey!
Then they... Oh! I'm sorry, mister.
Don't you watch what you're doing?
Well, I was only sweeping the dirt out the door, and you just happened to walk in at the wrong time.
Where's the marshal?
Well, he's down having some breakfast. I expect he'll be back in a few minutes.
Go on and get him.
Well, now, just a minute.
I said, go on, get the marshal.
You look here who you're telling to go and get somebody.
Somebody want to see me?
Mr. Dillon, this
Never
man
mind,
says
never mind. I'll do my own talking.
Well, suppose you do it then, mister. What do you want?
I hear you got my saddle and bridle.
Your name, Oat Harker?
How do you know?
Now, you got quite a reputation, Mr. Harker. For handling horses, anyway.
Well, that's my business. Give me my saddle.
I want to ask you something, Harker. Did you give that horse a beating?
What a man does to his horse is his own business, ain't it?
You got something to prove that he's your horse?
Yeah. Old man Stokes come crying to you, huh? All right, Marshal, I got this paper. Here, go on. Look at it. All drawn up by Lawyer Reeves. It's a good paper.
Uh-huh. You really hog-tied old Stokes to get that horse, didn't you?
I get what I want.
Yeah. So you can half kill it, huh?
Marshal, that's my horse. What I do to him is my affair. Now, you just give me my saddle and my bridle, I can get out of here.
All right, so is your horse, but I want to tell you something, Harker. If I ever hear you beating him or any other stock of yours, I'm going to come after you.
You got a law about a man and his horse?
I'll find one. Chester, give him his saddle.
Yonder it is.
Now, you get out of here.
Sure didn't know you had such a kind heart, Marshal.
Mr. Dillon, is that horse sure enough his?
Well, that's what the paper said, Chester.
Oh, morning, Matt.
Oh, hold
Chester.
on.
Doc,
Say, Matt, who was that fellow that came out of here carrying a saddle and a bridle?
that was Ode Harker, Doc. He's on his way over to the livery stable to get that runaway. It's his horse.
Well, it's too late.
What do you mean?
The horse is gone.
What?
And I went over there a little while ago to see how he was coming along, and he wasn't there.
Well, where is he?
Stolen, according to Moss Grimmick. But it seemed to me he didn't care at all. He said he figured the horse would be better off back where he belonged.
Yeah. All right, come on, Chester. Get your stuff together.
Yes, sir. You know where you're going, Matt?
Yeah, Doc, and I just hope I'm not too late.
Hometowns in America have a lot in common, yet they're each one of a kind. Take, for example, Pulaski, Virginia. Every day is another day of sawdust in the air at Pulaski, but it's clean and fine and white. And besides, the Pulaski and Coleman Furniture Companies are mostly what make Pulaski go. If you're driving down from Washington on U.S. Highway 11, you'll pass right through Pulaski, and you can stop at Don Keister's Gap Restaurant for that good Virginia country ham sliced thick. Fair weather finds Piedmont Airlines touching down at New River Valley Airport, nearly 2 hours closer than the old Roanoke terminal. If you're in Pulaski at the right time, you can catch a ball game between Pulaski and Dublin. Or if you're staying longer, a season ticket to the concerts in Blacksburg at BMI are just the thing. And those Civil War cannons still need a nice-sized park. But if your hometown is Pulaski, you already know this. We only wanted to remind you it still is.
Reckon we'll get there in time, Mr. Dillon?
I don't know, Chester. Ode Harker had a few minutes on us, and that's all he'd need.
Yeah.
We'll ride right on out to the corral, huh?
Wait, Mr. Dillon.
Huh?
Look over there on the ground.
Where?
That's old man Stokes.
Yeah.
Oh.
Dan?
He's all beat up, Mr. Dillon.
Dan. It's Matt Dillon, Dan. Can you get on your feet?
Sure.
Here, let me help you.
Sure, Marshal.
Ode Harker do this to you?
Keep him away from my horse, Marshal. He's back there with my horse. You killed that horse, sure.
Are you all right?
Oh, yes, I'm all right. You go get him, Marshal. Keep him away from my horse.
All right, Dan. All right. You just stay here and take it easy, huh? Come on, Chester.
Yes, sir. Look there, he was right. Ode Harker's in the corral after that horse.
From here, it's hard to tell who's after who.
That stud's really going after him.
Harker's going to have trouble roping him.
That horse has gone plumb crazy, Mr. Dillon.
Hey, Harker!
Keep out there, Dillon. He's my horse. I come to get out and go through it.
Harker, that horse will kill you.
Yeah. No horse living I can't handle. Yeah, you devil. Get back. Get out.
Mr. Dillon, he's working him right back into that loose fencing.
Yeah. Harker! Look out, Harker!
They're down, Mr. Dillon. They're both down.
Oh, come on.
Looks like the horse got a broke leg.
We'll try to drag Harker out from under him.
Yes, sir.
You get over on that side.
Now, here, let me lift up on this.
A little more.
He's caught on the fence. There.
Come on. Yeah.
He's dead, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, he sure is. It wouldn't have been much good living the way that horse left him.
No, sir.
Well, we'll borrow a wagon from Dan and take him back to town.
What about the horse? Pretty bad crippled.
Yeah. Well, I guess there's only one thing to do.
Marshal, wait a minute, Marshal. Wait a minute.
What is it, Dan?
That horse. Don't shoot him. That horse.
Oh, now, Dan, he's got to be put away. He's got a broken leg. You know, you can't leave him like this.
But, Marshal, if he's got to be shot, I'll do the shooting. He's still my horse.
All right, Dan. Come on, Chester.
It don't seem fair that you had to suffer. I'm awful sorry, boy.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The music was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns were composed by Ray Kemper and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. George Walsh speaking. Join us again next week for another story of the western frontier of America in the 1870s on Gunsmoke. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Next guest will give you the laughs, just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
Program starring Jack Benny with Barry Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, John Wilson. and gentlemen, today we're coming down the home stretch of our radio season. So, before starting our final show, let's go out to Jack Benny's house, where Jack is taking another violin lesson from his famous French music teacher, Professor LeBlanc. But before we go, let me ask you a question. Can it be the trees that fill the breeze with rare and magic perfume? Oh, no, it isn't the trees. It's...
No, Mr. Benny, no. I keep telling you not that way. Try it again.
Yes, sir. Let's see. Can it be the trees that fill the breeze with rare and magic perfume?
I don't know, but I smell something. What? Continue, please. But, Professor, I've done so many exercises. I'd rather play something like Souvenir. Very well, very well. Play it, anything.
Thank you.
No, Mr. Benny, not... It should be smooth like silk, not cheesecloth.
Well, maybe I ought to get my other violin. If you've got strings on it, yeah, never mind.
Okay, shall I try Souvenir again? Maybe later, but right now, let us get back to the exercises. And this time I will count for you. Yes, sir. It's 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and... Watch the notes that you are striking. Bend your thumb, you're not hitchhiking. Play the notes a little thinner. I don't want to lose my dinner. I am sorry I left Paris. You are even worse than Harris. Monsieur Benny, how long have you been playing the violin?
Oh, I play the violin since I was a little baby.
A little baby.
Yeah, in fact, if you look closely on my violin, you can see my teeth marks.
Monsieur Benny, after hearing you play, those could be anybody's.
Now, wait a minute. I'm paying you to teach me, not to insult me. If I'm not playing so well today, maybe it's because my fingernails are too long.
Long fingernails have nothing to do with it.
Well, your fingernails are short.
They were long when I came in here.
Well, stop sitting them on the rug. For heaven's sake.
Maybe I can stand it a little longer. Just 10 more minutes and the lesson she is through. Finished.
That's right.
Then you will give me the other half of that $5 bill?
Yes, of course. Now, if you don't mind, I'll go back to Souvenir.
I wouldn't care if you went back to Waukegan.
What?
It's no use. Goodbye, Mr. Benny.
But, Professor...
I am going back to the Casbah. Goodbye.
What a temperamental fellow he is. Oh, Rochester. He must have gone out, and I told him I wanted him to drive me to the studio. Oh, well, I'll call Mary. She'll drive me over. Take it easy, Mary. Not so fast.
Oh, Jack, why is it every time I drive you're so jittery?
I can't help it. I'm as nervous as a cat.
Well, stop arching your back and sit down.
And don't drive so fast.
But if you don't like the way I drive, why don't you take a taxi cab?
You know very well why. The last time we rode in a cab, we had that horrible accident.
Oh, yes. The cab hit a bump and the meter jumped $1.50.
I don't mean that time. Besides, my insurance covered it.
But anyway, as long as I'm riding with you, take it easy.
And, Jack, next time get Rochester to drive you to the studio.
Well, he was supposed to, but he left the house without letting me know. I wonder where he went. He's up to those... Mary, look out.
Oh, there you go again. Turn on the radio and relax.
Okay. I'll turn on the short wave. Maybe I can get some police calls.
Calling police cars 17, 21, and 43. Calling cars 17, 21, and 43. Drive your cars to the corner of 4th and Vermont and see Madman Munt. He'll give you the craziest prices.
I better try another station.
Does Vivian know that her sister Edith is trying to steal her husband? Will Gwendolyn be arrested for putting arsenic in William's cream de mint? When will they realize that their innocent-looking boarder, Mr. Winterbottom, is really a Japanese saboteur? And the tramp who's sleeping in their cellar is none other than Robert Dalton of the FBI. When will Mother realize that the sticky stuff which is ruining her victory garden is the start of an oil gusher which will make them all millionaires? Tune in again this time tomorrow for another chapter of The Johnsons, a typical American family.
Gosh, Mary, that's my favorite serial program.
Oh, last week you said the same thing about the adventures of Matilda Cronkite, girl horse doctor.
Well, I guess I'm the fickle type. I'll get another station.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you embarrassed by getting 5 o'clock shadow at 3:30? Do you suffer from moist, oily skin? Would you like to have your hide dry? You would? Then why not try sympathy soothing? Our tremendous cast. During our absence, we will be replaced by the Dellop Straw Cab program. Dellop Straw Cab is spelled backwards. And don't forget, folks, when you purchase our product, you'll be showing your appreciation to me, our sponsor, and our quartet.
Fly should blues away.
Gosh, Mary, I'm going to miss them during the summer.
I'd like to miss him right now.
Why?
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the feature spot on our program where we interview interesting personalities from all walks of life, I bring you the butler of a very famous man. Your name, please.
Rochester Van Jones.
Jack, did you hear that?
Yeah, so that's where he went.
Rochester, I understand that you've been in Mr. Benny's employ for over 10 years.
Yes, sir.
You must be very proud to be working for a man like Jack Benny.
Yes, sir. Proud and tired.
Well, that's strange. I always thought Mr. Benny was an easy man to work for.
Easy? You remember what Mr. Churchill told England about blood, sweat, toil, and tears?
Yes.
Well, so far I've done everything but bleed.
How do you like that?
Well, Rochester, I'd like to bring up an interesting question. Is Mr. Benny really as cheap in private life as he is on the radio?
No, he loosens up on the radio.
I wonder what makes him like that.
Well, Mr. Benny believes that money is the root of all evil, and he's trying to purify the human race.
Well, that's silly. After all, he hasn't got all the money in the world.
No, but he's got most of it, and he knows where the rest of it is.
Imagine blabbing about my private affairs.
Quiet, Jack. This is what every girl should know.
Oh, yeah?
Now, Rochester, there's one more question I'd like to ask you. There's been a lot of speculation about Mr. Benny's age. Would you tell us how old he really is?
36.
About time he got to the truth.
How do you know?
He's been 36 ever since I've known him. And there are very few people still living who can contradict him.
Well, I've seen Mr. Benny in person, and it's hard to believe he's only 36.
You ought to see him in the morning before I get him assembled.
Assembled?
Yes, sir. Hair, shoulders, muscles, girdles. He goes together like a jigsaw puzzle.
I'll certainly tell him a thing or two when he gets home.
Well, Roger...
Harry, our program is on.
Very good indeed.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Hey, say, Phil, Jack isn't here yet. What do you think we ought to do?
Don't worry, don't worry. I can handle this. Give me that microphone. Hi, you folks. This is Phil Harris talking. You know, the downbeat Cary Grant. Hey, Brown, on my way to the studio this afternoon, I dropped into the bar, and W.C. Fields was there buying drinks for everybody.
W.C. Fields is buying everybody drinks?
Yes, that's what I like about the South. So much of the public, you ought to be rationed, you girl. Yes, sir. You know, Don, every day W.C. Fields drinks a whole quart.
Grind your blues away.
And now, folks, I want to say... Okay, kids, okay, I'm here.
Sorry we're late, fellas.
Oh, hello, Mary. Hiya, Jackson. Well, it was entirely my fault, fellas. I was taking a violin lesson, and I completely lost track of the time.
Well, how do you like that? This is the first time you've ever been late, Jack, and it had to happen on our last program.
Our last program? What have we done now? Phil, we haven't done anything.
Maybe that's why it's our last program.
Stop being funny. We're only off for the summer, and we'll be back in the fall.
Well, this is a fine time to tell us we're going off the air. I just hired a new trefingoist for my band.
A new what?
Trefingoist, a guy who plays the trefingo.
Phil, there's no such instrument as a trefingo.
I know, but the union says you gotta have one.
I still say there's no
Say, Jack, I meant to tell you, Larry Adler called up and said he was going to drop in to rehearse those numbers you're going to do with him on your overseas tour.
Oh, yes, I'm expecting Larry. And, kid, listen, when I come back in the fall, I want you to know that we're all going to be together again. For the same sponsor, the same station, at the same time.
And the same salary.
Yup. And now, ladies and gentlemen, since this is
Mr. Benny, who's going to take our place this summer?
Oh, our summer show is going to be Wayne King and his incomparable music.
Wayne King, if they wanted unconquerable music, why didn't they hire my orchestra?
Why didn't they hire your orchestra? You tell them, Mary.
Why didn't they hire your orchestra? You tell them, Don.
If this ever gets back to me, I'm stuck.
You're stuck and you've got an extra trefingo player to keep you company. A trefingoist. Imagine an instrument, a trefingo. Only Phil would know about trefingo. There isn't another musician in the world that would know about a trefingo. There's no such a thing.
Say, Jack,
What?
I've got a surprise for you.
What is it, Mary?
You know who else is coming back on the air in the fall?
Who?
Fred Allen.
Fred Allen?
Yeah, he'll be on the same day you are and on the same network.
Well, I'll be... So Allen finally got a job, huh? Who's he going to be with?
Standard Brands.
I don't mean his jokes. I mean his sponsor. Boy, will I fix him in the fall. And now, as I started to say, ladies and gentlemen...
Well, Jack, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but since this is our last program, I took the liberty of inviting the mother of a very dear friend of mine to come up here to the studio.
Oh, fine, Don. She can sit right over here.
Oh, thanks, Jack. But first, she'd like to meet you. This is Mrs. Riggs. This is Jack Benny.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Riggs?
How do you do, Mr. Benny?
Don tells me you're the mother of a very good friend of his.
Yes. You see, my son is in radio, too.
Oh, really? What does he do?
He's a tobacco auctioneer.
Oh, a tobacco auctioneer. Then your son is L.A. Speed Riggs. You know, he's on my program.
Oh, no, Mr. Benny. You're on his program.
Oh, yes. Well, Mrs. Riggs, your son has a very unusual occupation, a tobacco auctioneer. How did he happen to get a job with Lucky Strike?
Well, who else would he go with? Speedy knew that Lucky Strikes were made from the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder tobacco.
Yes, but how did Speedy know that?
Oh, he's known that for years. In fact, while other boys were wasting their time playing baseball and football and going with girls, Speedy used to stand out in the tobacco field all day long, holding up that big leaf.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I've seen those pictures in magazines. He's good looking, too. Well, Mrs. Riggs, the leaf, too. I mean, Mrs. Riggs, now that we've talked... Mrs. Riggs, now that we've talked about your son, Speedy, before you go, wouldn't you like to say a few words to him? You know, he's listening in New York.
Oh, may I?
Certainly. Go right ahead.
Oh, thank you. Oh, Speedy. Oh, don't worry. I will.
Very much, Mrs. Riggs. Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Riggs, very much. Isn't she a sweet little lady? You know, I'm glad, you know, he really said something to her then, you know. I'm glad you must ask her how she felt. I'm glad you introduced me to her, Don.
I knew you'd like her, Jack.
Yeah. I wonder what Effie Boone's mother is like. You know? And now, folks, since this is our last Come in.
Hello, Jack.
Well, Larry Adler. Hello, Larry. Larry, did you bring your harmonica with you so we can rehearse for our trip?
Yes, Jack, I did. And I also brought along a new musical instrument, which I just invented.
A new musical instrument?
Mm-hmm. It's made out of a comb, a piece of tissue paper, and a burned-out electric bulb. 60 watts.
A comb, a piece, 60 watts was ad-libbed. Now, you know what I hate about when they put in extra words? It takes up time and you run over length. You know what I mean? Why can't they leave scripts just the way they're written?
It's a very good idea.
We thought that was funny. We would have written it in. A comb, a piece of tissue paper, and a burned-out electric bulb. What do you call an instrument like that?
A Trefingo.
Oh, so that's a Trefingo. Well, look, Larry, how about rehearsing our stuff? I'll grab my violin. We'll go to work.
Okay, something Spanish.
Wait a minute, Jack. Why don't you let Larry play a number first? Something he's going to do alone.
All right.
Come on, Larry. Come on, let's play someone. What do you got, John?
Okay, Larry, what's it going to be?
I'm going to play Laura.
Swell. Greatest Trefingoist. On to do together. Mary, hand me my violin, will you?
Okay.
You can touch it with your bare hands. You don't have to put on a glove. Thanks. Come on, Larry. Let's try a hot tune.
Okay.
Wait a minute. Jackson, I can do better than that on a Trefingo. Here you are, folks. Here you are. Get your program. You can't tell one tune from a Trefingo without your program. Program. Let's have a program. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now in the midst of the mighty Smith War Alone Drive. Every tank, every plane, every gun we send against Japan now will shorten the war and save lives. The United States, that's us, all of us.
the nation Lincoln called the last best hope of earth, has had to arm to the teeth to preserve the freedom we believe belongs to everyone. So buy and hold 7th War Loan Securities. Remember, folks, last Sunday was I Am an American Day. Now, here's your chance to prove that we are.
Jack will be back in just a minute, but first here's my good friend L.A. Speed Reagan. Quality of product is essential to continuing success. The quality of your cigarette depends upon fine tobacco. And Lucky Strike means...
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Irene Dunn, Ray Milland, and Otto Kruger in To Marry with Love. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Names make news, and the Lux Radio Theater makes good news tonight with the names of Irene Dunn, Ray Milland, and Otto Kruger, 3 of Hollywood's most accomplished artists, who are also 3 of Hollywood's most congenial people. Irene Dunn and Ray Milland have achieved equal success in both comedy and drama on the screen. But we decided that this week you might prefer to hear them in a drama, since most of their recent pictures have been of the lighter kind. And as a reward for Ray's fighting a sea monster for me in Reap the Wild Wind, I think he deserves a co-star like Irene Dunn. So we selected a memorable love story for our play. It's called To Marry with Love. It was written by Richard Sherman, and you may remember it either as one of the most popular stories that the Saturday Evening Post ever printed, or as a hit 20th Century Fox picture. It's the story of a young couple in the years before and after the still famous stock market crash of 1929. The drama of a romance that soared higher and crashed even lower than the stocks. Motion pictures have changed considerably since those days of the roaring 20s. Pictures have learned to talk and to paint great symphonies of color on the screen. But one thing hasn't changed a bit. The audience that sees pictures still demands that the ladies of the screen be beautiful. And that brings Lux toilet soap to the front. I wonder if you have any idea how much a star's face is magnified on a screen close-up. It may be 15 times as large as in real life, or even more. You can get a rough idea of what this means from the standpoint of complexion beauty by looking in a magnifying mirror. Seeing both your good and bad points magnified will explain in the simplest terms why Lux toilet soap is so important to Hollywood and to you, too. And now the curtain rises on the story that's addressed To Marry with Love, starring Ray Milland as Jock, Irene Dunn as Mary, and Otto Kruger as Bill. Jock and Mary Lawrence are a man and his wife, and this is their story. The story of a marriage would ordinarily begin with the wedding march, orange blossoms, and a gay scramble for the bride's bouquet. But this one begins at the other end of the line, the tragic end, when a marriage falters and dies in the commonplace surroundings of a lawyer's office.
Yes, Mr. Howard.
Miss Brown, I want you to send some flowers. 2 dozen roses. Red ones. To Mrs. Jock Wallace.
Yes, sir. And the card?
Huh? Oh, let's see. I'll write it myself. To Mary. Yes?
Mr. Howard, Mrs. Wallace is here now. She just came in.
Well, send her in.
Hello, Bill.
Well, Mary, this is an unexpected pleasure.
Unexpected. I told you last night I was calling this afternoon.
Oh, did you? Well, must have slipped my mind. Well, I've been rather rushed. Well, here, sit down.
Thanks.
Now, what's on your mind? Everything okay at the store?
Oh, the store's booming. In fact, a chain is buying us out. They want to make me general manager.
Good. Well, you've certainly worked hard enough for it. Want me to draw up the contract, huh?
No, that's not why I'm here, Bill. This is about Jock and me. I left him this morning.
You left him?
He doesn't know it yet. Won't find out until he gets my note. You were with us at the beginning, Bill, so you might as well be with us at the end. I want a divorce, and I want you to get it for me.
Is it another man?
No, there couldn't be any other man. Except maybe you, and you're not the type to play second fiddle.
Oh, Mary, I don't quite get this. I mean, leaving Jock now, just when he's getting back on his feet.
I stayed with Jock as long as he needed me, Bill. Now everything is settled. He has his job, and I have mine. We've nothing left in common.
Nothing left in common.
Nothing now or in the future. I want you to make out a complaint or a brief or whatever it is you call it. And say it's incompatibility or mutual fatigue or just say that we've both changed. I don't care.
Excuse me, ma'am. Yes, Miss Brown?
Mr. Wallace is here to see you.
Jock?
Have him wait a moment.
Oh, now, look, Bill, I can't talk to him. I just can't.
Wait here, in the next room.
All right.
Have Mr. Wallace come in. Come in, Jock. Sit down.
Bill, I got to talk to you. Mary's gone. She's left me.
Here, Jock. Have a
look,
cigarette.
Bill, look,
Now, take it easy. Take it easy.
I can't find her. It was just a note. She left me a note.
I know, Jock. Mary was here.
Here? Well, where'd she go? Where is she?
Pull yourself together. Everything's going to be all right.
But look, Bill, you've got to help me. Mary will listen to you. Tell her that Tell her she's all I have, all I want. Tell her anything
Jock. Mary has retained me as her counsel.
As her counsel?
Yes.
Oh, I see. I don't know if I can explain it, Bill. It's not only that I'm in love with Mary, but don't you see, we've so much in common.
Huh?
We've so much in common. I can't believe she'd...
So much in common. Jock, I think we'd better settle this thing now. I'll get Mary. She's in the next room.
Yeah?
Now, hold on, Jock. Relax.
Has he gone, Bill? Jock.
Mary, what does all this mean? What have I done?
It's no use.
Look, do me a favor, will you? Tell me what this is all about.
I haven't anything to say.
But you're getting a divorce.
Yes, I am. Bill, when will you want to see me again?
Just a moment, Mary. Come on, sit down, please. There are certain legal formalities to be settled. Now, let's go over the case. The defendant has been married to the plaintiff for 15 years. In evidence of mental cruelty, incompatibility. In the cold light of the law, those are facts which an attorney must carefully consider. But in this case, the mind of the attorney is clouded by, shall we say, certain memories. I remember the night you two got married. We had a party at the old Waldorf Astoria, right where this building is standing now. Jimmy Walker was mayor. He was presiding at a banquet in the grand ballroom. Every once in a while, some politician or his girl would wander into our wedding party. You and Jock, you were in a world of your own.
Well, how about a kiss for the bridegroom?
Oh, gladly, darling. Now, how about a kiss for the bride?
Hey, just a minute. This is embarrassing for the best man.
Don't you worry about me. I can take care of myself. Now, I got a little surprise for you folks. I reach under my coat and presto, pre-war champagne.
Hell, what do you know? Pre-war stuff. Bill, you're a pal.
Listen, my children, and you shall hear the midnight pop of Paul's Roger, vintage 1914. To the bride and groom.
Well, here's mud in your eye. I go for the simple toast.
You know what, Bill?
What?
We're naming the first one after you. Because I love you and Jock loves you.
In fact, we both think you're the cat's pajama.
Thanks.
Hey, Bill, you're coming to the boat with us, aren't you?
Why, I don't think so. I got a date.
Well, take good care of her.
Now, never mind. You'll take good care of yourself. And Mary.
Look, Bill, you want to get married. You ever think of that?
Not me, mister. I know when I'm well off. Well, this is it. So long.
But Bill, aren't you going to kiss the bride? You can't get away with that.
You better do it, Bill. It's your last chance.
Huh? All right. Here goes.
Well, Bill, not bad. You must get a lot of practice.
Well, that's the bachelor life for you.
Well, l'amour as I live and breathe. Forgive my barging in, but that wouldn't be champagne you've got there, would it?
Bullseye, sister. You have some?
Sure will. I'm a stranger around here myself. Just a refugee from some victorious Democrat.
Congratulations. You deserve a drink.
Well, here's to the bride. Personally, I've never been a bride. They tell me it's quite an experience.
Hey, don't forget, Mary, we've got a boat to catch. So long, Bill. Good luck to you, Miss...
Plaza 1989. Brand. City Brand.
Hey, look here, my girl. He's the groom. He's out of circulation. I'm not. The name is Hallam, footloose, fancy-free, and card tricks to boot.
Well, bye, Jill. We'll write to you. Bye, Mr. Rath.
Bye.
Be good, Bill.
Bye.
Your friend. What does he do?
He's an architect. Say, I'm pretty nice, too, you know, once you get to know me. Have another drink?
All right. How long have you been in love with him?
What?
Oh, no stalling. Come clean.
Hey, look, you seem a bit confused. She just got married to Jock Wallace. You know, the handsome one, the one who just left.
Yeah, I know. What of it?
Well, it just so happens that he's my best friend.
I get it. Pals to the end. Say, how'd you like to go out and get plastered?
It's a date. Well, after a gay honeymoon abroad, the plaintiff and the defendant came home to settle down. Just a couple madly in love, world on a string. I'll never forget the time we trekked out to Chicago for the second Dempsey-Tunney fight. Kitty Brandt came along, too. I guess that was your first quarrel that night. Dempsey and Tunney had nothing on you.
Gee, it's freezing out here. Don't be a hog jock. Give me some of that lap robe.
Say, whose idea was this anyway? All the way to Chicago just to catch pneumonia.
But, Doc, we have to have a little fun, don't we?
Yeah, fun. Say, you know, Mary, I wouldn't mind owning this piece of land.
Yeah, is there any piece of land you wouldn't like to own? That's all I hear from you lately.
You said it, Bill. Me too. Listen, Kitty, never marry an architect with delusions of grandeur. Go ahead, Jock. Tell us some more. I'm interested.
Kitty, I'll let you in on a little secret. I'm going to make $1 million.
There he goes again.
Yeah, and how, if you don't mind my asking?
I'm not designing buildings for somebody else. You can bet your boots on that.
Say, what's become of those fancy ideals you used to have? What was it again? Instituting a renaissance of architecture in America?
Oh, wake up, Bill. Architects don't make any money. And when they do, it takes them a lifetime. But promoters? Aha! That's the horse of another color. All the promoter does is pyramid, and the shekels come rolling in.
Yeah, just pyramid.
Yeah, pyramid. You see, I buy a property, and 6 months later, it's worth double its original cost. I tell you, we approach the...
Gentlemen, the main event for the championship of the world. In this corner, the champion, Gene Honnet.
Think of that referee tonight. Tunney was down for a full minute. Dempsey was gypped.
Yeah, I know. It was a long count. Now let's go to sleep, Mary. I'm exhausted.
Exhausted. That's all I ever hear lately. Sleeping is going to be a major pastime with you.
Hey, you know what I heard the other day? You remember the old Waldorf?
We were married there.
Well, listen, Mary. This is strictly inside dope. We're going to tear it down.
Tear it down? Well, they can't tear it down. The Waldorf's history. Like Washington and Lincoln.
Well, they're putting up the world's tallest office building right on the same site, the Empire State Building. Winfield says the combine is forming now and that I may be able to get a piece of it. How'd you like that for a break?
Oh, I don't know, Jock. I'd be scared.
Scared of what? Oh, don't be silly. If you stick with me, you'll be wearing a diamond bigger than that one.
Oh, Jock, I don't want a bigger diamond. What I want is...
What do you want, Mary?
Well, I want a little fun out of life while we're still young enough to enjoy it. Jock, you've changed lately. You never seem to have a good time anymore. You stopped having people at the house, and you hardly ever take me out.
What about going all the way to Chicago to watch two guys knock themselves silly? Mary, we're married now, and it's about time we got accustomed to some of the things that marriage implies.
Meaning what exactly?
Well, two's company. Those three would be a lot better as far as I'm concerned.
But we can be serious later. But right now, we ought to start planning our trip to Maine.
We're not going to Maine.
What?
Oh, running off on vacations is all right for single men. But I'm trying to build a future for us, and that takes time and work. We'll just have to postpone Maine.
Postpone it? The Millers are counting on it. You can't postpone somebody else's house party. I'm going, alone if necessary.
Exactly what are you? A prom trotter or a married woman? Oh, darling, later on perhaps, but not now.
Later. That's all I ever hear later. We'll be having a heck of a time when we're 90, I'll bet.
Look, if you're so dead set on Maine, why not ask Bill to go with you? He's got a vacation coming up.
I'm glad to know that. Okay, I'll take Bill along. In your present mood, you wouldn't be any fun anyway.
Well, great. I'm glad that's settled.
Just put the bags by the door, Fred.
Yes, ma'am.
Bill, I'm excited. That's silly, isn't it? Some women leave their husbands for months, and after a mere 10 days, I'm all a quiver. Where's my key? Oh, here it is.
Well, I'm trying to tell you that...
Come on. He's on the phone.
Oh, so all right. I'm calling you now. I said I wouldn't, I am.
Hello, darling.
Well, for the love...
Surprise!
Hang up, darling.
I'll talk to you later. Yeah, okay. Hiya, Mary.
Oh,
Gee.
yeah. I was a disagreeable, selfish little fool to run off and leave you. But I was punished, all right. I had a rotten time every second I was away. Who are you talking to, dear?
Huh? Oh,
Did you miss me? Did you pine for me? No. You don't look as if you did. You're disgustingly healthy.
Well, you see, I've been too busy to do a great deal of pining, but I've thought of you plenty, and I'm glad you're back.
Oh, don't kill yourself with joy, old man.
Incidentally, dear, I certainly enjoyed all those letters you didn't write, particularly the long, chatty ones. Dear Mary, I'm fine. Wish you were here. How are you? Great correspondence.
Oh, I'm sorry, darling, but I was very busy.
You're blushing. Mix us a highball, will you, darling? Well, I go and hang my things up.
Sure. Oh, I discovered a new bootlegger the other day, Bill. Remarkable chap. He eats palms.
Oh,
Fellow's a vegetarian, too.
Yeah. The Millers send loads of love, and I have a number of amazingly uninteresting news items. Liz Chalmers, remember her? That dizzy little trick? She finally succeeded in getting herself engaged. Mm-hmm. They're going to stage the most enormous and expensive...
Enormous and expensive what, Mary?
Yeah, expensive what?
Doc.
What's the matter with you? What is it?
Nothing. Only someone left her compact in my bedroom.
Huh?
Yes. Someone by the name of Kitty Brown. Or isn't that what KB stands for? Well, no wonder you didn't pine and sigh. You didn't have to.
Well, that compact doesn't mean a thing, Mary. I swear it doesn't.
I'm afraid it does to me. Oh,
Now,
Doc.
listen, Mary, please. Mary, locking the door at a time like this doesn't do any good. Please, darling, you're being silly. Mary, you've got to give me a chance to explain. Put down those bags. You can't leave me. You can't go.
Oh, can't I? Let go of me, Doc. Get out of my way.
Why don't you let me explain?
It's not necessary for you to explain. These things happen all the time. You read about them in books and see them in the theater. But to me, they happen only once. Now let go of me. Let go. Do you hear?
Listen, Mary. Kitty came up here one evening, just one evening, that's all, because she knew a politician who could help me on the Waldorf deal. But listen, she brought the guy here with her, and the three of us had a couple of drinks and we talked, and that's all.
Why do you lie to me, Doc?
I'm not lying. That compact doesn't mean a thing.
Up in Maine, I couldn't sleep for thinking about you. All night I'd just lie there and look at the clock go round. I'd be wondering what you were doing. There you were.
Oh, you've got to trust me. Believe in me.
You brought her here to this apartment, didn't you? To the same apartment that we planned and furnished together. How could you do that?
But it was nothing like that, I
Let
swear.
me go. Doc, let me go.
You're here in my arms. That's the only truth there is.
Oh, no.
Mary, can't you believe what your heart tells you?
Oh, Doc. I'll never leave you again. Don't ever let me go, will you?
Darling, I couldn't. I love you too much.
Oh, Doc. Doc.
Mary,
Yes?
I've got to tell you.
Yes.
I was lying to you.
I know it.
Well, that incident was forgotten. At least we hoped it was. And for the next 6 months, you were both high in the clouds. Doc's business was booming. Everything was working out fine for both of you. Well, I've never seen Mary so happy.
What do you think of it, Bill? You've never seen Joc's office before, have you?
The classy John, hey, Bill?
Yeah, madam, don't tell me this is where your husband works. It looks more like the Roxy Theater.
Oh, Bill, come here. I want you to look at this model of Joc's beach club. Isn't it terrific?
Yeah, it looks pretty expensive. Are you sure you're not getting in over your head, Jock?
No. I've just mortgaged my shirt and a couple of other items, but I'm all set now. How about a little drink, huh?
Jock Wallace, to think I knew you when.
First today. One for you, Bill.
Yeah, that's yours, Mary.
No, none for me.
Huh? Since when did the Reformation set in?
Well, it may interest you to know Mary no longer drinks. Yes, and she doesn't smoke either. As a matter of fact, she's not very much fun anymore.
You may as well tell him, darling.
No, he probably wouldn't understand, dear. I doubt if he's old enough.
Bill, we're going to have a baby.
A baby?
Well, how's that for news?
What? That's fine. That's great. It's exactly what you needed.
Remember what we said about naming the first one after you? Still goes.
Yeah. Well, if it's a girl, I guess you'll have to give me a rain check.
Don't worry, it'll be a boy. Mary always gets her way.
Bill, did you ever hear of anything so ridiculous in your life? The thought of Doc and me playing Papa and Mom.
You sure you're comfortable, dear?
I'm fine, darling.
Here, lean your head on my shoulder.
Doc, I'm frightened. I guess that's silly, isn't it? Thousands of women are going through the same thing every minute all over the world. Chinese women, Arabians, Eskimos. I bet they aren't scared.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Of course they are.
Doc, promise me something.
Anything, darling.
Promise me you'll tell me if it's a girl or boy, or if it's homely, or if it's beautiful.
As it's bound to be.
I want you to tell me. Not a doctor or nurse. Because I love you so very much.
Mercy Hospital. Dr. Green? Yes, ma'am. What do you think he meant, Mr. Wallace?
Huh? Who meant?
President Coolidge. It says here, I do not choose to run. Now, what do you suppose that means?
Oh, I can't say. Right now, I've got other things on my mind. My wife and my baby, for example. What time is it?
9:15, Mr. Wallace.
Nurse. How is she, nurse? Can't you give me some word?
We'll let you know as soon as possible, Mr. Wallace.
But I've got to know. I can't stand this waiting any longer.
Mr. Wallace.
Well, is she all right? Is everything all right?
You may come in now, Mr. Wallace.
Mary? Mary, darling? How do you feel?
I'm all right. Don't look so worried, Doc. Thousands of fathers have gone through this.
Sure. Sure, I'll be okay. Mary.
Well, tell me. You were going to tell me yourself. The boy talk.
Yes, it was a boy.
I'm so glad you wanted a boy.
Yes, darling.
What's the matter, Doc? What's the matter? Isn't he beautiful? Are you disappointed in him?
Darling, please.
Doc, what's wrong? Where is he? Why don't they bring him to me? Doc, what's happened?
Mary, you've got to be calm. Everything's all right.
My baby's dead. He's dead, isn't he?
Yes, dear.
I never even saw him. I never even held him in my arms. My baby's dead.
In just a moment, Mr. DeMille will present Irene Dunn, Ray Milland, and Otto Kruger in Act Two of To Marry with Love. Here's our star reporter, Libby Collins. Looking a bit starry-eyed, too, if you don't mind my saying so, Libby.
Perhaps it's because I just met someone very beautiful, Veronica Lake.
Gosh, Libby, what luck.
I was over at the photographer's studio where she was posing for a color photograph. And what a stunning dress she was wearing for it.
Well, won't you describe it to us, Libby?
Well, it was chalk white crepe with long, tight sleeves, and the only trimming was on the shoulders. Embroidery in green and gold thread, and pearls. Very simple and just right for Veronica. She's tiny, you know. Only weighs about 90 pounds. She made me think of a Dresden doll with her blue eyes and fair skin.
That lovely Lux soap complexion of hers must have registered okay for the color camera, Libby.
Well, rather. Veronica's proud of being a Lux girl. She told me she takes a Lux soap beauty facial every single day.
Did she tell you how she does it, Libby?
Yes, and here's what she said. She pats the active lather lightly in, rinses with warm water, and then with cool. She pats her skin dry with a soft towel. She says when you lose Lux soap, the lather is so creamy and soft, it feels as though you were smoothing beauty in.
Well, Libby, screen stars, lovely women all over the country say that this daily facial gives their skin real beauty care. That's because Lux Soap's active lather removes stale cosmetics, every trace of dust and dirt. Does it gently, too, so that skin feels exquisitely smooth and soft afterward.
It's such a quick, easy care. I wish every woman would try it.
Yes, here's a tip every woman owes it to herself to take. Get 3 cakes of satin-smooth Lux toilet soap, the real beauty soap screen stars use, tomorrow. Then take a beauty facial every day for 30 days. See if this gentle, protecting care doesn't make a real difference in your skin. Remember, 30 days regularly. Then look at your skin and see.
And before I say goodnight, here's something else I want to tell you about Veronica Lake. In a recent Victory Bond tour, she sold $7 million worth of war bonds.
Well, Libby, we're not surprised. We find that Lux girls are always pretty sure to be winners. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Act 2 of To Marry with Love, starring Irene Dunn as Mary, Ray Milland as Jock, and Otto Kruger as Bill. In the lawyer's office, Bill Hallam carries on with the legal preliminaries in the case of Wallace versus Wallace. As Bill goes over the case, a cavalcade of memories passes in review for Mary and Jock.
After the baby died, you should have been closer than ever. What was it that separated you? Shock? Well, maybe at first. Jock turned to making money as a release. And Mary, well, Mary tried practically everything. Travel, new people, new clothes, parties, anything that might help her forget.
Well, Bill, hello. So glad to see you.
Don't tell me this is the quiet lunch you mentioned in your note.
No, they just dropped in, took the place over. You're looking grand, Bill. How do you like my apartment?
I think it's very nice.
You really like it. I don't much. I'm going to have it all done over in chromium. That ought to make it uncomfortable.
Yeah, seems a little difficult for me to visualize Jock in a chromium setting.
Oh, it won't make any difference to Jock. He hasn't been home in 3 days.
Well, I saw him yesterday, just after I got back to town.
Well, congratulations. I didn't know the great man was seeing anybody anymore. Tell me, how is he? Has he grown a beard or something?
Oh, look, what is all this?
You mean with me and Jock? Darling, you've been away too long. You're out of touch with things.
Listen, but everything is
Everything is simply wonderful. Except Jock and I never see each other.
Mary, dear, I don't want to be a wet blanket, but don't you think your playmates are getting a little rough?
Oh, Connie, this is Bill Hallam. Bill, this is Connie Pocket.
Hello.
Behold, he's sober and he's civil.
You sure you're at the right party, mister? He is, and don't try to frighten him away. Darling, if you're interested, I'll introduce you to some of my gifts.
Well, suppose you just point them out to me for the present. They all seem quite busy.
All right, as you say. That's Freddie Duchamp over there. Freddie's a marquis.
No.
And a louse, if you ask me. Quiet. And that woman by the table. Look fast or she'll be under it. That's Freddie's wife. Ah, delightful couple. They were childhood sweethearts.
Yeah, I think it's all very picturesque.
A charming group of chiselers, aren't they?
Hey, somebody. Hey, what's the phone number here?
You ought to know, brother. Didn't you just call London?
No, it was Paris.
You have a nice bar here, Mary. It's pretty slick.
Draws the bar flies from near and far. What's your order, Bill?
Oh, scotch and soda, I suppose.
Connie, you'll have a drink, won't you? I have to be getting back to the store. I'm a businesswoman.
Telephone for you, Miss Potter. I've plugged it in at the end of the bar.
Thank you. What'll they think of next? This telephone follows you around like a bloodhound. Connie has a candy shop over on Madison Avenue. In fact, I'm a kind of silent partner in it.
Yeah, I know. You give her $1 and she gives you back $2. Huh?
Right. Bill, it's incredible. But no, she really is a good egg. Different from the rest of these vultures. Well, I'm running. Goodbye, Mr. Hallam. Wish you could stay, Connie. Some other people are dropping in later. That's what I'm afraid of. Bye, dear. Have a nice trip.
Goodbye. Nice to meet you.
So long, Connie.
A trip? I thought you'd just gotten back from Bermuda.
I did. But Freddie Duchamp has a villa on the Riviera. A whole crowd is going over for months.
You've been planning it for long?
Heavens, no, it's just one of those spur-of-the-moment things, you know.
I'm afraid I don't know.
Oh, well, you'll learn, darling. You only live once, you know.
You call this living?
Oh, come now, Bill, don't be stuffy.
These people are phonies, Mary, and you know it.
Maybe, but they take my mind off things and keep me company. After all, I've got to have company.
Yeah, well, you've got plenty of that now. Of a type.
Oh, excuse me. Wait a Bill. New arrival.
Platonic friendship, huh? Don't you love it?
So, it's Freddie Duchamp now. What's become of Mary's polo player?
Oh, she bounced him ages ago. Well, 6 weeks anyway.
I hear Mary's going to the Riviera with Freddie.
The whole crowd's going. But it is Freddie's villa.
She wouldn't dare. It's just talk.
Having a nice time, Bill, darling. Have you met Charlie here?
No, and I don't care to. Mary, I want to talk to you. Come on.
What is this? Bill, let me go. You're hurting my arm.
Now, see here, old fellow. Those caveman tactics are really quite out of place. I suggest that you... See here, old fella, yourself. Oh. You're coming with me. In here.
Would you mind explaining these ridiculous heroics?
Who is this Freddie Duchamp?
He's a friend of mine. Did you drag me in here merely to ask...
Who's this other man you've been going around with?
What other man?
This polo player. Who is he? What is he besides a polo player?
I'll have to go now. My friends are waiting.
Your friends? Do you know what those people out there are saying about you?
They're my guests, Bill. I won't have you talking about them.
Listen, Mary. What's happened between you and Jock?
Nothing. What could possibly happen between two people who never see each other?
Does he know what's going on?
I'm not interested in what he knows. And surely it's none of your business.
Yeah, well, I'll make it my business. Apparently, you haven't enough sense to care for your own reputation.
Oh, reputation. Darling, your old hat. Nobody has one of those anymore.
You certainly won't have one if you go to the Riviera with this Duchamp.
Well, I haven't told them for sure I'm going, but now...
Oh, you haven't? Well, I'm going to call Jack right now, and I'm going to tell him you can't go and why you can't go.
Oh, the scoutmaster to the rescue, huh? All right, call him up, see what he says.
Digby 4999, please.
Still, don't you understand? Jock doesn't care what I do. He has more important things to think about. His precious beach club and the market. Those are the things nearest Jock's heart.
Listen, operator, you sure you're ringing Digby 4999? Well, it's a switchboard. It must answer.
See? Told you. Never can get to him. You're a sap, Bill. You're trying to save us, and neither one of us wants to be saved.
Well, there must be someone there.
Go on. Stand there all night. All year. Look, you see these? These are my tickets. I'm sailing tonight, and Jock won't even know about it till he comes home. If he ever does come home.
Jock.
Oh.
Hello.
Well. The master probably dropped in to get his toothbrush or something. Okay, Galahad, here's your chance. Go ahead and tell him. No. I'll tell him myself. Jock, my dear, I realize this will merely bore you, but this... Jock, what's the matter?
Couldn't have happened. It couldn't, not overnight.
What's the matter? What couldn't happen?
I'm wiped out. Get me a drink, Mary. I need a drink.
Oh, Bill, he's fainted.
Extra, great expression, Wall Street. That's up $5 million. Ecstasy off 71.
Bernard Motors off 116.
Northern Railroad off 149.
Allegheny off 212.
Jump your holding. Get up, brother Ted. Take any price.
Nobody will ever forget October 29th, 1929, when the bottom fell out of everything. That was the end of the palmy days. Jock lost his shirt, stocks and bonds, bank account, the beach club development, too. But still, it was the crash that brought you two together again. You moved into a tiny cottage out on Long Island. I remember one night, Connie and I came out to visit you.
All right, Mary, this is the last time I'll ask you. Please come and work in the store. It'll do your pride good. Connie, I can't do it. Doc doesn't want me to. And my pride isn't as important as his right now. If he had any self-respect, you think he'd keep on drinking the way he does? Personally, I don't see how you put up with it. All right, come and get it.
All right, Bill, so I got caught like a lot of other guys. But what of it? Business is still fundamentally sound.
Yes, and you're still fundamentally a dope.
I won't allow my wife to work. Woman's place is in the home.
Now listen, Connie. I know your views and you know mine.
Mister, in times like these, you have to face facts. One member of this household ought to have a job, and since Mary wants
Mary's not going to work, and that's that.
I think you're wrong, Jock. Today, a salary's a salary, no matter where it comes from.
Oh, stop moaning. Everything's going to be all right. You heard the president say, prosperity is just around the corner.
He said that last year, too.
And the year before.
Listen, I did it once, and I'll do it again. You realize that at one time I cleaned up $20,000 in a single week?
Jock, that's yesterday's news. Come on, Connie, help me get the roast out of the oven. I'm on my way.
Holy Moses, Bill. What the devil's the matter with this country? I can't even get work in the profession I was trained for. The firm I started with and helped build won't even take me in as a draftsman.
Jock, you know darn well I'm willing to carry you as long as you wish. But I'm going to tell you this for your own good. Take any kind of a job. There must be something you can do.
Sure. I could be a clerk at $20 a week. Where's that bottle? I need a drink.
That's exactly what you don't need. You're a pretty sight. Just look at yourself.
Oh, dry up, will you?
Your eyes are all bloodshot. Look at your hands, the way they tremble.
Say, what's the idea?
The truth. Now, how long are you going to keep this up?
Bill, I don't want to hear any more out of you. Now leave me alone.
Well, you're going to hear a lot more and like it. You quit and you're licked. You've got a yellow streak a yard wide.
I'll give you a piece of advice. Shut up.
All right, I will. I've kept you going for months. Now, if Mary goes to work for Connie, I suppose you live off her. Somebody ought to tell you what they call a man who lets his wife support him.
I told you to keep your mouth shut.
It's a short word, and not a very pretty one.
Okay, mister, you asked for it. Here's where you get it. Oh. Sorry, Bill.
All right, Jack. Guess I had it coming. Merry Christmas, Mary.
Merry Christmas. Hello, Connie. Merry Christmas. Come on in.
Well, where do you want these packages?
Under the tree. Take off your things. Where's Jock, Mary?
Yeah, doesn't he know it's Christmas?
Don't you know Jock's a working man now? That's right. I saw him in town the other day, and he told me he's working in Blumfeld's basement.
Blumfeld's basement?
That's right. Jock's got a job.
Well, if it's almost 8 o'clock, he ought to be here by now.
But he'll be along in a minute. He called and said he'd have to work overtime tonight. You know, last-minute rush, Christmas Eve. I hope he gets here pretty soon. I'm starved.
Same here.
Yeah, like I was saying, Mr. Wallace, they can have their repeal. The idea, turning this nice refined place into a regular saloon. And another thing, this here new liquor ain't no better than the old speakeasy stuff.
Yeah.
Hi, stranger. Remember me?
Well, if it isn't Kitty Brandt. Sit down, old pal. Merry Christmas. How are you?
Terrific. And you?
Never better. You by yourself?
Well, no, I kind of had a date, but, you know,
Hey, Joe. Scotch for the lady. Give me one, too, a double, huh?
Okay. What's the matter? You sound like you lost your last friend.
Well, I lost my job tonight.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jock.
That's okay. Wasn't much of a job anyway.
Well, bad luck's in style now. Say, how come you aren't home filling stockings and playing Cantor? Seems to me last I heard there was a rumor of tiny feet heading your way.
Well, they detoured.
Oh.
Here's your drinks, Mr. Wallace.
Thanks. Well, happy days.
Yeah, happy days. Now, gee, this is swell. Seeing you again, Jock.
Yeah.
I tell you, let's go to Silvio's. The music's better there.
No. I gotta be getting home. It's Christmas, didn't you know? Peace on earth, goodwill to men.
Oh, come on. We'll go for just one drink. What do you say, Jock? Just for old time's sake?
All right. One drink for old time's sake.
What time is it now, man?
Almost 12. Staring at the clock won't do any good, Bill. I've tried it. It's the night before Christmas and all through the house.
Oh, don't worry now. He'll be here before long.
There it is. Well, Merry Christmas, Bill.
Merry Christmas, Mary.
Aren't you going home?
Mm-mm. I'm staying till he comes.
All right, but I warn you, he won't be a very pretty sight when he gets here. Funny. All evening I've been hoping Jock would come home, and now I dread it.
You dread it?
I've been through it all so often. Bill, what happens when people reach the point where they just can't go on?
Well, just do go on somehow, if they can.
But I can't. Not any longer. We're both trying, but we can't seem to make it. We're going under, Bill, and I don't know what to do.
Hey, Mary, do you think I haven't seen it? I've watched your eyes. I've listened to you saying things you wanted to believe and you couldn't. You need someone to take care of you, Mary. I've always wanted to do that. Always. I suppose it sounds kind of silly because you know it. I do love you, Mary. Very much. You've always known that. Haven't you?
I suppose I have, Bill. I'm fonder of you than anyone else on earth. But, well, it isn't the same thing I feel toward Jock.
Here he is. I'll get it. Oh?
John Wallace live here?
Yes.
Well, there's been an accident.
What?
An accident.
Oh, Bill.
My cab crashed into the one he was in. I took him to the hospital, and I thought maybe his wife would want to see him.
Well, how badly is he hurt?
Oh, he isn't.
No, he ain't dead. He wasn't when I left him anyway, but he's pretty bad.
Oh, I've got to go to him. I've got to go to him.
Mary?
Jock, you must get well, dear. You're going to get well.
Mary?
You'll have to leave now. You must rest. Oh, Bill, he's got to live.
He'll live. He's got everything to live for.
Would you like to see the young lady now? Young lady? Yes. The young lady who was with Mr. Wallace in the accident. Miss Brandt. Miss Kitty Brandt.
After a brief intermission, Ray Milland, Irene Dunn, and Otto Kruger will return in Act 3 of To Marry with Love. Do you ever feel like this at the end of a busy day? Well, then, listen in on this Lux girl who knows just what to do.
Fill up the tub. Unwrap a nice new cake of Lux toilet soap. And now for my beauty bath.
You see, this clever Lux girl knows that in a few minutes she's pretty sure to feel like this. A few minutes relaxation in this fragrant, luxurious bath is certainly a wonderful beauty pickup. There's something about it that makes lovely ladies feel like new. If you ask why they depend on their daily Lux soap beauty bath, here's what they'd say.
Lux soap's creamy lather just floats away every trace of the day's dirt and grime. Even in hard water, it gives a rich, abundant lather. I wouldn't dream of going out on a date until I've had my Lux soap beauty bath. Then I'm sure of daintiness. Sure my skin is fresh and sweet. Delicately perfumed, too. Yes, I love the luxury of my daily beauty bath. Lux soap leaves skin feeling satin smooth, fresh as a flower.
You can be sure that though Lux toilet soap costs so little, it's as fine a soap as money can buy. It's true economy to use because it's hard milled. A single cake lasts and lasts. Famous screen stars use their complexion soap, Lux toilet soap, for a daily beauty bath. They say they love the way it protects daintiness, leaves skin sweet. And the Lux soap perfume is one fastidious women enjoy. It's such a delicate flower-like fragrance. Get 3 cakes of this luxurious soap tomorrow. Make your daily bath a real beauty bath with Lux toilet soap. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
After the curtain falls, we'll hear firsthand from our stars about Hollywood's new kind of nightlife. Now, here's the third act of To Marry with Love, starring Ray Milland as Jock, Irene Dunn as Mary, and Otto Kruger as Bill. The early 30s were a tragic era for many a young American couple, and Jock and Mary were no exception. Hard hit by the Depression, most of their castles came tumbling down. Back in the lawyer's office, Jock and Mary listen as Bill Hallam comes to the final chapter in this story of a marriage.
Well, Jock, now it can be told. The night of the accident, I finally broke down. I told Mary that I loved her. I asked her to leave you and marry me. She decided to stick it out till you were on your feet again. Mary never mentioned the name of Kitty Brandt. She took a job in Connie Potter's candy shop so that you could have the best of care.
Hello there. How's my patient?
Mary. Well, I didn't expect to see you this early. You shouldn't play hooky like this. Your business will go to blazes.
Nonsense. How are you feeling, darling?
Oh, great. I've got a surprise for you.
Well, I've got one for you, too.
You have? Okay, yours first.
Yours.
All right. Look the other way a second. Now.
Oh, Jock, be careful. You shouldn't try to stand up.
I don't have to be careful. I don't need the cane anymore. Here, this is what I think of it.
Oh.
Now, how do you like that?
You're wonderful.
Firm as a rock.
Now, my surprise. But you'd better sit down. Even a normal man might be swept off his feet by this one. Here. It's in this letter. I opened it by mistake. Read the last paragraph. That's the important one.
And so we hope that you can see your way clear to Mary. They want me back.
Yes.
They want me to manage the beach club again. Oh, darling, this means I can start all over again. I'll have another chance. Mary, the doctor has to let me get out of here tomorrow, today.
No, don't worry. I went down to see them. They're not nearly ready to open yet.
But with news like this, I'll be well in no time. And the opening night, we'll throw a real party. The people who stuck by us when we needed them, Bill and Connie and... Oh, Mary, you've been wonderful. How will I ever be able to make it up to you? I know what you've gone through, what you're still going through. What's wrong, honey?
Oh, nothing, Jock. Jock, there's nothing that you'd like to tell me, is there?
Tell you about what?
About us. About you and me.
Nothing except that I'm ashamed of what I've been. But everything is fine now. Together we can lick the world permanently this time.
Is that all?
And that I love you, of course. Just wait till I get that beach club open again. I'll be able to take care of myself after that.
Yes. Because after that, you'll be able to take care of yourself.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, reopening the club has been merely part of my job. I've been making plans for its expansion. I see an even bigger, more elaborate place than this. As some of you know, I started this project subject, of course, to our distinguished board.
You should be feeling pretty happy tonight, Mary.
I suppose I should, shouldn't I, Bill?
Well, aren't you?
Bill, has Jock told you about the job he's been offered?
What job?
With the firm of architects he used to be with.
When did this come up?
A few days ago. They've got a contract for the construction of a model community in the Tennessee Valley. It's part of a new housing program, I believe, and they want him to go down there and take the whole thing over.
Tennessee Valley. Sort of primitive down there, isn't it?
Well, I suppose so, but maybe going a little primitive wouldn't be such a bad idea.
Well, would you like to live in a construction camp, Mary?
Oh, I wouldn't mind. I think there's something kind of vitalizing, inspiring about the whole idea.
Uh-huh. The great outdoors in all its drafty glory.
Well, it's easy to joke about it, isn't it? But somehow, I don't know. Oh, I guess it's over in there.
To hear Jock, you'd think they were ushering in the millennium tonight instead of trying to put a turkey on its feet. Hiya, Bill.
Hello, Connie.
Well, here he comes. John W. Wallace, Mr. Personal Magnetism in the Flesh.
Hiya, Connie. How'd you like my speech, Mary?
Like Patrick Henry, darling.
Good.
Here you've been offered a job, Jock.
Yeah, some job, too.
Turning it down?
Of course. You know what the board just told me, Bill? If everything goes well, there's no reason why I shouldn't be getting a cut in the profits pretty soon. That'll be in addition to my salary, too.
Fine, Jock.
It's just one more step on the road back, from managership to partial ownership, and then majority control, and that's it.
Oh, he floats through the air with the
Oh,
greatness.
okay, Connie, just wait and see. Mary, we'll be back in the penthouse before you know it. Remember that mink coat you had to sell? Well, we'll replace it with ermine this time. Oh, excuse me a moment, will you? I have to see Winfield. Oh, when?
Bill.
Hmm?
Are you going to be very busy tomorrow?
Never too busy for you, Mary.
I'd like to have a talk with you.
All right. How about lunch? Is the plaza all right?
No, this isn't social. I'll come to your office.
Well, that about sums up the case of Wallace versus Wallace. There isn't much more to say. Jock, you're headed for the top again. And Mary feels her job is done. She's afraid of the future, Jock. Last night at the beach club, she saw everything beginning all over again. The success formula, the get-rich-quick mania. And now look back over your life together. Can you blame her for wanting something different? Guess it's up to you now, Mary. Shall I draw up the brief and file for a divorce? Or shall I make up another kind of brief? A brief made up of the day-to-day things that you and Jock have done together. The words you've spoken. The streets you've walked. The songs you've sung and the tears you've shed. A brief made up of the rooms you've lived in. The things your hands have touched. A coat, a table, and a loving cup of Paul Roger, 1914.
Paul Roger, 1914. That was a long time ago.
That was a day to be remembered, Mary. Your wedding day. Think about it. Think hard.
Mary.
I don't want to think. It's too late, John.
It's not too late. We can't lose each other now. We've been through too much together.
The things that Bill talked about, they're over, Jock. They're dead and buried. Don't you see, darling?
They're not, Mary. You still love me. You do.
Yes, I still love you.
Then that's all that matters. You can't leave me, Mary. I won't let you. It'll be different, I promise. But it won't be easy. It won't be the Waldorf. It'll be just a construction camp in the Tennessee Valley.
Oh.
I'm going to take that job.
Oh, Jock.
It'll be calico for you.
And tin whisper for you.
Will you do it, Mary?
Oh, Jock, I've always wanted to go south for the winter. Jock, hold me. Hold me tight. Don't ever let me go.
Mary.
Hey, remember me? I'm still here.
Remember you. Oh, Bill.
Yeah, I don't know how to thank you, Bill.
I see. Well, you better get out of here. Go on, both of you. Go on.
You're not giving us the gate.
I certainly am, taking up my whole afternoon with this sentimental nonsense. I'm a busy man.
Well, it's plain to see, Mr. Hallam, you have no soul. Come on, Jock.
Goodbye, Bill.
Good luck.
Do you have the card ready, Mr. Hallam?
Huh? Card? What card?
The card you wanted sent with Mrs. Wallace's anniversary roses.
Roses. What? Oh, yeah. Just a moment. I'll finish writing it. To Mary, with love.
So ends To Mary with Love. And that applause is labeled to our stars with thanks. Now a curtain call for Irene Dunn, Ray Milland, and Otto Kruger.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. Taking a curtain call here is always a thrill.
A couple of soldiers were telling me the other day, Irene, that you were one of the prettiest sights of the Hollywood canteen these autumn nights.
Well, she certainly makes a hit in an apron standing behind that snack bar handing out ham sandwiches, C.B.
Yeah, you evidently seen this yourself, Ray.
No. Fred McMurray told me.
And Fred, I understand, is one of the most accomplished busboys at the canteen.
Yeah, and they say George Murphy has a good fielding average on those dishes, too.
It sounds like a floor show. Who works with you on the snack bar, Irene? Anybody we know?
Oh, yes. Hetty Lamar is there the same nights I am. Then there's Loretta Young and Marlena Dietrich. They're regulars. And Betty Davis, of course. She was one of the moving spirits in organizing the canteen. And, well, I couldn't tell you all the names, Mr. DeMille, because there are literally hundreds from both pictures and radio.
Say, that must be a big job, feeding and entertaining several thousand soldiers and sailors a night.
I'll bet there's always room for another dishwasher. Let's go around some night, C.B.
I might surprise you, Ray. I'm pretty good at it.
I know the audience wants to hear about next Monday night's play now, Mr. DeMille, but before you tell us, I'd just like to say that Lux soap is still my favorite complexion care. I use it all the time and have for years.
Well, that proves Lux soap travels in the best of company. Now for next week's play. It's the Warner Brothers hit, The Gay Sisters. And our stars will be Barbara Stanwyck and Robert Young. You'll hear Barbara Stanwyck repeat her fine performance in this story of a lawsuit for $500 million. Bob is Barbara's antagonist. And the secret behind this suit makes The Gay Sisters one of the strangest dramas we've ever produced.
I believe it was a successful novel, too, before the picture was made, C.B. That should be a fine radio play. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Stars like you make this stage shine. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Robert Young and Barbara Stanwyck starring in The Gay Sisters. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Now, here's Sally coming to the microphone, and she's going to tell us what's wrong with this picture. The scene is a spotless kitchen in an average American home. Mary and her mother are just starting to wash the dishes when Mary says,
My, those French fried potatoes were good tonight, Mother. Oh, well, what do you want me to do with the grease? Is it any good?
Throw it away, Mary. I can't use it again. Those potatoes were good.
Don't throw that grease away. That's ammunition. Everybody knows what's wrong with that picture, Mr. Kennedy. We must save all used frying fats, meat drippings, and bacon grease to make glycerin.
That's right, Sally. But everybody isn't doing it, or more fats would be turned in than we're getting now. Most high explosives need glycerin for their manufacture. Used kitchen fats make glycerin. So save every drop in a clean, wide-top can and take them to your meat dealer right away. He'll pay you for them. And one of these will have your name on it. Irene Dunn will soon start filming the 20th Century Fox Lubitsch musical, The Lady in Ermine. Ray Milland is currently appearing with Ginger Rogers in the Paramount picture, The Major and the Minor. Heard in tonight's play were Bea Benaderet as Connie, Dorothy Lovett as Kitty, and Fred Mackay, Eddie Marr, Dwayne Thompson, Doris Singleton, Howard McNear, Jane Bierce, Bruce Payne, and Arthur Q. Bryan. Our Lux Radio Theater production of To Marry with Love, starring Irene Dunn, Ray Milland, and Otto Kruger, has come to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, the beauty care that 9 out of 10 Hollywood stars use to help keep their complexions beautifully clear and smooth, flawless as every woman wants her skin to be. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in next Monday night to hear Barbara Stanwyck and Robert Young in The Gay Sisters.
For pep, sparkle, and abundant energy, thousands of vitamin-starved people have turned to Vims. Vims cost only a few pennies a day, and they match the 6-vitamin formula doctors endorse. They also give you 3 minerals. So get that Vims feeling today. VI for vitamins, double MS for minerals. Vims. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The seedy side of fame comes to life with Broadway is My Beat up next. You know, someday I hope to make it on Broadway myself. Ow!
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
In the midday of summer, the sun plumps down and kisses Broadway's cheek, and Broadway loves it. The minutes are warm at the lunch counter, and the salami and cream soda never tasted so good. And walking by, the day's entertainment, the red smiles and the summer dresses and the sandaled girls with the legs of tan, and winking at you, the man with a potato peeler, which also cuts glass. Also, if held just so, will scale a fish. Free to whoever buys a pack of marked cards to play tricks on your friends. Slice of Broadway at high noon. Good time. And noon in the summer lasts too long when you're indoors. There's a sound to it, compounded of electric fans in the aggregate, flies trying to escape against windows, and a drone that just happens to be there. Noon at police headquarters, and the opening door.
Danny?
Come on in, Muggavan. Oh, thanks.
You'd have had the Coke a couple hours ago, only I got stopped.
Oh?
Yeah, Dr. Sinsky grabbed me.
Well, I'm happy for both of you, Muggavan. What's on your mind?
Dr. Sinsky grabbed me and walked me into the lab and handed me a report. Yeah, I'll read you on the paper what it says under comments. In my considered opinion, subject died of alkaloid poisoning, which I doubt was self-administered. Signed, Dr. Henry L. Sinsky, MD.
Okay, Muggavan, run it down for me.
Subject's name, John Rand. Address, here.
Hmm?
John Rand. Name mean anything to you?
No.
Cotton importer and processor. I looked him up. Very rich. Very sickly, I thought.
Well, what do you mean you thought?
Well, I just talked to his physician, Dr. Montoya, who refused to sign his death certificate, which is why we performed an autopsy. Dr. Montoya said, wait a minute.
Well,
Just take it easy for a minute, will you? I want to make sure. Yeah, here it is. Deceased John Rand, his doctor reports, was a bedridden invalid, but a hypochondriac. Not organically sick at all.
I see. So that when Rand died...
Yesterday.
Thanks. So that when Rand died, the doctor wouldn't sign a certificate of death due to natural causes.
Right. So the autopsy. So the finding of poison. So homicide. So the squad car's waiting for you downstairs. Hey, you know what?
What?
Department ought to have convertibles for squad cars in the summer. No? Well, forgive me. See you later, Danny.
Ride Broadway now. Play the game with the jaywalker and match him jutted jaw for jutted jaw. And into Central Park, where sit the nursemaid and the powdered child, where stroll the couples, and further on where they get tired and the grass is very green. And right turn into Avenue again, where wealth is, quiet street, where siestas have been heard about and are being taken. Downstairs from which diamond bracelets still sparkle as brightly in small shop windows. And the single mannequins in Parisian style curve a wrist at each other from across the street. And the address you're looking for.
Yes?
My name's Danny Clover. I'm from the police.
Please.
Are you Mrs. Rand?
Please, there's been some trouble here.
Your husband...
He died yesterday. Please don't ask me to talk with you.
Did your doctor, Dr. Montoya, did he tell you that your husband had been poisoned?
What?
Well, didn't he tell you about an autopsy?
Please come in. The word come through now. Autopsy. Yesterday, shock, and, you know, Dr. Montoya said autopsy, and I nodded, I suppose. Poison. What?
Homicide.
Meaning my husband was murdered.
That's right.
That's ridiculous.
Why do you say that?
Well, I didn't kill him. You hear what I said? I didn't kill him.
I didn't.
He's been in bed most of the time, and I'm his wife, and I was closer to him, and I fed him, and I washed him, and... Listen, I didn't kill him.
Who else could have? I'm asking you a question.
Dirty, stinking, rotten
Who?
little... I'll kill her. I'll kill her.
Who are you talking about?
I'm going to take a gun or a knife or whatever I can put my hands on, and I'm going to kill her.
Just take it easy. Tell me who you...
Ward.
Ward?
Bonnie Ward, his nurse. His fawning, sweet little nurse. Last month he changed his will to leave her a few $1,000. I'll kill her.
Where do I find Bonnie Ward?
She lives here. Did until yesterday.
This was her home, you mean?
Practically. She had a day off. Yes, there was a place. Apartments. Something. Once or twice I picked her up there to bring her back after her day off.
I'll want the address.
Anything. Just so you let me get my hands on her. Anything you want.
Yes?
Miss Ward, you're Miss Bonnie Ward?
What do you want with her?
I'm from the police.
Leave her alone. Just leave her alone.
Look,
I'll say it however you want, in anger or pleading, or if you want me to, I'll beg. Leave her alone. Well?
Is she here?
Doesn't touch you, does it? How a woman
Well,
will
just
lower
answer
herself,
me. Is she here?
demean herself, crawl, grovel before people like you, and it doesn't touch you. Makes no impression. Because you're police. And a woman must scrape
Let's
and
go
bow.
inside, huh?
I can't reach you, can I? Of course. Let's go inside.
You didn't tell me who you were.
No.
Whatever hurt you have about the police. It's a simple question. Who are you?
Angela Kinney, age 43, 5 feet 4.5 inches in height, weight 112. And Bonnie Ward, who is a practical nurse, says I'm thin and that it's an emotional
Live
thing.
here with Miss Ward?
An emotional thing that I am skinny, that I'm eaten up with all sorts of private bitterness. Bonnie says that. And
what, Miss Kenny?
Bonnie says that about me. And it is Bonnie who is ill and troubled and persecuted and driven. Driven. Till one day it'll snap. Her mind will snap, and there'll be people to thank for it. You and others like you. The pursuers. The relentless ones who run after sorrow with a net.
Miss Kenny.
Yes?
Is Miss Ward here?
No. Well, look if you want. Behind closed doors and in corners and under things. Look for her. I want to see how you go about it.
Where is she?
You won't look. She read how you found John Rand was poisoned. She went away. Fled. Somewhere. I don't know where. You understand? I don't know where Bonnie is. Sorry.
Danny?
Yes, Gino?
Hello, Danny.
Gino?
You are looking well?
Thank you, Gino. And you,
Yes, Danny.
You're looking well, too.
You mean it? You're not making it up?
I mean it, Gino. I mean it.
No sense getting in an uproar about it.
No. You have something, Gino?
One chap to tell another chap that the other chap is looking fit. This is common courtesy. As we had not passed our accustomed greetings to each other earlier today, you and I thought only... Well, why make a federal case out of it, Danny?
I'm sorry, Gino. Now, may I...
Of me to ask, may I? Danny. Concerning the all-points bulletin on one Bonnie Ward, this is what you wished with your may I?
Yes, Gino.
I saw it coming. Concerning the all-points bulletin on Bonnie Ward, she is still at large. A female answering her description was brought into the 12th precinct. However, said female averred not to be a practical... Don't bother with an excuse me, Detective Muggavan.
Thanks, I won't. Danny, I just came in over radio.
What did, Muggavan?
There's a woman on a ledge, 12th floor of a building on West 23rd Square. She'll jump, drawing a crowd.
Don't they always look, Muggavan? Why don't you
just
get up?
Listen, huh? This woman, she's screaming her name. Bonnie Ward, she screams. Watch Bonnie Ward die. We haven't much time.
No, we haven't. Come on.
You listen to me, Bonnie Ward. You just listen. The police said I could talk to you. I don't know you, and you don't know me. But I'm a woman, and you're a woman. And I say you have no right to die. Not like that. Don't die.
Well, they're having fun, huh, Danny?
Help me out this window.
Uh-huh. Hey, 12 stories up, Danny. The ledge the size of a plank. Now, you'll take it easy, huh? If she jumps before you get to her.
Bonnie. Listen to me, Bonnie.
Get away from me.
No, just listen to me.
You think they'll enjoy it? If I jump, just fall.
They don't want you to die, Bonnie.
Look at them. Look at them. And that woman. She wants me to die. You want it, don't you?
I talked to your friend, your roommate. I talked to Angela Kenny. She said she needs you. She says she's unhappy without you.
Angela said she needs me.
She's your friend. She loves you. She doesn't want you to die. Bonnie.
You're lying. No one wants me. I'm hated. Hated. Even Angela.
No. Bonnie.
I want to jump. And I can't. I can't.
Come on, Bonnie.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Next Tuesday, CBS Radio invites you to attend the opening of a hard-hitting new series titled 21st Precinct. Meet Captain Kennelly and learn directly from him the operations of the largest police force in the world. Next Tuesday night on most of these same CBS radio stations, hear 21st Precinct.
July winds, heavy with heat, begin their unraveling, and Broadway lulls against a doorway, submits to the drifting warmth of their touch, lifts a throat to them, bares a shoulder, cocks an ear to summer whisperings, and the word eases down the street. This summer, no regret. This summer, rockets that hang in night sky and burst and never fall. This summer, the saxophone song, and never ending. This summer, punk to sparkler and cascade of a million stars. Not like the last time. So dig deep for the currency that buys an ending to last year's dream. Walk with it to some upstairs place and make your bid. This could be it. And in office at police headquarters, the summer talk also. Of a woman held on suspicion of murder. Of a woman who had tried death 12 floors above July pavements. Summer talk concerning Bonnie Ward.
Psychotic hysteria, Danny. That's what Dr. Sinsky calls it. When she isn't laughing, she's crying. Then she shivers. Laughs some more. Anyway...
Anyway what, Muggavan?
Nothing.
You were going to say something. What?
You just have to probe, huh?
Forget it.
You wanted to know what I was going to say.
Forget it.
I was going to say anyway... Any way you look at it, I'm sorry for her. Sorry a woman wants to kill herself. Sorry for a lot of... Well, now you know.
Yeah. Anything on...
I tried to get through to her. You did. So did Dr. Sinsky. So did the department psychiatrist. Bonnie Ward's going to need a lot of help. That's the consensus.
You were going to check records, Margaret.
Yeah, I did. I also did that little thing.
Well...
Yeah, we got a record on Bonnie Ward. We sure have. Charge of murder.
What?
February 1948. Bonnie Ward was charged and held for the murder of a man, rich man, name of Charles Raymond. Very rich man. Old. Invalid. Bonnie Ward was his private nurse. Just like with John Rand. Same kind of circumstances.
Go on.
Rich man died, left Bonnie Ward, was just a private nurse to him, left her $10,000 in his will.
John Rand left her money, too. Mrs. Rand said a few thousand.
Yeah, Bonnie must have been quite a nurse. Wouldn't you say? A two-time winner like that? Wouldn't you say?
Well, what else you got?
Well, this Charles Raymond, the man Bonnie took care of 5 years ago, doctor wouldn't sign his death certificate either. Call the police. Bonnie was arrested, brought to trial. Every piece of evidence they had pointed to her guilt. Still, she got off. Jury acquitted her. Danny?
What?
Maybe I'm crazy, huh? The heat, huh?
What are you talking about?
Crazy to feel sorry for a woman like Bonnie Ward. A two-time winner like that. Crazy, huh?
Muggavan doesn't wait for an answer. Throws the report on your desk. Turns, walks away from you. And for a while consider documents in the matter of the State versus Bonnie Ward. Time, February 1948. Occasion, suspected murder of an invalid. And acquittal for Bonnie Ward. And $10,000 for Bonnie Ward. And restaple the documents and file them neatly. And pick up the $4.95 Panama and the sweat-crumpled jacket. And leave. And the room where Bonnie Ward spent her time off with John Rand, murdered man. Room where she spent her time off with Angela Kenny is sodden with July heat.
Here by the window, Mr. Clover. It's cooler.
Move to the window through a room littered with newspapers and front-page photographs of Bonnie Ward's attempt at death. Closer now to Angela Kenny, who stands at the window with a pair of scissors and carefully snips. From a late edition, the 5-column photo of Bonnie Ward screaming from a building's ledge.
There. It's the best of the lot, don't you think, Mr. Clover? I chose it because it was the best.
Why?
I don't understand.
Well, I asked you why you're cutting out a news photograph of Bonnie Ward doing...
I told you it was the best of the lot.
Gonna enjoy it? Pin it to the wall where you can look at it any time that
To remind me. To make me remember to what depths you've degraded a human being, all of you. Bonnie is a very human being, you know. And this picture will forever prove it to me.
5 years ago, she was charged with the murder of another man. Did you know that, Miss Kenny?
Yes.
And received $10,000 from his will, and was acquitted.
And hounded and vilified and pointed out by idiots on the street who had nothing better to do than destroy. And shriek with laughter because they recognized a woman who had been proved innocent.
She had $10,000 to wave in their faces.
Which she squandered. With which she tried to buy back some compassion, a little love from idiots. $10,000 squandered on filth of the streets. $10,000 to buy herself a husband.
What?
A husband. A man who grinned at her, who had wavy red hair, who was younger than Bonnie.
You know him?
Bonnie told me about him. Told me about Tom Pryor, husband, her lost husband. Told me how he and I had so much in common. No use for the police, for instance, and the kind way we reacted when Bonnie felt very low. And surely you don't wish to prolong this, Mr. Clover? Then why don't you just go?
Name, Tom Pryor. Description, red-headed and no use for the police. Implication, police record. So run it through the IBM at records and come up with a punched card, which in translation means this.
Age 34, 5 feet 9 1/2. Profession chauffeur, one-time driver of racing cars. Red hair, ruddy complexion, distinguishing marks, none.
Last known address, Hotel Lorenzo, a flea bag in the Bowery. List of arrests, May 1950, disturbing the peace, fined $50, 60 days in lieu of fine. March 1952, drunk and disorderly, 30 days. April 1953, drunk, disorderly, vagrancy, 90 days. What else?
Place of each arrest, bar attached to Hotel Lorenzo on Mott Street. That's about all.
Downtown now and through crowd to Bowery. And those who stand upon the corners in January have not altered their stance in July. Neither the standers nor the sparlers on the pavement, nor the one who didn't quite make it out of the doorway onto the street. Only his legs did, and somehow his bottle. Lorenzo Hotel, a sign that said so, and that it was a family-style hotel. And to the left of the entrance, a bar. Go in. And pose a name and a badge to the man behind the bar, who exchanged his glasses for another pair, then points a finger to the back of the room and wipes the bar in front of you when you walk away. Tom? You, Tom Pryor?
Cop?
That's right.
How do you do, sir? George, bring us a drink, George. My special. The Tom Pryor special.
When's the last time you saw your wife, Tom?
Now, there is a question which is harmless if I've ever heard one. It's a fella asking... George, old boy, here. Take a 5. No, take a 10. Bring change and nickels for the music box so my
Just
friend...
bring him his change, George.
Hey, nickels!
Where did you get all that money, Tom?
Where'd you get yours?
Must be $100 there, or more.
Never argue with a cop, especially you can't run fast like me.
What do you do for a living?
Chauffeur.
Working?
No.
Why?
I happen to be in a bar drinking, sir. I've been told time and time again, and with reason, sir, that alcohol and driving do not mix. Last time I heard it was from my employers.
Another question, Tom. Did you kill...
I did not kill anybody, sir. Thank you, George. Take a handful and play some music, huh?
You ready to talk to me now, Tom?
You don't touch your drink, I'll be Oh, sorry.
You ready to talk to me now?
You are my buddy, sir.
Tell me about your wife.
Gladly. To her, I was a hero. I dragged her out of the Hudson River so she could start life anew. Romantic story of how we met.
You met... Your wife was going to commit suicide and you saved her.
Sure. Long time ago,
5 years ago?
Sure.
After she was acquitted of murder.
You know how right Rain is? That's how right you are.
Go on.
Romance. She had 10 grand. We blew it in Las Vegas.
How long ago was this?
A couple of months after we married. 3, 4. Our love was so fine and... so fine we didn't count an hour or anything.
Why did you leave her?
No dough. Besides, she was always talking about going back to the Hudson River and giving herself up, or jumping off a big high tower, or shooting, or... Hey, you know what the doctor said?
What?
She gets a shock anymore, like that murder rap, like, well, you know, shock. She's gonna destroy herself, perhaps, the doctor said. Perhaps, he said. I happened to mention this information to my employer at the time.
Who was that?
Mrs. Rand. Mrs. Louise Rand, sir.
John Rand's wife?
My employer.
You mean you worked for her?
My employer. And now, if you'll excuse me, I believe I will have a small catnap. Good night, all.
How do you feel, Tom?
Better? Ask you something?
What?
Did you get any answers out of me when I was woozy?
What kind of answers?
You're not stupid.
What are you trying to tell me, Tom?
You're not stupid, that's all. And you're gonna turn right now, aren't you?
Uh-huh.
Figure. And stop right here. You don't have to hold on to me. She's speechless. I warned you a long time ago, Mrs. Red, this was liable to happen.
Let's go inside.
What are you doing here?
Oh, my.
About your husband.
Of course about my husband, but him.
Me.
I haven't quite figured out about you, Tom. How about accessory before the fact?
Hey, look what I am.
What are you talking about?
About a fact, about the murder of your husband.
You have his murderer, that nurse.
Oh, my.
What's the matter with you?
This is Mrs. Rand. Once she was my employer.
You never did tell me, Tom. How long ago was that?
Oh, about $3,000 ago.
Mrs. Rand.
What do you want?
When did Bonnie come here to work for you?
After he left. After Tom, then his wife came to nurse my husband.
That's right, Mrs. Rand.
But when he worked here, Tom told you about his wife.
Here we get on thin ice, Mr. Clover. I just happened to mention to the lady here that once my wife was tried for murder. And wasn't it a coincidence that this lady here had a sick husband who needed care, and my wife was a nurse?
And how the situation was the same. Did you convince your husband, Mrs. Rand, to leave Bonnie some money?
I could kill you, Tom.
I sure understand why you feel like that.
So Tom told you all this, Mrs. Rand. You were a woman with a wealthy husband, a husband who was too much trouble.
I just told the lady here how Bonnie, that's my wife, Bonnie, how she was mixed up in a situation. That's all.
Did you suggest to her that if your wife was mixed up in another situation just like it, her whole history would be dug out again?
And it seems to me that this here lady suggested that herself. This lady here said my wife would have a hard time getting off a second time. I really don't know what she was talking about.
You're doing real well, Tom.
Thank you.
Now, tell the man what else you told me about your wife. How she would kill herself if she ever got into trouble again. Did you happen to mention that to him?
I know about that.
You've been drunk, haven't you, Tom?
Yes, ma'am.
And you told him everything, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
And you think you're going to blame it all on me?
I'm sure gonna try to, ma'am.
I've been paying him blackmail, Mr. Clover.
Yeah.
I've been supporting him. Paying him
You
just...
poisoned your husband, didn't you?
You know what I could do to you, Tom?
Yes, ma'am.
No use trying, is it, Mr. Clover?
We better go, Mrs. Rand.
Hey, I'm going too, huh?
That's right.
You wouldn't let me drive, would you, just to drive her again? I think that'd be pretty. No, huh? This way, Mrs. Rand. Oh, I'll open the door for you, Mrs. Rand. You're quite welcome, Mrs. Rand.
In the minutes before dawn, Broadway lies huddled in a dreamless sleep. It's the time of the long night and no stars and the muted wind. And from far away, listen, the whispers gather and take away the night. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Lorene Tuttle was heard as Louise Rand, Herb Ellis as Tom, Irene Tedrow as Angela, and Truda Marson as Bonnie. George Walsh speaking. College men, you now have an opportunity to build your future in the exciting new field of jet aviation. Prepare for leadership in the jet age by serving as an Air Force aviation cadet. You'll get 18 months of thorough training in all phases of jet operation, learning under the finest instructors in the world's most advanced Air Force. Jets are easy and safe to fly when you learn the aviation cadet way. The training is rugged and intensive, the discipline rigid, but you come out a skilled jet pilot with a lieutenant's commission in the Air Force and earnings of more than $5,000 a year. These are things worth working for. To qualify, you must be between the ages of 19 and 26 and a half, single, and have a college education. Visit your nearest Air Force base or recruiting station for details. Act today. Stay tuned now for the Gene Autry Show, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. And remember, John Lund, as yours truly, Johnny Dollar, brings you Colorful Mystery Friday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
Mayor of the Town is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. I hope you enjoy it.
Ah, what a day this has been. Telephone calls, letters, complaints. I'll bet I'd have more peace in Tunisia. Whose idea was it anyway, making me the mayor of the town?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The makers of the new Rinso are proud to present The Mayor of the Town, starring Lionel Barrymore. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking, and tonight I want to get down to brass tacks about dishwashing. Brass tack number 1, dishwashing is always a pesky nuisance with skimpy suds soaps. Brass tack number 2, dishwashing can be a cinch. That is, of course, when you use the new soapy rich Rinso. Yes, ma'am, the new Rinso cuts grease and loosens sticky food particles like magic. And when you add its anti-sneeze, yet milder and easier than ever on your hands, why, you're really getting down to brass tacks when you insist on Rinso for dishwashing. And now, The Mayor of the Town, starring Lionel Barrymore.
All right, Sharon, all right, I'll sign those in the morning. Oh, what a day. Never saw so many people in my life with so many complaints. Mrs. Kennedy's next-door neighbors have a trash pile in their adjoining alley. Will the mayor please do something about it?
Will the mayor please help find Johnny Jones' dog, and will he pick the best sweater for the Red Cross prize and judge the prettiest baby at the West Side Mothers Club?
That's the final straw. That you can be sure I'm not going to do. I've never judged a baby contest, Sharon, and I'm not starting now.
Bravo!
Oh, hello, J. Morton. I'm so low today, I'm waist-high to a worm. How are you?
Well, I don't know. You see, sir, I have a problem, and I want to talk to you about it.
J. Morton, you haven't been forging checks again.
Oh, no, Mayor. No, but this problem of mine...
Not tonight, J. Morton. Huh? Please, not tonight. I'm going to sit in front of my fire with my pipe. Yes, sir. I'm going to have a nice, quiet evening at home. You can come along if you leave your problems here till tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Just as you say, sir.
Where in tarnation do you suppose she is? Kitchen stone cold. Fine welcome for a hungry man. Marillie! Old witch.
Now, you don't need to carry on so. I'm not deaf. Oh, good evening, Mr. Smith.
Good evening, Miss Marillie.
Oh, what's the matter with you two? Did you have a quarrel?
Well,
No, don't tell me. I'm spending a quiet evening. I'm not asking for trouble, and I don't want any brought to me. Where in blazes is my dinner?
You'll have to fix yourself up a sandwich or warm up what's in the icebox. I'm helping out next door.
What's going on next door?
New families moving in. I gave them your dinner.
What?
They didn't have a chance to buy a thing, poor souls, so I just...
Marillie, you're old enough to know that charity begins at home. Did it ever occur to you that I might be hungry after a day's work?
Well, there's plenty to eat in the icebox. Some cold stew from last night that you can warm up and some milk and rice pudding. Oh, well, it's good, nourishing food. Just came over to get this cake. I'll see you later.
I'll open the door, Miss Marillie.
I can manage without your assistance, you wolf.
Oh, dear. I wonder what she meant. Mayor, I'd like to tell you about...
Tomorrow, J. Morton. Tomorrow. Marillie, you're fired.
She's out of earshot now.
I know that. Risky business firing Marillie to her face. She's liable to quit. Well, come on, J. Morton. Let's warm up the stew. Pale, flaccid stuff. Oh, splots. Let it ring. I'm not going to answer it.
It might be important.
Undoubtedly it is. I'm positively not going to answer it. Hello? Mayor isn't here. He's gone out west to fight the Indians. Goodbye.
Who was it?
They didn't say.
Good evening, Mayor. Hello, J. Morton.
Evening, Jerry.
Oh, hello, Jerry.
Gee, I'm glad you're home. There's something I got to talk to you about.
Well, let it wait till the morning, will you, son? I've had a tough day. I'd like to spend just one evening without problems. Let it wait, boy.
Yes, sir.
Here, get another plate down. J. Morton and I are going to eat out here in the kitchen. Marillie's next door.
I really don't feel like eating, if you don't mind, sir.
Well, you aren't sick, are you, son?
No, sir. I'm just not hungry. I think, well, I'll go upstairs if you don't mind.
Oh, all right, Jerry.
The boy seems right worried.
Oh, he's probably fallen for some girl again. That seems to be Jerry's main trouble just now. Here, hand me those plates. This disgusting brew is steaming.
Smells good.
Well, it's peaceful around here anyway. Thank heaven for that. What's that?
It sounds like a girl singing.
Sounds more like a hoot owl. Shut up! Shut up over there!
They can't hear you.
I've heard they use sounds like that to drive people crazy.
Hi, Bub.
Who might you be?
I might be Robin Hood, and I might be Mickey Mouse, and I might be a gremlin.
Bet you aren't.
Bet I could be.
What's your name, sonny?
Timothy Donald Sage Robertson. I'm 5 years old, and I live at 307 Maple.
Oh, yes. You're one of the new neighbors.
Uh-huh. That's my sister singing. She stinks, doesn't she?
Well, yes, candidly, she does.
What's candidly?
It's like frankly.
What's frankly?
Oh, look here, son. I'm very tired.
What you eating?
Stew.
Oh, we got roast beef.
Roast beef? Jay Morton, that cannibalistic family next door is wolfing down my ration stand.
This is my violin. I brought it over to play for you.
The violin? Well, now, I play the piano, so I can accompany you.
Oh, gee.
Don't be so darn cooperative, Jay Morton.
I'll play it while you're eating, just to give you an idea. I only know one piece. It's called Over the Waves.
Yeah. Say, look here, go home, will you? I'm tired. I just want to sit here and die.
After I play, I want to ask you something. I got a problem.
You too?
My daddy says you're the mayor and we should bring out our troubles to you from now on. My daddy says that's what you get paid for.
Now, see here.
You better play, son.
All right.
Oh, I must be dreaming. Nothing could be that awful. I'm going crazy. Doesn't he ever stop? Great bristling blackbirds. There's that female monster again. Say, am I hearing things? Is there a drum in the house?
There certainly is.
Who are you?
Well, I'm Joe. I'm 12. I'm learning to play the drums so I can be in the drum and bugle corps at school.
Joe Robinson.
The same. I got a little problem in algebra I want to talk to you about.
Some other time now. I'm having a nice, quiet evening at home tonight. That is, I would if the Robinsons had shut up for a while.
You can't talk to me that way. My dad's a taxpayer, and he helps pay your salary.
Well, that doesn't mean his family can come in my house and try and intimidate me.
Come on, Timmy. We'll go home. This guy's a dictator. He's no American. And in the future, when you go by his house, hiss at him.
All right.
Now, see here, that's not the attitude to take.
Come on, Timmy.
I wonder how many Robertsons there are. Impudent young scamps telling me I'm not an American. Oh, dear. Whoever said there was no rest for the wicked certainly knew what he was talking about. Oh, Mr. Spence. Come in. Come in. I don't believe you've met Mr. Smith. Mr. Spence is the principal of our high school, J. Morton.
Oh, I see. How do you do, Mr. Smith? Very pleased, I'm sure.
I may as well tell you, Mr. Spence, that I don't intend to listen to any troubles tonight. I am taking an evening off.
Has that young brat come home?
Just who are you referring to?
Jerry Turner. Who else?
I don't quite like your choice of words, Mr. Spence.
Mayor, would you find young thief more to your tastes?
What are you talking about?
Jerry stole $25 from my office today.
I don't believe it.
He and a couple of other students were working in there. They all left before Jerry. When I came back, the money was gone. I had Jerry brought in from his class. I found the money in his pocket.
It's strange. He didn't say anything about this to me.
Not so strange. He's probably afraid of a good tanning. He tried to tell you something, Mayor, but you wouldn't let him, remember?
That's right, he did.
I want that boy made an example of. I want him brought up before the juvenile court.
Oh, I'm sure there must be some explanation.
He didn't have any to make to me. He was very sullen.
Well, I'll go up and talk to him.
Well, I'll come with you.
No, Mr. Spence, I'll do this in my own way, if you don't mind. J. Morton, in the name of all that's holy, will you go next door and shut that girl up if you have to gag her to do it?
Yes, sir. I'd rather enjoy it, sir.
Spence is downstairs, Jerry. He says you stole some money.
I know he does.
Did you steal it?
He found it in my pocket.
Where'd you get it?
I took it.
Jerry.
I'm sorry to upset you, sir. I know you've had a hard day. I would have told you when I came in, but you didn't want to listen.
Jerry, I just can't believe you'd do such a thing. I'd have staked my life on your honesty.
I'm sorry, sir.
Did you need the money for something?
No, sir.
Well, then why'd you take it?
Oh, I don't know why. I just took it. He's got his money back. Isn't that enough?
Mr. Spence wants to bring this matter before the juvenile court. He wants to make an example of you. He'll expel you, Jerry.
Well, he'll have to expel me then.
Oh, I don't like to see that happen to you, son. Seemed like you were doing so well. You had a good chance of becoming president of your class, I was told. Isn't there anything else you want to tell me, son?
No, sir.
All right, then. Please remain in your room until I send for you.
Well?
Mr. Spence, I'd like you to get a hold of every one of those students that was with Jerry in that office today and bring them here.
I can't do that.
Oh, yes, you can. And you will. I want to talk to those kids. Jerry didn't take that money, and I mean to find out who did.
How do you know he didn't?
Because I know Jerry. He's protecting someone. I don't know who or why, but it's someone.
Are you inferring that I accuse the boy unjustly?
Oh, no, indeed. No. Well, just that you aren't very anxious to help him. Now, you trot those students around, Mr. Spence, or I'll go and do it myself. I'm going to prove that Jerry's innocent. Are you going to help me or not?
Well, I'll see what I can do.
Good. I'll see you later, Mr. Spence.
Stuffy old guy, isn't he?
Yes. Oh, one darn thing after another. See? What did I tell you? I'm so sick of people ringing my doorbell. Why can't they leave me... Oh, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor. I'm Marlene Dietrich. May I speak to you for a moment about a problem that concerns us all?
Oh, by all means, Miss Dietrich. What is it?
Well, I have something I would like to ask everyone to think of. To think of when you go to bed tonight. Think of this as you loosen the lock and lift the window and smell the night air and look out at the stars. Think of this. There are thousands of little shacks in the Philippines that are empty tonight. There are thousands of little cottages like yours in Yugoslavia, Greece, China, Russia, empty tonight. Where have all these people gone? Why, didn't you know? They're dead. You are still alive. Your blood is warm. A face you love is there on the pillow in the dusk of the room. And everything is so quiet and still and beautiful. That's worth saving, isn't it? Others are dying in order to save it for you. Then, is your country asking too much when it asks you to become a part of the second war loan? $13 billion for attack? For the invasion of Europe? How much can you spare? How much can you invest? How many war bonds can you buy today? Ask yourself those questions as you stand at your window and smell the fresh, green air tonight and look out at the stars. Thank you, Mayor. Good night.
Well, what do you know about that?
Hello, Mayor. I'm back with my violin.
A fine, quiet evening this has turned out to be. Just dandy. Dust lots.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, spring is really just a state of mind. Like this.
John, I need some money for a new Easter hat and coat.
And like this.
Now, I wonder if the sofa wouldn't look better there.
Yes, that's a sure sign of spring, when Mom gets that clean-up look in her eye. And right now, grocers everywhere are featuring clean-up, cheer-up time. Look for the pennants and posters at your own grocer. And notice that our new soapy Rich Rinso plays a star part in this big spring house-cleaning drive. You see, Rinso's lively suds make your work easier and your house brighter from cellar to attic. And don't forget, Rinso's famous for that Rinso White Wash. A wash so white that it makes the birds sing.
Rinso White, we want to know about Rinso White. Is Rinso White as a dove?
It's even whiter.
You mean just as white as the clouds above?
You're getting warm. It's even brighter.
Is it white as a lily? White as chalk? White as snow?
Save your breath, gals. The answer is no, coach. You've never seen such a dazzling sight as a wash that's Rinso White.
Yes, it's the best Rinso ever made. So for wash day and for all around the house, clean up and cheer up with Rinso. And now back to Lionel Barrymore as the mayor of the town, who is spending a quiet evening at home.
Timmy, have you ever eaten a violin?
Huh?
Because if you don't stop that sawing, you're liable to do it any minute.
You better run along home, Sonny. I'm sure it's past your bedtime.
I don't want to.
How have I sinned that this should be visited on me?
I don't like you.
Oh, is that so? And just why don't you like me?
I don't know. Maybe it's your ears.
What's wrong with my ears?
I don't know.
Oh, I think I'm going crazy. Now, see here, young man, I don't want to have to spank you.
I think I'll go now. Good night.
Can't you just feel the quiet descend and thick, peaceful flow? One nice thing about that child, it feels so wonderful after he's gone. If this is another Robertson, I don't think I can stand it.
Me, Big Chief Leapin' Lena Robertson. How?
Say, you kids have a home. Why don't you stay in it?
I'm Terry. I'm 14, going on 15, and I can chin myself 6 times, and I can beat any boy in the neighborhood running and wrestling and playing baseball.
And bragging.
Who are you?
I'm J. Morton Smith. I work for the mayor.
You're too fat.
Huh?
You should chin yourself and run and wrestle and play volleyball and hike and exercise.
It sounds awful.
Now, look here, Terry Robertson, I've been getting rid of your clan all evening. How many of you are there, anyhow?
Well, there's 9 kids if you count Jack, who's in the Army.
Oh, 9. Holy jumping potatoes. What am I... I'm going to need a rest home after this.
Sally's the oldest girl. She's 19. She's pretty. She's coming over to get you to settle her love life. Papa said she was to come to you with it. He says that's what's nice about living next door to the mayor. You're paid to settle things for people.
Well, Sally's love life will have to wait. I'm having enough trouble tonight.
I think boys are silly, don't you? I don't like them. Except Jerry. I'm going to marry him.
My nephew?
That's right. He's cute. All the girls think so. That's my problem for you to settle. I want to know how to get Jerry.
Well, from what I've seen, I can tell you right now your approach is all wrong, Terry. Men like gracious and lovely ladies.
Oh, give me time. You can't have everything at 14 going on 15. Besides, Jerry isn't so perfect.
Yeah, I know. J. Morton, where do you suppose that Spence character is? How long has he been gone?
About an hour.
Go up and see if Jerry wants anything to eat, would you please?
Yeah. Is Jerry sick?
Well, he isn't feeling any too good.
Terry, run along home. Your mother wants you.
Okay, Squaw.
Going to apply the back of my hand to a few of those pants next door before they're here in very many days longer. I never saw such a wild tribe. Whew, land alive, I'm worn to a frazzle.
They know more ways to make noise than any young'uns I ever saw.
Oh, you haven't seen anything yet. The 17-year-old one, Bill Robertson, has a jive band.
Oh.
Yeah, they're having a rehearsal a little later tonight.
I think I'll have to make a law against things like that.
Mayor, he's gone.
What?
Mayor, he's gone.
What are you talking about? Who's gone? Speak up.
Jerry, he isn't in his room.
Jerry? Oh, no. Jerry? Oh, Jerry!
See? It's like I said. He's gone.
There's a note on the dresser, Mayor.
Well, give it to me.
Here.
Come on, give it to me. Dear Mayor, I can see now what a terrible thing I've done to you. I am going away tonight. You will never see me again. Thanks for being so swell, Jerry. Oh, my.
Oh, dear.
That must be Mr. Spence and the children. Let him in, Marilla.
All right.
Jay Morton, call Flanagan and anyone else you can and think of. Ask him to hunt all over town. Try the railroad depot first, although I don't think he had any money. And the bus station. Try every place.
Mayor, you don't think he'd... Well, he sounded so discouraged in that note.
I don't know what he'd do. Just try and find them, and as soon as I talk to the children, I'll hunt too. Now, boys and girls, I want to talk something over with you. There was some money stolen in Mr. Spence's office today.
Oh, but it was returned, Mr. Mayor.
Well, you know about it.
Oh, yes, we do.
My nephew is suspected of taking it. I don't think Jerry would steal, but Mr. Spence does. Mr. Spence wants to take him before the juvenile court.
Well, sir, you see, we drew lots as to who should take the blame for stealing the money, and Jerry won. Or lost, you might say.
Oh, yes, that's right.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
Quiet, Mr. Spence. Was the money actually stolen?
Oh, yes, sir. You see, we all knew about it and who took it. We went out to get lunch, and when we came back, we found the person. He hadn't had time to get away, you see.
Ah, then it was a boy.
I'm not saying whether it was or not, sir.
Well, how did Jerry get the money?
Well, Mr. Spence came back before we could return the money, so we took it with us. We held a meeting and drew lots as who should take the blame if we couldn't return it before Mr. Spence found out.
And Jerry was chosen. He was to try and get it back without being caught, and if he couldn't, then he was to take the blame.
Who are you trying to shield and why? Now, look, there must be some explanation.
Every one of you who's mixed up in this is going to be expelled. I can tell you that right now.
Mr. Spence, I do not like you, sir. I have never liked you, Mr. Spence, and I don't like you now. Now, you aren't going to get anywhere by blustering. Now then, let's get on with this.
You see, Mayor, the money really belonged to us. It was senior class money, and we're the officers. The person who took it needed it very badly, and, well, he was so worried about a situation at home that he took it before he thought.
Then Mr. Spence came back and missed it, and the person came to us and told him what he'd done.
Oh, that's right.
Sure, well, we knew what Mr. Spence would do, and we didn't want that to happen.
The boy is a potential criminal.
Oh, no, Mr. Spence, you're wrong. He just didn't know what to do. The boys went out this afternoon and found him a job for after school, and that's going to help. Why, gee, if you took him before the juvenile court, it might make a criminal out of him. He's not a bad boy, Mr. Spence.
You aren't going to tell us who the boy is?
Oh, no, we're sworn to secrecy.
Oh, we can't, sir.
Well, then, Mr. Spence, it looks to me as though you'd better go home to bed. You haven't got a case. Jerry's been vindicated, and the money's been returned. As a matter of fact, I think it'd be a little tough for you to prove that any money had been stolen.
I should think you'd be ashamed, aiding and abetting a future criminal.
I'll go to blazes.
Where's Jerry, Mr. Mayor? Where's Jerry?
Jerry? Why,
Hey, that's right. Jerry doesn't know, does he?
I don't know what. What's going on? Here he is, Mayor. I'll wait out in the kitchen.
Oh, Jerry, hello.
Hi, kids.
Oh, you weren't at school today, Jerry, and you missed out on elections.
Oh, yeah. Well, I had some things to do.
Well, congratulations, fella.
Yeah? For what?
On account of you were elected president of the senior class, Jerry.
I was? Oh, gee whiz! So you see, sir, it was a point of honor among us. I just couldn't tell.
I know, Jerry, I know. I was young myself, once. Things haven't changed too much. Well, maybe the music has a little bit. I suppose that's Bill's Jive Band. I wish they'd get through over there.
Hey, that's hot stuff, Mayor. That's right in the groove. Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. What a frightening noise. By the way, if I'm not mistaken, there's more to all this than met the ear tonight. Just between you and me, Jerry, I happen to know that Springdale High has a baseball game coming up with Centerville High next week. A very important baseball game.
Why, so we have.
Yeah, I also happen to know that the hopes of Springdale High are all on its pitcher. Said pitcher being Clyde Miller, who lives on the other side of the tracks and has a very sick mother.
Well, good night, Mayor.
Good night, Jerry. You get more like me every day.
Can we come in now?
Sure. Where'd you find Jerry, J. Morton?
Walking toward the freight depot.
Oh, thanks a lot. Ooh, that was a bad scare. Say, what's wrong between you two?
Why, this wolf tried to hold my hand all through the movies.
Oh, no. No. Wasn't it fun, Marilli?
Oh, you make me tired, both of you.
Who are you kidding? Say, isn't it all fired quiet around here? What happened to that band?
They quit at 10.
Well, turn on the radio. Let's have some noise. This place is too darn quiet. It makes me nervous. That's it, Susie. That's the spirit. Tell the world you're young and it's spring and it's a whale of a lot of fun.
I'd just like to remind you, ladies and gentlemen, that our new Soapy Rich Rinso is the only soap that's recommended by the makers of 33 leading washers. That imposing list includes such famous washers as the ABC, and it isn't hard to figure out why. For Rinso and an ABC work together to make play of wash day, and yet give you a glorious Rinso whitewash every time. And now that new washers are out for the duration, remember it's well to know that you can make the old washer and all your cottons and linens last longer by sticking religiously to Rinso every wash day. Mr. Barrymore appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, and next week he presents a special guest, Chester Morris. This is Harlow Wilcox bidding you all a very pleasant good night.
Hey, that reminds me, I gotta get some Light Boy. There's nothing like a Light Boy shower right after work. Really peps you up. And say, that new Light Boy is great. That vanishing scent sure vanishes quick. You can bet nobody's gonna catch me with...
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Hunt the Biggest of All game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with the underworld, risking his life that criminals and racketeers within the law may feel its weight by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure of Hit and Run. Reed had been working overtime in his office at the Daily Sentinel. Miss Case, his secretary, had been on hand taking shorthand notes of the conversation between the young publisher and a man named Schuyler. Two men across the street from the Sentinel building watched the window of Britt Reed's lighted office.
Hey, look in the window, Joe. Schuyler's standing up shaking hands with Reed.
Yeah, I can see him. He's just about to leave.
That dirty squealer.
He'll get all that's coming to him. Flash your light so Sammy can see it and be ready when Schuyler leaves the building.
Well, thanks for coming up, Schuyler. You won't regret it.
I came to you, Mr. Reed, because I knew I'd get a square deal.
Count on it.
You can find your way at the elevator, can't you?
Oh, yeah, sure thing. Good night, Miss Case.
Good night, Mr. Schuyler.
11 o'clock. It's been a long day, Miss Case.
But, oh, golly, how worthwhile.
It's too bad Schuyler wouldn't give us names.
Well, he gave us everything else about the liquor smuggling racket.
He certainly did. And when he goes to the district attorney with his story, he's going to make it very hot for a couple of members of the State Liquor Commission.
You really think they're involved in bringing stuff in from other states to avoid the state tax?
I'm sure of it.
Well, I'll go out to my typewriter and get busy.
Hey, just a minute.
Huh?
There seems to be some excitement down below in front of the building.
Oh, golly, look at the crowd down there.
I'll open this window.
Oh, there's a man lying in the street.
I'll call the switchboard and see if I can find out what happened.
Someone's taking pictures. I just saw a flash gun.
Hello? Do you know what's happened in front of the building?
It's Clicker Billy. She's on the job with her camera.
What's the name?
And here comes an ambulance.
Thanks.
Oh, we'll tell you. That guy on the street is dead from a hit-run driver. And we got the number of your cab.
Holy smoke, look, I didn't have no... Hey, holy mackerel. This is the guy.
Huh?
Here, right here in the newspaper. This guy standing in the crowd looking at the dead man. He's the one. He was out here last night.
Supper is next. What was he doing here?
I tell you, there's something funny about this. I finished hacking last night around 9:30. I run my cab in the driveway here, the same as usual, and hit the hay early on account I've been doing a double duty lately. It's around 1 o'clock when I wake up. Hear a car driving in. I hop to the window and see it's my own cab. So quick like a flash, I'm out of bed. I'm out here collaring a guy that's just getting out of the cab. Hey, wait a minute, fella. Wait a minute. Take it easy. What's the idea of driving my cab? It's all right. It's okay. I didn't hurt anything. If you just calm down. Are those your pals that just drove up in the other car? Yeah. They'll square things with you.
Hey, you the guy that owns this cab?
Yeah, I am.
Well, look, buddy, we don't want any trouble. My brother made a mistake, and I'm here willing to pay it.
Your brother?
Yeah.
I'm his younger brother.
Every once in a while, he borrows a car. Tonight, he borrowed yours. As soon as I found out what he had done, I made him return your cab. Here's $50. That should cover everything.
Oh, gosh, $50. Well, after all, $50 is $50. I don't want to make no trouble for anyone.
And the guy that gave you the $50 is the guy in the picture here in the center.
Yeah, that's it. This fella right here wearing the gray hat. You see him?
Well, what about him?
That's the guy. He's the one that came up in the second car, the one that gave me the $50 and said his brother was driving my hack.
Suffering snakes, Burke. I can't put my finger on it, but there's a story here somewhere. I've got to tell Reed. He'll know what to do. So I stuck right with Burke while he took Pete, the cab driver, into the cops' headquarters.
Well, go ahead, expert. Then what?
They brought in the cab, and some of the boys went over it. There were a few threads caught on the bumper, and it was proved that they came from Schuyler's overcoat.
Then that was the hit-run cab.
Yeah, but there were no fingerprints on it to back up Pete's story that someone else was driving it.
What about Pete?
He was booked on a manslaughter charge.
What about his story of the man on the photograph?
The cops don't take much stock in that.
Oh. Well. Very well, Axford. Now you better take the rest of the day off and catch up on your sleep.
Well, how about you, Mr. Reed? You've been up all night.
Well, I want to talk to Police Commissioner Higgins. I think I'll call him up and see if he's free for lunch.
Well, Brett, what's this? Another prelude?
Prelude? What do you mean, Higgins?
Our luncheons at the Civic Club seem to be a prelude to a night of activity on the part of the Green Hornet.
Why, have you mind?
What's it about?
Rum running. Smuggling liquor into this state.
Mm-hmm.
And a man named Schuyler who was killed last night by a hit-run driver.
I noticed that your paper gave heavy play to Schuyler's death. What's behind it?
I don't think his death was an accident.
No?
Schuyler was a member of the organization that's been smuggling liquor into the state. He wanted to get out.
Out of the organization?
Yes. He planned to go to the district attorney this morning and tell all he knew, including the names of the smugglers and the men on the liquor commission with whom they've been dealing. Schuyler knew he'd be involved and would need legal counsel. So he came to me and offered an exclusive story if we'd pay for his attorneys.
He was killed as he left the building.
Did he tell you anything important?
He gave me some facts, some dates and places. But the information is worthless until we can fill in the names.
He didn't name his associates?
No.
Well, we're holding the driver of that cab on a charge of manslaughter.
I don't think Pete is the driver.
But it's his cab that killed Schuyler, and...
Pete claims his cab was stolen. Didn't he show you that picture in the Daily Sentinel?
Yes, but...
He claims that the man in the picture was with the man who returned the cab.
I know.
Higgins, one of the reporters identified the man in the photograph.
The police are checking on him.
I've already checked. His name is Thorpe. He has a rundown office on the second floor of an old fire trap building on 10th Street.
What kind of an office?
He's supposed to be in the investment business. But I think he's one of the group that's been bringing liquor into the state illegally.
And you think he had this fellow Schuyler murdered?
Yes, to keep Schuyler from going to the district attorney. It might be possible to break the smuggling organization through Thorpe.
It's probably quite useless for me to ask how.
Where's Pete's taxi cab?
We're holding it in the parking lot at police headquarters.
What about Pete?
We're holding him in jail until he can furnish bail.
Can you keep Pete and the cab where they are until you hear from me?
No. I think so.
Oh, one thing more, Higgins. How many men are on watch at that police parking lot?
Well, it's right next to the station. There's usually a half dozen men around, including the tow-car crew.
Not so good.
Why?
Is there any time when one might find fewer?
Well, I can always send the tow car out on some business.
If it could be arranged for just one guard to be on duty around, let's say around 8 o'clock tonight.
It might be arranged.
Can I depend on that?
Yes, you can depend on that.
Higgins, you may hear from me directly or indirectly as the Green Hornet.
After his luncheon with the police commissioner, Britt Reed spent part of the afternoon in the vicinity of Thorpe's office. He examined the old two-story building from all sides and talked to a number of people in a rundown neighborhood, asking questions about Thorpe and his associates. After dark in his apartment, he called Cato, his faithful Filipino valet, to his room.
I have a plan, Cato, but we can't put it into effect until tomorrow night.
How is that, Mr. Britt?
Before the plan can succeed, Thorpe must see a certain news item in the Daily Sentinel. It'll be published tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
And tonight, we're going to make that news. Tomorrow night, we'll go after Thorpe.
What we do?
And we're going out as the Green Hornet. We're going to investigate Pete's taxi cab.
Well, where is the taxi cab now?
In the police parking lot. There'll be only a single guard on duty. He'll not give us any trouble. Come on, Cato. Follow me.
There were over 100 cars in the parking lot behind police headquarters. Some were cars that had been found abandoned. Others had been towed in because of illegal parking. Still others had been impounded for various reasons. Britt Reed parked the Black Beauty nearby.
Keep your face well covered, Cato.
Oh, yes, sir.
There's the guard right over there.
I see him.
Pete's taxi cab is just beyond. You see it?
Yes, sir.
We'll get the guard from behind. I want him gagged and tied, but he must be completely conscious to see what we do. Quiet now. Take it easy, copper, and you won't be hurt. No use struggling. You're going to be gagged and tied. Behave yourself. We won't be rough. Get that rope around his wrist. That's it. I'll stay right here with him while I go through that taxi cab.
Cato kept a close watch on the police guard, who in turn stared wide-eyed as the Green Hornet went through Pete's taxi cab in a search that was far more complete than anything the police had done. He pulled out the seats and threw them aside, and then the floor mats, and then with a flashlight and a small whisk broom, he swept the bare floor, both front and back, collecting the dust in an envelope. Soon he was finished. Then he returned to the guard.
Sorry we had to inconvenience you. I'll call headquarters in a few minutes and tell someone to relieve you of that gag.
You think Mr. Axford will report what happened at parking lot?
Of course he will. And when his story comes in, I'll have a couple of suggestions.
You will go to office now?
Not just yet. I want to examine Thorpe's office, and this will be a good time to do it.
Thorpe's office was dark and deserted, which was just what the Green Hornet wanted. He examined the building from the outside, then let himself in through a window off a fire escape in the rear. When his observations were completed, he sent Cato and the Black Beauty home and went to his office to be sure that Green Hornet's activity in the police parking lot would appear in the next day's newspaper. It was the following afternoon when Sam Bates came to Thorpe's second-floor office. He found Joe there ahead of him.
Come in, Sam. Close the door.
Said you wanted to see me, Thorpe.
I do. I thought I told you to be careful while you were in Pete's cab.
Careful? I was careful.
What did you lose in the cab?
Lose? I didn't lose nothing. You know how the cops went through it. They dusted it for fingerprints and everything else.
Yeah, but did you read in the paper how the Hornet went through it?
Well, what of it?
He found something that proves you were in that cab. And if he can prove that, it'll prove that Pete told the truth and I lied to the cops. Then where are we?
What'd he find? And how do you know he found anything?
He called me up.
What?
Yeah, just a little while ago.
He's coming here tonight. He says he's open to a proposition.
What kind of a proposition?
We'll talk about it when he gets here. He said he's got something he's willing to sell, and if we don't buy it, he turns it over to the cops.
Think hard, Sam. You must have left something in that cab.
But I tell you,
Skip it. You be here at 9 o'clock tonight. You and Joe can be hidden in the other room. I'll talk to the Hornet, and when I give the signal, you boys come out with your guns ready.
9 o'clock, huh? Well, I'll be here.
That night, the Green Hornet guided the Black Beauty to another spot near the police parking lot. But this time, his plans were quite different.
There's the same guard, Cato. We'll give him a chance to let out a shout of alarm, and we've got to get away fast and take him with us.
I understand.
I hope Axford and Bert don't let us down. All ready. Now.
Watch it. Shoot you.
No, you don't. Leave your gun where it is.
No.
You fool. Now I've got to gas you.
It's the Hornet. It's the Hornet, boys. Come down.
You asked for that. Have to carry him to the car.
My help?
I can carry him. You go ahead and start the car.
Hey, look. There he goes. He's got the gas. Look. Go to the name of the law.
Bert and Axford are right on the job. You drive while I tie the guard before he comes to.
Yes, sir.
Get going.
It's the Hornet again. He got the guy. Stop him. Get after him. Get that car. Wait, Axford. Hold on. I saw him drop something when he was getting into the car.
You did?
Wait till I turn my flashlight over there.
I see it. It looks like a wallet.
Come on. I was sure I saw something drop.
Golly, a wallet. Maybe there's identification in it.
Here, you hold the light. I'll inspect this thing.
Hey, Burke, you needn't snatch.
And you needn't be all the time interfering with official business. Now let's see what's in this wallet.
9 o'clock found two men in Thorpe's office. Sammy paced the floor nervously, while Joe sat quietly examining a revolver.
Now get it straight, boys. When the Green Hornet comes, you two go in the next room while I sound him out and see what he has to say.
The door locked so you'll have to knock to get in?
Yeah.
Well, I wish he'd come and get it over with.
Relax, Sammy, relax.
That's good advice.
What? The Hornet?
Drop that gun. I mean you.
All right, don't get sore.
I must be slipping. I forgot about the fire escape outside the window of that back room.
And these things, fire escapes.
Well, now that you're here, start talking.
First, I've got to make sure you boys don't play with firearms. Sit still, Thorpe. No gun, eh?
Never use them.
How about you?
Now, look here,
Stand
Hornet.
still. Now the meeting will be peaceful. Now, one thing more. I'll unlock this door. I might want to go out that way in a hurry.
What's on your mind?
Over the phone, I told you I could prove that your pal drove Pete's taxicab and killed Schuyler.
I know you went through the cab last night. What did you find?
It's in this envelope. The price is $5,000.
What if I don't pay up?
You'll pay, Thorpe. You've got to pay. You're involved in murder just as much as Sammy, even though you didn't drive the cab.
Even if you prove I drove that cab, you can't prove I ran Schuyler down on purpose. The worst I'll get will be a charge of car stealing.
You're forgetting the things that had come out if you boys were taken in by the cops. Just remember that Schuyler talked to a newspaper before you killed him. It won't take the police long to put everything together. They'll soon have the whole story about your liquor smuggling.
You're well informed.
You could be held without bail on a murder charge, and while you're in jail, the law will go through your books and files and learn about your rum running. And the men you've worked with. The men higher up.
Thorpe, you better pay him off. You can get most of the $5,000 back from Harold and Stanford.
Those are the boys on the liquor commission?
Sam, you talk
What's
too
the
much.
difference? This guy's got us pegged. Give him the cash and get that evidence.
Let's see what you got in that envelope.
Fair enough. Let's see the $5,000 in cash.
Hey, someone's coming.
Lock that door.
Hold it.
But if someone comes...
Stay where you are. I like company.
Come on, boys.
It's
what?
Where's that Green Hornet? There he goes, that rear door.
You must stand where you are.
Hey, what's the meaning of
Let
this?
me out of here. You got nothing on me.
Stand still. Watch these three punks, boys. I'm going after that masked hornet.
Burke, he's locked his door.
Bust it down.
Now, hold on. You can't come to my office.
Save it, Thorpe.
Here goes the door.
Good work, expert.
That window's open.
You guys keep an eye on Thorpe and his pals.
All right, Burke, we got him.
Burke, look outside this window. The guard is here on the fire escape, cut up like a turkey for cooking.
Get that gag out of his face.
Burke, give me a hand first. I've got to drag him in. There he is. Now, I got my knife right here. There you are.
Thanks. It was a hornet. The hornet brought me here.
We know it. We found a wallet he dropped. It had Thorpe's address in there.
Hornet's down there. You can see him getting in that car.
Popping. There he goes.
We better get after
Oh, wait,
him.
Burke, listen to me. I heard all that was said between Hornet and Thorpe. I heard plenty. Thorpe admitted that he and his pals murdered Scully.
What?
But that's not all. Thorpe named Harold and Stanford of the Liquor Commission. He was working with those two smuggling liquor into the state.
Well, about-
You'll find proof of everything in Thorpe's records in his office.
Come on, Buck. Let's go. And then, Reed, Pete picked Sammy and Thorpe out of a lineup at police headquarters, and Sammy broke down. He turned state's evidence and told all about how Thorpe plotted to kill Schuyler.
Well, you must have had a busy evening, Axford.
Oh, that I did. And there'll be more tomorrow when the law calls on those two birds with the state commission.
Good. But, what about that envelope you mentioned?
The one the Hornet tried to sell to Thorpe?
Yes.
Nothing in it but dust. You know, Reed, what with abducting the guard and dropping that wallet and leaving the guard where they could hear what was said, the Hornet couldn't have been more help to the law if he was a special agent or the police commissioner himself.
Axford, do you think the Green Hornet might be the police commissioner?
No, but by golly, I sometimes think he'd make a good one.
Pepper, rum runners captured. Murder driver confesses. Read all about it. Police led the smugglers' office by Green Hornet. That's Green
This copyrighted feature originates in Detroit, and all characters, places, and incidents used are fictitious.
Silver. Wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Hello, Silver! Away!
A fiery horse with a speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. Whenever men gathered around the campfire in the early days of the western United States, stories were told of the masked rider of the plains. His strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness made it possible for him to bring criminal after criminal to justice, even when all the forces of the law had failed. It was he more than any other man who made possible the winning of the West. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Grogan's Bluff. Town waiting for us. Hi-lo, Silver! Away!
The little town of San Salvo lay at the foot of one of the natural wonders of the West. A great mass of brilliant red sandstone streaked with yellow rose from the plain. But the men and women of the surrounding country had come to accept the bluff as a matter of course. And as old Shep Harper rode along the main street of San Salvo, he raised his voice in song, but he never lifted his eyes toward the towering rock.
Go tell Aunt Susie! Go tell Aunt Susie! Go tell Aunt Susie! The old gray goose is dead! Whoa there! Whoa, 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 whoa! Stay there now, Bonanza, while I see Mr. Lake. You be still too, Grubstake.
Hi there, Shep. You're feeling right spry, ain't you?
Yep. I got a right to feel so. My granddaughter's due in here on the morning stage.
No. Is that so?
Just so. Say, is Lawyer Lake in his office there? I got business with him.
He's there. But, Shep, listen.
Huh?
Lawyer Lake's a mighty shrewd cuss. I wouldn't go trusting him none too fur.
Ain't but Lake in town. Couldn't see no other lawyer because ain't none. Besides, he can't swindle me none. All I'm having him do is make out my will.
Will? What do you want of a will? You ain't fixing to die, are you?
Me? Gosh, no. Only I want to make sure Molly gets my ranch and livestock if something happens. I don't want no doggone relatives ain't never seen come poking in here. Molly's coming to live with me, and I aim to make sure she's well took care of.
Lake's inside, Shep. But remember this. Keep your spectacles good and clean while you're dealing with his kind.
Don't you worry. Watch my dog and horse, will you? Morning, Mr. Lee.
Well, Sheriff, glad to see you. I fixed up your will and testament the way you outlined it.
Good enough. I'm here to sign her up and have it all set legal.
Sit right down here and look it over. Make sure it's the way you want it. I'll go in the other room and ask some friends to come and witness your signature.
All right.
Just make yourself comfortable, Shep. I won't be long.
And take your time. I read slow and doggone careful.
Brannigan, he's out there now.
Old Shep?
Yeah. Now get this straight, Brannigan. If we play it right, we'll be the new owners of Shep Harper's big ranch.
There ain't nothing I'd like better.
It'll be a tough lot of luck for that granddaughter of Shep's to come here and find the old man dead and her left without a dime. But she'll have to make the best of it.
Maybe you'll feel real generous and find her a job in your law office.
Well, she's a handsome girl. Maybe I will.
What's my part?
I can't use you as a witness because you're the one that's to inherit the property. I'll call Lefty from outside to witness the will.
I'm to inherit the spread, eh?
We'll fix some sort of story about Shep Harper owing you a lot of cash. You can tell that around a couple of places between now and the time that old Shep dies.
Tell it that he owes me money, eh?
Yeah.
But what about
Now, you pass him as you go out and bump into him to knock his glasses off. Then I switch papers and he signs this one.
It won't work, Lake.
Why?
That girl comes tomorrow, and the first thing she hears from Shep is that he's made a will. You know how important that'll seem to an old coot like him? He'll tell everyone about it.
No, he won't.
You don't figure on killing him right off, do you? That won't do either. It'll raise too many questions.
Brannigan, Shep Harper is going to starve to death, and you're going to help him.
Go on.
We'll go further after I get his name on the will. Now remember, eyeglasses. He can't read without them.
Right.
Now, come on. Can you make it out all right, Shep?
Oh, sure thing. Ain't much to it. Just that I leave all I got to Molly.
This is Brannigan. You know him, don't you?
I reckon so.
Glad to see you again, Harper. I gotta be leaving.
My specs.
Oh, confound it. I tripped right over that chair. Say, I'm sorry about your spectacles.
Dad rat it all. Why don't you watch where you're going?
Unfortunate, Shep.
I'm sorry, Shep. Look, I'll buy you a new pair.
Oh, I got extra ones to home. But hang it, I had to send all the way to St. Joe for them.
You send for some more, and I'll pay for them. I'll see you later, Mr. Lake.
Right.
Ain't he to witness my signing or something?
Well, Brannigan was in a hurry, Shep. Lefty's out in front. I'll call him in. Oh, Lefty.
Yeah?
Come in here, will you? I want you to witness a signature.
At dusk that evening, the Lone Ranger and Tonto made camp near San Salvo. While they ate, they studied the plateau that reared high above the surrounding ranches. And Grogan's Bluff, they call it, Tonto. It's named after the man who built a bridge to reach the top, Bill Grogan.
Why him go there?
For the same reason men have always gone to places that were hard to reach. He thought there must be something worthwhile when he got there. There have been a lot of rumors about an ancient tribe of Indians who buried a treasure on that plateau.
Oh, that's not true.
No. I don't know how the story started, but Grogan believed it, and he made a pretty thorough search. There have been a lot of guesses at how he managed to build the bridge. It goes across a canyon fully 200 feet deep.
What's that?
An explosion. It's all right, Silver. Take it easy, boy. Here, you can see it, Tonto.
Down canyon?
Yes. Just as we were speaking about that bridge. Look, it's been blown up.
Why that happened?
I suppose the men in town did it. Been talked about before. The bridge wasn't safe anymore, and there was always the risk that someone would cross to the plateau and cave in the bridge, or be caught in the plateau when a heavy wind destroyed the only way to get back to safe ground.
No, bridge gone.
It's probably a good thing. It's all right, Silver. Had a little scared, didn't you, old boy? Well, it's all right now.
Tonto wonder.
You wonder what, Kemosabe?
If it all right, why them blow up bridge? Axe do same work, cost plenty less.
Well, we'll ask about that when we get to town tomorrow. I'll count on you to learn all about it, Tonto. San Salvo isn't a town I care to visit wearing a mask. The next day, the stage arrived in San Salvo.
There's the mail sack.
Fetch them some water for them horses.
Look at the passenger.
The only passenger was a girl of 18. The guard helped her to the ground.
There's your baggage, miss.
And Lawyer Lake stepped forward to meet her.
How do you do? You must be Molly Harper.
Oh, yes.
My name is Lake, Miss Harper. At your service.
Well, I expected my grandfather to meet me.
I thought he'd be here, too, but I haven't seen him since yesterday. I'm his lawyer, though, so perhaps you'll allow me to serve you.
I haven't the slightest idea where his ranch is. Do you know?
Do I know? Well, I should say so. I guess everyone around here knows Shep Harper's ranch. It's one of the finest in the county.
Really?
Yes, indeed. Well, I'll take your bag and find a rig to drive you out there.
I don't like to put you to trouble, Mr. Lake.
No trouble at all, not a bit. In fact, it'll be a pleasure.
Well, how nice. I thought the Western men were, well, not like the Easterners.
We'll try to make you like the country, Miss Harper.
Get up there. Get up. There she goes again.
Oh, Lefty. Yes, sir? Get that team and rig out. We'll drive Miss Harper to Shep's place.
Right.
There's a couple of visitors at the house.
Perhaps that's why Grandpa didn't meet me in town.
I don't recognize those horses. Do you, Lefty?
Me? No. Never seen neither one of them before. Say, that white one sure looks powerful, though.
Look.
That man is mad.
What in tarnation? Say here, stranger, what's the idea?
Who are you?
Well, of all the cussed nerve. Who are you is the question.
Quiet, Lefty. I'll handle this. Just who are you, stranger?
I came to learn who owns this ranch. I haven't seen any of the hands around the place yet.
This is Shep Harper's property. And if it's a robbery you're planning, you might as well...
you Lawyer Lake?
I am.
Well, that's what I thought. I've heard descriptions of you.
Is this a holdup?
No. Please don't be frightened by my mask. Does Harper own a dog?
Sure, what about it?
Dog about the size of a collie?
That's it. Grubstake, he calls the critter.
Where is Grandpa? Have you seen him?
Grandpa? You're his granddaughter?
Yes.
From the East?
Yes.
We don't propose to stand here answering your questions. We're all the men.
I don't know, and I have no further questions. Come, Tonto.
He comes.
A savage. Oh, Mr. Lane, what have they done to Grandpa?
I don't know.
Where is he? Have you murdered him?
Come, Kemosabe. Yep.
Hey, the lady asked you a question.
Oh, Silver, away!
I don't want to ask any more questions right now, Tonto.
Know what we do.
We're going back and have another look at the ground near that bridge. Come on, Silver! Tonto, we know several things. The back trail led to old Shep Harper's home. It must have been Shep who crossed the bridge with his dog.
Not right.
And before he came back, the bridge was blown away. That means that he either was on the bridge when it was destroyed, which would have meant certain death, or he's on the plateau, which means equally certain death, but not as quick.
Him starve on plateau.
There isn't any way on earth for him to get off of there.
Maybe build new bridge.
It would take weeks, Tonto, and he'd be dead long before anyone could cross. I wonder if we can't make him hear us.
You fire a shot, maybe.
I will.
Hello, Harper! Him not answer.
Nothing but the echo. I wonder if this is murder.
Maybe girl want ranch.
Doesn't seem that she'd plot the murder of an old man.
Harper!
No answer, Kemosabe. How can we get to Grogan's Bluff?
Tonto not know.
Hello. Well, where did you come from? Matter, old boy. Looks as if you've had a hard time of it.
Dog plenty tired.
Here. Let me pull some of those brambles off. Well, what do you want? Tonto. He acts as if he wanted me to follow him.
Wait. You look.
What?
See track a dog.
Well, this is the same dog. The one that crossed the bridge. Is there another way to get back from that plateau? If there is, I've never heard about it.
We follow dog. See where him go.
All right, boy. Lead the way. We'll see where you go.
We go on foot?
Lead the horses, Tonto. Come on.
Dog go along top canyon.
Look at where that dog's going. He's going over the edge of the canyon. Come on. There might be a trail that we know nothing about. Here's where he went down. Now we'll... Oh, no use, Tonto. There is a trail to the bottom, but it's less than 4 inches wide. Only a dog could make it.
But now we sure man.
There's no question about it. That's Shep Harper's dog, and Shep is on the other side. He's hurt or helpless, or he'd have answered our cries. We've got to find some way to help him. The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. Shep Harper's dog barked at the Lone Ranger and Tonto from the opposite rim of the canyon. He seemed to be begging them to help his master, but only a dog could descend the narrow ledge to the canyon floor and scale the other side.
Well, that dog can't understand why we don't go and help his master.
You got rope. Maybe let Cantor down to bottom.
And that wouldn't help, Kimasabi. You still couldn't get up the other side.
And what we do?
The dog can cross. How can we use that dog?
Maybe rope reach over canyon.
The rope would be too heavy. The dog couldn't possibly climb that wall with a rope tied to him. Wait. I have a scheme. Tonto, get your bow and a good arrow. There's some fishing cord in my saddlebag. Here, Silver. Do you see that heavy boulder?
I don't see it.
Here we are. This cord is light but strong. Tie one end to your arrow.
Then what Tonto do?
Shoot the arrow past that big rock on the right-hand side.
Shoot now?
Yes, and look out for the dog.
Dog watch what we do.
If only that dog will do what we want. Go ahead. Let the arrow loose.
There go.
Looks like a good shot. Perfect. Fetch it back, boy. Fetch it back.
Dog, look at arrow.
Come on, old fellow. Fetch it here. He's picking up the arrow. Here, hold the cord. Pay it out as the dog carries the arrow. I'm calling the dog from down this way. If he'll just go around back of the big rock over there. Here, boy. Here, boy. Come on.
Come.
That's it, fellow. Bring it here. Pay out the cord, Tonto.
The dog followed a natural impulse to retrieve. With the arrow in his mouth, he descended to the canyon floor once more.
Fetch it here, boy. Come on, fellow. Fetch it here.
Then, with the Lone Ranger encouraging him every inch of the way, he crawled along the narrow shelf on the near side of the cliff. Progress was slow, but finally he reached the top and...
Good boy. Good for you. Now we'll get to your master. Tonto, tie the lariats, both of them, to the cord. We'll pull them around that rock and fasten them on this side.
Then we go over, huh?
With 2 strong ropes across that chasm, we can reach the other side.
Molly Harper stayed at Shep's ranch, but in spite of the efforts of every run around the place to make her feel at home, she became more and more worried about her grandfather's absence. Ma Meigs, who handled the housework and cooking, found it almost impossible to reassure her and...
Oh, now, Miss Molly, I can recollect a time when Shep was gone from here for over 6 weeks. We never knowed where he was at, but he come back spry as ever.
But it's been a week now, and he knew I'd be here. He wouldn't stay this long and not leave some word for me.
Well, you can't tell. He's pretty absent-minded sometimes. Now, don't you fret none. He's all right. No news is good news, I always say.
Oh, I hope so.
One thing I wanted to make a mention of, Miss Molly, and I hope you won't think I'm an old fool for bringing it up.
What is it, Mrs. Meigs?
It's about that lawyer gent, Mr. Lake.
Oh, yes.
He's been calling frequent. Now, I wouldn't get too friendly with him if I was you. Not till your grandpa gets back.
Well, he seems very gentlemanly.
Well, seems, sometimes ain't. He's always been friendly with Lefty Horner and Bat Brannigan, and they ain't a more worthless couple alive than them two. Judge a man by his company, I always say.
Brannigan. Mr. Lake mentioned him. Didn't he loan Grandpa a lot of money?
Oh, not that I know of.
Oh, that's funny. Mr. Lake said he did.
I never got into your Grandpa's personal affairs.
In fact, Mr. Lake hinted that if something happened to Grandpa, I mightn't have the ranch here.
Oh, that's loco. Why, your Grandpa always figured leaving it to you. That's why he wanted you here.
I don't know. I just wish he'd come back.
Another week elapsed. Then one afternoon, as Molly was sitting on the front porch, 3 men rode up to the ranch house.
Mrs. Meigs, who are those men with Mr. Lake?
The big one is Brannigan. The other one is Lefty that I made mention of. Fine pair of sidewinders. I'm going into the house.
Good afternoon, Miss Molly.
How do you do, Mr. Lake?
I'm afraid I come as a bringer of news that won't be pleasant.
About Grandpa?
Indirectly. Oh, this is Mr. Brannigan.
Howdy, miss. I'm downright glad to know you.
Brannigan just returned to town. He's been away for 2 weeks. In fact, he left the same day your grandfather came to my office.
Well,
that was the day I signed my name to your grandpappy's will, Miss Molly.
Oh.
I'll do the talking.
Go ahead, then.
Miss Molly, that afternoon your grandfather met Brannigan and told him he was going to Grogan's Bluff.
Grogan's Bluff?
You've heard about the bluff, of course.
Yes, but why should Grandpa go there?
He had some secret reason, but he didn't tell Brannigan what it was. Brannigan left town, and when he came back and told me where Shep had started for, I realized an awful truth.
What?
Well, you know there'd been a meeting of the town board, and it was decided to destroy the bridge to the bluff. It was a safety measure, you see. There'd been a handbill in town for some time announcing that the explosion would take place sometime after sundown and warning everyone to stay away.
And Grandpa went there?
That's what I'm afraid is the case.
That he might still be there.
If he went there, Miss Molly, he would be starved to death long before this.
Well, that's what's happened then.
Well, I can't begin to tell you how sorry I am.
Oh, I knew something had happened to him. Poor Grandpa. Why didn't someone tell him? Why wasn't he warned?
I didn't know about the blasting plans my own self when he told me he was going there. Dad read it all, Lake. If only I'd come back to town 10 days ago, there still would have been time to send a rescue party to get him.
Even that would be almost impossible.
As it stands, though, he's dead for sure.
Now, better go into the house and cry it out. Then she'll be better able to listen to the rest of what we have to tell her.
Right. I hate to scheme a swell girl like her out in her inheritance.
Shut up, Brannigan. Remember, it's out of your hands now.
I know. You got that will of Shep's with you, Lake?
Right here in my pocket. As soon as we've given her time to cry it out, we'll go in and talk to her.
Look what's coming.
I saw him before.
Who is he?
I don't know, Brannigan, but I saw him right here once before.
I had no idea you'd be here, Lake. I heard that Brannigan had returned to town.
Well, what do you want?
Where's Harper's granddaughter?
That's none of your business.
Probably in the house.
Now, see him ask me.
You can't go in there.
No? By what authority do you plan to stop me?
I'll tell you why I plan to stop you. This here ranch is
Come,
mine.
Brannigan. We'll go inside. Perhaps, stranger, if you tell me your business, I'd be more willing to talk.
There now, honey. You just have a good cry and you'll feel a sight better. Who are you?
A friend of Shep Harper.
Oh, you knew Grandpa?
Yes.
Mr. Lake just told me he's dead.
How do you know that, Lake?
He went to Grogan's Bluff. No one except Brannigan knew he was going there the day the bridge was destroyed.
Didn't he return from Grogan's Bluff?
Obviously not. He hasn't been seen.
By this time, he's starved to death there.
So you brought that news to Miss Harper.
Well, I thought she should know.
Just how did he happen to go to Grogan's Bluff that day?
Well, I don't know.
He didn't tell me why he went there.
He didn't?
No. Now what are you asking all these here questions for? Ain't none of your business.
Brannigan, can't you think of any reason why Shep might have gone to Grogan's Bluff?
No, I can't.
Of course, Lake, you plan to have a rescue party go and try and get him off.
No use now. He'd have died long before this. Well, it was nearly 2 weeks ago he went there.
I see.
We'd better get out of here and leave Miss Harper with more Meigs. It's been quite a shock to her.
There are a few details to settle first, Lake.
Well, please be quick.
You told Miss Harper, of course, the terms of her grandfather's will?
How do you know what them terms are?
Shep made a will, didn't he?
Yes, you told me he did, Mr. Lake.
Have I denied the fact? Of course he made a will.
And his ranch and property goes to his granddaughter?
Well, as a matter of fact...
Doesn't it?
No, it don't. It goes to
How do you know about it, Brannigan?
The fact is, Brannigan was promised this ranch to pay off a large debt Harper owed.
Is that true?
Yes.
Shep Harper's will gives everything he owned to his dear friend and benefactor, Mr. Brannigan.
I can't believe that, Grandpa.
That ain't true. It ain't so, Lake, and you know it.
I'm sorry, I'm not going to discuss the point. I have the will here.
It's there in writing, and it's witnessed.
I witnessed the signing of it by Shep Harper my own self.
Miss Molly, if you know your grandfather's signature, I'm sure you'll recognize this.
That is, it looks like Grandpa's writing.
I don't believe it.
May I see that?
Here.
I'm afraid, Miss Harper, that this is perfectly legal.
And Shep didn't know what he was signing. I know for sure he never owed Brannigan no cash.
I'm in no position to discuss that matter more. There's the will, and it's not for me to argue. The law will have to decide.
If Shep is dead, Miss Harper, there isn't a thing that you can do about this. You'll just have to move off this ranch.
I tried to prepare you for this, Molly, without betraying any confidences. You'll remember I hinted you might need employment.
Yes, Mr. Lake.
You fight that there will, Molly. Fight it tooth and nail. That ain't the way Shep planned things at all.
It will do no good to fight it, will it, Lake?
Not a bit.
The only way that will could be made void would be for Shep himself to make a new one.
And he can't do that.
Why?
Huh? Why?
Why can't Shep make a new will?
Because he's dead.
Oh, that was merely your idea, Brannigan.
He couldn't get off Grogan's Bluff with the bridge gone.
He could. In fact, Brannigan, he did.
You doggone right I did.
Look at that.
Lake, you ornery double-crossing crook. I ought to drill you where you stand.
It's a frame-up.
Don't go for your gun, Brannigan. My friend has you covered.
Me watch him.
The sheriff has come along with Shep just to make sure that you don't get too hard to handle.
Lake, what's going wrong?
I'll tell you what went wrong. My dog, old Grubstake, got off on the bluff and found that masked man.
We managed, with the dog's help, to reach the bluff, you see.
And that pitfall you fixed for me to fall into worked just right, Brannigan. I'd been done for if the masked man hadn't got to me and fixed me where I was hurt and took care of me while we seen what your scheme was.
Grandpa, why did you go to the bluff?
I went there because Brannigan says you'd come in early and seen the bluff and wanted to look her over, and that you was waiting there for me. I was a doggone old fool to swallow that yarn. I see the whole thing now. I see why you smashed my glasses, Brannigan, so's I wouldn't know a different will was stuck afore me by that crooked lawyer.
Thank goodness you're back, Grandpa, and all right.
I'm as right as rain now. The masked gent and his Injun part are better than any sawbones I ever knowed when it comes to patching up an old galoot like me.
Oh, Shep, why in Tunker didn't you let us know you was back?
I wanted to, but the gent there figured it was best to set tight and see what game was being played. Well, we seen. And now we can jail them critters so's it won't be played again.
You've heard all you need to, Lake. Outside.
I demand to be heard.
Make your demands in court. The judge is paid to listen to you. All of you, out where the sheriff is waiting.
Stranger, doggone, I gotta do something for you.
It's your old dog that did it, Shep. Go on in, Grubstake. You're home, too.
Grubstake, hey, nice old fella.
I'll silver away.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
crime doesn't stand a chance against Dick Tracy. Up next.
And now, Dick Tracy.
This is Dick Tracy on the case of the Mermaid's Mirrors. Stand by for action. Let's go, men.
Yes, it's Dick Tracy, protector of law and order.
Say, Tracy fans, what do you think was the greatest search ever undertaken anywhere? The search for the lost continent of Atlantis, maybe? Well, that's a possibility. But there's one historic search that led to the discovery of many things and places, but has never been completed to this day. And that's the great search for the Fountain of Youth. You remember the story. You remember how Ponce de Leon set out to find the Fountain of Youth and found Florida instead. Well, de Leon sailed from Puerto Rico, where he was governor, on March 3rd, 1513, and landed on the coast of Florida near St. Augustine on April 8th. That trip took him more than a month. Today, it's a matter of hours by airplane. Now, Ponce de Leon didn't find the Fountain of Youth, but there's one interesting sidelight to his discovery of Florida. Today, thousands of people travel to the Sunshine State every winter to spend the cold months in the warm weather there. Many of them do it hoping it'll prolong their lives. So there you have it. Ponce de Leon, searching for the Fountain of Youth, found Florida 435 years ago today, and people are still going to Florida for pretty much the same reason right now. And now, here is Dick Tracy.
I want to tell you something about Crowder Hall. It's a big 40-room mansion about 60 miles from the city. It's got acres of ground around it and ought to be a swell place to spend a few spring days just doing nothing. Pat Patton and I were invited out by Colonel Tewksbury Crowder. But when we got there, we ran into a bit of trouble. And no colonel. The next morning, while I was shaving and Pat was taking a cold water shower, we talked things over.
Yes, sir. Right after breakfast, we'll search the house, we will. If anybody's hiding in any of the rooms, we'll nab.
What?
What's that you said?
I can't hear you, Pat. Turn off that shower.
That's right, in about an hour.
I said I couldn't hear what you were... Oh, never mind.
Oh. You know something, Richard? There's nothing like a chilly morning shower to make your insides feel good.
I know, Pat. I just took one.
If the bucko who broke in here last night is still on the premises, I'm healthy enough to nab him with my bare hands.
Uh-huh.
Say, Dick, why would anybody go into that room downstairs and smash one of those mermaid's mirrors? That's what I'd like to know. There was no other sign of disturbance.
No, except that the caretaker, Mr. Ogle, got a crack on the head when he went to investigate.
It's funny he didn't see who hit him. Of course, it was dark in the room.
Yeah, that accounts for it.
Well, it's a fine, quiet vacation, I must say.
Well, we only got here last night, Pat.
Yeah, I know, but first the caretaker's dog tries to get us. Then the caretaker thinks we're a couple of crooks. And then instead of having a good night's sleep, we run into a mystery. Richard, when is the next train back to the peace and quiet of the city?
Oh, you'll feel better with some food under your belt, Pat.
And I'll be obliged to you to straighten out this Crowder Hall difficulty and let's all enjoy the beauties of nature.
Pat, put on your robe, will you, and see who that is?
Just a minute, I'm coming. I says, you mind if I come in? Good morning.
How are you, Colonel?
Come in, sir. Excuse my appearance, will you? I'll be dressed in a minute.
Up bright and early, I see, Colonel.
Yes. Yes, it all. Couldn't sleep, you know. All that trouble last night. I've been up for an hour, searched the house thoroughly. I didn't find a thing, not a thing.
Have you any theories about last night?
Theories? That's what a detective deals with, Tracy.
All right, sure. I have a theory. Someone came into this big house to steal something.
Yes, of course, to be sure, yes.
Now, you tell me what's worth stealing.
Oh, everything, my dear chap, everything. I've been collecting valuable antiques for years, big and small.
Yes, and a few months ago you picked up the 6 doors, part of the fittings from the smoking room of the liner Saturnia.
The mermaid doors, yes. They're not exactly antiques, you know. But I thought they'd look well in the room, make nice panels, what?
Well, Colonel, as soon as I get dressed, I'm going down to the room and examine those mermaid mirrors on each of the doors. You and Pat can go on ahead, and I'll see you at the breakfast few minutes later, I went downstairs. The room just below my bedroom was the room I wanted to examine again. There were the 6 beautiful doors built right into the wood paneling of the room. On each door was a beautiful painting of a mermaid. She was holding a real mirror. Last night, one of those mirrors had been removed from a door, and now it lay smashed on the floor. I started to examine one of the other mermaid mirrors when I heard a step behind me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to startle you. You're Detective Tracy, aren't you?
And, you're Miss Angela Crowder.
How did you know that?
Well, you just said I was a detective.
Your breakfast is ready. Did you know that?
Oh, yes, I could smell the bacon.
It's ham.
Oh. Now, tell me, Miss Crowder, what do you know about these mermaid doors? You weren't here at Crowder Hall during all the excitement last night, I believe.
Oh, no, I drove out from the city early this morning with Joseph. Uncle Tewksbury, Tukey, told me that somebody popped old Mr. Ogle, the caretaker, over the head and that he...
Just a moment, Miss Crowder.
Oh, call me Angela. All my uncle's older friends do.
Well, all right. Angela, in the first place, who is Joseph?
Oh, he's Joseph LeVar, a friend of mine. He's also very much interested in the Crowder Hall antique.
And is he also very much interested in you?
Let's not go into that, Mr. Tracy. Come along and eat your breakfast before the eggs get cold.
I followed Angela Crowder out to the dining room, which was in another part of the big house. Angela was about 20 and very attractive. She was the niece of Colonel Crowder, and I was interested in getting a look at her boyfriend, Joseph LeVar. But he wasn't at the table. Pat was the only one there, and he was still eating.
Fresh country ham and eggs. Thick cream. Real butter. I don't know quite what's going to happen to my weight, Richard, but they'll have to ring a bell to stop me eating.
While I ate my breakfast, Pat had another cup of coffee. And when Angela went out of the room, he told me about Joseph LeVar.
Know something, Dick? I don't like that lad. There's something about him I don't like.
Like what?
Oh, it isn't because he's Italian and good-looking enough to be in the movies. It isn't that. I like every nationality, every race and religion. Yeah, I even like the Irish, strangely enough. No, it's something else.
I'm still listening, Pat.
Well, he claims to be an expert on antiques.
Yes, so Angela told me.
He was telling the colonel he knew all about antique and very old furniture. Made a very great study of it.
Well?
Well, I put my 2 cents in. Now, listen to this. I asked him how it was possible to protect an antique chair from erythema. Yeah. He said the thing to do is to paint the chair with white varnish.
Meaning what?
Richard, my boy, erythema has nothing at all to do with antique chairs. Erythema happens to be the medical word for sunburn. But this Joseph LeVar didn't know it. He fell for the trick, and I knew right then and there he was a phony.
Well, now, that's all right, Pat. What else did you find out?
And I hate to say this, but Miss Angela doesn't always tell the truth either. She said she'd driven out from the city with LeVar, but she didn't.
No?
No. Take a look at this. I found it under his chair after he left the table.
The New Jersey Tavern, Route 67.
He was living there yesterday and the day before. That's the bill for his room and board.
Yeah, made out to Joseph LeVar for 2 days' lodging. Well, Pat, you have a good reason for being suspicious of him.
And the New Jersey Tavern is only a mile down the road from here. But Miss Angela said she drove him out from the city early this morning.
Yes, that's what she told me, too.
So it's possible that LeVar could have been in this house last night, huh?
Well, if he was, I wonder what he was looking for. Of course, Pat, we have no proof that LeVar is a crook, or that he was in Crowder Hall last night, or that he knocked out the caretaker, or...
Tracy, Patter!
Yes?
It's happened again. You better come with me quickly.
What's happened again, Colonel?
Oh, another accident. I'm jolly well fed up,
Oh, easy does it, Colonel. Take it easy.
I left him for a minute in the mermaid room. When I came back, he was lying on the floor.
Who was?
The young chap, young LeVar.
LeVar? Come along, Pat. Let's see what this is all about.
Oh, there you are, Angela. Is he all right? I mean, the chap isn't dead, is he?
Oh, no, but we ought to send for a doctor. We ought to get into a bedroom.
Please, let me have a look, Miss Crowder. This is Mr. LeVar, I suppose.
Oh, confound it. Of course it is.
Now then, no, I won't try to move him until I've examined. Odd. Oh, very odd. He seems only to have fainted.
Shall I telephone for a doctor?
Yes, you can call the New Jersey Tavern. Maybe there's one there. You know where it is?
Of course. It's only a mile from here.
No, on second thought, no, perhaps we don't need a doctor. Pat, lend a hand here, will you? We can carry him to one of the bedrooms, and I think he'll revive without too much trouble. We left Joseph LeVar in the hands of Uncle Tukey Crowder and his niece and came back downstairs to the mermaid's room. Didn't take a second look to see that 2 more of the mermaid mirrors had been removed from 2 of the doors.
Richard, guess maybe I was wrong about that antique expert. Looks like LeVar is just as innocent as I am.
You mean because he was found unconscious here on the floor a few minutes ago?
Of course I mean that. What else? I found the old caretaker lying here last night, didn't I? Now this morning we find LeVar out like a light.
With only one slight difference, Pat.
What's that?
The old caretaker was conked over the head and knocked out. LeVar didn't have a mark on him.
But he was unconscious.
Oh, no.
What?
When Angela brought a glass of water and poured a bit down his throat, he gulped. Now, Pat, an unconscious man is unable to gulp water or anything else. No, Pat. Joseph LeVar was no more unconscious than I was.
Well, that'd be a monkey's uncle.
Now, look, Pat, we've got to work fast. You've got a small screwdriver on your key ring.
I have.
All right. We'll unscrew the 3 remaining mirrors on the mermaid doors. My hunch is that somebody's looking for something behind those mirrors, and I'm going to look first. Then we'll put the 3 mirrors back in place and keep our mouths shut. We won't say a word to the Colonel, or Angela, or LeVar. Come on now. Let's get busy before somebody comes.
In a minute, we'll return to Dick Tracy. But first... Hey, kids, here's a show for you starring those 2 laugh-happy comedians, Abbott and Costello. Every Saturday morning, the Abbott and Costello Kids Show comes your way over most of these same ABC stations. And here are just a few of the gala surprises that you'll be hearing on this Saturday Fun Fest. Abbott and Costello, of course, are up to their usual funny tricks, and they'll interview some of your favorite boy and girl screen stars, like Roy Rogers or Margaret O'Brien or Butch Jenkins, who will appear to try to hold their own with the 2 comedians. And, of course, many children from the audience will be interviewed and will participate in different sorts of contests. Now, here's a show that was meant just for you. Of course, Abbott and Costello hand out prizes for the best answers, and each week a trophy and gold medals will be awarded to the outstanding boy or girl who has done the most heroic deed of the week. Now, that's really something to work for, isn't it? These Abbott and Costello Kids Show programs originate in the famous Lou Costello Jr. Youth Foundation for Underprivileged Children. That's the Hollywood organization started by Lou Costello a few years ago for one of the best causes in the world. Tune in to the Abbott and Costello Kids Show this Saturday morning. And now, back to Dick Tracy.
That's funny, Pat.
Yeah, it sure is. Not a single thing behind any of these mirrors.
No. All right, Pat. Let's get them back on the doors. But there has to be a reason behind this mystery. Even if there isn't anything behind these mirrors. Somebody knows the answer. Maybe it's the Colonel or Angela. Maybe it's LeVar. But there has to be a solution to this.
Yes, Dick Tracy is right. And you'll be with him tomorrow when the case of the mermaid's mirrors starts to reveal a lot of exciting clues that just about ruin a swell vacation. So get in on the detective work, too, on the adventures of Dick Tracy. Tomorrow, same time, same station. This is George Gunn speaking. An average radio listener recently said, quote, "Your Thursday night Willie Piper show is certainly pleasant." Yes, it moves along so smoothly and delightfully that you'll be surprised to find yourself completely absorbed in the story, not aware that your face is covered with a broad smile. 30 minutes pass just like that, and you're left with a mellow, contented feeling. The hero of the show is Willie Piper, a well-intentioned youth who blunders his way through the darndest predicaments. He's married to a wonderful girl, and they live with Willie's father-in-law. These are the chief members of the cast. For the story and for the wholesome chuckles, hear the Willie Piper Show broadcast tonight over most ABC stations. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Organized crime doesn't stand a chance against the gangbusters who are up next.
Now in cooperation with police and federal law enforcement departments throughout the United States, the only national program that brings you authentic police case histories. Gangbusters.
Tonight, the case of the triple threat bandits, whose leader used a broom as the principal cover in his subtlest disguise, but learned even that was unable to hide his soiled record.
And now to Gangbusters and facts that show the operation of our law enforcement officials in their war against the underworld. Gangbusters has asked Inspector of Detectives Eugene Bernath, Police Department, Minneapolis, Minnesota, to narrate by proxy tonight's case.
The inside facts in the case of the triple threat bandits.
Inspector Bernath, I understand the gang in tonight's case thought that a clever sort of disguise would provide them plenty of protection.
That's right, Don Gardner. But they were to learn that fast communication systems and efficient exchange of police information, plus cooperation from federal law enforcement agencies, is making long-range criminal operation less and less successful.
Well, suppose you tell us about tonight's case, Inspector Bernath.
All right, Don. I think it would be best to start about 6 months ago in the city of Minneapolis, Minnesota. Near the ballpark of the Minneapolis Millers, at a bar patronized by the sporting crowd, a stranger was buying drinks for the few hangers-on remaining late one night. He was just finishing one of his favorite stories as the porter approached with his broom to gather in stray cigarette butts.
He says to her, she says back to him, she says, well, I don't like to ride streetcars either. You got some other way to go?
Excuse me, please. I'd like to sweep a little bit under the stools, huh?
Sure. Sweep all you like. When you're finished, I'll buy you a drink.
No, thanks, mister. I never touch this stuff.
Oh, listen to him. He never touches this stuff.
It ain't good for athletes. He used to be middleweight champion of Lazarus County.
Yeah? Well, hey. Hey, Frank. Frank.
Huh? You speak to me?
Frank, how you been? Hey, what are you doing here?
I'm no Frank. I'm Nick. You're mixed up a little bit. Excuse me. There's more cigarette butts over there.
Hey, come on, the guy's punchy. How about another story?
Yeah, in a minute. Hey, Nick. Whatever you call yourself.
Yeah?
I'd swear you're a guy I used to know. A guy named Frank. He wasn't no boxer.
Is that right? No kidding?
No kidding.
It's Nick, not Frank. Excuse me, mister.
Now, wait a minute.
Yeah?
If you ain't Frank, how come you look so much like him?
You're Frank. He pushes a broom, too?
Ah. He pushes something else.
1118 Walker Street, 3 o'clock tomorrow.
Yeah, 3 o'clock.
Apartment 6.
Sure, Frank. I'll see you.
Nick, 3 o'clock. Excuse me, mister.
Okay, don't lose your head. Who is it?
Me.
Oh, you. Yeah. Just a second, you. Come in, you. Come in.
Where's Nick?
Oh, someplace. Come on, I'll fix you a drink.
I'm not interested in the drink. Where's Nick?
I got rye and scotch and gin and rye. That's all.
I never drink in the afternoon.
Neither do I. But I read in the paper we're having a total eclipse.
Look, lady, just tell Nick that Sino is here. I got a little date with him at 3 o'clock.
Did you say rye?
I said Nick.
Oh, yeah, Nick. Nick and soda or water on the side?
Excuse me, but did anybody ever tell you about orange juice?
Sure. Nick.
Uh-huh. Now we're getting someplace. If you'll just...
Hey, sit down.
Frank.
Come in here until I finish getting dressed.
Goodbye.
Don't drown in that stuff.
Come in, sweetheart. I'll be dressed in a minute.
Sure, Frank.
Nick.
Okay, Nick. Look, who's the female rum-dum? Yeah, Vicky, if that's her name.
She's my housekeeper.
Okay, say no more. But doesn't that Kentucky ketchup she drinks get in the way of her duties, whatever they may be?
Yeah, she's carrying some kind of torch. She's sober when she has to be.
And what about that routine with a broom? What kind of a gimmick is that?
It's a job. I told the guy I was a fallen gladiator of the ring. Oh, I got a job.
Fine job. Who needs it?
How do you like this shirt? Made to order. $18.
For one?
Now, how many do you think? A dozen?
Gotta have something to wear to work.
See, now, how'd you like a soft spot?
With a broom, no thanks.
I've been tearing this town apart. And St. Paul, too. Back and forth across the river. Liquor stores are a pushover.
Alone?
Mostly. Vicky helps with the driving and the casing when I need her.
She can kill two birds with one store.
Well, how about it?
You think the two of us can do better?
Much better. Than the three of us and the four of us and the five of us. Do better all along. Better and better.
Excuse me, Nick. That's a lot of talk coming from a guy who's right now pushing a broom.
Maybe. But if anybody starts asking questions, a steady job is a nice answer. Also, that tavern's going to be the one big touch before I blow this town.
Yeah, I can see how big. $1.34 and 2 quarts of beer.
You see, you don't know nothing.
Okay, tell me something.
On certain nights, the safe in that joint has got nearly 30 grand in it.
30 grand? In cash?
What do you think? Lock washers?
Okay. Where do you get them $18 shirts?
Yeah. We gotta wait our moments.
Oh, I can wait. If meantime I got what to eat.
There's still plenty of liquor stores.
Good. Let's try one on for size. Now, tell you what. We can bring your housekeeper back a present.
Inspector of Detectives, Minneapolis, to Chief of Detectives, St. Paul. Liquor store bandit also joined here by number 2 man of similar description. 2 jobs last night.
Hello?
Are you sober, Vicky?
Yes. Do you want to do something about it?
Get hold of Sino. Tell him tonight's the night. Safe is loaded.
I wish I was.
Tell him to be at the back door 5 minutes after closing.
5 minutes after closing. I'll tell him.
You be there with a car. Just at the spot we figured.
I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Okay. So long.
Nick.
Yes, sir, Mr. Lander.
Let's get the place cleaned up fast tonight. I want to get home as quick as I can.
Yes, sir, me too. Let's get cleaned up fast, huh?
Nick.
Yes, sir, Mr. Lander.
Where you going?
Well, just to dump the trash out and back.
Oh, yeah. Well, make it snappy. You know, like it was the 10th round coming up.
Yeah, sure. Make it snappy. Everything make it snappy, eh? Yes, sir, snappy. Say now.
Everything okay, Nick? How's it look?
You'll be fine. Now, march me back in there, but you gotta make it look good for the boss. Keep your face covered.
Okay. Go ahead, Nick. March.
You're all set on how to handle it, guy.
Yeah, and the safe, too.
Okay, Sino. Here goes.
All right, get in there.
Okay, I'm going.
Keep those hands up.
Yes, sir, mister, I will.
Hey, what's the...
Put your hands in the air, mister, and walk over here.
All right, take it easy.
So, hold up, Mr. Lander.
He knows it. Go ahead, walk to the safe, both of you. Go on, walk.
Yeah, I guess we better, Mr. Lander. Maybe he'd shoot us.
Or worse, go on.
All right.
Now, I don't want a sound out of either of you. I want the dough out of that safe, and I want all of it.
I don't know nothing about safes, honest, mister.
Just
I don't.
walk. Come on, let's get him, Nick. No, you don't. Stand there. Me.
But I don't know how...
Nice guy. You should have helped me, Nick.
Quiet.
I didn't figure he'd fight the gun.
Shut up.
He's dead.
Go on, get out of here.
But he's dead. We might as well get the dough.
How are we going to open a safe? Go on, scram you.
What about the cops?
I'm in the clear. Go on, get out.
Yeah, I'll see you later.
So, Don, the carefully planned robbery during which Nichols and Sino hoped to get the contents of the safe ended with the shooting of Nichols' employer. Nichols waited for the police to arrive at the scene and told them the story he'd so carefully contrived. But the case suddenly took a fantastic turn, and the gang leader found his plans might very well lead to immediate arrest.
Now back to gangbusters. You were telling us, Inspector Bernath, how the criminal Nichols staged a hold-up at the Minneapolis Tavern, where he held a cover job.
That's right, Don. But the crime took an unexpected turn when Nichols' confederate, Sino, shot the tavern manager. Sino fled the scene, and as Nichols brazenly phoned for the police, Sino returned to Nichols' apartment where he met the girl, Vicky.
Shut up, will you?
What's the matter with you?
Can't you lay off that bug juice for a while? We got troubles.
What's a little thing like murder?
Keep quiet about it. What are you blabbing your mouth off for?
Brother, you need a drink.
It's the last thing I need. Wish the devil they could get here.
So do I. I'm getting hungry.
Where do you keep those matches?
If they were any closer, they'd strike on your nose. The table, they're right on the table.
Oh, yeah. Thanks. You want a cigarette?
Nasty habit.
Hope Nick's got some ideas. I hope... Is that Nick?
Who else? If he isn't feeling better than you do...
Hey.
What?
Just a minute. I'll get it. Nick.
Yeah, come on, open up, will you?
Yeah, sure.
Well, we're in for it.
In for it? What do you mean?
Hello, Nick. Did you have fun?
Shut up, will you? What do you mean, Nick? We're in for it.
Lender isn't dead.
You're kidding.
They took him to the hospital. The cops told me he might pull through.
Should we feel sorry or glad? Hey, Nick, they don't suspect you, do they?
If they did, do you think he'd be here now?
Nick, if Lender heard us talking, if he ain't dead...
He was unconscious.
But he could have heard us talking if he tells the
I
cops...
said he was unconscious.
But unconscious people get conscious.
Sometimes it's nicer to be unconscious.
He probably passed out as soon as the shot hit him.
Yeah, but supposing he didn't. Supposing he knew what was going on.
Okay, suppose.
Hey, Nick,
we got time.
I want to go now. I want to go quick.
They say Florida's nice this time of year.
Now, look. If I take a powder now, that's like signing a confession. If I stick around, we're all in good shape.
But the guy's bound to wake up. Why take the chance? I'm saying goodbye.
You're staying here as long as I tell you to stay.
Nick...
I heard enough.
So did I.
Hey.
Who's that, Vicky?
I'll make a guess.
Nick, it's the cops.
Get in the other room.
Yeah, okay. Talk, Nick. Talk fast.
Vicky, sit down and keep your mouth shut.
Okay.
Yes? Who is it?
Police officers, open up. I see you made it home all right, Nichols.
Yeah, I figured home was the best place.
That's a good way to figure.
Oh, Vicky, this is Detective Olson and Detective...
Wetherill.
Detective Wetherill.
Glad to see you.
Me too.
I just spoke to the hospital, Nichols.
Oh, yeah. How is Mr. Lender? Is he any better?
Much better, Nichols.
Oh, good. I was wishing he would be.
Nice place you've got here, Nichols.
Yeah, it's okay. Hey, like I told you, I was smart. I saved a little from the fight game.
Oh, yeah? What's in there, the bedroom?
Yes, that's the bedroom. What's the doctor got to say about Mr. Lender? Go through that to see him shot down like that.
Must have been pretty rough.
Yeah, rough. That it was, rough.
Nichols, we think we might be on the right track of who that gunman is.
Yeah?
We think it's one of the two men who've been holding up liquor stores here and in St. Paul.
I'd sure like to see them caught.
I don't think you'll have long to wait.
Who's this guy? I'd like to get him in a ring or something.
Well, I'll be satisfied when we get him in our ring. Olson, show him that picture. Sure. Take a good look at this picture, Nichols.
Yes.
Tell us whether that's the man.
Well, before the guy had his face covered...
You said that.
Yeah, but the eyes look the same. I'll never forget those eyes.
Thanks. Come on, Olson, let's go. Yeah. We'll be in touch with you, Nichols. We can reach you here, huh?
Yeah, yes, sir, here, or at the place, sir.
Well, just so we can reach you. Good night.
Good morning.
We'll be seeing you, Nichols.
Let's go out and run around the block. That wasn't Sino's picture.
Nah, some guy I never seen before.
Congratulations.
Sino's right, baby. That was too close. Getting out of here. Let's start packing.
Good. I love to travel.
Vicky,
Yeah, what do you want?
look around back there and get me the Nebraska road map.
Oh,
I think we stay on 77, Nick. That takes us right into Omaha.
I can't find no Nebraska map. Here, take them all.
Hey.
Now let me try to catch a little sleep. I've been up since Tuesday.
Take a look on the map, Cena.
Yeah. You know anything good in Omaha?
Well, there ought to be one or two easy touches there. Knock 'em off fast, keep on going.
That's the new policy?
Yeah, that's the new policy.
Then where?
Who knows? East, maybe south, maybe Missouri, Kansas, Oklahoma.
Maybe we better stay away from Kansas and Oklahoma.
Why?
Vicky won't be very happy in either one of them states. They're both bone dry.
Detective Olson talking.
This is Wetherill. I got news for you.
Yeah? What is it?
I went around to the tavern to give Nichols a look at some more pictures.
And?
And he didn't show up for work tonight.
Would you try his rooms?
I certainly did. He moved out this morning, and the janitor said he was in an awful hurry.
Well.
Looks to me like we couldn't see the forest for the trees, Olson.
Yeah.
The janitor said the girl went with him and another guy. And from the description, the other guy looks like the one that did the shooting.
Did you get into the place?
Yeah, it was in pretty much of a mess, but I found one little item to write home about. Come on over and we'll figure out what to do about it. Hello, Pop.
Huh?
Any luck?
Oh, no. But I don't fish to catch nothing particular.
Oh.
It's just relaxing.
I see. Well, you mind if I relax a while?
No, help yourself. Say, would you like to fish some? Got an extra line.
No, thanks.
You ain't from around here, huh?
Minneapolis, that's not so far.
Oh, Minneapolis, huh?
Yeah.
I ain't been into the city in years. I hear it growed some.
Oh, some. I'm looking for a girl named Vicky Newton.
You ain't looking in the right place, son.
How long ago was it she lived with you and your wife?
Oh, 2 years, I'd say.
You ever hear from her?
Now and then. When she left something with us.
Oh, yeah? What?
A baby.
Oh.
Yeah, little girl. Hey, sweetest little girl you ever saw.
Well, did she ever come to see the kid?
Since she's been drinking so much and running around with that fella.
What fellow?
Oh, some jailbird from Indiana.
Indiana, huh? His name isn't Nichols.
Something like that, I think. Oh, excuse me, got a bite.
Hey, Nick.
What?
Zeno just told me.
So he told you.
What have you been doing? Stealing my act and hitting the bottle?
Well, look it.
Why go back to Minneapolis?
Minneapolis owes me something.
Owes you something what, for crying out loud?
I wait much to knock over that tavern when the safe was loaded. Then I draw a blank.
You're not going back for that.
We're driving tonight.
You're crazy.
Wouldn't you like to see your kid?
No.
Not much you wouldn't. But suit yourself.
I'll be packed. What time do we leave?
As soon as I get the car gassed up.
Is that the call?
That's it, Wetherill.
Okay, I'll take it here. Detective Wetherill talking. How are you, Pop?
We got a letter from her. Special delivery.
Yeah? What'd you have to say?
Well, she'll be here. Next week, she says. She wants to see a little girl.
Good. Pop.
Yeah?
Have you got room to board a couple of detectives for a few days?
Well, we'll make room.
Okay. They'll be up there this afternoon.
Now, back to Gangbusters.
Olson.
Yes?
Nichols is back in town. He and Stino just stuck up the tavern where he used to work.
What?
Yeah, they were recognized by the manager and by both bartenders. And there was a car waiting. It must have been the girl.
You'd better get in touch with the men we've got up in the country. They might be heading that way to see the kid.
I think I'll drive up there myself. How about you, Olson?
Okay, count me in.
Have you got it counted, Cena?
Almost. Give me a a chance to get through the silver, will you?
You know how to get there, huh, Nick?
Get where?
Where do you think? To see my baby.
I wanted to talk to you about that, Vicky.
Talk? What's there to talk about?
We're not going up there.
What do you think I came all the way back for?
We're not going.
There's nearly 300 in silver alone.
Who cares? Nick, you promised.
That's too bad. I can't take the chance.
You should have thought of that before.
I did think of it before. We're not going.
Maybe you're not, but I am. Let me out of here.
I'm going to Louisville, and you're coming with me.
I am not.
Sit still, or I'll send you someplace you're not looking to go.
Hey, watch where you're driving.
Okay. Don't give me no trouble, Vicky.
Trouble? I couldn't give more trouble than you already got. Louisville, huh? Okay. We'll see how we like Louisville.
Ah, hello, Cena. When'd you come in?
I've been sitting here a while. How is she?
How do you think?
Ah, this Nick, it beats me. If you need a dame around, so dump Vicky and get one that ain't a bottle jockey. There's plenty, you know.
She was getting okay. She was laying off the stuff, and when we got back to Minneapolis, she was fine.
She ain't been fine here in Louisville. Oh, I don't mind somebody taking a drink, but if there's something I can't stand, it's a boozer. Especially a female boozer.
Okay.
Hey, you don't think it has something to do with her not seeing her kid, do you?
How do I know? She never talked about the kid.
You should have let her see the kid. You promised.
Don't you start.
Nick.
Yeah?
Look, how about giving Vicky the pitch? Let's leave her and blow.
Yeah, I was thinking about it, but it ain't right exactly.
Look who's getting a conscience.
Ought to be coming around soon. Run down to the drugstore. Get a couple of containers of black coffee, will you?
Bring your bromo with it.
Okay. Make it snappy.
What a deal. Gotta take the bad with the good.
Hello, Zeno.
Hey.
Take it easy. You couldn't get away if you tried.
Okay, copper. I ain't trying nothing.
Lean up against that wall.
Yeah, sure.
Hold still.
I ain't carrying nothing.
Nothing on him. All right, Zeno. Walk back to Nichols' store.
Oh, now look.
He said walk. You'll knock, and when Nichols answers, tell him you forgot something.
Yeah, if you say so.
Anybody with him?
Just a dame, but she passed out cold.
Okay. Knock.
Oh, I listened.
Go on, knock. Keep out of sight, Olson.
Yeah.
I thought I sent you for coffee.
I forgot something, Nick.
Crying out loud. Can't you get it through
Get
your
him
head?
Up.
Okay, I'm through.
Now, both of you back up in there. Where's the girl?
She's in there. She's out.
That's too bad. We just wanted to thank her for the letter to a little girl and for mailing it from Louisville.
Well, how do you like that?
You want to know, Zeno? We like it fine. Okay, Sergeant. Let's get him going.
That, Don, was how the criminal activities of Frank Nichols came to an end. He and his Confederates were returned to Minneapolis and stood trial for robbery. Nichols is now serving 30 years in the Minnesota State Prison, and the others equally appropriate terms.
Well, thank you, Inspector Bernath, for narrating this pointed case history. And gangbusters, congratulations to Minneapolis detectives Arthur J. Olson and Charles Wetherill, and to all the other law enforcement officers who worked so hard in bringing these criminals to justice. Leading roles were played by Frank Reddick, Mercedes McCambridge, and Ken Lynch. Don Gardner speaking. Gangbusters is a Phillips H. Lord production.
Have Gun, Will Travel is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
There's something you should remember, mister. A man going into Indian country should never be paid in advance.
Have gun. Will travel. Starring Mr. John Daner as Paladin. San Francisco, 1875. The Carlton Hotel. Headquarters of a man called Paladin.
And some socks. Yes? What is it?
Mr. Paladin, look.
Oh, Miss Wong.
The dress for party. You like?
Oh, I certainly do, but why the mask, Miss Wong?
A mask. I was going to a masquerade party in Chinatown tonight. I take it Hey Boy.
Oh, where is he?
Oh, a big problem with Hey Boy. He's going as cowboy.
Well, that's no problem.
Oh, it's a big problem. He wearing cowboy hat, leather pants, big boots, everything.
But what is the problem?
Spurs.
Oh.
Big spurs. Mr. Paladin, please to give Hey Boy information on how to walk with big spurs.
All right, send them in.
Oh, he's got them on now. That can do. Hey Boy hardly can walk. Afraid to try stairs. You come down, please?
Yes, of course. I'll come down as soon as I finish packing.
Did you take another trip?
Yes, another trip.
Oh, you traveled so much, Mr. Paladin. Where are you going this time?
Up around the Little Bighorn.
Oh, Little Bighorn.
Well, that's a river, Miss Wong, in Montana Territory. All right, come on. Let's get the Hey Boy untangled from his spurs.
You know, I guess just about the most popular sport in the world, everywhere in the world, is fishing. You hear a lot of discussion among American sportsmen, which is better, the dry fly or the wet fly, still fishing or trolling, lake, stream, or ocean. Everyone has his own ideas about this sport of fishing, and he goes after it in his own way. Well, that's true all over the world. As our servicemen have observed, there are a lot of different ways of catching fish. In Borneo, for example, the natives crush the berries of a certain shrub, and the juice poisons the fish of a river without spoiling them as food. In Africa, South America, and Alaska, the spear or harpoon is used. In Japan, trained birds called cormorants are sent diving down into the water to bring up fish. In some Pacific islands, nets are used. In others, the bow and arrow is the favorite method of getting fish for supper. Well, what's true about fishing is true about other customs and traditions around the world. The way of doing things may be different, but the ideals are the same. No one way is right or wrong. It's just what suits the individuals best. These customs are important to the people who follow them, and our servicemen are helping to maintain goodwill by observing the customs of other people in other lands.
My problem was to find an Army deserter named Henry Carver and persuade him to go back to his outfit. It seems he'd deserted in order to rescue a girlfriend from a marriage that was being forced on her. He was asking for money from his family to help him escape into Canada. He and the girl would be at the Billings Waterhole. Montana was no place to be at this time. The Sioux were being pressed by the Army to go back to the reservations. I saw a lot of Indian signs. Several times there were Indian smoke signals in the far hills. Then I saw the waterhole. But someone saw me first. Hey, don't shoot! Where are you?
Keep riding, mister.
You Corporal Carver?
Who are you?
My name is Paladin. Your mother sent me.
Did she send the money?
No.
Then get out of here.
Now, wait. Let me talk to you.
Now, don't come any closer. We got nothing to talk about. You get back on that horse and ride out of here.
Henry, maybe he can help us.
Becky, you stay out of this. Go on, mister. Start moving.
Any message for your mother?
Yeah. Tell her Becky and me'll make Canada on our own.
And maybe you won't.
What are you talking about?
A troop of cavalry.
What? Becky, stay here.
No, you stay out of sight. They may be looking for you.
No. Don't try anything. I got this rifle pointed at your heart.
All right. Look. Down there.
You're right. It is a troop of cavalry. What are we going to do, mister?
We? They're not after me.
You came to help me.
I came because your mother asked me to.
Well, then...
Now, go on. Get back where you were. They're probably just coming in for a water break.
Maybe. Don't try to trick us. I'll still have you covered.
Go on. Hurry.
All right, men. Water your mounts and fill your canteen. Uncle Landers, when we move out, I want the scouts out. You can push the flank guards farther out, too.
Captain.
Who are you?
John Keel.
Paladin, what a sight to see in the middle of nowhere.
John Keel. Say... Well, that's right. Captain Keel.
Yeah, how long's it been, Paladin? 6, 7 years?
Oh, I'm not sure. You came through San Francisco.
Yeah, I did, and I've still got the hangover. Oh, Dolan.
Yeah, Captain.
Yeah. Meet my friend Paladin. Sam Dolan.
Paladin?
How are you, Dolan?
Dolan and his men joined us a couple hours back.
Oh, scouts?
No, civilian. I'm hunting for a man, but them Injuns, the way they are, I figured traveling with the cavalry was safer.
Yeah, I understand. Well, John Keel. Hey, I see you're still riding that same old horse.
Comanche?
Yeah.
Sure. We've been together a long time. What are you doing out here, Paladin?
Business.
See any Indians?
Just sign.
We've been driving most of them north. Come on, let's walk to higher ground. Maybe we can see something. Dolan, you better come. Maybe the man you're looking for is around here.
On June 15th, in the year 1215, King John of England met a group of barons on the meadow of Runnymede. There he placed the royal signature upon a charter which means much to us today. The document that King John signed was the Magna Carta. In later years, from its provisions developed our present-day concepts of trial by jury and the right of habeas corpus, concepts which are a vital part of democratic life. Thus, the Magna Carta, written in England almost 750 years ago, became an important source of American democracy. From the contributions of the past come the principles of the present.
See anything, Keel?
No. No sign at all.
That's good.
Well, let's start back down.
Yeah.
Hey, you married yet, Paladin?
No. I guess I move around too much for that.
Well, you ought to see the fine family I got back at Fort Lincoln.
Yeah?
Wife and 4 kids.
Well, good for you.
And this is my last field trip. Next week I go out. I plan to get a piece of land and teach those kids of mine how to live off it.
Where are you going now?
Rejoin the battalion on Rosebud Creek.
Not far from here?
Oh, at half a day.
Who's your command now?
George Custer. Remember him?
Oh, yeah, I remember him. What about you, Mr. Dolan? It's a dangerous country to be traveling in.
I'm here on a personal matter.
Oh?
Hunting a kid and a girl, a soldier boy.
Is that right?
And the girl and I are supposed to be married, but this boy made off with her. I traced him to this area.
I see.
Sure got a score to settle with him.
Well, if I run into him, I'll give him your regards.
Form, Captain. You mind if we still tag along with you, Captain?
Suit yourself. Well, good luck to you, Paladin. Say hello to San Francisco for me.
I'll do that. I watched Captain Keogh and his men leave. He and I had been in the war together. If it hadn't been for the business of the Carver boy, I'd have ridden on with him. When I was sure they couldn't see me, I edged around the rock toward Carver. Only the girl was there. Where'd he go?
I don't know.
I'm right in back of you, Paladin.
Huh?
Don't try anything.
Give yourself up, Carver.
Maybe you ought to, Henry.
Don't talk like that. Get moving, Paladin.
You're in my way.
I'll step aside. Get on your horse.
All right. All right, now, give me that rifle.
Go! You killed him.
Ah, he'll live. He's not shot.
Oh, what are you going to do with us?
I'm going to save you from yourselves, if I can.
Say, here's a question I'd like to put to you. How much do you appreciate the things that make life just a little easier? For instance, take the way our teenage gals dress for a Saturday night dance. All glamorous like, and just regular walk-in fashion plates. And when they get to the dance, there's a super combo waiting to give out with the music. But let's go back a spell. Around 1790, and see what the teenage gals were wearing then for a weekend get-together. It's Sunday afternoon, and the gals are attending a rare social gathering. Every last one of them is dressed in a plain, homemade, linsey-woolsey dress dyed with butternut or walnut juice. And there isn't a frill or a bright-colored ribbon to be seen. They don't cotton to such doodads in 1790. Of course, they all bought their spinning wheels and looms with them, and while they sit and talk, their fingers kept busy. There's stockings to be made for everybody in the family, mittens and shawls for the winter, maybe a pot holder or two to protect Mother's hands from the homemade iron pots. And what do they talk about? Mostly about the time when they'll get married and have their own families to take care of. And sometimes when the Indians pull a surprise attack on the fort, the gals are called out to take their place at the stockade to keep the muskets loaded, or maybe fire one themselves. Yeah, that's what a weekend date meant to the gals in 1790. But to them, it was just part of the routine. Because like their folks, they worked and fought so living would be easier in the future that you're now protecting.
You might as well have turned me over to that captain this morning.
It's not the same as giving yourself up.
I'm not giving myself up.
Can't you see it's not his fault? He didn't just run away. I begged him to help me.
He was in the service. It was his duty to stay there.
Duty? Beating the scrub for a handful of disorganized Indians? Becky was being forced into marrying that old coot Dolan. You saw him, the kind of a man he is.
He's still deserted.
Mr. Paladin, there's something you should know.
Oh, don't bother, Becky. It won't make any difference to him.
We're married, Mr. Paladin. The day after we ran away.
Well, my best wishes to you, Miss Carver. However, your husband's right. That doesn't make any difference. Now, wait a minute. Hold up.
What now?
Looks like there was a camp here not long back.
Indians?
I don't know.
What is it?
Canteen. Stamped 7th U.S. Cavalry.
The 7th?
Yeah. With your outfit, Corporal. From the look of it, it was a large group. Larger than Keogh's. Well, let's get out of here.
Oh, what is it? What are you listening for?
Do you hear it?
Hear what?
I don't know. They're rumbling in the ground. Like a lot of horses or distant thunder. I don't know. Let's go.
Why are you so worried, Mr. Paladin?
What makes you think I am?
I've been watching you. Ever since you heard that sound, you've changed. Like something's bothering you.
Paladin, look.
What?
That horse. On top of that ridge over there.
Yeah, I see him. Hey, he's got a saddle on him. Let's ride up there.
Yeah.
Come on, boy.
Maybe his owner's foraging.
Maybe.
He's just barely moving.
Paladin, that's a cavalry saddle.
Yeah. Wait a minute. That's Captain Keogh's horse. Ooh.
Oh,
Oh, no, boy. Here now. Here, boy. Come at you. Easy. Easy, boy. Easy. Good Lord. This horse has been shot.
What do you think happened?
Carver, get down and help me doctor this horse. Then we'll look for Captain Keogh. Watch your horses don't slip.
What are we going down here for, Paladin?
I gotta find out what happened to Keogh.
Easy.
Comanche seems better, Mr. Paladin.
Yeah. Come on, let's head down that draw.
Drop your gun, Paladin. We got you from both sides.
Dolan.
Well, looks like I got my bride back. And our friend, the deserter, too.
You can't do anything now, Mr. Dolan. We're married.
We'll talk about that later. Thanks, Paladin, for delivering them up. We saw you coming a long ways back.
What happened to the cavalry, Dolan?
I left them this morning. There was a lot of Indian signs, so we turned back. It's a lucky thing. We might have missed you. All right, boys, get them off the trail to the clearing, and then get that noose ready. We got a deserter to hang.
With our American servicemen in many countries around the world, they have a wonderful opportunity to observe new customs and traditions. What might have seemed strange before is becoming pretty familiar to them. For instance, among the Mohammedans, to drink coffee with anybody is regarded as a sacred rule of hospitality, a token of peace. The berries are roasted over a charcoal fire, and the coffee is allowed to boil 3 times. It's thickly sugared and served in very small cups. All this is traditional among the Mohammedans, but as our servicemen have observed, it's simply their version of our mid-morning coffee break or our afternoon tea party or our cocktail hour. It's a time for friends to sit down and relax. It's a time for conversation with a cup of whatever beverage suits the individual taste. And this is true of customs and traditions of all countries. The way of doing things may be different, but the ideals are the same. So it is by observing these customs that our servicemen are helping to maintain goodwill with other people in other lands.
Dolan and the 2 men forced us towards a big tree in a clearing nearby. One man threw a rope over a branch while the other put the noose around Henry Carver's neck. Dolan sat his horse watching with a grin on his face. I waited the chance to get to my derringer.
All right, let's get this job done and get out of here. Swat that horse out from under him.
Oh, please don't do it. I'll do anything you say.
Well, you will anyway. Now, go on, boys. Do it.
Get away from that horse.
Got a gun. Look out.
Dolan. You 2 will get the same thing.
We ain't staying. This ain't our business. Come on. Paladin, is Dolan dead?
Yes, he's dead.
And I've got his gun, Mr. Paladin, pointed right at you. So drop that derringer.
Now, Becky, don't do this.
Drop the gun.
All right. But you're not going to win anything this way.
Henry and I can get to Canada.
Oh, can you? There's a cavalry patrol coming this way.
Where?
Becky, quit talking and get this rope off of me.
The patrol just kept coming on, as though they hadn't seen any of us. The kids were riding up the hillside. I mounted and started after them. They'd stopped at the top. Carver and the girl sat their horses, staring down the other side as I rode up. Ooh, Carver! What's the matter?
Paladin. Look. Down there.
What is it? Good Lord.
It's the 7th Cavalry.
one's moving, Mr. Paladin.
They've been slaughtered. They're all dead. My outfit.
Oh, Henry, don't, please. What could you have done except die with them?
That's what I could have done.
Hold! Hold! You're there.
Yeah?
I'm Lieutenant Bradley, Chief of Scouts for Colonel Gibbon. We're looking for General Custer's command.
Down there. By the river. You'll find all of them.
Good. Thanks, mister.
Oh, no. They must have been ambushed. They were massacred by Indians.
No survivors could come out of that.
Well, there is a survivor, Lieutenant. There's a horse.
There's another survivor, Lieutenant.
Oh, Henry, don't do it.
Lieutenant, I'm Corporal Henry Carver. I deserted from the 7th Cavalry. I want to turn myself in.
Oh, Henry, please.
Becky, try to understand. I couldn't go with you now. Not till I've done what I have to do.
All right, Corporal. Fall in with us. Hold on!
Why, Mr. Paladin? Why did he turn himself in? They won't care now.
He will. He was a part of the 7th Cavalry, Becky. He was a part of other men. Come on. I'll take you home.
Have Gun Will Travel. Created by Herb Meadow and Sam Rolfe, is produced and directed in Hollywood by Norman McDonnell and stars John Daner as Paladin, with Ben Wright as Hayboy. Tonight's story was written by Irving Wallace and adapted for radio by Tom Hanley. Featured in the cast were Sam Edwards, Barbara Eiler, Vic Perrin, and Jack Moyles.
Have Gun Will Travel is brought to you through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
Hop Along Cassidy, up next.
It's Hop Along Cassidy. With action and suspense, out of the Old West comes the most famous hero of them all, Hop Along Cassidy, starring William Boyd. The Ring of the Silver Spurs heralds the most amazing man ever to ride the prairies of the early West, Hop Along Cassidy. This famous hero thrills his 60 million fans with action and dangerous adventure. In the role of Hopalong Cassidy is the popular star of the motion picture series, William Boyd. And now, another exciting story of the early West. The Shell Game. The hoofbeats of Hoppy's horse at the moment are ringing on the cobblestones along the waterfront of no less a place than old New York City. Longshoremen turn and stare at the unusual sight of Hoppy and California in their gala, silver-studded rodeo chaps, riding down the broad, dirty street, studying the warehouse fronts as they ride along.
Our train heads west in less than 2 hours, California. We haven't much time to be paying social calls on your old girlfriend.
Doggone it, Hoppy. The address she gave me is right on this here block.
Oh, but that was 2 years ago. Maybe this business Lil inherited from her uncle folded up or moved. Sounds like shooting back among those docks.
Oh, that hash knife Lil. She always was kind of soft on me. Oh, she was a little shy, but mighty loving, that gal.
Yeah. Wait.
What is it?
There on the corner of that plate glass window. Can you read those words through the dust?
Carver Trading Company. That's it. That's Lil Carver's warehouse.
Come on. Looks like the place is closed. No, it's open.
Looks like the place is empty.
No, but it's going to be in just a minute. I'm closing up. Come back to my great jumping bullfrog.
Hash knife Lil.
California, Carlson, why, you bow-legged old maverick. Great day, am I glad to see you.
Lil, you're a sight for sore eyes. You remember Hoppy.
Hi, Lil.
Do I remember Hoppy, the most famous cow wrangler in the whole dead, burned country?
Take it easy, Lil. When it comes to fame, they still talk about you at Mescalero.
Yeah, them sourdough flapjacks you used to make at One-Eye Joe's hash house. And that tripes, too. Oh, boy.
The boys all felt that a woman like you should get her face on paper money like a president.
My face, a woman like me would rather get her hands on it.
From the looks of all this stuff you got piled up around here, you ain't doing too bad.
It's a living. But there have been times I'd have traded it all for just one evening's walking hand in hand with you under that Texas moon, honey boy.
Oh, Lil.
Come here, California. You ain't kissed me yet.
No, wait, Lil. Take it easy. Wait a minute.
Sounds like that kiss came complete with fireworks.
Come on, straighten up, honey boy. Stop buckling at the knees. That was just a sample. Now, if I really kissed
No, give me time, Lil. I ain't caught my breath.
I didn't know folks were so free with their gunplay in New York, Lil.
They ain't. It must be cops after one of them waterfront gangs. Oh, well, like I always say, the only reason folks don't mind their business is they haven't any mind or they haven't any business. Let's get back to my office and set. I already sent my help home. We'll be able to chew the fat without the usual racket. I'd better phone Fu Chow and tell him to set a couple extra places for supper tonight.
That's mighty nice of you, but we're leaving in less than 2 hours. Our train is...
Oh, what?
We've been with the Great West Rodeo at Madison Square Garden.
Show closed today.
Great day. Why doesn't somebody tell me these things?
Oh, we would have called on you before, but...
Get away from that pepper. Oh, watch it, California, honey. I just ground up a sample from this 100-weight of black pepper.
Boy, you sell that stuff, too?
Well, I buy and sell just about everything, honey boy.
From the looks of the stuff you got piled up here, I can believe it.
This pepper just arrived from Shanghai aboard the freighter Diomede. Hold out your hand, Hoppy, and I'll pour you a sample. I want you to smell what real pepper's like.
Now, wait a minute. Wait. You don't have to pour that whole sack into my hand.
There. You can tell it's fresh by the way...
Watch it, California. Watch it.
My nose ain't the same since I once had it broken in 2 places.
You should keep it out of those places.
I always say a nose should be seen and not heard.
I'll move back a bit. Stand where you are.
Where did you come from? Put down that
Don't move. Don't move or I'll shoot.
A couple of hours before they're due to catch a train out of New York, heading back west with their rodeo show, Hoppy in California visit one of California's old girlfriends, Hash Knife Lil Carver, who now runs a warehouse on the waterfront. While showing Hoppy a sample of a new shipment of pepper, they're held up by a skinny little gunman with an English accent. He orders Lil into a storeroom.
Get inside, quick.
Do as he says, Lil.
Keep your hands up, you.
You touch that lady, a yellow coyote, and
Shut up, California. Easy with that gun, mister. The way you're shaking, it's liable to go off.
I'm going to follow that woman into that room. If the police come, send them away. If I hear them coming toward the door, I'll kill your fat lady friend.
Why, you
Hey, none of that. So help me. Yeah. All right. I'm going to cross over to that room. I want you two blithers to look natural-like when the bobbies gets here. Lower your hands. Wait. What you got in that end?
Well, nothing but a handful of pepper.
Oh, my eyes!
He's blinded.
Get him!
Oh, good work, Hoppy.
Hoppy, you're hit. That blood.
Lil, let go of me. He's getting up. California, grab him. Come on.
We'll get him.
Wait, stop. The police. Hold it, California.
Yeah.
He's running into a police trap.
I know. Look, he's heading toward those ducks. They're going to shoot. Oh, we got him.
Yeah, look, he fell over there.
What happened? Hoppy, California. Where is he? Where's that polecat?
Lying over there by the docks, Lil. The police just shot him dead. Well, California's sure taking a long time talking to that police sergeant out front.
Hold still. I gotta get this bandage fastened.
My ribs were only grazed, Lil, not ventilated. You're wrapping me up like a mummy.
Oh, here comes Honey Boy now.
California, did you find out who that gunman was?
That there police feller said he was a smuggler.
Smuggler?
Yep, name English Eddie. The police at Hong Kong cabled the New York lawmen to be on the lookout for him. He was stowing away on some freighter, they thought, and sure enough, they find him on this here ship, the Diomede.
The Diomede?
Yep, but he give him the slip. That is, until he run into us.
Well, what was he smuggling?
Well, I don't know. The police sergeant said something about him running a thing called the Duke Export Company in Hong Kong.
What?
Yeah, but seems that was just a blind. He disappeared from Hong Kong, and, well, you know the rest of it.
What's the matter, Lil?
Well, nothing, Hoppy, except that I was planning to bid on a shipment of stuff tomorrow morning that was putting up at auction for freight charges. A shipment of abalone shells sent by the Duke Export Company of Hong Kong.
That's mighty interesting. Who were they shipped to?
Well, some hombre who never even showed up. Name of Simon Turner.
Baloney shells?
Abalone. You're such an ignorant baboon, honey boy. If I can get them cheap enough, I can make a profit on them. Button factories use them.
Well, what would a smuggler be doing shipping in baloney shells?
Let the police worry about that. We'll be aboard that train heading back home in just 30 minutes from now.
Yeah, I got news for you, Hoppy.
What?
That police sergeant says we got up here at the investigation over at headquarters tonight.
Oh, no.
Oh, what are you worrying about? I can put you both up at my place. I got plenty of room.
Of course, I was sorry we had to miss our train yesterday, Lil, but after tasting these flapjacks, I'd say it was worth it. This is the best breakfast since we hit New York.
You just said a mouthful, Hoppy. I sure hate to leave.
Better write down the address of the apartment here in California so you can write Lil direct when you get back to Bar 20.
Yeah. Good idea.
Got a pencil?
Yeah. Right here in my pocket. That's funny. Oh, shucks.
What is it, honey boy?
Oh, these cartridges I took from that hombre's gun yesterday. Yeah. I forgot to give them to the police when we give them the gun.
Well, I reckon Lil can take care of that.
Be glad to, Hoppy.
I'll gather them off the table here for you.
What's the matter?
Nothing especially, just this cartridge. It's light. I don't think there's any powder in it. The lid's loose, too. I can pull it out with my fingers. There, look, it is empty.
Yeah?
Hey, wait a minute.
What is it, Hoppy?
There's something inside the case, a rolled-up piece of paper.
Okay, can you get it out?
Just a minute. There.
Why would that buzzard load his gun with a dummy cartridge?
Probably got it mixed up with his regular ammunition. There's writing on this bit of paper.
Yeah, I see. What does it say, Hoppy? Can't make it out.
Just 3 words. Black Cat, Salem.
What in tarnation?
I don't know. Well, let the police worry about it. Here, Leo, you take it. Give it to him, will you?
Sure thing, Hoppy. Oh, great jumping bullfrogs. Look at that clock. I got to get down to the pier. That auction starts in 20 minutes. Say, you two got nothing to do till train time. Why don't you come on down with me to the auction?
Hey, that's a rip-snorting idea.
Be glad to go with you, Leo.
And now, lot 1621. 2.5 tons of fine oriental abalone shell with high mother of pearl content. All right, folks, who'll open up? 2.5 tons.
$10.
$10.
$50.
$50. Why, a fraction of their shipping cost. Come, folks.
Looks like that fat old hombre in the yachting suit wants them too, Leo.
Do I hear $60?
$60.
That's telling them.
$60 I hear.
$100.
$100. The gentleman said $100.
What's that old goat wanting for? $150.
I hear $150.
$200.
They ain't worth it. $250.
That'll stop them.
The lady with the green ostrich feather in her hat says $250. Going.
$300.
$350 and they ain't worth it.
Easy, Leo.
$400.
$500.
Leo, no.
You can't lick us.
$500. Do I hear more?
Will you accept my check?
Sorry, mister. The rules call for spot cash. The bid is $500 cash. Going. Sold to the lady with the green ostrich feather for $500.
It sure was sweet of you in California to help me load all them shells and store 'em away here in the warehouse, Hoppy. That was some job.
We were glad to do it.
There's a big wagon pulled up in front. And guess who's getting off? With 2 tough-looking hombres.
We haven't got time for guessing games, California. Our train leaves in an hour. We better collect our guns
It's
and...
Fat Boy.
What?
That dude in the sailor sombrero who rode again you in the auction. He's coming in.
Good afternoon. I was hoping I'd get you in before you closed for the day.
Well, we're just about to.
I see. I suppose you've been busy examining those high-priced abalone shells, eh? You think they're worth it?
I don't know. We haven't opened the crates yet.
You haven't, eh? Mrs. Carver, I'm Dr. Sidney Trotter of the Trotter Laboratories. This is my assistant, Willie. Frankly, I was quite bewildered as to why you should be willing to pay so fantastic a sum for those shells.
You seem to be willing to pay even more.
But my dear sir, for me they have a remarkable value. The unique balance of calcium carbonate in the South China Sea abalone shell gives it a great advantage for certain medicinal experiments being conducted by my laboratories.
So?
Mrs. Carver, I'll pay you $600 cash for those shells.
Oh.
Good. My wagon is outside and my men are waiting. Willie, you and Oscar...
pull up there, Doctor. We just spent the whole darn day storing the stuff away. Now, these boys gotta catch a train. Won't tomorrow do?
I'm afraid not. My experiments cannot wait. Besides, my men can handle it by themselves. They don't need any help from your assistance.
Well, the point is, my friend, I'm closing up, and tomorrow'll have to do.
You distress me, madam. Willie, I refuse to make delivery.
Maybe this changes their mind.
With a gun like that looking me in the face, I could change anything, except my opinion of you, Willie.
Keep your opinions. All we want are the shells. All right. Into that back office, gentlemen. And, shall I say, lady?
Hoppy, California, and Lil are held up by a so-called Dr. Sidney Trotter. After tying the 3 of them up in Lil's office, Trotter and his 2 thugs take Lil's crates of abalone shells and drive away. Darkness has fallen as Hoppy finally gnaws through the rope around Lil's wrists enabling her to reach for some shears on her desk and cut them loose.
There. Okay, Hoppy.
Thanks. Where are our guns?
On top of that cabinet. Hold down that 6-gun off the wall while you're about it. There. Get up, California.
You bet.
Here. What do you want with a gun, Lil?
I'm going after those road agents. That's what I want with a gun.
Now, hold on.
But you ain't got no horse.
I got a whole darn stable full of horses. And if they can haul dray wagons and beer trucks, I reckon they won't have any trouble toting little Carver Bear back. Let's go.
Hoppy, what about our train?
We missed it an hour ago.
Doggone them horse-drawn streetcars. Out of the way.
Take it easy, Lil. Let's use our heads. Pull up here. We'll never get anywhere riding around the night like this. We've lost them.
Dad burn it. Hoppy, I'll catch them wall-eyed coyotes if it's the last thing I ever do.
Let's find the shipping office that put on that auction this afternoon. Maybe the auctioneer knows our fat friend, Dr. Trotter.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go. Did you find that auctioneer in the shipping office?
Yeah, he says he never saw Trotter before and doesn't know who he is. Lil, I've been thinking. Those shells were shipped by the Duke Export Company. In other words, by English Eddie, who stowed away on the same ship with him. He addressed them to some hombre who apparently doesn't even exist, named Simon Turner.
Now, why would English Eddie want to fool with a mess of abalone shells?
Could be the captain of the Diomede might give us a clue.
Captain of the who?
The ship that brought those shells over from China. The fellow at the shipping office said the captain was living aboard while she's in port. Come on, Topper. Mighty nice of you to go to all this trouble, Captain, taking us down in the ship's hold.
I'm glad to be of any assistance, Mr. Cassidy.
Is this where you found English Eddie hiding out?
Yes'm. Yeah, among crates of shells and other cargo. He got away from my men when we first discovered him after arriving in New York. Left in such a hurry, he forgot to take his coat. Funny thing, filled his pockets with abalone shells.
Oh? What happened to him? Those shells in his pockets?
Oh, I tossed them back into the crates. He'd opened a number of crates, and shells were scattered everywhere.
What'd he do that for?
Search me. Probably never would have been caught if he hadn't come back to the ship the day after we docked and tried to get back down in the hold. Don't ask me why. Police had been alerted by then, of course, and, well, you know the rest of it.
Yeah. I see your men didn't quite clean up all those shells off the floor.
Where?
Over there. Wedged under those pipes of the wall near the floor.
Well, it looks like there's a couple of dozen jammed under there.
Let's have a look. I'd like to examine a few of those shells.
Hey, sure are big, ain't they?
Yeah. A lot heavier than they ought to be. Look here, Lil.
What?
Under here, where the edge of the shell curves inward.
Hey, looks like it's been filled with some kind of cement.
Exactly. Captain, if you don't mind, have you got a little hammer I could borrow?
Doggone it, Hoppy. That ship's captain has already notified the police, so why are we still galloping through the night?
And if those polecats are going to be caught, we got to catch them while the trail's still hot.
Oh, what trail?
You remember that piece of paper we found in that empty cartridge case? You remember that piece of paper we found in that empty cartridge case? You remember that piece of paper we found in that empty
Lights Out is up next on Nightly Old Time Radio Shows.
Ironized Yeast presents Lights Out. Everybody. It is later than you think. Lights Out brings you stories of the supernatural and the supernormal, dramatizing the fantasies and the mysteries of the unknown. We tell you this frankly, so if you wish to avoid the excitement and tension of these imaginative plays, we urge you calmly but sincerely to turn off your radio now.
This is Arch Oboler. He walks the earth, the little man. You look at him and say, what can he do? But then comes war and barbarism threatens his own home, and suddenly the little man towers over the earth, a figure of vengeance. This, too, tonight is a story of vengeance. But before we begin, Bob Stevenson wants to ask you a question.
Does day's end find you so worn out and all in that you can't enjoy the evening? Are you so jittery and underweight and under par that you're losing out in your work and in your fun? Well, maybe you simply need more vitamin B and iron than you're getting from your food. And if so, try ironized yeast tablets. These amazing little tablets are a two-way tonic. They give you both vitamin B and iron. They've been of truly remarkable help to thousands who simply needed more of these substances. Help these weak, weary folks gain glorious new pep and strength. And 5, 10, even more pounds of good new flesh, often in just a few weeks. Remember the name, ironized yeast tablets. And now,
lights out, everybody.
You've got 10 minutes with him, Counselor.
I know. Well, Rogan, I understand you wanted to see me.
Sit down, Counselor.
I'm very busy, understand?
Sit down.
Yes. What's on your mind? There's always a chance, you know. The jury's been out 3 hours.
The devil with the jury. Get me a knife.
Huh?
Get me a knife.
A knife? Are you insane?
A knife. Get me one.
But why? You've got a chance. My final summation, the jury, my deadlock. Yes, deadlock.
Shut up and listen to me.
Well?
When the jury comes in, he'll be there, sure.
He?
Mark Street.
Oh, him.
You still don't believe.
Oh, but I do. I definitely believe that an individual by that name does exist.
Exist? He killed my wife.
But the evidence...
He killed my wife, you hear me? He killed my wife.
Yes, I know.
No, you listen to me. You listen or I'll make you listen. For days you've been out there in that courtroom talking words. Words, high-sounding legal words. All the time you ain't believed a word I told you. All the time back at that mug of yours, you've been thinking, yeah, he killed her. I killed her. Swellest thing that ever came into a man's life.
Now, Mac, I want you to know...
Let me get it out of me. Marie was my wife. She was helping me and loving me. Guy come along who couldn't stand her being happy. He took a look at Marie, and in that rat mind, he must have said to himself, okay, beautiful, I'm going to get you. How and when, I don't know, but someday, beautiful, someday. That's what he said. And that's what he did.
What?
One night he came over. Sure, he got to be my friend. He came over, and when Marie told him I was working late down at the plant, he said he'd wait for me. Business. Business of hell.
What?
Oh, how can I tell you? I can only think it in my head and remember it in my head. I hear her. I hear her, don't you? Fighting against him, fighting.
I don't hear anything.
Fighting. She must have clawed at his eyes. And that knife in his hand. He stabbed her once. And again, and the third time. When I got home, she had strength to whisper just 2 words to his name. And then she was dead. And he killed her. He'd frame me so I'd take the rat me that loved her, Mark Street. He did it. You hear me, Mark Street?
But no trace of the man...
He'll come back, I tell you. He'll come back now to hear that jury speak its piece. He'll come back, I know he will. That'll be my chance to get him. Get me that knife.
But, Mac...
A knife, I got to have it. He'll be there. I can give it to him once, twice, 3 times the way he did to her in his face and his neck and his dirty heart. Dead the way she's dead, his blood wiping out what he did to her. A knife. Get me a knife.
Order in the courtroom. Order in the courtroom. The bailiff will clear the courtroom unless order is immediately restored.
You got it.
Now, Mac, everything's going to be all right.
The knife. Where is it?
You certainly didn't think I'd really... Well, I mean a man in my position.
You didn't bring it?
Be sensible, Mac. How could I? Your wild story about revenge against a man nobody knows...
Double-crossing.
Mac, jury's coming in.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have you reached the verdict?
We have, Your Honor.
You will read the verdict.
We, the jury, find the defendant is charged in the indictment guilty of murder in the first degree.
Prisoner will rise and face the court.
He's talking to you, Mac.
What?
The prisoner will rise.
Judge, get up, Rogan.
Mark Street. You're here. I know it.
Mac, Rogan, have you anything to say before sentence is passed upon you?
I see him.
Rogan, what's the matter?
Mark Street, he's here. Here. Mark Street, you're here. I see you. I'll get you now. Oh, he's here. Mark Street, I've got to get him and kill him. He framed me. He killed him. Let me go home. No, let go of me. You can't let him get away. You hear? I saw him. Mark Street, listen to me. I'll get you. I tell you, I'll get you like you got her 3 times. Once across your face and once through the neck. Once through your heart. I'll get you, Mark Street. I swear I'll get you. I'm asking you as a particular favor to me, Rogan, to behave yourself. Yeah. Now, every man in this cell block is a condemned man. Disturbances just make it harder for everyone concerned.
I ain't going to be with you long, Warden.
There's 2 weeks yet, my boy.
I'm not going out that way.
Oh. Escape, eh?
I'm just telling you not to count too much on springing that trap.
Don't try it, Rogan. No man's ever escaped from the death house in this penitentiary. And no man ever will.
Yeah?
Well, this is it, Rogan.
Yeah, hi, Warden.
Oh, hello, Rico. Oh, guard, open the cell door.
Hello, Warden.
In here, Rogan.
What's the matter, Warden? Your hotel getting crowded, so you got to give me a roommate?
Now behave yourselves, men. I don't want any trouble.
Sure, Warden. We don't make any trouble.
I hope not. See you later.
Warden's like a school teacher. Huh, Rogan?
How do you know my name?
Yeah, there ain't much going on around here Rico Bartelli don't know.
Yeah?
Yeah. What do you want to know?
How do you get out of here?
Well, there's 2 ways. One through that door where you just came in with the warden, and the other through that green door down there at the other end. That's a funny door. It only opens up one way.
They're not going to hang me.
A lot of guys say that, but they feed the worms just the same.
I'm getting out of here.
Well, it's easy just to talk.
I got to get out.
Why?
To kill.
You crazy? Well, never mind. To me, it don't make no difference just so long as you help me. I told you Rico Bartelli knows lots of things. Well, listen to this. I know a way to crack this place.
You're just talking.
A guy in my spot don't just talk, my friend. Me, I ain't got time for talk.
Yeah?
They think they're going to hang me 3 days from now.
Oh.
Yeah, that's why when I say something, I mean it. For you, too. If you got the guts.
I'm listening.
Look, every day, 4 o'clock, they'll let me and you out in the room down there that they call an exercise room. We're supposed to walk up and down and get exercise so we'll feel good when they stretch our neck. Only you and me in the exercise room for 10 minutes. No guards. They figure it's all right. Because the room ain't got nothing in it, no window. And the guard locks it up from the outside.
Then how do you expect...
I'm trying to tell you. In the room, there's nothing. Bare walls. Bare floor. And in the floor, there's one iron saw lead leading down to the saw that runs under this place to the river.
Marie?
Sure. You do like I say, and Marie will see you pretty quick.
This water, how deep is it?
Well,
No. Doesn't make any difference. I can swim in it.
Yeah, not in this water, my friend.
Why not? How far is it from where we can get in the sewer to the river?
A mile.
I can swim a dozen miles.
Not in this water.
Why not? Tell me why not.
Hey, you guys, pipe down.
Okay, screw. I'm going to sleep.
Tell me, why not?
Because, my friend, after the pipe that's under the exercise room goes a little way, it joins the main pipe.
Well?
And on the main saw, there's no room for swimming. The pipe's filled to the top with water.
I'll swim it anyway.
And breathe what, the water?
I gotta get out.
Sure, you've said that before. But you ain't going to get out if you don't listen to Rico. I tell you, the water in the sewer is up to the top. Maybe half or 1 inch clear air up on top. Not enough to swim, my friend. But just enough to get air if you got the right thing.
What? A diving rig?
No. A little piece of rubber pipe that you keep in your mouth. And you stick it up out of the water so you're sucking the air while you walk through the water. That's over your head.
Where do you get the rubber hose?
Here. See? I got one right here. And I got another one for you. This end stuck in my mouth. Listen, I raise it high like this, so it sticks up out of the water, and I suck up that little inch of air that's waiting up there on top.
Mark Street, I'll be coming for you soon.
Mark Street, what's that? All I want to know is you're going to break with me down the sewer tomorrow.
Man, you don't know what you're doing for me.
Shut your mouth. I do it because I can't lift a heavy sewer lid by myself. But with you, we'll lift it.
We'll lift it.
Okay. Tomorrow, 4 o'clock, we try, huh?
4 o'clock.
Ladies and gentlemen, a deep breath, please, before we go on with the story of vengeance and Mac Rogan. Yes, and while we do so, girls, is this how you feel these strenuous war days?
No, I'm not going to dance for the soldiers. I'm too tired out to enjoy it. And since I've gotten so thin and run down and on edge, nobody wants to dance with me anyway.
Well, you don't look so good lately. But listen, you know Sally Blake? Well, she was underweight and weary and jumpy, too. And she found out that all she needed was more vitamin B and iron.
Vitamin B and iron? I don't understand.
Let me explain, miss. When you don't get enough vitamin B from your food, you may lose your appetite, so you don't eat enough. And then you may lose weight and lose your pep. Or you may not get all the good out of your food. And when you don't get enough iron from what you eat, you may be weak and pale and washed out.
Oh, dear. If more vitamin B and iron is what I need, I suppose I've got to take some disagreeable medicine.
Sally didn't. She took ironized yeast tablets. She says they're a cinch to take. Just pleasant little tablets. And you should see Sally now. She feels so peppy, and she looks like a million.
That's easily explained, too. Ironized yeast gives you vitamin B plus iron. So when you need them, it helps 2 ways to step up your weight and pep and sparkle. Try ironized yeast if more vitamin B and iron is what you need. Then see if pretty quick you aren't saying,
well, I feel grand now. And since I've gained these nice pounds, I guess I look good, too. That handsome sergeant's always phoning me lately. Ironized yeast sure is wonderful.
And now, back to Lights Out. This is the day and the time for the 2 condemned men to make their try for freedom.
Get plenty of exercise, boys. Won't be long now.
Sure, Screw. Well exercised.
Rico. The floor, there's no sewer lid in it.
What, do you think they got a label on it or something?
Quit talking. We gotta move fast. Show me for the lever handle.
Okay. Keep your pants on. Yeah. You see this circle on the floor?
Yeah.
That's a lid. It's covered with cement just like the floor.
Mother in heaven, all that weight. How'll we lift it out?
Keep quiet. Yeah. I got something that'll do the work.
A cold chisel.
I told you Rico Bartelli's a smart guy. This little piece of steel cost me plenty. But I got her, and she's going to get me right out of here. Now, listen.
Yeah.
Look. You stick the chisel in the crack. I push up. The cover, it comes up a little bit. Then you stick your fingers underneath.
Okay.
Up. I got it. There. Now get your fingers under.
Yeah. Okay.
Now lift. Lift.
That lid, you're crushing my fingers.
Don't make noise. That glass, don't make any noise.
Fingers, mother of mercy. My fingers, get that lid off me.
I'll get it up again. Don't yell. That's a God of you. The guy on the roof. Get the lid up. There. I got it. There. Now help me. I've got it up again. Help me lift it.
Yeah. Okay.
There it comes. There we go. Let it down. Rub your fingers, huh?
Devil with my fingers. Let's go.
Okay. You drop down there first. I don't know how deep the water is.
Here goes.
Rogan. Is it all right down there?
Yeah. Come on.
Okay. Water's not so deep.
It's only up to my waist. Which way now?
This way. Come on. blasted dark. Right out of the way. Yeah. The pigs.
Faster. Lead the way, faster.
I can't go too fast. Main sewer is someplace along here. I might fall in.
Okay.
Well, yes. Stinks.
Keep going, keep going.
It's black. I can't see nothing. I'll make a run.
Shut up.
What?
Shut up. The water, don't you feel? It's moving faster.
Yeah, you're right. That means the main source up ahead. Come on. Don't get so excited.
Why shouldn't I? The main pipe's ahead?
Yeah, the main pipe's ahead.
That means we're going right. Oh, I'm not afraid of drowning. If I can't drown, I've got to kill him first. I can't drown.
No.
Ah, doesn't matter to you. Come on. Wait a minute. Give me my piece of rubber hose first.
Rubber hose?
Yeah, sure, like you told me to breathe through in the main sewer. Give it to me now in case the water separates us.
Give you what?
What's the matter with you?
Me?
Tell me what's up.
Sure. Sure, why not? I only got one piece of rubber hose.
But, Rico, you said...
What I say and what is, that's two different things. I got one. For me.
And me?
You. You help me lift up that solid. Okay, that's swell. Now, if you want to go out and knock off that guy you always talk about, okay, I ain't stopping you. Take a swim for yourself.
Give me that piece of hose.
You better take that swim while you're still healthy, my friend.
Give me that hose.
Stay back from me.
Give it to me.
Okay, I'll give you...
Oh, my arm. Old chisel tried to knife me. You idiot.
Hey, get out. You.
Devil, I got you now.
Oh, my arm.
Yes, your arm, Rico. Bending it to make you bend over. Bend over, Rico, over. Get that head of yours under the water.
No.
Drink it, Rico. Fill your double-crossing lungs with it. Drink. All right, Rico. I've got the chisel and the hose. Now you take that swim that you were gonna give me. Now, Mark Street, I'm coming after you.
Hey, now, Bud, shut the door. We're closed, see? Might as well scram. 1 o'clock's closing hours in this town.
Help me.
Hey, what's the matter with you?
Mark Street.
Huh? What's that you said?
Mark Street. Where is he?
Mark Street? Oh, you mean that lanky chiseler that... Why, I didn't know exactly. I ain't seen the guy recent.
Where is he?
Hennessy's place. Yeah, that's it. I remember hearing a couple of the boys saying he moved in up there. Say, wait a minute, fella. Don't you want a drink? Don't you want me to get... Well, is that a note? Walks right out on me. I wonder what in the... Gee, ain't that a funny thing? It ain't rained around here for a week. And the guy's clothes were soaking wet.
All right, I'm coming. Waking a man up in the middle of the night, that's a disturbing the peace. Well, what's the matter?
Tell me.
Tell you what? What's the matter, you drunk? What do you want?
Mark Street.
Mark Street? Is that what you said?
They told me. He's staying here.
He was staying here, you mean?
He's gone?
That's all right. He's gone.
Tell me. Where? Where is he now?
He's down 6 feet in the Rosamond Cemetery. Mark Street.
He's died last week. Good night.
Mark Street died last week. No. No, Mark Street, you can't cheat me that way. Rosemont Cemetery said. All right, Mark Street. I'm coming out to you. Here lies John Burt. No. So dark. So dark, if only the moon would... Ah, now I can see. Here lies my beloved wife. No, not you. Mark Street, where are you? Where? So many graves, white stones, moonlight, so many dead. If you're here, I'll find you. Here lie the mortal remains of Henry Olm. Oh, no. Oh, I've got to find you, Mark Street. I've got to. Maybe this one. Here lies Mark Street. I found you, Mark Street. I found you. All is dead. I found you. But are you dead? I must know. I will 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 know. I will. I will. I will know. I will know. The coffin. The coffin. Oh, I'm down to you at last, Mark Street. Now I'll know. Oh, they covered you well. If it is you. Yes. It is you, Mark Street. Cheated me. Oh, no. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe in another world beyond this one. A world of dead. Where you are now. I'll go there. I'll go there. I'll get you there. Rico's cold chisel in my hand. I'll shove it in my heart, and then I'll be just like you. You hear me, Mark Street? It's Mac. Mac Rogan talking to you wherever you are. I'm coming to you.
Mac Rogan.
Mark Street, I'm coming to you.
Mac Rogan.
Marie.
Mac.
Marie, I heard... How? When? I don't know. I heard you calling me.
Mac Rogan.
It is you, Marie. I heard you. I can hardly see. I don't know where I am, but I heard you.
You got your wish, my darling.
What?
Look, there in front of you.
Mark Street. Mark Street at last? No, let me go. The dead can't kill the dead. Let me go. And the knife. The knife you killed her with is in my hand. The knife. At last, Mark Street, I'll give you what you gave her. No. Once in the face. No. Twice. A third time. Now, go back to your grave, Mark Street. And I'll go to mine.
Mr. Obler, do you really think that revenge can go beyond the grave?
I like to think that it doesn't. I'd like to think that murder and mercy find equal rest in peaceful death.
Well, I'm interested in next week's story. You go back to California to do that one. What's it going to be about?
It's a long postponed tale. I started to do it 3 times in this program, and each time something happened. I'll tell you of those postponements in a moment, after you finish what you want to tell us.
Well, briefly, folks, if it's vitamin B and iron shortage that's keeping you thin and weak, tired, washed out, and really only half living, then do try ironized yeast tablets right away. They give you both vitamin B and iron. They cost but a few pennies a day, and they're sold on this no-risk, money-back basis. If you don't quickly begin to eat better, sleep better, feel much stronger and peppier, and if you are not convinced that ironized yeast will help you gain just the good pounds you need to look your best, the cost of the first bottle will be refunded to you in full by Ironized Yeast, Box IY, Rahway, New Jersey. Just be sure you get the one and only ironized yeast. Always ask for it by its full name, Ironized Yeast, and look for the big IY on the package and on each tablet. And now, what about this postponed story, Mr. Obler?
Well, we all start things we don't finish. Now, before I started a word and started and didn't finish it. And that reminds me of something that you folks may not have finished. I'm referring to your war stamp book. Don't say what again and turn that dial. You know that boy who used to live up the street from you who's in that flying fortress? He can't turn any dials and get out of there when the shrapnel gets close. He's got to keep on. And so how about you and that war stamp book? How long since you put another stamp in it? Remember, 4 25-cent stamps will buy a hand grenade. 15 50-cent stamps buy an anti-tank mine. 6 25-cent stamps a winter combat helmet. Yes, your money in war stamps can actually save the life of an American soldier. Here's another way to look at it. War stamps earn no interest. War bonds, on the other hand, do. They pay you back $4 for every 3. So looking at it either way as a dollar investment for your future, or better yet, an investment in a free world, you'd better put those spared dimes and quarters to work against the Axis for victory and for you. In the future, well, it'll mean a future of a free world.
Ladies and gentlemen, tune in next Tuesday again for Arch Obler's eerie story, He Dug It Up, a strange tale inspired by a visit to pre-war England. And if you need more vitamin B and iron, be sure to try Ironized Yeast, the one and only Ironized Yeast with the big letters IY on the package and on each tablet. Later than you think.
Time waits for no man these days, not even for a man to shave. Speed is mighty important. So why not enjoy the quick, comfortable shaves that you get with Molay brushless shaving cream? A quick yet comfortable shave. Quick because you can spread Molay over your face as fast as you can move your fingertips. Quick, because Molay forms a protective film between your skin and your razor. Gives your razor something to ride on. Thus, your razor just seems to skate over your skin, but your whiskers come off close and clean. Comfortable, because Molay's protective film helps guard you from nicks and cuts. So why not try Molay today?
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The character first introduced in The Third Man is up next with The Lives of Harry Lime.
Presenting Orson Welles as the Third Man. The Lives of Harry Lime, the fabulous stories of the immortal character originally created in the motion picture The Third Man, with zither music by Anton Karas.
single most pernicious influence on the growing English boy is the shocking behavior portrayed in the American cinematograph.
To which at one time I would have added a hearty amen. Except that I was forced to admit soon afterwards that the luckiest thing that ever happened to yours truly, Harry Lime, was this same influence of the American cinematograph on one growing English boy. Both these statements were proven for me in an adventure which, if you will forgive me, I shall call The Earl on Troubled Waters.
And now, Orson Welles as Harry Lime, the third man in today's story, The Earl on Troubled Waters.
Not so very long ago, I was sipping a rather dubious Pernod in a rather dubious London cafe with a rather dubious British character, the sort known locally as a spiv. This particular spiv was using at the time the name of Robinson, I imagine, because he hoped that there was virtue in the number of his compatriots who bore the same moniker. He had no other pretensions to virtue. Why was I there? Well, I was there because he had asked me to be, and because I had nothing better to do. He was the sort of man who managed to sound conspiratorial even when he was asking you something like...
Care for another Pernod?
Well, leaving my own preferences to one side, Robinson, I have my digestive system to consider. For better or worse, it's my only digestive system. I'd rather not make an enemy of it.
All right. No need to make a speech. I suppose you want me to get down to business, eh?
You mean to tell me, old man, that you have some business which you seriously think would be of interest to me?
You're interested in making money, I don't doubt.
Say on, friend of my middle years.
I thought that'd make you prick up your ears. Well, no, it's like this. I have some money, see? Quite a bit of it. I want to get it out of the country.
Pounds or dollars?
It's dollars. A lot of them. I pulled off a good caper, I did. It's enough for a pair of fine nest eggs, Harry, but
you can't get it out of the country because you're scared, and with every good reason. It's customs people. They're looking for you, am I right? Right. So you can't smuggle it out yourself. You have a problem, old man. Who's going to smuggle it out for you?
Why not you?
How much money's involved, old man?
30,000 American dollars.
Even if the deal were a 50-50 split, I'm not sure it's worth it, old man. It's too risky.
And they told me that you were game for anything. Palm himself off as anybody, they said. Take any risk. Slickest rascal this side of old Ned himself. That's what they told me.
Oh, yes. How they do go on.
Said you could outwit anybody, they did. Why? See that pair of your countrymen over there sitting in that corner?
Oh, fine, substantial citizens, aren't they?
Pair of gulls, if ever I saw one. Innocents, both of them. But I bet even they could see through you.
You bet? What would I have to do?
I'm calling your bluff, Harry Lime. But I don't believe you're ready or able to do any of the things they say you can. My wager is 5,000 American dollars. You can't even convince those two Americans you're an Englishman.
Old man, I bet you I could walk on water if it weren't cheaper to pay my penny and cross on the ferry.
Yeah. Can't smuggle. No sportsman won't take my wager. I'm going off to look for a man.
Now, wait a bit now. Let's see what we've got. You'll pay me 10 grand to smuggle your 30 grand out of the country, and you'll bet me 5 grand I can't pull the wool over the eyes of Mr. and Mrs. J. American Chump sitting over there, all right?
Well, now, of course,
Done's done, old man. I'll take your bet and smuggle your money all at once. I'll even make him think I'm nobility just to make the cheese more binding. Where's your money? Got it with you?
Yes, but...
Hand it over under the table. Under the table. That should be a familiar method for you. Come on, quick. My couple's getting ready to go.
When will you turn it back to me?
In France. It's all there, this package?
Yes.
Run along now, old man. Doesn't do my reputation any good to be seen in public with you. As of this instant, old man, I'm guarding the reputation of the Earl of Linchester.
Who's that?
Me, old man, me. I pocketed Robinson's package after sneaking a quick look, and sure enough, they were American dollars, quite a few bills, and each of them of a large, coarse denomination. Then, to follow my 2 American tourists to the hotel, estimate when they'd be coming down to the lobby, and bribe a page boy to help me in my little masquerade was, for me, the work of an instant. My 2 innocents showed up conveniently just a short time before the dinner hour. It was child's play to catch the page boy's eye, make sure he was ready for my prearranged signal to him, and then bump, as if by accident, into the American.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Not at all. It's entirely my fault. Can't think why I was so clumsy. Did I hurt your foot?
No, really, it's quite all right, thank you.
You're American, aren't you?
Come, dear.
That's right, I'm from Texas.
Texas? Well, fancy that.
George, I think we better...
I thought that you were maybe an American, too, sir.
As a matter of fact, I was raised in Australia, Mr.
Perkins.
Perkins.
George Perkins.
How do you do?
This is Mrs. Perkins, Mr.
How do you do, Mrs. Perkins? Linchester is my name. How do you do, Mrs. Perkins?
Fine, thank you, Mr. Linchester. George, hadn't we better...
Well, I'm constantly being mistaken, for an American, Mr. Perkins. Let me hasten to say I consider it a compliment, I suppose, because of my necktie.
Lord Linchester.
The fact is, I am by accident of birth a loyal subject of Her Majesty the Queen.
Well,
boy, were you calling Linchester?
Yes, sir.
I'm Linchester.
Message from Lady Linchester, sir. She phoned to say she shan't be able to meet you for dinner after all, and for you to go ahead and meet her later.
Oh, thank you very much. Here you are, my boy.
Thank you, Lord Linchester.
Lord!
Well, I guess you're not an American, for sure.
And just imagine me calling you Mr. Linchester. Oh, really, I'm so embarrassed.
Please. Actually, I sometimes feel like an imposter myself. I've only been Earl of Linchester a very short time,
Oh?
Yes, I came into the title quite recently. Now, look here, Mrs. Perkins, there's really no cause for embarrassment. It makes you feel any better. I'll apologize for being an Earl from the first place. And now then, in the second place, I've just been stood up by my wife, so if you're not in a hurry to be off somewhere, perhaps you'll let me stand you to a drink.
Oh, it's really not
I
necessary.
wouldn't think of opposing on
just until I hear Mrs. Perkins say she's no longer embarrassed. Huh? How about it? You'll come to Claridge's with me? Of course you will. Come along, then. We can have a drink to all those hands across the sea. I stirred them into the lounge at Claridge's, got them seated, dropped a few illustrious names they might have heard of and apparently had, stuffed 2 or 3 drinks down their not at all reluctant gullets, and I had them all sweetly primed for the next stage.
Oh, my, this has been so nice of you, Lord Linchester.
It surely has indeed.
Imagine, George, our having met a real honest-to-goodness Earl. I know this must sound foolish to you, Lord Linchester, but it's truly a thrill.
Well, I just wish my having the title was as unmixed a blessing as you might think, Mrs. Perkins.
Why, I think it would be just heavenly.
Mrs. Perkins, if you want the truth, being an English nobleman these days is a mug's game. The government here in England, well, sometimes it seems that they're trying to penalize a man for investing his money soundly. Why, right now I'm in touch with a scheme to make some money. Big money, too. But I can't.
Well, what's the scheme, Lord Linchester? I mean, if I do say so myself, I got a pretty good business head on my shoulders.
Mr. Perkins, I'm sorry. I'd like to tell you about it. Frank, I'd like to have your advice on it. But there are others involved in it, and I've agreed to keep it quiet. Matter of fact, I'm afraid I shan't have a chance to profit by it myself.
Well, why not?
Well, you see, it involves a foreign investment. As you know, it's pretty difficult to get one's money out of the country.
You can't smuggle it out?
Well, not a chance, I'm afraid. You see, British customs people pay special attention to people with reputations like to men in my position.
If I could be of any help...
It's awfully good of you, sir, but I wouldn't dream of it.
Oh, why not? First place, we're permitted to take 15,000 American dollars out.
Yes,
we came
I
in
know,
with that
but-
much. And in second place, no reason for anyone to examine our luggage.
Yes,
George, I don't think...
Quiet, dear.
But really, I don't think
Now,
I could...
please, I'd be honored, sir. And, of course, if you see fit to let me know anything of the investment once we get the price...
Yes, well, it might work.
George, are you sure we...
Quiet, dear. Why won't it work? How much is involved?
30,000 American dollars.
Okay, that's fine. You get it to me. We were planning to take the Channel boat from Dover to Cali next Wednesday anyway.
Well, if you insist, old man, I'll book passage on the same Channel boat. On the Wednesday, we went down to the train together. I slipped my chump the package of $31,000 bills. He hid them away without any sign of nervousness. And in the customs shed, I waited my turn under the letter L. Perkins came over once to chat. He had to elbow a 12-year-old kid out of the way.
Well, I'll see you aboard the boat then, Lord Lanchester.
Righto.
Don't you worry about anything.
All right, thanks again, old man. Oh, look, little boy. Is there any better place to stand than under everybody's feet?
Come, Ronald. Stay close to your
Yes.
uncle now. In a minute.
Now, go on, Ronald, or whatever your name is. Didn't you hear your governess calling? I was just going to speak to this loathsome child again when all of a sudden I saw Robinson coming up to where I was standing.
Under control?
Now, listen, old man. Listen to me. You shouldn't be here. Run along and practice forging signatures or something, will
Just
you?
remember I'll be on the same boat.
Right, old man. I'll endeavor to bear up under the news. Fool.
What's he, pal? A torpedo?
A what?
Don't need to climb up with me, pal. Is he a torpedo?
Wherever did you pick up this repellent language? Now, if you...
Cheated. Here, hey, I'm scared he asked him and me.
I had just made up my mind to cuff this provoking child where it would do him the most good when out of the corner of my eye I saw that he was right. The customs man was coming. I looked around to make sure the Perkins pair were beyond earshot. They were.
All right, now, luggage ready?
Oh, right here, officer. Just this overnight bag.
Let's see, papers?
Oh, yes, here we are.
Yes.
I can't imagine why you singled me out for this attention, officer.
Harry Lime.
Yes.
Passport in order. You're declaring...
just the 5 pounds allowed of British subject, officer, though I believe I could take more.
All right, I can read, thanks.
Where's the stuff hid, pal?
Scram.
Oh, what's that?
Nothing, officer. Just stifling. Sneeze.
Oh, Gesundheit. Well, everything seems to be in order.
My dear old customs officer, don't sound so disappointed. Into each life, some rain must fall.
All right, now then, who's next on my list?
Pal, are you lucky? You must have been living right.
Never confuse luck with shrewd management, my odious little man. Any other questions?
Yes. When are you going to make up your mind whether your name is Lime or Linchester?
Just as my hand shot out to grab his collar, he ducked away into the crowd. I could see him with the governess and the man I heard her calling his uncle, just getting ready to board the boat. How much had he heard? Who would he tell? If only that kid would keep quiet till we were safe in the channel.
In a moment, Orson Welles returns as Harry Lime, the third man. And now Orson Welles as Harry Lime continues today's story.
I took one last look down at the pier side as our boat moved off. I could see the governess. She was frantically looking about for that brat. He'd disappeared again. Then I forgot him and went looking for the Perkinses. Perkins?
Yeah?
It's me, Linchester.
Oh, good. Come on in, sir. Come on in.
Thanks, old man. Well, Mrs. Perkins, feel better now, do you, after getting through the customs all right?
I feel terrible.
What? Oh, I'm sorry. I touched the sea, nothing like a glass of champagne to fix that up.
Oh, I'm afraid nothing does her any good, Lord Lanchester.
Oh.
Quiet, dear. Well, sir?
You, have the envelope safe, don't you? I hope.
Right in my pocket. Here, don't worry.
Oh, fine.
I was, just wondering, of course, glad to do the favor for you. I'm sure you understand, but, now that I've brought the money through for you, I was, just wondering.
Oh, about my foreign investment possibility.
Yes. If there were some possibility of...
Perkins, old man, I can't think of anything that would give me greater satisfaction, keener personal pleasure. I'm sure you know that.
Well, I like to think that maybe
I've already indicated the difficulty. My money's at the disposal of a mysterious financier, a man called Robinson. I'll be honest with you, I don't even know the man's first name myself. I'm sworn to the most close-mouthed secrecy about the entire venture. All I can do is promise you that I'll try to persuade Robinson to let me introduce you to him.
I had hoped, maybe if I'd happened onto a good thing, I'd be able to finance my entire European trip.
Yes.
Well, here you are, then.
Thank you.
You better count it just to make sure that...
My dear fellow, of course I trust you implicitly. However, just To set your mind at rest. Here we are. 1, 3, 5. 5 is 10. 5, 18. 20. 5 is 30. All here. All present and accounted for. And once again, my thanks.
We'll be stopping at the George Sank in Paris,
Oh,
Lord
fine.
Manchester.
George Sank. Absolutely, old man. I'll call you just as soon as I've had a chance to talk to Robinson.
Now, you won't forget, sir.
I
will you?
swear I won't, old man. Just as sure as my name is Linchester. Goodbye now. From his cabin to mine was only a short step. I'd locked my cabin door when I left it to find Perkins and reclaim the $30,000. But just when I was beginning to think I had nothing further to worry about, I reached my cabin door and realized that it was no longer locked. That's funny. Oh, that explains it.
Come in, Lime. Shut the door behind you.
Well, I generally do, old man. I generally do. It doesn't require an order. Well, made yourself comfy, I hope? Didn't realize that you included lock-picking among your many accomplishments, old man. But on the other hand, it would have been a safe guess.
Less gabble, sit.
Come, old man. This is a time for rejoicing. Why the grim, determined expression? Get up, dance, kick your heels together. Your old friend has pulled it off again, and you are the richer by $15,000.
30?
Yes, 30. Surely your arithmetic leaves something to be desired. Suppose I run over our little agreement again. For getting your money through customs, you were supposed to pay me 1/3. Now, 1/3 of 30 is 10. In addition
Still the gab and hand.
In addition
Come
to
on,
which you wagered that I would be unable to pass myself off as an Englishman to Mr. George Perkins of Texas. $5,000 even money. 5 and 10 make 15, and so you owe me $15,000. In consequence, I owe you the other 15, half the boodle. Very simple.
Have you finished?
For the moment.
A good line. Now I'll talk. This gun is bulky because of the silencer, see? The cabins on either side are empty. I happen to know, for I saw the passengers in them drinking in the saloon. If you like, I'll let the gun do all the talking for me. I want all the 30,000, understand? And I want it handed over now.
You seem very determined.
I am. When you reach into your inside jacket pocket, Lime, make very sure that the only thing you bring out is the envelope with the money, or I shoot. I mean it.
Dear. Who would have thought that a man of your sterling character would stoop to such a double cross? Well, if it must be, it must be. I was actually reaching for the envelope when all of a sudden I heard a little sound just behind me. A sound at the door. The doorknob had just been turned. Well, I wanted whoever was coming in to come in behind Robinson's back.
Hey, where you going?
Just walking over to sit on my berth, old man. Surely you don't object to my being comfortable while you rob me of my share.
Well, just keep both your hands where I can see them.
Why should I not? Why, indeed. I reached into my pocket very slowly and carefully for the envelope, but my eyes never left the doorknob. Robinson, whose back was to the door, couldn't see it. It was opening slowly. Very slowly.
Come on, get a move on. Hand me that envelope, Lime.
Now the door was open, just as I handed him the envelope. But behind Robinson, there came a snarled command.
All right, punk, get him up. Reach for the roof.
What the? My hand closed on a heavy ashtray as Robinson wheeled toward the door in surprise.
Why, it's just a kid. Come in here, you.
Thank you, Ronald.
He really had a gun?
Well, it wasn't a pea shooter.
Is he out?
Out? Well, a heavy object like this ashtray is brought forcibly to bear on a brittle object like that skull, Ronald. The result, it is fair to predict, will be a minor concussion and consequent unconsciousness.
Is he dead?
Well, Robinsons don't die so easily, Ronald, my boy. Come in. Sit down. Well, we'll keep this door closed, I think, for the next few minutes.
What you going to do?
Well, we're going to truss up this specimen till he looks like a cocoon, that's what. Not forgetting to gag him securely in the bargain. There we are.
I didn't know you really had a gun.
Oh.
Might he have killed you?
Well, I like to think he wouldn't.
He was a torpedo, wasn't he?
What's a torpedo?
Oh, you know, a gunman, a gangster.
What have you been doing, young man? Going to American gangster movies? Where do you pick up this tedious slang?
I go to all the American flicks. They're keen.
Disgraceful. There. That should keep our friend quiet for a time.
Why was he going to kill you, Mr. Lime?
Well, how do you know who I am?
I heard the customs man when he read your name off your passport.
Oh, yes, to be sure.
I heard that other man call you Lord Linchester, too, but I knew you weren't Linchester.
And how is that?
You're American, aren't you? I say, tell me, why was he trying to kill you?
Well, Robinson is a very bad man, Ronald. He was trying to smuggle money out of the country, and as you know, that's against the law.
I know that.
Were you trying to stop him?
Well, that's one way of putting it, I suppose.
I say, that's splendid.
Besides, he was trying to welch on a bet he'd lost to me.
A bet?
He'd owed me $5,000 for a bet. I'll just take that, and the rest I'll put safely away.
Say, how about me?
You?
Sure. Split up the swag. Didn't I save you from being...
But this isn't swag, Ronald. This is...
Just a minute, pal.
Tell you what I'll do. Here. You take this one bill,
$1,000? Is it real?
Well, it is unless I've been grossly deceived. Here, now, fold it up tight. Stick it into your watch pocket. That's it. You know what that is?
What?
That's hush money. Now, you run along back to your cabin, and mind you don't tell anybody about this. Anybody at all.
I have no cabin. I'm a stowaway.
Oh, my God.
I came aboard following suspicious characters.
Who?
You. And now we're partners, aren't we?
Fine. So we're partners. Okay. You know what your first job will be, partner?
What?
You sit right here and keep a watch on Robinson. Make sure he can't get out of these sheets I've tied around him, okay?
But where will you...
I'll be in and out. First of all, I gotta tell the captain what's happened, and I'll be back. But you stay here, right, Ronald? Promise not to stir out of this room? If you're important, somebody should be here all the time. Right? Promise?
I promise I won't move. And if he tries to escape, I'll shoot him dead.
The big thing was to get away from that awful kid. He was getting to be like a patch of poison ivy for me. I'd only have to steer clear of him for another few minutes, though the boat was nearly ready to dock by that time in Calais. Up on deck, I ran into Perkins again.
Now, you won't forget, Lord Manchester.
Please, old man, I gave you my word as a Linchester. You're feeling better, I hope, Mrs. Perkins? I had the $29,000, $5,000 I'd won on a bet. That was tucked into a waistcoat pocket. $24,000 left. That was in my billfold, but the coast was clear. The more money I brought into France, the better the French should like it. I was about ready to be Harry Lime again, and the feeling, believe me, was good. The steamer docked, and there was a delay. The gangplank was rigged. Delay again. And at last, here I come. Down the gangway, my pulse beat normal and my heart high.
There he is. That's the man. That's the one. Seize him.
Seen you somewhere before, haven't I? What's the meaning of this?
Seize him.
Who is this hysterical female?
He's the man who was talking to poor Ronald. Kidnapper.
Now, Miss Anstruther.
Kidnapper.
Everything will be all right in a moment.
Kidnapper? What a grotesquerie. Take your hands off me,
Where
woman.
is he? What have you done with him, monster? Where's my Ronald?
We have the same child in mind, madam. He's very probably sitting peacefully in cabin 23
Here
on...
I am.
Ronald. Are you all right?
Sure, I'm fine. Who are these men?
Never mind, dear. Don't trouble about them. They're just two very nice men from Scotland Yard who flew me over to save you from this bad man who was trying to kidnap you.
Dear madam, if you will kindly...
He's not a kidnapper. He's a hero.
Yes.
He caught a man who was trying to smuggle money out of the country, and he tied him up, and I'm his partner, and we're both detectives. And you must let him go because there's probably a reward for the man he caught.
Wait a mo. What's this? What cabin, sir?
Yes, certainly. The boy's right. The guilty party is, as I was just trying to tell you, in cabin 23 on the second deck. Thank you, Ronald.
And you've still got the money, haven't you?
Yes, that's so I do. Just looking for the proper person to return it to, of course. If I could just see your credentials, old man.
Right here.
Just so. And the money. Yes, it is. Here you are. I was keeping it carefully stowed away in my waistcoat pocket, you see. 5,000 American dollars.
I want to thank you very much, sir. Very civic-minded thing to do. Now, about the fellow who was trying
Come on, men. I'll show you where he is.
Ronald, you come straight back here with me. Do you hear? It's all the fault of those dreadful American cinematographs. The single most pernicious influence on the growing English boy is the shocking behavior portrayed in...
I'd like to have your name, sir, so the commissioner can send you a proper letter of gratitude.
Oh, not at all. Please, never mind, really, old chap. If I weren't rather in a hurry,
All right, sir, just as you please. But thanks again.
Right.
We'll attend to the fellow in cabin 23.
One moment, please.
Yes, sir?
That's a rather extraordinary boy. Do you happen to know his name?
Him, sir? Oh, rather. That's the little Earl of Linchester, sir. Come along, Stevens.
Right with you. The little Earl of Linchester.
Harry Lime will be back in just a moment. And now, Harry Lime.
I haven't seen his lordship since then, but believe me, wherever I go, I keep a sharp eye out for little Ronald. Not that we aren't friends now, but I'm the careful type. My mother, who was careful too, warned me against speaking to strangers. I wish I could manage to keep her advice. And my father, who was Irish, warned me about the English, in particular the toffs and the nabobs and the high mucky mucks that eat. They're the ones you got to watch. Well, I don't know about that. Some of my best suckers are in Burke's Peerage. But Daddy never said a word about the tiny tots. Well, I guess what Daddy didn't know didn't hurt him. Well, time to go. And always remember, friends, the wages of sin aren't as high as they ought to be, considering the overhead. Goodbye now.
Alright, it's that time of day again. It's time for the Trivia Minute, and here we go. More than 13,000 years ago, the first settlers moved into the area known as modern-day California. According to experts, they were Paleolithic Indians who migrated from Russia to today's Alaska and then down to California. When Europeans first arrived in the area known as California, there were about 300,000 native people already living there. Ample food supply and no wars contributed to the population growth of people living in the area. By the time European settlers arrived in the California area, native people spoke about 135 different dialects. Some of these languages and dialects were Mojave, Pomo, Yucatec, and Karok. Midwestern farmers of European descent were the state's earliest settlers. However, due to the discovery of gold, the equation changed and thousands of fortune seekers from the United States and across the world entered the region. And that was the Trivia Minute, and I hope you enjoyed today's stream, and I hope to see you next time, and God bless you, and have a great day.